At a certain point in time, some strange things started happening again around the world in the cities of New York, Manhattan, and the United States. While waiting for the end to begin, all the players who were outside received system notifications that said that the demotion prevention had begun. Immediately afterwards, another system alert appeared, announcing that the behemoth monster of the apocalypse was being called up, resulting in a spatial rift in the sky from which the monster had already extended its claws. Seeing that danger was already approaching, one of the players who also took part in this battle, amidst loud shouting and panicking people, spoke out in fear. Subsequently, a monster came out of the portal, resulting in the following system notification: defeat the behemoth before it destroys the world. As soon as the monster began to advance, one of the fighters, clutching his sword, nervously shouted to his comrades, "Take your positions in case we suddenly fail here." Looking at the giant who threatened them and whom they had to defeat somehow, the group leader added, "Otherwise the world would end." The BattleNet began in 2010. At first it was just a competition between butchers, but everything changed when the Space League opened in 2022. And it was then that the real battle for survival with other beings began. Representatives of the Earth, coming from space, continued to lose. It is now 2023, and only 10 different countries remain on the planet Earth after the monster invasion. These were different countries scattered across continents that still had the potential to fight, but the Earth was still under threat of destruction. At the same time, during the battle, a monster that invaded from space, preparing to strike, fired a deadly beam that destroyed everything in its path. Before the behemoth could destroy the group of fighters, his intentions were interrupted by a guy hovering over him in the air. Angry that he was interrupted from his plans, the monster shot his deadly beam upwards, where the boy was. However, his attack did not affect the savior at all. Moreover, he survived the beam and rushed into the fight, swinging his fist and began to quickly close the distance. As a result of the clash, all the soldiers in the vicinity felt the shockwave and concrete fragments that flew in all directions. As soon as the column of dust around the monster cleared, one of the soldiers who had been knocked off his feet by the blow exclaimed in confusion, "This is simply impossible." The next moment, standing on the body of the defeated monster that appeared from the spatial portal, the fighter received a system notification that could be seen by everyone, saying that the US Earth was mission accomplished. At the same time, the astonished man who was sitting on the ground said in amazement that this was the very power of the holy fighter. After the victory over the enemy, Song Ji-han, who was a member of the American leaders and ranked 7th in the list of leaders, heard a great job. Turning his gaze to the man on the top of the tall building, the boy heard our beloved country America had won this battle again. Smiling slyly at the guy who had just eliminated a threat that could have done a lot of damage to the entire planet, the man on the roof said, "This moment will remain in the history of all citizens, and I am your master." Folding his hands in front of him as he spoke, he added, "Baron was a guildmaster of American leaders, the one who was ranked first in the world rankings among players." Immediately after this broadcast was over, the girl jumped off the roof and shouted Jihan, and then heard someone from the crowd of people standing behind Baron shout out, "Priestess, you can't come down right now." In response to the man's remark, the guildmaster said to leave her alone, to which he replied that the hippo's energy was still on the surface, after which the first number added that everything was fine. She was able to take care of herself. Immediately after calming down one of his subjects, the master of the American Leaders Guild mentally said, "He is very strong indeed." Looking down at the motionless monster where the other fighters groaned under the harmful effects of the energy, he added that the energy coming from its corpse alone would be enough to make most players faint. Continuing to think about how powerful this monster could be, Baron added in his head that he was probably much stronger in life. But to be able to stand next to him at the same time, somewhere downstairs, the priestess who had dealt with the monster called out anxiously, "Jihan, you're okay." Looking at the condition of her friend, Sophia, who was a member of the American Leaders Guild and had the 3rd rank in it, exclaimed in concern, "Oh my god, your left hand." Noticing that her comrade had lost one of his limbs, the girl immediately took up her duties and used her healing skills. Continuing to restore the lost body part, Sophia told the boy that it would hurt a lot because of the sinister energy of the hippo, so please be patient a little more, Jihan. The next moment, seeing a bright glow that appeared right in front of the boy who had defeated the monster, one of the men behind Baron exclaimed, "Mr. Baron, look down!" As soon as the guildmaster turned his gaze in the direction the man was pointing, he noticed the chest and then heard it was the reward for defeating the boss. Interested in the reward that appeared, the guildmaster jumped off the roof and shouted, "Hey, you two, get away from there!" While the monster's body began to disintegrate in the air, Baron and his subjects approached the chest and said, "I will know the use of this reward." Hearing that he wanted to take everything for himself, one of the group of fighters who had been initially targeted by the monster said with a disgruntled cackle that he had killed him, and he heard his comrade respond, saying that what we can do is that the end of humanity is closer than ever and very real. The next moment, turning his gaze to the people gathered around the chest, he added, "These people remain our only hope." The moment the guild leader arrived at the chest, he immediately shouted out to the American leaders, "From now on, I will name the guild members who will receive the rewards." Hearing the order of their leader, all the members of the guild obediently exclaimed, "Yes, master," leaving Jihan and the priestess behind. After hearing Baron's answer, the priestess announced the number 4 and 5 on this, all hearing the nominees for awards. Sophia exclaimed in surprise that, "Wait, Mr. Baron." Trying to get justice, the girl nervously exclaimed, "But what about Jihan? He was the one who killed the monster of the apocalypse." Continuing to express her concern, she added, "Why don't you give him a reward for O?" In response, she heard you ask why in a disgruntled voice. Pointing a finger at the guy who lost his arm after the battle, the guild master of the American leaders exclaimed that he was not an American. After this statement, Baron looked at the girl with a stern look and added that even if he was considered to be one, he was not a real American, he was just not. A useful dog for us, that's all. And after hearing his name, the guy bent his head down and began to look at the man with a stern look, showing his anger. Continuing to seek justice, the priestess nervously exclaimed, "But Jihan, calm down, it's okay, I don't mind." Turning his back on the stingy guildmaster of American leaders, the boy said disgruntledly, moving away from the group, "Just go away, I don't care," and then mentally said he was absolutely right. Recalling his past where he lost everything, Sung Jihan said in his head, "I am just a refugee who fled after losing his homeland." Raising his hand to make sure that it was really not a dream and he was still alive, the boy mentally added, "And I managed to climb to 7th place in the world ranking." However, despite all these achievements, after reaching the 7th place in the world ranking, he was not recognized as an American and was often forced to experience all possible discrimination. But it was not that important. Still, he managed to endure these feelings and discrimination somehow because there was a reason that tormented him much more, and that was this. Sitting in a broken-down car somewhere far from my guild, which was sharing the treasure for defeating the monster, Sung Jihan added to the guilt that I was the only one who managed to survive. Having finished his reflections on the horrible life, the guy applied his recovery magic and mentally said to himself to concentrate on treating his arm, and soon I would get the results of my mission. As soon as Sung Jihan completed the treatment of his limb, he immediately received a system notification that said the end of the game and the results of the relegation mission in the Bronze League. At the same time, other survivors received system notifications informing them that the mission was a defense mission and that the survival of more than half of the US players was successful. While they were happy to have survived the mission, the soldiers also looked at the other notifications that kept appearing, which reported China's success and Russia's failure. After one country was declared a failure in the mission, others followed, with Japan also reported as a failure, Brazil a failure, and all the others who also participated in the mission failed, and the final result of the mission was unsatisfactory. After seeing the results of this task, one of the fighters who was not in the American Leaders Guild exclaimed with concern that only 2 countries out of 10 were not. The next moment after the announcement of the results of all countries and the overall result, another notification appeared, informing us that humanity number 4212 had failed to prevent the demotion. There are also others who lost in the mission to prevent relegation in the final battle for the decision to relegate. You will face the number 4773 orcs. Seeing that they still have a chance to prevent the destruction of humanity, one of the members of the American Leaders Guild, standing near the guildmaster, said in surprise that years. The next moment, seeing who they would fight against in the final battle for survival, Sophia exclaimed, "Master, if we are facing orcs, we need Jihan. In the last battle with the orcs, we won thanks to him." In response to the girl's request to join the team for the final battle, the guildmaster stubbornly said, "No, don't even ask us to go there without him." At the same time, while all the fighters of the final battle were moving to the battlefield, a notification appeared above the arena, stating that players from each planet were being called up and the battle would soon begin. As soon as all the players stepped onto the battlefield, the guildmaster said menacingly, "It's been a long time since we've seen each other." Continuing to drill the enemy with his gaze, Baron looked at the orc leader with whom he would have to fight and said, "Disgusting pigs." After a loud greeting from the enemies, the leader of the American Leaders Guild looked back and said that there were only 4 of us and a Chinese runner. After listing the forces that should act in this battle against the enemy, he mentally added, "Well, we don't need Song Jihan, we can handle the battle without him." Preparing for the decisive battle, Baron gritted his teeth in anger and activated his power, angrily saying in his head, I can handle everything myself. As soon as the man strengthened all his characteristics with the help of the skill, he immediately rushed at his enemies, shouting out, I am a representative of humanity. But all he had were his loud words, and in just one moment the man, unable to do anything at all to the enemy, lost his head from his shoulders. When all the other players saw what had just happened to their number one, who was unable to do anything at all to the enemy, they immediately froze in fear. At the same time, all the members of the human race who remained on their planet could watch the live broadcast of the battle, which was what everyone was doing at the time, and witness the imminent death of the first number. As soon as Baron's head was separated from his body, a large notification appeared on the screen of all live broadcasts, saying that the player of the representatives of humanity had died. The next moment, the remaining players split up to try to at least somehow resist the enemies, but even this did not bring any effect, and another orc struck with his axe, dividing one of the people into two parts, and the system notified the human player that he was killed. Also, having killed two more who they managed to catch among the people who tried to oppose them, the orcs easily dealt with them, after which notifications appeared that a representative of humanity had died, which was duplicated twice. At the same time, approaching the priestess, who was still the last one alive, the orc leader swung his axe and said, Thank you, human, because you are so weak, we managed. Immediately after striking and killing the last representative, everyone watching the broadcast saw a system notification that said the game was over, number 4212, and humanity lost and was expelled from the Bronze League. There is no lower league than the Bronze one, number 4212, and humanity was deemed unworthy. Turning her attention to where it was coming from, she noticed a black hole at her feet that suddenly appeared and slowly grew. And at the same time, a system notification appeared that said the deletion was about to begin. After the rest of this planet's inhabitants saw this message, the black hole suddenly grew to a gigantic size with a radius of about 30 meters and began to suck everything around it. Continuing to grow at an incredible rate, the radius of the black hole increased so much that it reached Sung Ji-han, who was quite far from the center of the hole. Not realizing what was happening, the guy looked at the deep darkness inside the black hole into which he had plunged and thought, is this the end of the world? After a certain period of time, when the black hole completely swallowed the planet, it disappeared without a trace, after which a system notification appeared that the removal of humanity was successfully completed. After that, it would seem that everything should have been completed, but it happened differently after the cleaning was completed. An alarm notification appeared that said an error was detected and people were still left. At the same time, being in some incomprehensible position, the guy looked at the void and said in surprise that I was the only survivor again, after which he saw a message in front of him. Nameless divine art resists removal. When he saw the notification, Sung Ji-han was surprised to think that the nameless divine art was being resisted, and then he received a notification that said, resisting deletion means interesting. The next moment, a skill description appeared that said, nameless divine art skill, rank SSS skill, that conveyed the requirements for improvement in parts. If you remake the 3 divine secrets for yourself or learn the real name of the nameless one, you can fully awaken the skill, after which he mentally added, I wonder if things could have turned out differently if I had been able to awaken this power. Upon completion of his thoughts, the boy noticed messages above him that looked like someone talking to him, saying that this creature was weak but had potential, and that he should not miss this opportunity. And then he thought, I wish I knew the real name of the nameless divine art. The next moment, he received another message asking if he should give it another chance, and then he added, I wonder if Korea would still be here and if I could protect the people I love. In response to the question of the deity who launched the poll about giving a second chance, he answered, I agree, I disagree, it's a waste of time, I support the idea. At the end of the voting, one of the deities spoke, the votes were accepted. Player Song Ji-han will be returned to the era of first entering the league. Seeing this notification, he thought the first entry that, before he could realize what exactly had happened, he woke up in his own world when the TV presenter said, well, now we'll get to the interview. Grabbing his head, the boy said in confusion, what had happened to me? I read for sure that I was returning to the era before the first entry. Тільки він повторив у своїй голові останнє повідомлення, котре бачив, як, озирнувшись навколо, здивовано промовив «Зачекайте, но це місце». As he began to realize what had happened to him and that it really wasn't a dream, Sung Ji-han said in surprise that it really happened, I'm definitely not dreaming. It was the year 2020, and the boy was transported back several years to his city in South Korea, which had not yet been attacked and turned into ruins. Looking down from the balcony, he saw 2 boys fighting with sticks and shouting, I am the King of Swords, Yoon Se-jin, to which he heard in response Yoon Se-jung, using 2 swords, means I am the King of Swords, after which the first one added dreams, and then continued. The next moment, he turned his gaze to a slightly different place and saw a couple in love, with the girl hugging her boyfriend from behind and asking if he was playing today. And he heard the answer, of course, the tutorial would be over soon. After assessing the situation behind his house, the guy realized that it was really true and said in his head, I really came back. The next moment, deciding to see if everything was exactly the same as it had been at the same moment in the past, Sung Ji-han suddenly said to open the status window. Immediately afterwards, he saw that there was a second tier under his name, and he thoughtfully said in his head, second tier, at the time we had just joined the league. He smiled nervously at the realization of what had happened to him and said, there is a possibility if I use information from my past life. Before he could finish his thought, he turned his head and turned to the photo of his family and confidently said in his head, no, I have to change it this time. I will definitely protect everyone. Having received hope and a new opportunity to change the future, Sun Ji-han closed his eyes and added, this time I will do everything to make things different. Having gained the confidence and courage to change the world, the boy spoke sternly, and all because I had the opportunity to see the end of this game and come back. In the year 2020, many people came to the stadiums to cheer for their team at the International BattleNets competition, and Korea was still in a strong position. Among the strongest players in the world, there were 11 people who were considered the best, and among these 11 was the one who was ranked third on this list. The reason why South Korea occupied its unshakable place in the world was because of its Sword King, a man named Yoon Se-jin. Korea's pride and true treasure, thanks to his participation as the strongest warrior, Korea has always managed to maintain a high position in Northeast Asia. But let's just make a small correction to this. It was destined to last forever, and after the next competition, he gave an interview to the National Hero TV channels, saying that I am Yoon Se-jin. Standing on the podium, with hundreds of cameras and millions of viewers watching him, he said, I have decided to change my name to Ryuhei and to become a full-fledged citizen of Japan. And in July of 2020, he joined the new self-defense forces. It was on that day that the Korean Battle Network received the biggest shock in its history. Sitting in front of the TV in his home, a guy watching an interview said, from now on, please address me as Ito Ryuhei. And then Sung Ji-han added, I came back that very day. Gritting his teeth after hearing for the second time how the national treasure had decided to betray them, the boy added unhappily, that face has always annoyed me since Se-jin left the post of Korean representative and the country plunged into chaos. After broadcasting a report from the scene, the news anchor added that this is how the King of the Sword really left us, and with this shocking news, there are increasingly voices expressing their concern about Korea's ranking in the league. Hearing the words of the host Sun Ji, I thought Korea, which until now had been able to stay in the top echelons, faced with constant defeats and a terrifying rate of falling between the tapes within the league, we failed in literally everything. At the same time, the pair of hosts said that despite all this, some analysts note that there should not be any major changes in the ranking, because there are still many bright and promising young people in our country, and we hope that Korea will remain in the top 20. Picking up the remote control and turning off the TV, Ji-han said with a disgruntled expression, and it was no wonder that they had performed poorly. No one could compensate for Yoon Se-jin's absence. Putting his head down, the boy said in his head, everything would have been different if he had at least a little more time, but BattleNet was too cruel. If we recall the first appearance of BattleNet and the players' impressions of it, we could say that it was just an ordinary game for everyone. However, 2 years later, the Space League began, and it turned this ordinary game into a battle for survival if someone lost their life in the game. Recalling what happened to their world after the start of the Space League and what monsters came to them, he added that in reality he died in countries that fell to the bottom of the ladder, and monsters appeared. And after the countries at the bottom of the ladder were saturated, a one-sided massacre began where they were simply destroyed completely with the country. And as expected, after Yoon Se-jin left Korea, the country rapidly descended to the bottom of the rankings. As soon as this position reached a sufficiently low level, monsters also visited it and then destroyed it, like all other countries along with its population. Continuing to think in his room, Jin-han spoke, and those who survived the attack began to gather in groups and say the following. If the King of the Sword had stayed here, Korea would have had a different ending. Well, after these conversations, one can roughly imagine how significant and powerful the Swordmaster Yoon Se-jin was for the country. Looking at the photo of this national hero with his wife and young son, he added, he was my brother-in-law. Punching the glass right in the face of the Sword King, he exclaimed angrily, but I still keep asking myself the same question. With his head down as he was overwhelmed with rage, the boy angrily added, why my sister fell in love with a scoundrel like him. Removing his hand from the painting that hung in his room, Sung Ji-han thoughtfully said, I wonder if everything would have been completely different if she had lived. Having tamed his emotions after a fit of rage, the guy realized that he needed to move on and said, it's great that I'm back in the past, but I'm not going to go back to the past. After opening his profile to view his performance, the guy assessed his capabilities and said disappointedly that my performance was too poor. Sitting down on his couch and holding his head, the guy said disappointedly, "Well, for some reason I'm not surprised after all. I spent my time drinking and gambling at that time." Opening his eyes after realizing that he could not repeat his mistakes and looking at his profile, he added, "I was too rough in the past." By focusing on the profile description where the gift of the traveler's IF was written, you can see details about other players. I added the nickname Sunji because I didn't even realize what an incredible power I had. Everyone becomes a player after reaching the age of 18, but only a very small part of all players received gifts. The next moment, recalling his past life, he added, "Since I had the lowest rank of F, I used this ability in gambling games in which I predicted the winner. Only at that time I had no idea that the true value of this ability would reveal its full potential once I was able to duplicate it." Looking again at his characteristics in the profile, the guy once again became convinced of his worthlessness at the moment and said these indicators are too terrible. Such indicators are present in the first level in general, and how did I get the second level at all? Immediately after noticing the bottle lying on the ground, the guy said, I'm sure he remembered exactly what happened now. Looking at the spilled potion and the bottle on the table, Songji confidently said, "It was the experience point potion, and that's how I accidentally raised my level." Once again plunging into memories from the past, he said disappointedly, "Some idiot drank it under the shafe and raised his level. I have no words for the emotions I had in the past. It's horrible." At the end of his regrets about his past, the guy rubbed his neck in embarrassment and accidentally saw something visible in his profile and mentally said, "What the hell is this?" When he saw the number of achievement points, he was surprised to hear me say why I had so many points. 100,000, when I hadn't had so many last time. Reflecting on his current situation, Jihan said, "If you put aside the fact that they are just useless and worthless, I don't think I had any achievements before I joined the league, so how did I get them?" Getting up from his seat and starting to make circles around the room, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, wondering if any changes could have occurred due to my regression, and then said to open the inventory. Seeing a strange item in his inventory, the guy exclaimed in amazement that it was opening the description. He saw a coupon for exchanging achievement points rank, EX advantage of the last survivor who chose to test himself again. When you see this, you cannot sell. After reading the description of this achievement, points exchange coupon, the guy was surprised to hear that only I could use it. Clicking on the point exchange coupon, the guy said in surprise, "And this is the EX rank," after which he received a system notification that you have used the achievement point exchange coupon. Immediately after activating the coupon, Sungji received another notification saying that the achievement store had been added and he was impressed, saying it was just incredible. Right in front of his eyes appeared the golden system window of the store, which read, Achievement Store Level 1, Upgrade. Achievement. Store, 20,000 point status window expansion, 10,000 additional class slot, 10,000. Then he mentally added, "It's scary to imagine how much it could be sold for." The next moment, the guy said thoughtfully, looking at the store, "I wonder if the selection will become larger with the improvement. I need something I can use right away, and now my choice is not very wide." Upon completion of his thoughts, he reached for the button to improve the store for 20,000 achievement points and said thoughtfully, "Well, I'll try to improve the store." As soon as he pressed the button, he received a system notification that said the achievement store now had a second level of inventory expansion added, and seeing it, Sungji thought to himself, "No, I'll try it again." Clicking on the enhancement button again, he received a notification that said the achievement store now has the ability to add a nickname to the third level, and then he thought it would not be necessary now either. Looking at his stock of achievement points, of which he had only half, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, "I have only 50,000 points on my balance sheet." Turning his attention to the price of upgrading to the fourth level, he added, "If I upgrade my store to the fourth level now, I will have only 10,000 points left, and the higher the level, the more expensive the upgrade will be. So then I have only two options." Looking at the list of things he had in the achievement store, the guy, contemplating the right choice, said to buy everything available now or take a chance and upgrade to the fourth level. Having made his next choice, the guy reached for the store improvement button and confidently said, "I'll just try something that can help me now," and then received a notification that the store had reached the fourth level. Also, according to the system notification, with the increase in the level of the store, another appeared in which it was written that the skill of immediate restoration was added. Not realizing what he had received, the guy looked for the skill tab and said in surprise, "What is this?" and found the description of the skill. He saw in the description of immediate restoration, "You can restore faulty things to perfect condition." Smiling slyly after he got it, the guy covered his eyes with his hand and sighed heavily and said, No, this is not good with him. We need to end it. Immediately after smiling happily after receiving the skill, he added, that's why I couldn't just stop betting. I definitely hit the jackpot. Upon completion of spending his achievement points, the boy headed to the room with the game supplies. Touching his hand to the fingerprint scanner to open it, he heard the recognition complete. You are a member of the Song Ji-han family. When the boy heard who he was to the Sword King, in whose house he was currently living, he was surprised to hear that he was a family member, and then slyly added, here is Yoon Se-jin's playroom. Sitting comfortably on a chair in the game room to immerse himself in the game, Sung-ji turned on the system and said in his head, only the system recognizes me as a family member, even though the owner is no longer here. When the chair turned on, Jihan received a system notification that said you have opened the inventory of the connection to the battle network, after which he happily added, well, I'll gladly take it for granted. Immediately after opening the inventory and seeing the spoiled bone in it, Dongfang Shuo rank a useless spoiled brush. Songji confidently said, this is my first key. Using his newly acquired skills, the guy confidently asked to apply the skill of immediate restoration. The next moment, the crafting effects appeared on the object's icon, along with a system notification that said Dunfan Shuo had restored the damaged brush. After a few seconds, the notification came that the recovery was complete, and the boy reached for the object and washed it just fine. Recalling the powerful man who once owned this object, Jihan confidently said, well, now my preparation is complete. Upon completion of the restoration, the description of the object changed. Now the boy was holding a brush of Dongfang Shuo, rank SS, the brush of the famous writer Dongfang Shuo, which preserves the connection with the god of war. Before he could finish all the things he had planned, a system notification appeared right in front of him, telling him that the Bronze League tutorial would start soon. When he saw it, the guy instantly grabbed a brush and called up the status window and began to draw something nervously, saying I had little time left, while the system window was counting down with 10 seconds left before the call. As he continued to correct his characteristics and change his description, Sung Ji-han nervously said in his head that I was able to rise to 7th place and receive the title of Holy Fighter. Quickly changing his characteristics in an emergency to get what he wanted, he added, this all happened thanks to a characteristic that combined strength, agility, and health, a unique characteristic rarely seen. Creating something incredible in his profile with the help of a recovered object, Sung-ji said this brush was abandoned because it was damaged, but thanks to the 2 words that are now written on it, it was the beginning of me regaining my former glory and awakening my true power, along with acquiring a unique skill. As he was finishing up the last seconds of adding what he wanted to his stats, Ji-han suddenly interrupted, after which the player Sun Ji-han, who was in the arena, received a system notification and entered the Battle Network League. Having no idea whether he managed to complete what he started, the guy found himself in the Coliseum and received an accompanying notification, and your task in this test is to survive. Recalling the battles that took place in his past life during the tutorial, Sung-ji received a system notification that said, we hope that together with hundreds of players, you will be able to survive the fight against the monsters of the Coliseum. As soon as half of the available players are left in the arena, the challenge will automatically end, and we wish good luck to all participants of the tutorial. The next moment, holding the brush of the famous writer in his hand, the boy who was in the arena with 99 other players said in surprise, Coliseum means yes. Immediately after he hurried to open his status window, he anxiously said in his head for 1 minute, what about my combat power to open the status window? As soon as he looked at the profile, he received a system notification that said the characteristics of strength, agility, and health were combined into combat power. As soon as the desired characteristic came to his attention, the guy moved the writer's brush to his inventory and then received another notification that you have completed the unique characteristic and received 10,000 achievement points. With a sly smile after seeing what he had seen, the boy confidently said, well, we met again, even in this reaping, although much earlier. Looking at the characteristic of the military strength score with 5 points, he mentally added, of course, this is only one step towards obtaining the nameless divine art, but with this I will pass the Bronze League. When preparations for the battle began, Jihan received a warning that you logged in without connecting to the battle connector. If you do not use the connector, you feel 100% of the game. Sighing in disappointment after receiving the warning, the guy said, I remember it well, and then mentally added a world where pain is reduced by money. At that time, people were still able to reduce the pain they experienced in the game with the help of a connector. And the one Yoon Se-jin had was a high-quality product that could reduce 99% of the pain. Having completed his recollection of the device used by the Sword King, Song-ji closed his eyes and mentally said, well, I'll use it later. The next moment, hearing the sound of another system notification, the boy opened his eyes, and saw the description of the open achievement window. Immediately afterwards, another notification appeared, informing you that you had received a restricted quest. Surprised by the opportunity he was given, the guy said in surprise that it was a limited task. I had not seen anything like it in the past. In the task description it said, reach the top one in the tutorial, rewarded with 1,000 points of achievement. When he saw the reward for this limited task, the guy smiled slyly and said in his head, well, now that I have the characteristic of combat potential, it will be easy for me to do. Having completed his thoughts and noticed the notification about the start of the game, the guy confidently said, well, let's get started, and then felt the enemy approaching him from behind. Having made his insidious attack on the guy who seemed to be unprepared for the battle and whose attention was focused on another fighter, he cunningly shouted out, "You're a newbiar," and got caught. Only his arrogance and joy quickly dissipated after his attack, and the attacker felt something strange that was not like the feeling of being hit by an enemy. As the dust from the attack cleared, the attacker was able to witness the tip of his blade being caught by just 2 fingers, after which he heard a superior voice say, "Yes, that's it." Looking back over his shoulder at the enemy who thought he was an easy target, Sunji said with a grudging smile, "This is the most enjoyable content in this game." Forcing his attacker into confusion after a failed attack, Jihan added in an ominous tone, "Thank you for my first kill." So one of the existing forces of player management in this game is the Guild, which is a group that trains and manages a large number of players. At the same time as all countries were actively discussing the combat network, each country began to invest considerable resources in the education of its players. Similarly, with the aggressive investment of various enterprises in different players, large and small guilds existed in South Korea and were able to train strong players in the early stages of the league. The first region of Khans in the recently launched Bronze League is the same place where rising stars who were members of various guilds made their debut. After receiving a system notification that the game was about to start, one of the players in the Khans arena was visibly nervous. Looking around to assess the level of training of each of the enemies, the boy said anxiously that the Kanama League was the next step for me. Trying to somehow control his emotions, the boy said nervously, "No, I can't be nervous, everything will be fine. I'll be more lucky than everyone else. This guy's name is Do Haegyu." Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy said confidently, "I can do it." He was one of the members of the Divergent Guild, a group that was subordinate to the Divergent Company. Being quite well known among a large number of players, it also had a lot of promising participants who had to prove themselves and become powerful fighters. Agility rank, a gift increase. Agility by 25 units. This ability allows you to ignore the league's restrictions on stats an ordinary young man. Do Haegyu was able to join there after receiving the gift of agility rank. A. Grabbing his sword to be ready for a sudden battle, Do Haegyu thought, only a small number of people can receive the A-ranked gift. If so, I can definitely be in the top 50. The next moment, the guy started looking around him and said, "Well, who will be my first opponent?" After assessing the strength of his opponents, who had already defeated their opponents before entering the battle or looked quite dangerous, he nervously said, "I understand everything." Retreating from the square where active hostilities were taking place, he said in his head, "I'm not going to touch them for now, it's better to regroup somewhere else." Looking for a safe place where he could hide, the boy confidently said in his head, "In the end, the most important thing is to stay alive. I will be destroyed if I start to fight with them here." Looking at the crowd of players who looked quite impressive with their strong armor or magical capes, Do Haegyu thought that most of them were representatives of large guilds and had quite good equipment, which was not at all like the Bronze League. Suddenly, he caught sight of a boy who seemed to be a real weakling, and he said in surprise, "I don't understand what this is." Watching Jihan looking at something in Do Haegyu's status window, he mentally told him that he was sent to the wrong place, that he was going to participate in the Bronze League in this form. Trying to realize how this could have happened to him, the guild representative confusedly added a shirt and underwear, saying that he was a newcomer who had been accidentally drafted here. Clutching his sword tightly in his hand and preparing to attack the easy prey, he confidently said in his head, "This can only mean one thing to me." Taking a stance for a quick attack and then rushing into the fight, he mentally added, "I can get an easy point of destruction for my opponent." A moment before he struck his lightweight opponent, Do Haegyu thought to himself, "I can't believe I'm so lucky, but I am a lucky man," and then exclaimed, "I don't know who you are, but I'll be grateful then." A few seconds after the attack, when he saw that his sword was caught with 2 fingers, he said in confusion what the hell was going on in this test. Not realizing what had just happened right before his eyes, the guy confusedly said in his head that he had just blocked my sword with 2 fingers, and then said how he could even react at the speed of my A-rank agility skill. The next moment, flying backwards as a result of being thrown aside like a normal puppy, Do Hae-gyu fell to the ground and groaned heavily. After neutralizing his opponent, Sung-ji looked over his shoulder and looked at his opponent with a contemptuous look and said, "You're so confident you came to participate in the Gangnam Bronze League with such a gift." Hearing the superior attitude towards him and his skills, Do Hae-gyu, barely holding back his tears, insulted and exclaimed, "How dare you, my A-rank agility is not just some kind of gift, you bastard." Hearing the question from the enemy who attacked him from behind, Jihan confidently said, "I will not deny your words," to which he heard in response an angry tone, "This bastard, you are serious now." Gritting my teeth in anger to keep from giving away too much, Do Hae-gyu mentally said, "What kind of a pauper with no equipment in his underwear and t-shirt dares to look at me with a superior look, full of confidence just because he blocked one attack?" Immediately after he finished expressing his insults towards the guy who was standing in front of him in his own thoughts, the guild representative got to his feet and shouted, "I'm going to pounce on you with all my speed." Hearing the threat from his opponent, Sung-ji mentally said, "He's going to attack me with all his might, and to be honest, I shouldn't have taken his speed so lightly before." At the same moment, while conducting his attack, Do Hae-gyu mentally said, "I'm sure I'm faster than him," but despite all his hopes at the moment of the first blow at breakneck speed, his opponent was able to dodge. But this did not stop him, and he continued to diligently strike at Jihan, trying to somehow hurt him with his attack, but each time he only failed. As the battle continued with the guild representative Sun-ji dodging his enemy's attacks, I said in my head, I knew it was difficult to instantly switch to the second level. Watching his opponent's movements as he approached him over and over again, the guy added in his head that he was not fast, rather I was too slow, and it would be difficult. Immediately after smiling slyly after studying the movements of his opponent, he confidently said in his head, "If I were in his place, I would say this as a person who has experienced a lot of battles." Continuing to dodge the enemy's attacks, as soon as he began to show their trajectory, Sung-ji added in his head, "I can say for sure that its trajectory is just obvious." Having again dodged his opponent's attack and broken the distance by a few meters, he looked at his hand and said thoughtfully in his head, "I can see all his movements." After losing 1 second of concentration on thinking, Jihan noticed that the enemy again tried to do him some harm by swinging his sword. But despite the suddenness and the split-second loss to react, Sun-ji took the blow. And instead of dodging it, he used a technique to disarm the enemy. Feeling pain and tingling in his hand, Do Hae-gyu looked at his right hand, which was missing something, and confusedly said, "I don't know where it went." After disarming the enemy, Jihan threw his opponent's sword into the air, then jumped right behind him and grabbed Do Hae-gyu's weapon behind his back. As a result of this maneuver, the boy was able to attack and drove his sword straight into Do Hae-gyu's throat, thus winning the fight. As soon as his opponent pulled the sword out of his throat, Do Hae-gyu groaned heavily and said in confusion, "I can't believe this is happening." The next moment, as the guild representative fell to his feet and began to disintegrate in midair after his defeat, Ji-san swung his sword to wipe off the remaining blood. In the last seconds of his stay in the arena after his defeat in the battle with the Hungry Man, Do Hae-gyu, he angrily shouted goodbye. "Next time we meet, I will win. Just wait for that time." Hearing the threats from the guy who had just lost to him with full equipment and whose only gear was his underwear, I sighed heavily and thought, just imagine he's already talking about the next time, even though he's already dead. Immediately after the enemy disappeared from the battlefield, his sword started to disappear. And then Sung-ji received a system notification that you have destroyed the first enemy in the tutorial mode and received 100 achievement points. Having lost the enemy's weapon, which he had stolen from him honestly, Jihan looked at his empty hand and said in disappointment, when a player dies, his weapon disappears with him. Immediately after looking around to find his opponents, he thoughtfully added in his head, "Now that I've been able to warm up, maybe I should hurry up. If I really want to take first place, I need to destroy more than 5 people to ensure a solid first place." The next moment, he saw a crowd of orcs standing on the sidelines waiting for the battle to begin, and Jihan mentally said to himself, as expected, "No one wants to hunt monsters." In addition to ordinary players, there are also monsters in the battle network, but only 1/10 of a player's destruction is awarded for one monster's destruction, and in order for one player's destruction to count, you need to finish off a dozen monsters. Watching the players running away from the orcs with the words, "Oh my god, it's scary when they approach," Sung-ji mentally said, "And that's why most players avoid and hunt other players, especially when it comes to monsters that gather in a crowd, especially orcs. Continuing the hunt for these monsters is rather pointless because the risks are high, and there is no particular benefit from them. In other words, unjustified efforts." Upon completion of his thoughts, the boy received a new system notification in which a new task was written, "Destroy the crowd of orcs." A crowd of 30 orcs, the strongest group of monsters in the Colosseum, show them the difference in strength and defeat them with a reward of 500 points of achievement. Estimating the reward he would receive for this task, Songji mentally said, "Although hunting monsters is inefficient, this reward of 500 points is 5 times more than the reward for the first kill." Concentrating his attention on the crowd of 30 people he was tasked with overcoming, Jihan said in his head, "I see no reason to refuse this offer." Heading in the direction of the orcs who were huddled together, the boy said, stretching his neck, "Those are just monsters. They're nothing compared to real orcs." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy rushed in the direction of his enemies and thought, "Maybe I'm just crazy and that's all, and that's the end of the reasons." And this option cannot be rejected. At the same time, one of the orcs pointed a finger in the direction of Jihan, who was heading in their direction at a frantic speed, and said in confusion what it was. Having drawn the attention of the rest of his comrades to the boy who was approaching them at breakneck speed, he nervously added, "A naked man is running towards us." Hearing the notification, another orc replied that the man was crazy. Standing in battle formation, the crowd of orcs prepared for battle with the enemy who was approaching them shouted, "We will destroy you!" Ignoring the warnings from his enemies, Ji-san continued his offensive, while at the same time the enemies were preparing to launch a long-range attack to stop the approaching enemy. At the same moment, Sungji could see that 2 axes were heading straight for him, which had just been thrown in his direction by the enemies to stop him. Waiting for the right opportunity when the enemy's weapons came closer to him, Jihan confidently spoke now and then reached for his weapon. In an instant, he was able to grab the handles of 2 axes that the orcs threw at him with frantic speed and force. After receiving a weapon with which he could safely conduct an offensive, Songji exclaimed, "Not bad, but now you get your axe back, I'll teach you how to throw it." Immediately after these words, the guy threw 2 axes in the direction of the crowd of enemies standing a few meters away and easily neutralized a couple of orcs. Seeing what had just happened to a couple of their comrades, the monsters immediately became worried, because the enemy seemed quite capable, and the realization that the battle would be difficult made them feel afraid. While the enemies were looking at the same spot where the boy was coming from, he was able to break through the crowd and run inside. Immediately after the frenzied massacre began, Sun Ji grabbed an axe from one of the enemies and prepared to launch a spinning attack over a large area. With just one punch, he took several heads off his shoulders and then received a system notification saying that 5 out of 30 enemies were destroyed. The next moment, seeing how quickly the ranks of their fighters were thinning, one of the orcs froze in place and grunted in confusion, not even knowing what to do next. However, this effect did not last long, and after a couple of seconds, when the monsters came to their senses and realized that the man was surrounded by them, they all attacked him with the aim of finishing him off, but they did not succeed. Jihan continued to read the movements of each enemy, and in parallel with the evasions of the enemies, he intercepted each one's weapon and thinned the ranks of the opponents. Continuing to wage an unequal battle against 30 opponents, the boy rapidly reduced the number of monsters, and then suddenly heard a nervous shout of "Man, destroy it!" At the same moment, Sungji felt a certain danger approaching him from the left side, so he moved out of the way of the blow and grabbed the spear with which they were going to pierce him and broke it into 2 pieces. When the weapon was broken, the attacker, who remained unarmed, was left alone among a certain number of his fallen comrades, one-on-one against a man who had already mowed down most of the orcs. Frightened by this development, the monster holding a useless stick grunted in fright. At the same moment, grabbing an axe that was lying on the ground nearby, Jihan said, "I wish someone had told you to be so noisy when you're sitting in ambush." Watching his inevitable death approaching, the orc tried to defend himself with the stick he had left in his hands against the broken spear. Having made his stroke, Sungji broke the axe, but without achieving the desired result, he failed to destroy the enemy as the stick was stronger than the boy's weapon handle. The next moment, looking at what remained of the broken weapon in his hands, Jihan said in disappointment, "Dude, what kind of weapon is this? Look how big you are, and the weapon is just a piece of junk." Seeing that the guy had no axe left, the surviving orc exclaimed that the man's weapon was broken, and that he heard in response, "Well, actually you have one too." After which he added indifferently, "Now finish him off." Seeing a crowd of enemies coming at him again from all sides, Songji said in disappointment, "This is a shame. Just look at yourself. Life doesn't teach you anything." Preparing to use his trump card, the guy raised 1 foot above the ground and said, "What stupid little pigs you are." Immediately after stomping his foot on the ground, Jihan formed a crater under him and unleashed a cat's shockwave that scattered all the monsters that approached him. After a bunch of orcs were knocked back by the shockwave, Sun Ji jumped up to catch the weapon they had accidentally dropped. As soon as he grabbed the sword and spear in his hands, he instantly dealt with 4 enemies who were nearby. Immediately after noticing several enemies standing right in a row, Sun Ji swung his spear straight at the enemies, thus piercing 3 more orcs in one blow. After a short period of time and a certain number of enemies had been destroyed, the orc leader, the last one left on the battlefield, looked around frightenedly, trying to find who might still be alive. Realizing that the only one who could do anything else was the monster, he looked at Jihan and said, "He's definitely not human. He's a real monster." And then he lost his head in the literal sense of the word, and Songji made a last-ditch effort with his sword and split the monster into two. Immediately after the last destruction, the boy received a system notification saying that you have completed the task of exterminating a crowd of orcs. Also, after the notification of the completion of the mission, the guy also received a reward notification that said you received 500 achievement points for successfully completing the quest. Your level has been increased. When he saw the last notifications he received, the guy was surprised to hear that I was able to increase my level inside the game, and that experience points should be counted at the end of the game. Immersed in reflection after suddenly receiving a new level, the guy mentally said it all because of the low level. Well, for me, it's good news, so I will be able to raise my characteristics at the same time. Looking at his total number of points on the various characteristics, Songji thoughtfully said, "Well, let's see. If I have to increase one characteristic, it will definitely be combat strength." The characteristic of combat strength is a unique indicator that combines the three characteristics of agility and endurance. Even if people had the same indicators of various statistics, this insane characteristic can at least double your abilities. Continuing to look at the same characteristic that stood out from all the others, he mentally added, "Of course, there is another reason why combat power is special to me." Recalling the moment when he reached a certain value of this characteristic in his past life, the boy confidently added, "As soon as I manage to reach the 30 mark of combat strength, I will have a chance to receive an unnamed martial art." Pointing at the plus sign next to the characteristic of combat strength, the guy said in his head, "I must get this skill as soon as possible." Continuing to poke at the button, Sungji mentally said, "But there is one problem. Combat strength is not an indicator that can be easily increased." And then, "Seeing something strange," he said in surprise. "I mean, really?" Seeing that his combat strength actually increased by 1 unit after adding the distribution point to it, Jihan was surprised to add it really did increase. Recalling his past life and how this characteristic was increased in it, he added with amazement that usually a certain amount of combat experience and training is required to increase combat strength, and that the points could only increase the maximum growth rate. Immediately afterwards, with a sly smile, the boy added, "Isn't it cool?" And then thought, "I don't know what exactly happened, but if she keeps growing like this, I'll be happy." The next moment, feeling the danger behind his back, the guy stepped aside, after which an arrow flew right by him and hit him in the head. After avoiding a long-range attack, the guy started looking for the enemy who had just attacked him and said in his head that it was the shooter. At the same time, somewhere near Jihan stood a girl who shot an arrow and smiled happily, saying, "Just look, he dodged it." And the knight, standing next to her, added, "What a lucky man." After a failed shot, the girl, continuing to keep the guy in sight, said, "Let's finish as soon as possible because the end is very close," and heard the man in armor reply, "Yes, as promised, whoever destroys him first takes the reward. Yes." At the same time, watching the pair of fighters confidently exchanging words, Sungji mentally said that it looked like they had united, and that this would happen quite often. This survival card is intended for a battle between players, but there is no such rule that participants in the same battle cannot create their own teams. The next moment, paying attention to the shoulder of the girl shooter, he thoughtfully added, "And this logo is one of the 10 best guilds in Korea, the Turtle Guild." Taking out his sword from its sheath, the boy mentally said, "A warrior and an archer combine melee and ranged attacks. If they are from the same guild, it is not surprising." After receiving a system notification that only 60 players remained, Sungji thought to himself that there were so few left, so if I just dodge, I'll still survive. After concluding his conclusion about how to survive to the end of this competition, the guy mentally said, "But if they came to deal with me, then what if they came to deal with me?" Standing in front of a couple of enemies, he added that I was probably an easy target for them. And then he heard a warrior shout to the girl, "If you agree to go to dinner with me after this, I'll give you a steak," to which she replied, "No thanks, I'll pass." At the same time, while the enemies were distracted by their conversations, Tae-san took advantage of the free time to call up the leaderboard. After reviewing his results and position in the overall ranking, he mentally said, "I have 4 laps left." Looking at the second place winner, who was 1 point short of tying for first place, the boy added, "I'm barely holding on to first place." With a sly smile after assessing his position in the ranking, he added, "It's just perfect. I could consolidate my position with their help." At the same time, pulling the bowstring of her bow, the girl said with some mockery to her ally, "You should be ashamed of yourself given our age difference." As soon as she said this, Sungji made his first move, separating the girl's head from her body, and then said in his head, I'll test my power of improved combat strength right here. After neutralizing one of the enemies, Jihan saw a system notification that said there were 58 survivors and the tutorial was coming to an end. The next moment, with some trepidation in his voice and trembling in his whole body after what he had seen, the man in armor said, "How could you do that to a girl?" In response to his question, he heard nothing but saw the enemy instantly disappear from his field of vision, moving right behind him. Immediately after a quick maneuver, Sunji used his weapon to stab his opponent in the back, hearing him suddenly scream. But this scream was probably fake and played up because the next moment, looking back and smiling slyly, the warrior said, "This is the exclusive armor of our turtle guild." Continuing to mock the futile attempt to harm him, the knight added, "You can't pierce it with such a weak weapon." As soon as he said this, he felt a flurry of blows that again hit him exactly, all of them aimed at the same point. Feeling that his armor began to crack, the man in the outfit exclaimed in embarrassment, "You crazy bastard." Feeling his armor crumble under the onslaught of many attacks aimed at the same place, he added, "You aim at the same point." After punching a hole in the enemy's armor through which he managed to finish him off, Sung-ji said, "What good is that woman or that armor to you if you're just fooling around here?" Smiling ominously after a fair speech addressed to a frivolous player, Jihan added, "It seems to me that you have to fully experience reality." Sometime after the end of the Bronze League battle, one of the influential people gained access to the battle recording and began to scroll through it and observe one person in detail. Focusing on one moment in the video, the head of the 3rd Department of the Divergent Guild's Personnel Department, Lee Ha-young, said, "Wow, isn't this amazing?" and was answered with, "Wow, isn't this a relief?" Not understanding the meaning of the question, the girl standing behind me asked what exactly you were talking about, and she replied, "I mean that." Looking back at Lim Ga-young, who was a member of the Divergent Guild and Lee Ha-young's bodyguard, "Isn't it nice that this person wasn't drafted in the same group as you?" Having also reviewed the leaderboard that emerged after the end of the battle in the Bronze League, the manager of the 3rd HR department added that you could have been eliminated from the game even without taking 2nd place. As she continued to press her body against the guards, Lee Ha-young wondered if it would be a good idea to prevent a fight if we suddenly met this person. Seeing that her subject looked away, showing her dissatisfaction, the woman sighed and thought, "Oh my god, like a child," and then said, "No way my Ga-yoon will lose. Just face him in battle and show him who's in charge." In response to the words of her boss, the bodyguard replied, "Everything is fine, my lady. I will avoid a fight," to which she replied, "No, this is an order. We need to collect data, so fight." In response to Lee Ha-young's words, the subject bowed her head to the woman and said humbly, "If you say so, then I will certainly fulfill your order." As soon as the management headed for the exit, Lim Ga-yoon turned her attention to the screen where the boy was fighting, and Sung Ji-han said thoughtfully, continuing to watch the recording of the battle between the boy and the man in armor, she added, "I could have sworn I've seen him somewhere before." Lim Ga-young is a girl who is a member of the Divergent Guild and currently the bodyguard of Lee Ha-young. She is also a famous S-ranked gift holder, and she was a very promising hunter that the Divergent Guild was ambitiously promoting to the masses in an attempt to make her famous. She lived up to the expectations of all the league participants, and everything would have been just fine if not for one thing. She was unable to take 1st place in the Bronze League, and all of this happened because of one person. If not for the appearance of Sun Ji-han at the same time looking at the leaderboard to find out the name of that strange guy, one man shouted it out for real. Holding a tablet in his hands, a member of the Turtle Guild's scouting team added that he was in 1st place despite the fact that he was the 2nd level and not affiliated with the guilds, and in addition, he had no equipment. While standing next to him, a warrior from the competition said to the archer, "When are we going to eat?" And she replied with a facepalm, "Shut up already." Continuing to vent his emotions, the scout added that he made 6 laps in worn-out clothes and sweatpants, which is the same as entering the arena with nothing. Is he really only the 2nd level? Looking at the last footage of the competition, where this same guy was standing in the arena, a member of the scouting group added with concern and wondered who he was. While all the big corporations were nervous about the emergence of one powerful player, Sung-ji himself was sitting on the couch after the battle, looking at the system notification that said you had taken 1st place in the tutorial. As a reward, you will receive a 50% increase in experience points. You leveled up 3 times from the 3rd to the 6th level. Seeing this, the guy happily said the leveling up is fast as expected from low levels. The next moment, he received another notification that said that the tutorial did not give out equipment points. Seeing this, he mentally said, "First I must invest all 3 points in combat power," and then received a notification that combat power was increased from 6 to 9. Immediately after, I noticed a plaque with another award for the victory, and Jihan added the nickname I won in the league. Right in front of him was a sign that said the bronze nickname for the one who won the tutorial. These characteristics plus 1 point of experience plus 20% are valid only in the bronze league. After watching the tutorial, the guy said, the one who won the tutorial is valid only in the bronze league, but it's still nice. Immediately after opening his status window to view the stats, he said if all the characteristics increased by 1 from this nickname. Looking at the main characteristic that interested him the most, the guy happily added that with 10 points of combat power, the Bronze League would be easy. As he continued to think about what he should do next, Jihan mentally said, the Silver League starts at level 25 and I just need to concentrate on getting stronger. The next moment, paying attention to the empty class ribbon, the boy confidently exclaimed, that's it! I still have time to get a grade. Obtaining a class is a rather important moment in the life of every player, and if you don't have it yet, you need to take it seriously and deliberately. There are only 4 types of classes. The first is a warrior, the second is an archer, the third is a wizard, and the fourth is a support player. In his past life, Song Jihan chose the warrior class. Thinking about what class he should choose, the boy thought, I have already felt the power of a warrior once, and if I choose it, it will be much easier for me to advance, he said. After the regression, I got an achievement store so I can add a warrior class whenever I want, even if I choose another class. With a sly smile, the guy added, now I don't have to choose a warrior class, isn't that incredible? The next moment, reaching for his hand and the list of classes to choose the one he would like to try out, Ji-san confidently added how good the class I want to choose this time will be. After a while, when the competition started again, the participants received a system notification that said, welcome to the Kanama Bronze League. This time, the type of task of the Bronze League is defense, and with these system notifications, all players moved to the towers and the walls, and a crowd of dead gathered in front of them, from which they had to defend themselves. Once at their initial test locations, all players received notifications that their main task was to protect the crystal and survive the onslaught of zombies. This battle will continue until there are only 5 towers left with players and intact crystals on them. One of these towers was occupied by Lim Ga-yoon, a member of the Divergent Guild and the 23rd ranked guild member. Looking around before the battle began, the girl said in her head, even if it is considered a game, looking at the crowd of disgusting zombies heading for the crystal towers, she added with displeasure that it was a rather disgusting sight. The next moment, 2 beams of light appeared right behind her, which meant only one thing to her. 2 more players were called to the team to help with the defense quest. These 2 assistants were 2 boys. One of them was a wizard, and the other an archer. Seeing where they were thrown after joining the competition in the bronze target, the archer said in disappointment that, of all the cards, this was the one to which the mage replied about defense. At the same time, looking at her allies, Lim Ga-yoon mentally said, the people I have to do the mission with this time have B-ranked archer equipment and are affiliated with the LK Guild. Turning her gaze to one of her comrades who had joined her team, she added mentally, the wizard seems to be unconnected to anyone and has excellent equipment. Having also evaluated the equipment of another ally, the girl confidently said that it was quite good. The next moment, she looked up where another bright beam of light appeared and added the most important team member on this map. Looking at the appearance of the last member of their team, who had just appeared in front of them when the beam of light hit the tower, Lim Ga-yoon mentally added a support player. Shielding herself from the dust that kicked up when the last player appeared, she mentally added defense. This is ultimately a battle of attrition, and the help of a support player is absolutely necessary. As the beam of light dissipated, the girl plunged into a stupor when she saw who Lim Ga-yoon was, and she said something in confusion. Looking at the image of the guy who had just appeared in front of her, she added in her head, it's him. At that very moment, Son Ji-han, who was on the battlefield in defense mode, looked at the surprised eyes of his teammates and asked what was going on. When he saw that he was not the only one in the team, he was disappointed to hear that the defense was not doing well. And now, let's go back 20 minutes, and after selecting the support class, Sun Ji received a system notification that said you have selected a support class. The warning class does not match the player. Are you sure you want to select the support class? Looking at the system notification that said, do you really want to choose a support class? Jihan said confidently, poking his finger at the confirmation button. Confirming his choice, the guy mentally said, there is only one reason why I choose the supporter class, despite the fact that even the system is trying to talk me out of it. Immediately after turning your gaze to the system notification, you saw that you had completed the class, and then saw that a support class had been added to his profile. After obtaining this class, Song-ji mentally spoke, recalling the reason for choosing the characteristic of divine power that opens after choosing the support class, which is the key component that must be developed to unlock a new unique characteristic. But it was quite a difficult task to improve this characteristic. It is also difficult to increase it through training, and like other available characteristics, there is practically no other way but to invest the remaining points in it. Song Ji-han has received a nameless divine art. Now just invests all the points in combat power, remembering where he spends points per level. Guy thinks I can't spend these precious free points. Having done some tricks to improve his position and achieve the goal more easily, the guy smiled slyly and said, I know another method that is a win-win. After moving to the battlefield as a support player, he confidently added a skill that other people know very little about. At the same time, looking at the last player to join their team, Lim Ga-yoon thought that he was a sapper. When the sorcerer saw who had arrived as a supporter, he put his hand on his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh damn, he's driving me crazy. That's why I had no desire to participate in the tournament season." The next moment, pointing a finger in the guy's direction, he exclaimed, "Just look at his gear. Are you a bum? Do you really think I bought expensive gear to carry losers like you?" In response to these loud exclamations, the archer who stood next to him trying to calm the magician said to him, "I think you're going a little overboard. Please calm down." In response to the request, the magician, having beaten his friend's hand away so that he would not touch his equipment, exclaimed, "Let me go, and you say this seeing this mistake of nature." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the guy exclaimed, "Damn it, let me go. Leave me alone. I have no desire to participate in this." Hearing this, Lim Ga-yoon closed her eyes and thought how noisy they were, and it would be a difficult task to be paired with a troll like him. The next moment, she heard the magician shouting again, "Let go of me!" But now she opened her eyes and saw that Seungji had taken him by the collar and lifted him into the air. Not realizing what was happening, she just froze in place in confusion without interfering, while the wizard continued to shout, "I said let go of me, bastard." After hearing his friend's wishes, Jihan said in a submissive voice, "As you wish." Upon hearing this answer, the wizard exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, Seungji let go of the boy after he swung and threw him into the crowd of zombies outside the wall. Realizing what had just happened to him, the mage flew down amidst frantic screams. In the process of educating Seungji, he used his martial power and threw the boy towards the monsters, freezing in that laughing pose, while the rest of the players looked in the direction of the magician. A few seconds later, he was downstairs in the arms of zombies, for whom this treat was very appropriate, and they even stepped back from the walls to enjoy the gift. At the same time, after the throw, Jihan, adjusting his clothes, confidently said that if you don't want to participate, just don't play, and there are still some questions. Throwing his steel pipe over his shoulder, the boy added confidently, "I can do just fine without you." After being thrown out of the tower a couple of times, the wizard fell to his knees and began to bow before Jihan, scared, and exclaimed, "I will try harder." This guy's name is Kim Gyu-hyuk. He was a magician in this team, and by now, having realized his mistake, he was begging for mercy on his knees in front of the sapper. He scaredly exclaimed, "Haven't you already killed me enough times?" And the reason for the dramatic change in the infusion and views on the life of this troublemaker was quite simple. In the Bronze League, in a defense mission, all participants are given 3 rights to make a mistake, or in other words, to live. After Song Ji-han threw Kim Gyu-hyuk outside the tower, and he died, he immediately worked on the tower, but after being revived, he had only 1 life left. After that, Seong-ji saw that he had reappeared on the tower and threw him down again, saying, "Oh right, you can be reborn right here," which was the loss of the magician's second life. When the team's wizard died for the second time, he had only 1 life left, and if he died 1 more time, he would lose his last life. After the second rebirth, looking at the behavior of the impudent boy, Jihan was surprised to hear why you suddenly decided to change so drastically, and he bowed his head and replied that from now on, I would be executed with all my might. Bending his head down in front of Sung Jin, Kim Hyo-hyun thought frightenedly, "I can't take the last place. If I bend first, my level will be lowered because of the penalty. And the skill that I spent so much money on will simply disappear if the player's level drops, and he cannot fulfill the minimum requirements. His skill will disappear." After hearing the prayers, Jihan asked, in surprise, "Didn't you change your mind too quickly?" Recalling what he did after his first revival, Jihan added, "Try to use your skill as before then." Kim Gyu-hyun, using the fireball skill, shouted out, "Stay away from me, fire, here you go." However, his magic spells had no effect on Jihan, and he repelled all his attacks and came close to the magician and said menacingly, "Your fire was not bad." After receiving some praise from his ally in this battle, Kim Gyu-hyun nervously said, "Yes, the fire is correct." Looking down from where they had been climbing to destroy the crystal and at the same time their wizard, the fire mages were the most valuable on these cards. Having demonstrated his ability to control fire, he confidently added, "I am the one who is currently at level 15. Turning his gaze to Lim Ga-yoon, who was standing behind the boy, the wizard added, "You don't want to lose the most valuable fighter in this mission." In response to this, the girl gritted her teeth and sighed, then thought, I wondered where I had seen him before. Looking again at the mage in front of her, Lim Ga-yoon added in her head, this means that Kim Gyu-hyuk used to be a mage who belonged to one of the top 10 guilds. But he failed to reach the silver level 4 times, and he became the one who started fights with others out of nothing. And the last time he became the center of ridicule of his comrades, he set fire to all the players and angrily shouted, just die, damn it! After these speculations about the origin of this noisy magician, Lim Ga-yoon mentally added, in short, just a piece of trash. The next moment, having been informed of his value in this survival, Kim Gyu-hyun said offensively, but I have one condition. Pointing a finger at Song Ji-han, he added, I'm sorry you threw me out. If you do that, then I'll participate. Hearing the demand from his friend, the archer joyfully exclaimed, wow, you've come up with a good idea, let's try our best now. After putting forward his conditions for the team battle against the monsters, Kim Gyu-hyuk angrily said in his head, damned rascal. Just wait a little longer, next time I'll see you, he said. And as soon as he thought about it, he felt himself being grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground again. At the same time, the wizard said in confusion that he did not understand, and the archer's joy suddenly disappeared. With a sly smile after preparing for the next lesson, Ji-han said, hey, do you really want me to apologize to you like that? Realizing what was about to happen, the wizard shouted out in confusion, wait, and then felt himself being thrown into the air. Waving his hand and sending the magician flying into the air above him, Song Ji said, people can really think. Swinging his steel stick to deflect the target sent into the air, he added that it was I who started the fight. The next moment, after hitting the sorcerer and sending him to the monsters, everyone witnessed Kim Gyu-han flying down again, screaming in fright. After cleaning up the problem that had started to make its own rules here, Sung Ji-han confidently said, well, get out of here if you don't want to help. Watching the flight of the home run, he added insultingly, next time you will learn that you need to behave more politely with other people. At that very moment, the archer who had witnessed one of their comrades just lose all his life standing there like a man dug in, said in confusion, and he really finished him off. After the system notification that Kim Gyu-hyuk was dead, the zombies had almost reached the top of the tower and were only a few meters away. At the same time, watching the other participants cope with this task, they heard exclamations. As expected from a fire mage, what an impressive destructive power. If we continue at the same pace, we will not be the last. Let's go and toast some marshmallows. After showing how the other players move with the offensive, the archer said unhappily, that's why we needed a wizard. What are you going to do now? Continuing to complain, he added, it would be great if we met a fire mage and asked him for help so we didn't have to kill him so easily. At the same time, upon hearing the notification sound, Song Ji opened the system window and saw the limited task of taking first place out of 10 towers with a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Immediately after, another system notification appeared above him, informing him that a task chain had appeared, and then the guy said in surprise that it was a task chain. When he found this chain, he saw the source of the zombies destroy 1,000 zombies alone, reward 3,000 achievement points. Seeing the requirements, the guy was surprised to say that 1,000 himself, and then mentally added, this quest is impossible to complete due to the time limit. Immediately after taking a pensive pose, he thought, if only the reward for it was too great to give up. At the same time, standing aside and watching the guy, Lim Ga-yoon just silently condemned Song Ji-han, saying in her head, he's the worst person I've ever met. Turning her head away from the boy, she mentally added that if you don't take into account the fact that he did as he pleased, with such characteristics he chose to be a cheerleader. Even those who just decided to have fun are not like that. Focusing her attention on Sung Ji-han again, she said in her head, he's not worth recruiting to the Divergent. At the same time, continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the archer angrily shouted, hey, say something, why are you ignoring me? If you're going to continue to behave like this, why don't you fight yourself? Hearing the proposal from his ally in this survival, Ji-han was surprised to hear that I could really do it. Hearing the request to fight alone, the archer exclaimed in confusion, and at the same moment concentrating on his thoughts, Sungji thought that maybe I could complete the quest if I monopolized all the zombies. As the enemies approached the top of the tower, Lim Ga-yoon took her sword out of its sheath and said, I'll be in the front line, Mr. Aport, stay behind, and then thought, this game is spoiled, but as a player I have to accept. Before she could finish her thought, she heard the support player say, don't worry, everything is fine. Not realizing what he had just said, the girl confusedly replied, what do you mean? To which he replied, I've already told you everything. I'll deal with them all myself. Continuing to talk about how everything is under control, Sung-ji said that's why Miss Warrior will protect Mr. Archer, to which he received a confused response from the guy behind him. But the finger pointing was not just surprise or displeasure. The archer was pointing at the enemy who had already climbed the tower and screamed in fright at the same bloody zombie. Grabbing his weapon along with Lim Ga-yoon, the archer exclaimed that he was different from ordinary zombies. His entire body was made of liquid, and that's why you couldn't finish him off with physical attacks. After assessing the enemy who first appeared to them, the archer scaredly exclaimed, "This is a very bad opponent for us." And at the same time, Songji ignored any comments from his comrades and went into battle against his first opponent, of whom he had to defeat 1,000. As soon as he struck the enemy with the whole stick, the zombie immediately broke into small pieces that burned with bright flames, and witnessing this miracle, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" Looking at the color of the flames that enveloped every part of the body of the enemy they had just defeated, Lim Ga-yoon confusedly added another sacred flame. Immediately after turning her gaze to the guy who had accomplished something impossible, she said in amazement that it was divine power. The next moment, Sung Ji-han was on a rampage, and all the enemies who climbed the tower immediately faced him and were instantly defeated in the battle. At the same time, the boy himself, waving his steel stick, said mentally, "I have no idea whether I will be able to do it, but I have to try." Preparing for a long struggle to complete the chain of tasks, he expected enemies that continued to rise and added I should at least try. Continuing to destroy enemies, the guy received system notifications indicating progress. In the last notification, reported a chain of quests destroyed zombies 6 out of 1,000. A few seconds later, when more enemies climbed the tower and he dealt with them, the statistics updated and the alert said the chain of tasks destroyed 12 zombies out of 1,000. Progress was rapidly increasing as the monsters continued their influx at a frantic pace, and the 17th and 18th system alerts destroyed 19 zombies out of 1,000. 20 teammates out of 1,000 zombies were destroyed. When the progress was filled by 2 6/10%, the enemies began to advance even more intensely, eager to eat meat. At the same time, Sung-ji paused for a second while the enemies were reaching the top, and mentally said, "Physical attacks don't work on bloody zombies. Only when I want them to, I release my divine power drop by drop." Again noticing one bloody zombie that appeared in his field of vision, Jihan, sticking to his tactics, added in his head and destroyed them in one fell swoop. At the same time, looking at their teammates soloing to deal with the invasion of enemies, the archer exclaimed in confusion, "This support player is amazing, he's just crazy." Switching his anger to joy, the guy confidently added, "Well, if he is a master of this level, it doesn't matter if he is a little rude. Good for you." At the same time, watching Sung Jin's fight, Lim Ga-yoon nervously thought, "He fights freely with his divine power, and without wasting a single drop of it, such control is simply absurd." Continuing to express her surprise without saying a word out loud, the girl added in her head, "The main thing that surprises me in this situation is that this person is a man." Continuing to observe the boy's weapon skills, Lim Ga-yoon mentally said, "He kept hitting the enemies' heads with absolute precision." After a certain time, when the bar for destroying monsters reached 21% or 210 out of 1,000 people, the guy kept the system alerted that the conditions were met. After experiencing the effect of the restoration, Jihan received another system notification. "You fully understood the faith of the other world. Your divine power increased from 6 to 7. With a sly smile after increasing his characteristics, the guy happily said in his head, "I know another way to increase the divine power." Waving his stick and preparing to continue the confrontation with the monsters, he confidently said, "Well, let's continue in the same spirit." After these words, the guy felt a new influx of energy of divine power and joyfully said in his head that it really worked. Imagining in his mind the priest's headdress and some other things belonging to the church, he mentally said that divine objects are sacred. In 2010, when the studies at Zelia had just begun, they were sold at rather high prices, justifying this by the fact that these subjects contained some secrets. However, 10 years later, none of them were opened, and that is why the value of the objects gradually decreased, especially the divine objects. Another way to put it is that a large proportion of people do not even realize that such objects exist in this world at all. Priestess Sophia, a top 3 player in the American Leaders Guild, said confidently as she prepared for training, "I have increased my divine power with an item from another world." Hearing the remark from his friend, with whom he had been good friends in his past life, Sung Ji-han said in surprise, "What are you talking about?" The branch of the American Leaders Guild in the United States, continuing her conversation with the boy, Sophia said that divine power can be strengthened by a divine object from another world, although after the conversion of the training it does not work, which she heard in a surprised voice in response. After her friend's surprise, the priestess approached him and confidently said, "Of course, that's how I became a priestess." Recalling her path to achieving this title, She added that if you hold it and pray for a long time, you will receive divine power, although the conditions differ slightly from subject to subject. When he heard about the strange way of obtaining divine power, Songji held his head and said, "I can't believe that no one knows about such an easy way." And he said, "There's nothing to be done. Even if there are rumors about it, such items are incredibly hard to find." Hearing some remarks about this method, Jihan said in his mind that it was true and that this method would work only during training, and then said, "Thanks to this, you could monopolize all divine objects." Hearing a certain statement from her friend, Sophia thought about the idea and replied, "Well, that's not entirely true." After mentioning valuable information, the boy mentally said valuable information that almost no one knows. Continuing her thought, the girl added, "There is someone else who is constantly collecting divine items." After this remark, Songji added in his head that there is also another player who possesses it. After returning in time and visiting the Sword King's penthouse, the boy saw a large number of divine objects in front of him and said the same thing in his head. Looking at the artifacts that were no longer usable, he mentally added all the divine objects. Their power drained, so they were empty. Directly in front of him were the divine object of the other world. Holy Grail status, deactivated. Divine object of the other world, cross status, deactivated. Divine object of the other world, medallion status, deactivated. Seeing all the different unnecessary things here, Sung Ji-han thought to himself, wondering if this was really the point. Starting to think about why they were all completely devastated, Sungji thought to himself, "I know only one priestess who collected these items." My older sister Song Ji-ah added, recalling the picture before her eyes of the family of Sword King Ji-han. Immersed in the memories of when his sister was still alive, he mentally added, along with Yoon Se-jin, she was Korea's best cheerleader and heroine. Not wanting to remember exactly what happened to Song Jae, he put on his shirt and walked out of the room, saying in his head that her death was a long story. On his way out, he noticed the divine power of the other world and added it to the items she had left behind. Concentrating his attention on what would help him in the battle against his enemies, he mentally said, "I could only find a steel staff." Taking the artifact in his hands, he saw the description of the steel staff that appeared. Rank E, a divine object of another world. The priests of another world strengthened their faith in God by hitting members of their cult on the head with it. After rereading the description, he mentally said, "I can see that from the description." Having finished remembering his past and returned to the reality where he was passing the survival test on the tower against the monsters, Sungji confidently added they needed to smash the heads of zombies. Noticing some effect after a couple of hundred destroyed monsters, the guy mentally said the rank of the item has increased. It will be able to draw in quite a bit of divine power, but its weight is just perfect for strikes. At the same time, watching the battle, Lim Ga-yoon froze in place and thought, he has incredible physical training, but how is it possible to keep control so well? And then heard an exclamation of, "Wow, it's amazing." Immediately after, the archer pointed to a neighboring tower and said, "But the warrior over there, the tower fell." And they were highly praised and placed in the top 5. Continuing to rejoice at the fact that they were still holding on thanks to their sport, the archer ignored the zombie that was approaching him and shouted out that he could join the fight. Deciding not to wait for something terrible to happen, the girl reacted sharply to the enemy's attack and quickly dealt with him with a few swings of her sword, thus saving her ally. Noticing the strange behavior of the girl, who was acting strangely for some reason, Ji-han wondered what had suddenly happened to her. Looked quite familiar. Looking at the profile of the girl who held the position of a warrior in their team, Sung-ji said in surprise in his head, "It's the Plum Blossom Sword Lim Ga-yoon, it's her, no mistake." As he continued to repel the monsters that were coming at him, while he was thinking, the boy knocked the monster out of his fist and thought, she was famous for being the king of the sword for a time, but she had a sad ending. Recalling a moment from his past life, Ji-han mentally added, "She died at the hands of Yoon Se-jin ni Ryuke, and I had to save her once." The next moment, interrupting the guy's thoughts, the girl howled, riveting his attention to herself. "Hey, support player, can you hear me?" To which he replied, "Yes, there is a quality problem." In response to this, looking at the guy who was doing all the work himself, Lim Ga-yoon replied, "You won't mind our help if we join. Our team will take the place of the nickname." After hearing the girl's proposal, Sung Ji-han hurried to review his statistics by opening the status window and finding the task with its progress. Looking at the leaderboard in which they took 5th place, then Ji-han mentally said, "We are in 5th place," having completed 398 laps, and then looked at the progress of his task, in which there was one less monster and added a lot more left. After that, looking at the countdown timer, which said 1 minute and 28 seconds left, he added it, and we had very little time left. Upon completion of the assessment of the situation with the progress and time available, Jihan turned his gaze to the warrior girl and thought the plum blossom sword would do fine without me, after which the archer exclaimed, "We have a simply unbeatable team." After assessing the situation in this defense task and his comrades, who were also quite strong, he confidently said, "Everything seems to be fine." The next moment, he jumped up and headed for the edge of the tower and exclaimed, "Go on, I'll leave them to you." Upon completion of the transfer of authority to protect the crystal, Jihan jumped from the tower in the direction of the crowd of zombies to quickly accumulate kills. At the same time, when the comrades heard about the renewal of their duties, they turned their attention to the boy and saw Jihan's crazy decision and were speechless. Seeing that the man had reached the bottom, some of the zombies who were climbing the tower decided to follow him and jumped off the building, while his comrades continued to stand in shock. Sung-ji himself, having prepared for a quick farm, confidently said, "I'll gather everyone who's still left and prepare my steel staff for a massive attack." Landing on a crowd of enemies who began to gather at the place of his landing, the boy used a burst of divine power and spoke in his head and tore them all to pieces. When the archer saw what had just happened from the top of the tower, he was shocked and said, "Wow," and I'm still confused. The next moment after the powerful explosion, the overall ranking was sharply updated, and Jihan's team climbed to the first stage, after which the archer shouted, "God, we are the first," and after a short time, another system notification appeared, saying, "You are the last survivors." After this notification, Sung-ji personally received another system notification saying that you have completed the limited task of taking first place among the 10 towers. He exhaled a disappointed breath after completing the task and said in his head what he expected. After that, he said thoughtfully, "I wonder how many I managed to destroy." Opening the task progress, he saw interconnected tasks to destroy 560 zombies out of 1,000. Then a notification appeared that the game was over. Moving back to the top of the tower after completing the task, Sung-ji heard an archer run up to him and then happily shouted out to support, "Thank you for your efforts. You were just incredible." Ignoring my teammate, who was happily shouting thank you for pulling us out, I thought I should try again if I was already stronger. Continuing to ignore the noisy guy, he added in frustration in his head, although it was unlikely that such a task would happen again. Looking outside the tower to see what exactly happened there after Jihan landed, she heard the archer shout out, "Let's be on the same team next time too." Seeing the consequences that Jihan caused in the arena with his own power, Lim Ga-yoon was shocked to think that this was nonsense, that an independent player could do this on his own. Observing the cracked ground and crater left by his landing, she mentally added, "Especially since the support was below my level. It must be a mistake." The next moment, interrupting Lim Ga-yoon's thoughts, the archer who had already said everything he wanted to say said, "Well then, I'll be going now." Immediately after saying goodbye, a system notification appeared, and your ally left, then buttoned up his jacket, and Sung-ji mentally added, "I also need to get out to get the reward." Before he could leave the location of the tower defense, he suddenly heard his name called out by a girl who wanted to detain him, Sung Ji-han. Looking at the girl, who looked like she was worried about something, Ji-han was surprised to hear the plum blossom sword in his head. The next moment, he asked me how you knew me, and then mentally added that there was no way in hell we could have met anywhere before. How does she know me? At the same time, standing next to the boy, Lim Ga-yoon, trying to collect her thoughts, said to herself, "I need to talk to him." Gathering her thoughts and gaining courage, the girl looked at her ally and confidently said in her head, "A person with such potential and achievements is needed for the guild to divert." Continuing her train of thought, she added that I, as a member of the guild, must recruit him, and then with a serious expression, she said, "Please give me your number." Immediately after she said that, realizing what she had just done and how it could have sounded from the outside, she said in confusion in her head, "Stop what?" Panicking instantly, she took a step back and at the same moment turned her head to Lim Ga-yoon. Sung Ji-han said in surprise, "I'm sorry." Blushing with emotion, the girl said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way," and then mentally replayed the situation, trying to explain everything to him in order, and asking him for his number in the first conversation was not a good thing to do at the first meeting. Trying to justify herself somehow, the girl said nervously, "I am a member of the Divergent Guild." Continuing to recruit a new member for her guild, she added, "We would love to." Before she could finish her speech, the guy interrupted her with a confident, "I'm sorry." Continuing to get ready to return from this task, he added, "I don't remember my number." And hearing the refusal, the girl bowed her head in disappointment and thought what had just happened. Poking around the profile in the system window to find the logout button, Sung Ji-han said finally, "As soon as we meet again, I'll give you my number and now bye." Immediately after these words, she received a system notification that said, "Ally of the outgoing Lim Ga-yoon," and she mentally wondered how she could not remember her phone number. Immediately after the rejection, the girl began to think too much and said in surprise, "Did he really reject me in such a way?" At the same time, once at home, Sungji thought to himself, I used to use an American number, but what was my Korean number? Walking down the street, a guy trying to remember his phone number thoughtfully said in his head, you can't ask someone else about this. Immediately after talking about the problem he was facing, the guy looked up and said thoughtfully, by the way, I just got accepted into the guild. Continuing on his way, he mentally added that I seem to stand out among all the others. And then he accidentally heard some noise from the banner and looked up to see an announcement that said he was joining the guild. Realizing what had just happened, he added in his head, actually, I could ask for her number, but I don't want to join any guilds yet. Having finished thinking about team play with other players, the guy opened his system profile window and said in his head, for now, my priority remains to be the team play. Looking at his status window, the guy said, so I raised my level by 2, and now I'm at the 8th level, and I managed to earn 1,500 points of equipment. Reflecting on the results of the recent task, he thoughtfully added in his head, not bad, especially since I have increased my divine power. The next moment, having opened an equipment store where all the items cost at least 3,000, I disappointedly said in my head that I would not have enough money for any of them. Disappointed with the prices in the equipment store, the guy turned back and thought it was cheaper in the 20s. As he approached the King of Swords penthouse where he was currently living, he thought to himself, I'll go home and rummage through my sister's basement again, see if I can find something useful. Using the elevator, the guy pressed the button and waited for the elevator to go down to the system's message that the doors were closing. After activating the elevator, Sung Ji-han reached the desired floor and opened the door to enter, when he suddenly saw something unusual in his house. Right in front of him on the doorstep was someone's shoe, and when he noticed it, the guy exclaimed in confusion. Throwing his bag of groceries on the floor, the guy seemed to be off the chain and quickly ran inside to see the guest who came to him. As he walked toward the door, he thought to himself, everyone has a moment in their life that they regret, and I have regretted many moments in my past life. As he reached for the doorknob, he thought to himself, really? He opened the door and began to slowly walk inside, and he mentally said not believing that this moment had really come. But my main reason for regret was that when he saw the girl he valued so much and wanted to protect from the future, he added in his head that I could not protect you. Hearing the creak of the door, which meant that the owner had already returned, the girl looked back and said, wow, I'm surprised that you're already awake and went outside. Continuing the conversation with the guy, the guest added, well, how about your hangover at that very moment being completely in his thoughts? Sungji mentally added, I wanted to tell you so much when we met. Recalling the moments when he was overcome by stress and started drinking heavily, she was the only one who tried to comfort and reassure him, telling him over and over again that everything would be fine. In response to his niece's words, Sung Ji-han then bowed his head down and continued to drink, saying, Seo, you're pretty strong. Hearing her uncle's praise, the girl confidently replied, yes, I am, and then tried to continue to dissuade him from sinking into depression and drinking. Trying to take the bottle of alcohol away from her uncle so that he would stop drinking, the girl said, from now on, I will protect you. And remembering this moment, Sungji thought, thank you for protecting me. Recalling the very moment when she made him a promise and tried to somehow encourage him by pretending to be strong, she said, just believe in me. Also, recalling the moment when he had to lose the only person who appreciated him and did not leave him in trouble no matter what, Ji-han mentally added, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Continuing to recall those feelings of deep loss when he held his only family member in his arms without signs of life, the guy said, I know it may sound shameless. Looking at his niece, who was alive at the time, and hearing her gentle voice, he said, why don't you answer quickly? Go and wash your hands. And thought, I really missed you so much. Smiling happily after coming to see her only family member after being left alone in Korea, the girl happily told her uncle, trying to somehow hold back his tears after what happened to him after the loss and the new meeting when he returned in time, Sia said in a low voice. Looking at the girl standing in front of him, the boy mentally said, this year she turns 18. She is the daughter of Yoon Se-jin and my older sister, my niece. The next moment, after recalling all the information about his niece, the boy smiled happily and asked if the night in Jeju had already ended like that. In response to her uncle's question, the girl put her hand behind her head and laughed nervously, saying, well, I just went to report a little earlier. After hearing from his niece, Sung Ji-han thought Sia was born when my sister worked to provide for us, and that's why I looked after her since she was a baby, and then I heard everyone was completely crazy about her father. Awkwardly scratching her cheek, she added, it's just the two of us at home at the moment. Sung Ji mentally added, for me, who lost his family at an early age, he's the most important person in the world. She's my family. After these mentions, the boy grabbed his face and said irritatedly, damn Yoon, and then he added, it's okay, you called your father. In response to her uncle's question, the girl hid her gaze and nervously answered yes, but then heard what? In response to her uncle's question, the girl said confusedly, "Well, the thing is that he fell in love," and then began to tell about a phone conversation in which her father said, "Just know that it will be like this from now on." Upon hearing the message from her father, the girl nervously exclaimed, "What are you talking about? How can you suddenly fall in love? Are you crazy?" And then heard me say, "I don't expect you to understand." And then Sia added, "What are you going to tell me to do? You're going to leave me alone." After being asked by his daughter, Ryuhei replied that this was the woman's condition in exchange for her love. When she heard the demand, the girl sitting in the toilet stall asked in confusion, "So you agreed to such an absurdity?" After receiving a question from his daughter, the man replied, "Well, it's time for me to find out the truth about how his niece was abandoned," and gritted his teeth and said in his head, "What a bastard." A little angry, he just sighed heavily, resigned to what had happened, drawing Sia's attention to him, and then thought, well, he's always been like that. Recalling the same broken picture of the man who irritated him, Jihan mentally said irresponsible he left his own daughter and country for some woman. Feeling his emotion of anger begin to overwhelm him, the boy mentally added the innocent Seiya because of him, and at the same time the girl looked back at the wall where the portrait hung. Seeing that it was now in a damaged state, she asked Uncle, "Did you break the portrait?" Hearing Jihan's question, he thought, "Oh shit." Suddenly coming to his senses and pulling himself together from his fit of anger, he nervously said, "I'm sorry, I got angry and I didn't realize how." Immediately after the acquittal, realizing the circumstances of the situation, he mentally said, "Well, this is really too much, no matter how angry I am. He is still her father." Turning her gaze back to the broken portrait of her father, the girl asked why she broke it. Raising her fist in the air and smiling happily, the girl said, trying to hide her despair, "I wanted to do it myself." Seeing the confusion of her uncle, who froze in his tracks after hearing this, her niece added, "Don't worry, everything is fine with me." After hearing what the last of his family members had just told him, Sung Ji-han confidently said in his head, "Yes, that's the kind of person she is." Recalling the life situation of his niece, the boy added in his mind that her mother was dead, her father had cheated on her and left her. As he continued to think about what was happening, he said, "But even so, she won't stop smiling about me. Sia is more concerned about me than about herself." Immediately after heading to his niece, Sung Ji-han confidently thought, "You don't have to be like that anymore." Stretching out his hand to her and smiling gently, he added in his mind from that very moment. Holding the girl's head to his chest, the boy smiled happily and said, "Sia, you've become a grown-up." Taking on the role of guardian, he added, "You even know how to take care of your uncle." Hearing this, the girl said something confused. Continuing to act as an adult who now takes on the responsibility of protecting and caring for himself, Sung Ji added, "All right, from now on I will protect you. From now on, you don't have to work so hard." Hearing these words from her uncle, the girl closed her eyes and was finally able to relax. Accepting her new role, the girl said, "Thank you very much, Uncle." Immediately after the sentimental conversations with her family, the girl spoke up, and hearing some remark, Jihan asked in surprise what happened. The next moment after her uncle's question, the girl added, "You smell like sweat." Hearing this, the boy nervously exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry." At the same time, somewhere in the Gangnam district of Seoul, the main building where the guild called Divergent was located. Walking next to her client, Lim Ga-yoon said in a disgruntled, irritated tone, "You can't hold back your laughter, ma'am." To which the latter replied, "No, I'm sorry." Then the bodyguard added, "Just laugh." Having received permission to laugh, Lee Ha-young began to laugh out loud, attracting the attention of everyone in the corridor, and then said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Ga-young." Having fully expressed her emotions, the girl wiped her tears after laughing and said, "The guy is quite busy," and turned his gaze to his subject, who was a little offended. Lee Ha-young added, "Big Ga-young asked for his phone number and he refused." Continuing to mock her subject, she added that she did not remember him, which was something new. And in response to this, she heard, "I am powerless, they say. When you first approach someone, you are judged by your appearance. I am not as beautiful as you and I look more like a man." Hearing the reflections of her subject, who was very much underestimating herself, the woman looked at her with a stern look and thought that this was a problem. The next moment, looking back at the employees, she mentally added, "She doesn't even realize how popular she is." At the same time, behind their backs, one man asked another if this plum blossom sword Ga-yoon could ask her out on a date, to which he heard her reply, "I'll cut you in half." Deciding not to personally take on the baggage of the duty of persuasion, Lee Hae-young shrugged and said, "Go ask people's opinions about you, they will convince you." After a while, when she arrived in the break room, the woman picked up a cup of coffee and said, "Oh, I feel most relaxed here." And then Ga-young asked her what she planned to do about hiring Sung-jin. In response to the question, the bodyguard said, "I plan to convince him at any cost. The old men are insisting on settling everything as soon as possible. This situation depresses me. He is quite talented and should become one of us." The next moment, Lee Hae-young noticed one person in the live broadcast and exclaimed in surprise that why he suddenly went on the air today. There are no large-scale battles, and then heard Miss You are still watching gambling broadcasts. In response to her subject's question, the girl said in the sense of gambling, they just analyze strategies here. After which Ga-yoon asked in surprise simply, the next moment, when she saw whose stream was displayed on the main screen, Lim Ga-yoon said something confused to the lady, and then she exclaimed, what? Also identifying the person who is streaming. Lee Ha-yeon said to Sung Ji-han at the same moment, the guy said, Sia is working fine, to which she replied, yes, everything is also visible on the phone. Recognizing the person on whose stream she had just entered, Ms. Ga-yoon said unhappily, that's him you're always looking at, and nervously replied, that's not the point now. Drawing the attention of my subject to the headline of the stream, which said, I am the son-in-law of the King of the Sword Lee Ha-young, I added that he says he is the son-in-law of the King of the Sword. At the same time, preparing to implement his plan, the man told Sia to stand a little further away, to which she replied confusedly that it was okay now. In the face of a large number of different comments from viewers who expressed their assumptions about this situation and the name of the stream, Song-ji was preparing for a grand show. Raising his right foot, the boy suddenly stomped, after which the ground broke under him and the crack went to the pedestal of the two swords. After seeing what had just happened on the stream, one of the viewers angrily wrote, I'm crazy, and this is the same Korean landmark that they are boasting about to foreigners. After the start of the grand show, without even knowing about the commentators, Ji-han prepared for the climax. As the number of spectators grew steadily, the boy smashed the landmark of his country to pieces with just one punch. At the same time, as soon as the pedestal was destroyed, he received a system notification that said the achievement was completed. And then looking at the suit that had been torn apart, Sung-ji said, I'm a little relieved. Having fulfilled a certain part of his plan to attract a large audience, the guy spoke about the citizenship of the Sword King, Yoon Se-jin. So in this world, where the game appeared, there was also a certain platform for broadcasting battles, and it was called the BattleNet streaming platform. It was one of the few streaming platforms that had no analogs and no equal. Seeing the conditions for the achievement, the guy mentally said that since this platform is part of the BattleNet, the number of viewers, subscribers, and views will help me get rewards for achievements. After performing a grand show for Song Ji-han, the son-in-law of the Sword King will have no better chance to win all the rewards than this. The next moment, two system notifications appeared above him saying, you have achieved the usual achievement of collecting viewers, and you have achieved the usual achievement of collecting 100,000 dislikes. Looking at the considerable number of achievements that he managed to get, Sung-ji was surprised to hear a lot of dislikes in his head, as expected, and I didn't even think that Se-jin would ever be useful. When I saw the comments of one of the viewers who wrote how you dared to destroy the statue of two swords, which symbolizes the King of the Sword, and what if he doesn't want to come back because of this, I thought of a screensaver with two swords. Remembering a certain organization that he hated, the boy mentally added that it was definitely from the fandom of the Sword King, the club of rabid fans of Yoon Se-jin that drove Sia to his death. Thinking back to his past and how things had happened there, Song-ji mentally said these people were the ones who supported Yoon Se-jin the most, and that was why their discontent and anger grew over time. And over time, they began to head towards his only relative, Yoon Se-a, at the same time as members of this group repeated over and over again that the King of the Sword had left his country because of his naughty daughter. Starting to persecute the poor girl, they repeated, Yoon Se-a must die so that he will return, destroy her, finish her, and the rest after these events. Recalling what had happened to her niece, Ji-han gritted his teeth and said in his head, they needed someone to blame and take out their anger on. However, this time, everything will be different. Standing in front of an audience of millions, after what he did to the sword pedestal, the guy said, I hope you are all listening carefully to me now, and then thought, I would love to be a target for their emotions. Having riveted the audience's attention to himself, Ji-han slammed his hand on the remaining swords that had not yet collapsed and then received comments from the bastard, stop asking us to listen to you, but you are spoiling the property. After completing his grand show with the destruction of crossed swords, he confidently announced that Ito Ryuhei would never return. At the same time, there were heated discussions in the comments about whether or not this is Song Ji-han, the guy from the Bronze League training, who only has bronze, and what is he doing? Are you still sure he has bronze after he broke the statue? I don't care about the statue, but I think the idiots from the King of the Sword fan club are going crazy right now. The next moment, holding out his phone with the audio recording to the lens, Sun Ji said, I'll let you listen to the recording of this conversation that Ryuhei had with his daughter after he decided to take Japanese citizenship. The next moment, the general public witnessed a telephone conversation in which the daughter asked her father what was happening, why were you leaving so suddenly? And he replied, I fell in love. After hearing her father's answer, Yoon-sia exclaimed in surprise that it was all for her sake, and when she heard the reason for Ga-yoon's move, she said angrily, what a bastard. Continuing to play the audio recording, people heard the girl ask if he was going to leave me and leave me alone, to which he replied that after hearing this, the audience wrote that it was true and everyone suddenly stopped writing to the chat. And finally, the last phrase from the audio recording was played for the general public, in which the now King of the Sword, Ryuhei, said this condition to the woman in exchange for her love. After heated discussions in the chat room about the slander and disputing the words of the Sword King fan club members, a girl appeared in the lens and said, Hello, I am Yoon-sia, the daughter of the Sword King. Continuing her speech in front of an audience of millions, she added, I was also shocked by this situation, and I am here to tell you all something. My father left the Sword Palace to me after hearing that, and several characters wrote in the comments that I was jealous of what kind of father he was. Just take care of yourself and forget about him. And then she added, however, looking into the camera lens with eyes full of confidence, the girl added, I just can't accept an inheritance from a person who has left his country and family. After that, continuing to follow her uncle's script, she added that this is why I inherited the building. I decided to pass it on to my country. After hearing this, commenters started writing that she was crazy. I didn't feel better about it. I wish she had given it to me. After the grand announcement of the transfer of property to the state, Yoon-sia added, I hope this donation will be a great help to the players in Korea. At the same time, Sung-ji, who was standing behind her, began to smile slyly, and she said, I will tell you the details of this case later. And now, let's go back 30 minutes to the conversation that took place between the boy and her niece. When she heard the uncle's proposal, she exclaimed in confusion, You want me to donate the house? Starting to pull the guy's cheek to bring him to his senses, Yoon-sia added, But you don't look drunk, to which he said, wiping his head after a shower. That hurt. Looking at her Sung-ji with frightened eyes, the girl asked, Why you want to give away everything we have? Are you crazy? Immediately after his answer, the guy turned his head to the side and added, To be honest, I have little faith that I can convince her. But who would have succeeded? Especially since I asked her not to sell the building to someone who had been saving money for it all his life, but simply to donate it, and then pushing Sia to make a decision, he said, Uncle, you're serious. To which he replied, Trust me. Continuing to press hard on the girl, the boy mentally said, I need to convince her at all costs that Yoon Se-jin will completely destroy Korea as a representative of Japan. Recalling those comments from the live broadcast, Ji-han mentally added that the anger of Koreans was so great that the out-of-control government could not cope with their discontent, and that is why it confiscated Yoon Se-jin's property. And for the rest of us, after this incident, Yoon-sia, who lost her home and a place to return to, she could not withstand all the threats and persecution from the King of Swords fan club. Recalling the past, which had a rather tragic ending, what happened to her niece mentally added that this was why she took her own life. Continuing to pressure the girl to make a decision, Ji-san thought that if the house was going to be taken away anyway, it would be better to give it away and keep Sia safe. Closing his eyes while thinking, the boy nervously said in his head, For her, I am nothing more than a freeloader and a drunk who stays at home all day. I can't tell her that I came from the future. Immediately after these thoughts, Sung-ji suddenly heard the girl say, Well. After receiving an affirmative answer, he said confusedly, I didn't hear. Not understanding why she agreed so easily, the guy nervously asked her if she was sure she agreed to what, and she turned away and replied why she was asking, you insisted on it. And then he added, but isn't it stupid? In response to all the remarks of her only family member, the girl replied, You're not the kind of person who would just ask for something like that without a reason. And most importantly, looking back, smiling happily, the girl added confidently, I haven't seen you so confident in a long time, uncle. Breathing out a sigh of relief after hearing what the girl said in front of the camera lens, Sung-ji wondered who she had turned into. Rejoicing that everything was going exactly according to his plan, Sung-ji looked up at his niece and thought, This is so incredible. Immediately after the announcement of the transfer of the building to the state, there were many comments like, Ms. Sia, you were deceived, this guy is a fraud, and Song Ji-han is definitely the son-in-law of the King of the Sword. Maybe he is a spy from Japan. Looking at the reaction of the people who took the girl's side, the guy thought, That's just fine, keep attacking me. If that's the way it goes, then there will be no complaints against Sia. He just needed to hammer the last nail into this coffin lid, and then he went to the cell and told Yoon Se-jin. Standing in front of his niece, he added confidently to attract the attention of the audience, Honestly, I think I did a great job. Continuing to deflect the fan club's anger onto himself, he added that he justified his actions by saying that the woman was his wife, but those who know him know that he is just an empty shell. After hearing Ji-han's words, the girl nervously exclaimed to her uncle and then wondered if they hadn't planned to say that. Ignoring his niece's appeal to stop, the boy grabbed the sleeve of his tattered suit and said, "Do you really think we didn't realize that you flew to Japan because you couldn't handle it here?" In response to this application, one of the fans of the club wrote in the comments, "Sung Ji-han follow the words Sung Ji-han with bronze declares that Yoon Se-jin is an empty place boogeyman." At the same time, Lee Ha-yeon, along with his subject, were plunged into shock. After his loud statements, which shocked all the viewers, the guy tore off his sleeve and confidently added, "Enjoy your stay in Japan." Making an angry face at the camera in front of the hated traitor, Song-ji added, "And all because soon we will meet and I will destroy you." After the broadcast was over and everything had been said, Ji-han was changing clothes at home and wondered if it was really necessary to go so far. Continuing to look through the comments to the video, the girl added that all Japanese and Koreans are now expressing their dissatisfaction, to which he confidently replied that everything was fine. Don't pay attention to them or you will be nervous about trifles once again. Hearing her uncle's words, the girl was surprised to hear you say, "You've become someone else, as if you've changed overnight." Hearing his niece Ji-sun's remark, he scratched his cheek awkwardly and thought, "She did notice, but I wouldn't be able to act as usual after dying and coming back in time." Continuing his conversation with the girl, Ji-han said to me that I looked like a lazy man who just drank all day, to which Saya replied, "Why would you think that even though it's true?" At the same time, a buzzer rang at their door, and hearing that someone had come to their door, the girl asked in surprise who it could be. Immediately after shoving his hands into his pockets, Sung-ji said, "I didn't expect it to happen so quickly," and then heard Yoon Se-a's worried voice exclaiming, "Don't tell me they're coming for you." In response, the guy just smiled and then said confidently, "Don't worry, it's not what you might think," and then added, "Well, we'll see." At the same time, somewhere in Tokyo, Japan, Yoon Se-jin and I could not calm down after what happened on the stream. Watching the news feed in Japanese, he could see the relations between Korea and Japan deteriorating because the King of the Sword got another citizenship, and I think they will be very disappointed to lose their best player. He is heavily criticized because he took such actions because of a woman, and everyone is interested in how beautiful she is, but the problem is that Mr. Ryukei's son-in-law provoked him on the stream. And I wonder how the King of the Sword himself will react to all this. Nothing unexpected. His son-in-law is the embodiment of the rage of all Koreans after watching the news. Hearing the question from his wife, Yoon Se-jin replied, "No, you woke up then," and said that after such a shock it was difficult to fall asleep. "Se-jin, I'm worried that you have to go through such difficulties." In response, the man said to Shizuru, "You don't have to call me Se-jin anymore." Continuing to insist that his past life should not be mentioned anymore, the man added, "I took a different name and that's why." Hugging him from behind, the woman replied, "No, you're wrong." Holding tightly to her lover during the hug, Shizuru added Yoon Se-jin, Korea's top 1 player, King of the Sword Yoon Se-jin. Hearing what his beloved had just said, the man looked back and excitedly said to Shizuru, to which she replied that the truth could not be changed. As she began to kiss passionately with the man she had been able to force to betray his country, the woman confidently said, "You are my Yoon Se-jin." At the same time, opening the front door to greet the guest, Ji-han smiled slyly and said, "Welcome." Upon being invited inside, the guest took off his shoes and said, "Thank you. Please forgive me for intruding, but I have the feeling that you were expecting my visit." In response to a question from a man standing on the doorstep of Sung-ji's house, he said, "No, not at all. But I knew that the government would definitely intervene if it was important." Looking at the man who represented the South Korean government, the manager of the BattleNet department, Park Yong-sik, the boy said, "Please come in, Manager Park Yong-sik." Pointing to the place where he could sit, the boy said, "Come on in," and then mentally added, "After Yoon Se-jin left, his department stopped coming to us." However, it was this person who continued to make sure that Yoon Se-a and I were considered, and then I heard from the manager that Se-a had not seen him for a long time. When she saw who it was that had come to visit them, the girl nervously said in response to her husband's greeting, "I welcome you." After inviting the man inside, the boy closed the door and smiled slyly, saying in his head, "Now that everything is ready, I can take what I need." Having a cup of coffee with the daughter of his former representative, the firm's manager said, "I watched the show. It was pretty brutal. The government has accepted the fact that we will not bring back the Sword King." Hearing this, Ji-han thought unhappily, "They understood it." Then the manager added, "But we cannot let the citizens know about it so quickly." Continuing to circle around the main topic, Park Yong-sik said that a battle between Korea and Japan would soon take place. So before he could finish, Sungji asked why we shouldn't get right to the point. Immediately after this offer, the boy added, "You want me to refuse the donation of the palace, right? Because it is an admission that the king will not return." When the manager heard the question from the guy sitting in front of him, he was surprised to hear how he had guessed. The next moment, recalling the past when he met this person, Park Yong-sik thought, "This is exactly the same loser as I remember him being unemployed and obsessed with gambling." Upon reflection, the man added, "You are absolutely right. We have not yet given up hope for his return. We offer you to become a contract manager instead of a donation." Hearing the offer, the girl was surprised to think, "What a scheme." And then Sungji said, "They're cunning. They want to put me in charge of the management until the real owner returns." Reflecting on the right choice after this offer, the guy asked if the house would go back to the owner when he returned, to which Park Yun-sik replied, "You are absolutely right." The next moment, taking an envelope with a contract from his briefcase and handing it to the guy, the manager added, "It would be great if you stayed in the Sword Palace." While the guy was rereading the contract, the man said all the terms are favorable for both parties, so read it and think about it. At the same time, Jihan thought they had sorted the situation out. Continuing to read all the details of the agreement, he mentally added, "I was going to give everything, but if they want something else, that's even better for me." Immediately after completing his thoughts, putting the contract on the table and pressing it to the table, the guy confidently said, "I realized we would also like to ask for a favor," and I heard what kind of favor he was asking for. After witnessing her uncle's words, Yoon-sia said in surprise, "And I also came out after that." Jihan confidently said the fact is. At the same time, a large number of players received a notification saying that the Golden Light had started its stream, and when they entered it, viewers happily began to write, "Hi, you're streaming a stop, and where did he climb this time?" That he was on the head of a Colosseum statue. Continuing to laugh happily, the guy who was gathering the audience happily said, "Welcome to my stream." Moving the camera to the place where he is this time, the Golden Light spoke today, and we return to the bloody and dusty Colosseum. Jumping off the head of the statue and moving to the center of the field, he confidently added to the streamer, "The travel specialist came to you again smiling happily." After recording his moment of landing in a not-so-great pose, one of the commenters was surprised to write that he was wearing underpants or something. The next moment, the guy got to his feet and confidently added a golden light to the streamer, after which he received a donation with a comment, "Give it to these bronze fools." Seeing that he had just received the first money for the stream from the viewer, the guy started dancing and exclaimed joyfully, "Gods, I'm going to get it as a sign of my favor. I'll dance for you like 02. Oh, this is a dead trend." At the same time, while the streamer was doing this nonsense, his viewers wrote how disgusted they were with this trend, but other participants in the competition where this character was present were not happy. Gritting his teeth in hatred, one of the participants said, "Oh shit," and then the other, shedding tears, added, "Oh shit, I prayed that he would be hit by a car again. This son of a bitch came." Quite a well-known player in various circles and also a streamer of Golden Light. He was mostly known for his appearance and hyperactivity, but from the very beginning he was an exceptional clown. However, he used to be quite a respectable person in the Golden League until he decided to go down to Bronze, saying he was going to explore the depths of the sea. He is not interested in the game itself. He only cares about having fun. He is just a space jester. His characteristics and equipment still remain at the golden rank level, while at the same time diving underwater to the sea creatures. The guy smiled crazily and said, "Wow, life is bubbling up at the bottom." His fun was beating and defeating the bronze players who were weaker than him, and at the same time the guy said in surprise that I was not such a thief after all, and the bronze players thought that he was a psychopath. When the guy got tired of just standing there, he grabbed his sword and shouted, "Enough with the boring talk. Let's decide who will be the first victim. Let's see." Suddenly, while choosing a target for his stream, the Golden Light noticed a well-known person and shouted out the same content. Heading towards the guy he was interested in, Sun Jihan shouted out a golden light and managed to attract the attention of the player who was also in the Colosseum. Holding out the microphone to Jihan, he exclaimed, "I'd like to interview you." Hearing the request, Song Ji thought, "What the hell?" Then added Golden Light, son-in-law of the Sword King, best bronze player, destroyer of the two-sword statue. You have a lot of nicknames lately. Everyone is interested in you. When I heard the guy's questions and requests, I turned my head and thought he was a streamer from BattleTube, which is noisy, and by the way, I have very few achievements left to get there. The next moment, he opened his system window and activated his own live stream, and said in his head that he needed to increase his views. At the same time, showing a gesture of swearing into the lens, the Golden Light confidently said, "Wow, people are just ignoring me." Immediately afterwards, several comments appeared on the guy's stream saying, "Hey, he seems to have started a live broadcast as well, and let's go watch it." And I thought, I'm really confused. when I saw this golden light. Panicking that his bread might be taken away from him, the boy biting his nails thought, "Oh shit, I've advertised it for free." Continuing to panic about his actions, he mentally said to himself, "I need people to watch my stream, not his." Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him that read, "The viewer has given you the task to finish off Sung Ji-han so that he takes the last place. The reward is 2,000 points of equipment." Seeing this, he mentally said that 1 point of equipment is worth about 1,000 won, and here they are worth 2 million. Immediately afterwards, 2 more comments appeared that said, "Golden Light, please finish Song Ji-han for the sake of the Sword King fandom. We will make an increase in reward when the streamer saw the comments." The Sword King fandom thought in surprise. As he watched new viewers with the same avatars appear and their rewards grow, he added, "I knew they hated Song Ji-han, but not that much." When he saw several dozen notifications with the words "award" enlarged again, the boy was amazed and said, "They are simple." Watching the rapid growth rate of the reward for the destruction of one player from the bronze, the golden light grabbed his mouth in shock and thought the number of points would soon reach 40,000 and then 50 if they continued like this. The next moment, the donations stopped and a system notification appeared, informing all players that the game had started. When he saw that the sum had stopped at 42,713 points of equipment, the golden light fell on the circle and shouted in disappointment. Putting his hands over his face, the guy who had not reached his goal said in disappointment, 50,000 is not enough. Hearing the words of despair from the guy who was their hope, one of the members of the King of Swords fan club wrote to defeat Song Ji-han, and I'll add 10,000 points of equipment. Hearing the promise from the spectator, the guy felt a sudden burst of motivation, grabbed his sword and said sternly, "Your determination has been passed on to me." Turning his gaze to the guy who was about to die at his hands, the famous streamer confidently said, "You can despair now." Having taken up a combat stance and started preparing for his powerful surprise strike to quickly deal with the target and get the reward, he added a golden glow to me now. Activating the charge skill that accelerates the user's body allows you to rush forward at a tremendous speed, the fighter said, to end your game. As he approached his target, who was standing with her back to him, the boy shouted in a frantic tone, "I will be your personal death with a scythe." At the last moment before the attack, Sung Ji-han reacted and was able to repel the sudden attack of his attacker with the pestle with which he had arrived at the Colosseum. When he saw his sword suddenly bounce off its target and head backwards, the guy exclaimed in confusion what had just happened. At the same time, looking at his D-ranked pestle in his hands, Song Ji-han said what a beautiful and strong sword it was. The next moment, reaching into his inner pocket with his other free hand, the boy added, "I'll fight with what I have." Pulling out another weapon that complemented the set of kitchen utensils, the boy confidently added, "If you have a sword, you have a sword." After activating the holy power skill on the kitchen knife, which was a divine artifact, he confidently added that I should do the same. The next moment, with a few swings, Song Ji-han easily crushed his enemy to pieces, leaving him no chance of victory. At the end of the short first fight against a powerful enemy, the boy received a system notification that said the player Sung Ji-han shed his first blood, and his achievement points increased by 100. After receiving this system notification, Ji-han looked at his knife with which he had just finished off the enemy and thought, "It's been a while since I cooked anything." The next moment, behind his opponent, the Golden Light used the artifact to shout, "I am the Golden Light resurrected for the sake of all of you." The revival action was made possible by the artifact of the Cross of Revival, which allows the owner to be resurrected once and cannot be used during national leagues of promotional games or guild battles. Immediately after the revival, the Golden Light put his hand to his head and awkwardly said, "God, because of my inattention, so many of you were disappointed, but wait a little longer, soon I will pay Song Ji-han back." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strange sensation that someone was looking at him at the same moment his opponent was standing right behind him. Realizing his awkward position, the boy nervously began to slowly turn his eyes back to look around. When Ji-san appeared in his field of vision, he became visibly nervous. Immediately after his series of strikes, Ji-han finished off the enemy again, after which a system notification appeared. The player Sun Ji-han made a double kill. After the final victory over his enemy, the boy looked back and thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen anyone use this." And in the future, resurrection will not be used not because of fines, but because of the vulnerable position of the resurrected. The next moment, he turned his attention to the tribune where the spectators were and mentally said, "Today, the situation is more tense here, perhaps because the observers have come to watch the beginning of the battle." Looking closely at the enemies of those who had come to watch the training process, the boy mentally added that today they were elves. Continuing to drill his gaze into the newly arrived race of observers, Sung Ji said in his head, "They make me shake. These scoundrels played a significant role in the downfall of humanity. The next moment, looking back at the battlefield, the guy added, "Well, I was planning to deal with them later, but now I need to focus on more important issues." Looking around, Jihan noticed that all the enemies were keeping away from him, and then he was surprised to hear that I was considered an outcast. The next moment, all the fighters present in the arena began to run away, screaming and making a frightened noise. Continuing to run away from the monster, one of the players exclaimed, "Now is not the time to fight against each other. Let's run away." After which another player added Song Ji-han. Even the Golden League player won. Realizing what the point of the escape of all the enemies in the arena was, Ji-han sighed heavily and said in his head, "Now it will be much harder to destroy them." The next moment, raising his weapon in front of him, the boy said, "I finally found the D-rank sacred items, and then I thought I needed to participate more in battles to fulfill the conditions for their use." The next moment, when he heard a strange sound near him, the boy looked forward and said in surprise, "What the hell is that?" After receiving a system notification that said to conquer the goblins, conquer all the goblins that gathered around the goblin champion, the guy saw a crowd of monsters approaching him. However, despite this development of events, the guy was even glad that everything happened this way. Sometime after the start of the hunt, catching up with one of the enemies, he could hear the monster shouting, "Save me." However, no one was going to help him the next second, so in order not to attract unnecessary attention, the guy hit the monster on the head with a pestle, knocking it out of consciousness. The next moment after this action, he pierced the enemy's chest with his knife with sacred power. After the last enemy was destroyed, Jihan received system notifications that said the conditions for using holy items were met. The items from the D-rank cooking set were used together, then he thought, so he knew how to use them. Imagining in his mind an approximate picture of the combination, he mentally said, "You need to hit one on the head and pierce the heart with the other. Since they are from a set, they have a certain order of use." Immediately after looking around, after fully mastering the tactics of fighting with his weapon, the guy mentally said, "It's good that I realized this before the battle ended." Only when the dust cleared, he looked around and saw that all the goblins had been defeated, adding disappointedly, "But I still wasted a lot of time. If I had mastered it earlier, I could have killed a couple more goblins." After expressing his disappointment about the protracted training, he noticed that not all enemies were defeated, although he was dissatisfied. At the same time, the last enemy was standing right in front of him, and then a notification appeared that said, "Goblin champion compared to ordinary goblins whose height is 1 meter. Champions have grown to 3 meters and have more strength, both physical and mental." And then the guy said a long description. But despite the long description of the monster in front of him, Jihan easily knocked him to the ground with just one blow to the head with a pestle. The next moment, when he picked up a kitchen knife to complete the set of attacks, Sunji confidently added to the attack, but for what purpose? Having dealt the last blow to his opponent and pierced a hole in his heart, Jihan confidently added that he was simply tall. After the last enemy was destroyed, the boy received system notifications that said the task was completed. You have conquered the goblins. You have received 500 points of achievement. You have received 1 point of divine power. Seeing that his weapons had dropped by 1 rank, the boy thought, if they are still rank E, I can earn divine power points again. But these items are not good for killing monsters. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the other participants on the battlefield and thoughtfully added time to hunt for the players, but they were quite far away from me. After assessing the distance between himself and his opponents, the guy rolled up his right sleeve and said, "Of course, it will be quite boring, but nothing can be done." The next moment, he rolled up the right sleeve of his shirt and added, "If they don't want to come to me, they can come to me. Then I'll go to them myself." The boy lit up with an aura of blue flame and confidently walked toward the rest of the opponents who were fighting somewhere nearby. At the same time, somewhere in Seoul's Gangnam district near Yoksun Station was the home of the famous golden light that collapsed with a bang. Watching his live stream and reading the comments, he angrily exclaimed that he was talking about me now, and not so long ago he was sucking up to me, saying that being a talented streamer is quite difficult. Am I weak? He is absurdly strong. Don't you watch videos with analytics at all? Switching to the video with the analytics, the streamer pointed to a sign that said approximate characteristic points, strength 33, dexterity 37, HP 36, OM 34, and exclaimed that these were his approximate stats in the battle with the goblins, an average of 35. The next moment, putting his head on the table, the Golden Ray said in disappointment in the Bronze League, "There are a maximum of 20 people, so how did he get so many? He's just a cheater." While the streamer continued to console himself, he heard a scream from the broadcast, and then, wondering what it was, looked up and saw a notification that the player Sun Ji-han had been killed. Continuing to watch the guy easily deal with all the enemies he encountered, the Golden Ray was surprised to hear what kind of player he was. After using his combination again, Jihan received a system notification informing him that player Sun Jihan had made a double elimination. At the same time, on the stream he was streaming, viewers wrote in the comments that it was a real art how one person could defeat 4 people in the air. Noticing that the main threat had switched to them, one of the players shouted out in fright that this was no time to fight each other. "Come on, buff me, you idiot. You have items." To which the mage replied that you were the idiot with the crossbow. When the reinforcements began to take effect, one of the players who joined the team with another opponent shouted out to Sun Jihan, "Hey, cheater." After firing several quick shots from his crossbow, he confidently added, "That's enough. Get out of here." However, despite the fact that several arrows were flying at him, the boy easily managed to deal with them all. Seeing that their joint attack failed, the pair of players who had provoked the monster began to smile hysterically. The next moment, after dealing with a couple of reckless players who attacked him, Jihan received a system notification that said the player Song Jihan had made a double kill. Immediately after the battle with a couple of players, the guy received another notification that said, "Items of the E-rank cooking set used together, you received 1 point of divine power. The rank of the items from the cooking set is lowered." Immediately afterwards, he received another notification that said a hidden achievement. Achieve 10 destructions in the Colosseum, and you will receive 5,000 achievement points. Seeing this, he mentally said, "Divine power and achievement points? I got everything I wanted." However, despite the rewards he received, the guy was disappointed and thought, "That's not enough for now, I need something more substantial." As soon as he said this, another notification appeared in front of him. An epic task among the spectators of the Colosseum. Find the Queen of Shadows and provoke her, and he shouted the same epic task in surprise. Looking at the high rank of his task, the guy was surprised to think that it was given in the Bronze League, and more importantly, the reward. The reward notification said, "Reward 50,000 points of achievement of the constellation of the Shadow Queen's interest." Then he was surprised to think that the constellation was interested. A constellation is an absolute being, a representative of a star and also a divine creature in the battle star. And a message of interest from such a person means only one thing: they can become your sponsor. And it will also help to get abilities that are so easy to get after mentioning these creatures. The guy thought, "What is happening in the Diamond League is happening to me right now." Raising his head from the podium, the boy mentally said that he needed to complete this task at any cost. If he could lure one constellation to his side, the others would be interested. Starting to run his eyes around the seats on the stand, the guy nervously added in his head, "I wonder if I'll be able to find her." Paying attention to a couple of spectators who were looking at him with a stern look, Sungji mentally spoke among so many elves. Looking at the large number of representatives of the other race who were focusing their attention on him, Jihan mentally added the Shadow Queen. At the same time, somewhere on the internet, there were already heated discussions about the new record of 10 destructions of Song Jihan in the Colosseum. In the yet, these indicators managed to shift Yoon Se-jin's score, and the news about it spread like wildfire among people. And as a result of these news, it brought him about 10,000 subscribers and 4,000 regular viewers. Those who were in the fandom of the King of the Sword and dreamed that Song Jihan would lose with the others became his supporters. And all their anger at the moment was directed at the Golden Ray. Comments started appearing under his video, such as how a guy from the Bronze League could beat someone who was in the Golden League, and I hope you try, Golden Ray. Looking at the comments that dissatisfied viewers continue to write to him, the guy nervously said, "I'm in trouble and my reputation is getting lower and lower every minute." The next moment, the guy stood up from his seat and confidently said, "But there's nothing you can do from that moment on." Raising his hand above him, the Golden Ray confidently said, "I will also be on Song Jihan's side. You have a new phantom? The Golden Ray dreams of becoming Song Jihan's editor. I'll definitely make your BattleTube popular." Upon hearing this statement, the audience was surprised to hear him say, "You don't know what he means and what Song Jihan is thinking about." After the competition in the Colosseum, Sia said in amazement, "Wow, what have I just seen?" Continuing to drill her uncle with a look as he sipped his water after returning, she added, "When did you manage to become so strong?" The next moment, turning her gaze back to the TV, she added, "I feel sorry for the others, it's a plague on the world," and then added, "You sound like an asshole." Immediately after the girl made her remark, she asked in surprise how many players wanted to dump the donation. "Why did you close them on that one?" And opening her channel, he awkwardly replied, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to set it up." Hearing what her uncle was going to do, Yunan Sia said, "If you're just now starting this, why don't you raise the minimum amount?" Continuing to give her instructions, the girl added that it would be difficult to concentrate if they came one after another in response to this. Jihan replied correctly, I will set a minimum of 10,000 points of equipment well, to which he heard in response that, yes, it is 1,000,001. At the same time, Songji, sitting in the chair, was thinking about something much more important, and Xia was wondering if it was still not enough. Continuing to think about how he could accomplish the task, the guy mentally set an epic task, which means I have to find and provoke the Shadow Queen. The next moment, recalling the number of elves in the stands, he mentally added, I just haven't figured out how to find her among so many spectators yet. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone address him and ask if he wanted me to help you. Turning his gaze to his niece, Jihan heard her say happily, you always have that look on your face when something goes wrong. Tell me and I'll help. Hearing the offer of help from his niece, Jihan smiled gently and thought she was very much like her sister. Immediately after mentioning the person this girl reminds him so much of, Sungji said, really? Then let's see how you handle it. The next moment he said, I have a task to find the Shadow Queen in the Colosseum. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise who the Shadow Queen was, and Jihan added, I don't know, but I only know that she is among the audience. And then Xia added a strange task. Immediately after hearing the task and being inspired, the girl happily exclaimed, I'll look through the game and find it, to which Sungji replied, I'll wait for news. As he headed to another room after shifting the search responsibility, the boy mentally said, I feel bad for asking for help. Closing the door behind him after he got to his room, the boy mentally added that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With a sigh of relief, the guy said, I'm proud of her, and then thought, I'm sure she is sincerely willing to help, so I can only thank her for that. Immediately after opening the system window that displayed his classes, the boy said, as long as I have time. Starting to do what he had been procrastinating for a long time, the guy confidently added what he had to do for a long time and then received a system notification that he wanted to add a class. After pumping a place for an additional class to the second level in the skill store, Jihan mentally said, I bought an additional classroom for the points I earned. Now I can add another class. When the list of available classes opened in front of him, the boy thoughtfully said, I'll choose this time. Pointing to the ribbon with the words wizard on it, the guy confidently said wizard. Immediately after selecting the new class, the guy was enveloped in a magical aura, and a notification appeared above him saying that you have added the mage class. After gaining new skills, Sunji put his hand to his chest and said thoughtfully, I feel a new power coming from my heart, different from the divine. The next moment, recalling all the reasons for his decision, the guy mentally said, I need to try the reason why I chose the mage class after the support player. The reason for this is the unique characteristic only after 2 cash registers have been received. Having experienced something he had only heard about before, the guy saw that he really managed to achieve the desired result and spoke with power. Once in my past life, while having a drink, I had a certain conversation with Baron, and he heard Jihan, and I was very sad. Trying to somehow disown his guildmaster, the boy replied, Sir, how much longer are you going to keep saying that? To which the guildmaster replied, If you had gotten your citizenship a little earlier, I would have recognized you as an American and had treated you better. Every time he got drunk, Baron shared his excitement with me, and that day he told me something unusual. That evening, the guildmaster said to his subject, I think we will become closer someday. Using his magic to hold the bottle of alcohol and simultaneously emptying the glass, the man added, when I get the power. When Guildmaster Jihan heard what he had just said, he asked him if he was talking about the power, and he replied in surprise that he hadn't told you about it. Focusing his gaze on Barena, Jihan felt the power, a characteristic that appears when the divine power and mana are perfectly combined. Continuing to look at my leader, who was drunk and did not control what he was saying, the guy heard, and this is very difficult to achieve for others, I am the only player with 2 classes. Recalling that he has 2 types of support classes and a mage, Baron confidently said, I'm the only one who can wield power because I have 2 state windows. While relaxing over a drink in his home, the guildmaster heard from Jihan that there were no more conditions for receiving it, and he replied that he needed to have 10 or more points of divine power. Then Sungji added, I'm not an American, I can get something like that. In response to this question, Baron happily said, no one else has 2 classes except me, and even if the whole world knew about it, nothing would change. Continuing to recall the conversation that evening, the guy mentally added, he was very impolite, but I didn't dare argue with him. However, the fact that only Baron alone possessed a power that was superior to the divine was definitely true. As he continued to conquer the characteristic of strength he had received after receiving the 2nd grade, the boy mentally said, but that was before. Trying to somehow keep this power to himself, the guy, feeling a lot of pain, said in his head, I know what the conditions are. This characteristic brought Baron to the 1st place in the world, despite the fact that he did not develop and control it well. I must get it to cope with the challenges in the future. Continuing to writhe in pain, the boy mentally said, I must endure. I must concentrate the divine power in my hands. Continuing to draw up a plan of action on how to pump up the control of this characteristic, he mentally added and directed the same mana from his heart, combining it with it. Holding his hand in the sphere that had formed with great force, he mentally added that he needed to concentrate so that nothing would leak out. As soon as he felt that he was starting to get it, the boy smiled nervously and said, "I've got it." Before he could even finish, he lost his concentration for just one moment and threw the guy through the door. After a hard landing, Jisun grabbed his head and groaned heavily as a result of the failed experiment. Rising to a sitting position, Jihan thought about how he could master this power and thought, "I can't just hold them with my hands, what should I do?" Leaning on the door after the failure, the guy thoughtfully said, "Maybe I should increase my mana supply," and then thought it was completely spent after the first attempt. Raising his hand in front of him again, the boy thought in his head, and whether it would be possible to combine the two energies in his hands and hold them forever is not an option. The next moment, realizing what he had just said, the boy came to a certain logical conclusion and spoke forever in his head. Closing his eyes to increase his concentration and improve his imagination, he mentally said to himself that he didn't need to hold it. Continuing his reflections on the correct use of this energy, he thought that it was possible to move it in the body. While performing certain mental activities, Jihan said in his head to take the divine power originating in the upper dantian and combine it with the mana of the middle one, holding them together with the power of the lower one. Continuing to combine different types of magic into one to achieve the result, the guy thought, while they will mix and take the perfect shape. If you then compress them in this state immediately after combining, something unpredictable happens. When Songji forcefully mixed different types of magic, he received a system notification that said, "You are trying to combine 3 dantian with the energy that enveloped his entire body." Feeling unbearable pain, the guy began to moan heavily, and the threat message continued to appear, saying that you were trying to combine 3 dantians. Immediately after that, a threat notification appeared, indicating that the player had exceeded his limit. The life-threatening situation was discovered at the same time Yoon Sia, who heard strange screams from her uncle's room, suddenly jumped to her feet. And now, for an explanation of what is happening and what the guy is doing. This procedure is called the unification of the 3 dantians. Sung Ji-han tried to merge divine power and mana to use the power and subconsciously added combat power to them. However, the conditions for performing the combination of the 3 dantian are very strict. You must be able to perfectly utilize each of them, which has its own distinctive nature. But the restrictions do not end there. In addition to mastery of each of the characteristics, they must be equal to or exceed 100 points. But if someone tries to combine this without proper preparation, there is a certain probability that the daredevil will lose his life in the experiment. Hearing extraneous sounds that should not be there, the niece, distracted from her task, nervously thought that a certain scream was coming from her uncle's room. Quickly heading to her guardian's room to check on him, the girl shouted out to her uncle, "Uncle, what's wrong?" When she opened the door to her uncle's room, she screamed out to her uncle in fear. But when she saw that he was now fine, she calmed down. Drawing a bowl of cold water and towels, Saya said something insulting, like you were screaming because of a headache, to which he replied, "Yes," and then the girl added, "How did you feel better so quickly?" After removing the cool compress from his head, Song-ji turned his head away and said, "The human body is amazing," to which his niece replied with a displeased look of seriousness. When he heard the girl's remark, the boy said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you angry." Covering her face with her hands, the girl began to cry and said, wiping her tears with her hands, "I was really scared. I thought something bad had happened to you." Hearing his niece's worried words, the man said, "I was inattentive and should have thought of Saya." After a while, the girl stopped crying and wiped away the remnants of her tears and asked, "So everything is okay with you?" In response to his niece's question, Jihan awkwardly threw his arm around her neck and replied, "I'm fine." Feeling guilty for what he had done, the boy added, "I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing this, the girl looked at him with a confused look. Immediately afterwards, Yoon Sia, deciding to diffuse the sad atmosphere, poked her uncle in the chest and exclaimed, "Come on, I'm not worried. You said it yourself. Everything is fine." Rising from her seat after the situation was settled, she added, "Then I will go on looking for the Shadow Queen." Hearing her niece's words, Ji-han replied dejectedly, "Yes, thank you." As the girl headed back to her room, Sung Ji-han breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was better not to show her his weaknesses. Immediately after turning his gaze to the system notification that said he had failed to merge 3 dantians, the guy mentally added, "The merge of 3 dantians failed because I have a low level and not enough points." Immediately after using the magic of telepathy to twist the towel away from the excess moisture, Ji-han happily added, "But it doesn't matter now." Using the newly acquired strength, the boy happily added the strength characteristics I had gained. After the merger of divine power and mana, They are replaced by a unique characteristic called the power of the three Dantian. However, the merger of divine power and mana created the power. The next moment, looking at his status window, Songji saw a notification that the connection between the three Dantians was weak and exclaimed in surprise that the number of strength points was strange. The first notification was followed by the second one, which said that the characteristics of combat power and forces interact and share their value. Immediately after stretching his hand to the combat power characteristic, the boy thoughtfully said, "So if I pump one characteristic, then?" Seeing that his strength had also increased after him, Songji grabbed his head and said the same thing. Smiling embarrassedly after realizing what he now had, the boy said that I had the power already very well, but how effective would the three united Dantians be? Continuing to think about the fact that he would not have one in the near future, the guy mentally said, "Okay, I'll leave this question for now. If I try to do it at the current level, I will definitely bend over." When he finished thinking about something unattainable, Jihan looked in front of him and said confidently, "I got what I wanted. Now it's time to test the magician's abilities." Using his mana to check the magic, the guy said fire, after which a small light appeared in his hands and a notification appeared that he did not have enough mana. The next morning, after resting and recuperating, the guy received a system notification that he had received 10 points of divine mileage and saw the sun's rays breaking through the curtains and said that it was morning. Immediately afterwards, he received more system notifications that said, "You cannot absorb divine power from sacred items of rank D and below. Please use divine items of rank C and above." Getting up from the bed, the guy yawned deliciously and said, "I hoped it would work, but alas, I thought, well, they were cheap. I bought them for points." Going to the living room to greet his niece, the boy said he needed to sell the leftovers at a flea market, and then opened the door and asked Sia, "Are you awake?" Not seeing the girl in her usual place of residence, Sungji went to her room and was surprised to find her still asleep. Hearing the stomp of feet on the stairs, Yoon Sia took off the earpiece and said tiredly, "Oh, uncle, you're awake." Surprised by the looks on his niece's face, Jihan asked, "What happened to your face? Did you not sleep all night?" And she replied that I was watching the reruns, to which the guy added that there was no need to go that far. After her guardian's remark, the girl called him over and pointed at the screen and said, "I found something," and he looked at it and said the same thing in surprise. When he saw the screensaver of the video, which was turned on by a girl, Jihan was surprised to hear a fan's video, and he heard in response that this is how people who receive the scaling as a gift only shoot people of other races. Hearing how other users were using their gifts, Sungji was disappointed to think that they were using such an amazing gift for covert action. Before he could grumble enough about the waste of his talent, Yoon Sia interrupted his discontent by exclaiming, "Look at this." After rewinding the video to the moment where a couple of people were filmed on thrones, the girl added a repeat of your battle, after which a voice came from the video saying, "Look at the elf there. They have the best skin with no flaws." Looking at the pair of elves who were being covertly filmed, Yoon Sia said, "They both look like high-ranking elves, but there is a dark elf among them, and she would be a good fit for the title of queen. In my opinion, the Shadow Queen should be a dark elf." Continuing to build her guesses and show what she had found, the girl asked him how, to which he replied very convincingly, "You did a great job," after which the girl added that it was too early to draw conclusions. "I'll look again." As the niece continued to scour the internet for more information, Sungji mentally said, "I seriously doubt that the constellation can be found that easily." The next moment, the girl said, "Tomorrow I'll watch videos from foreign channels," to which the guy replied in surprise, "Wow, you're a professional." And she replied, "I even made a video for you." When he heard what Sia Jihan had made especially for him, he was surprised to hear that you know how to edit, and he replied, "Yes, a little earlier for fun, I made videos of my father's games." Hearing that she even did this for her father, the boy looked at the broken portrait of the Saya family and thought, "You really did abandon your daughter, you infantile bastard." Now, let's go back 2 days later sitting at the table with Jihan and Sia. The manager said, "I think I know who the Sword King's girlfriend is." Hearing this, the girl rose from her seat, exclaimed, "Indeed, and who is she?" Then the man added, "Her name is Ito Shizuru." Continuing his story, Park Yunsik added that she possesses a gift of SSS rank of unsurpassed beauty. Hearing this, a couple of young people froze in place in surprise. Immediately after hearing this, Jihan exclaimed in confusion, "And you think that this is why he fell in love with her?" And what he heard in response is that the department thinks so. The next moment, thinking about the gift, the boy said, "I've never heard of this before." And then Park Young-sik added, "Please be very careful." Continuing to voice the warnings, the manager added, "We suspect that unsurpassed beauty is beyond control and affects the mind. Something similar has already happened before, and it is not the first time that Eastern stars of our country have taken Japanese citizenship. If this gift really has no limits, it can switch to another player at any time. Recalling the manager's words again, Jihan stood by the penthouse windows and mentally said, "Since that day, I have been looking for information about Ito Shizuru, a woman of incomparable beauty. Having not found any information about this person, the guy mentally said, but so far I have no information. Japan is probably hiding her identity." Resigned to the fact that searching for information is a waste of time, the guy took the phone out of his hands and mentally said, "Now I can't find anything. Just like Manager Park said, I should be more careful." Heading away from this window to begin his preparations, the guy said in his head, "We need to be prepared in advance for sudden changes in circumstances." Thinking over the contingency plan, he added confidently that if the manager is right, then they have definitely already started to act. At the same time, a self-defense plane flew over the building that once belonged to the King of the Sword, after which Jihan added that the Japanese self-defense forces had already arrived in Korea. After a while, the beautifully dressed Yoon Sia, who was waiting at the exit, said to Uncle, "How much longer do you need?" Continuing to hurry her escort, the girl added, "We might be late for that." And she replied, "Okay, I understand. I'm almost ready in a few seconds." Having finished creating his image for the solemn meeting of foreign guests, Sung Ji-han confidently said, "Let's go." Straightening his jacket before heading to the meeting place, the guy said with a sly smile, "Well, it's time to welcome our dear guests." Going down in the elevator to the lower floors where everything was supposed to happen, the girl hid her worries and felt nervous. After voicing his question, Ji-han added, "Relax, there's nothing to worry about." Hearing her uncle's reassurance, the girl sighed with relief and said, "This is the first time I've been in public since my father's accident, so I'm nervous." In response to his niece's worried words, the boy confidently said, "Be confident and brave. Just like last time, there is no need to think about what others will say. We did nothing wrong." In response to his niece's worried words, the boy confidently said, "Be confident and brave. Just like last time, there is no need to think about what others will say. We did nothing wrong." In response to her uncle's advice, the girl raised her head up and confidently said, "I understand you." A few seconds later, the elevator's arrival bell rang, and a couple of young people arrived in the building's lobby, and then Sung-ji spoke to everyone who already knew what we are going to say. After the phrase was spoken, the boy and his niece headed to the rest of the people who had gathered for the event. They had not gone far from the elevator when the guy suddenly heard one of the guests address him, saying, "We were expecting you, Sung-ji-han. All your requests have been fulfilled, so please come with us," to which he happily replied, "Thank you. Please make sure that everything goes smoothly at this event." Looking at the man who organized the case, he confidently added to the manager, Park Yoon-sik. Walking together with the auction organizers to the main hall where everything will be held, the manager said, "At first, your request took me by surprise." Having brought his main organizers to the hall where everything was to take place, the man added, "I did not expect that you would want to put the Sword King's collectibles on sale." When he arrived at the place where the stage screen read "Auction of the favorite items and other property of the former Sword King Yoon Se-jin," Park Young-sik added, "I did not expect that you would want to put the Sword King's collectibles up for sale." Looking at the table with a sign that read "Japan's Self-Defense Forces," the manager said in surprise that it was necessary to attract Japan's attention. In response to Park Young-sik's question, who did not understand this choice, Ji-han confidently answered, "Yes, that's exactly how I specifically selected these lots." Turning his gaze to the chair and a couple of storages that were placed on the table next to it, the boy confidently added the Yoon Se-jin's connector and the data stored on the server. Imagining a certain situation in his mind and realizing that Japanese representatives were already on their way, Song-ji added that Japan was highly likely to try to take them over. Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentioned a certain person who is very eager to get these items at any price, and depending on certain circumstances, added, "He may even intervene personally, but whatever he does, citizens will be forced to face reality and realize that they have no choice but to accept it." Hearing the approximate development of events that could happen in the future, Manager Yoon-sik mentally said while looking at the boy, Sung Ji-han, "Ting seems to see the future," while the guy confidently walks on and says, "This is our last chance to change the public's mind. Please ask reporters to follow the Japanese Self-Defense Forces table." The next moment, someone's nervous shout came from the entrance. "Sia Yoon-sia, wait!" While at the same time holding back the guests who were trying to break through, the guards shouted, "You can't come in here, please move back." Continuing to break through the guards, the woman did not give up hope and shouted out for just 1 minute that we were her relatives. When she heard the cries and messages about her relatives, she looked back and nervously exclaimed that her aunt and uncle had also arrived. Continuing to push through the guards, my aunt exclaimed, "Sia, you're crazy. You may need money, but how could you stoop to holding an auction of valuable things?" The next moment, turning her gaze to the guy who was accompanying her, she added, "You made her do it, and how dare you try to sell someone else's inheritance, you crook?" As she continued to listen to the accusations against her uncle, she sighed heavily and said, "He's a fraud. You and other relatives were thrown out for using your father's name to deceive people." Shocking her family with a sharp statement, the girl confidently added, "You underestimate me too much. I'm completely stupid according to you. In your opinion, I don't see who really looks after my father's money in his absence." Hearing the accusations against her, my aunt exclaimed in confusion that, "God, watch what you say." Continuing to load her mercantile family with accusations, Yoon-sia confidently said, "Everything my father left behind is my property. You have no right to decide the fate of these things." Immediately after saying this, the girl walked on with her head held high and added, "Take them out. They don't belong here. Come on, uncle." In response to the girl's application, the relatives were scared and shouted out, "Hey, my hey!" To which the security guards replied, "No unauthorized persons allowed. Please leave the building." While looking at his niece, Sung-ji said, "You're so cool." To which she confidently replied, "I can defend myself." While the young couple was having their talks about the concession, Park Yong-sik opened the door to the hall and said we had arrived. Pointing in the direction they would go next, the manager added, "I'll take you inside." As soon as the auction organizers appeared on stage, the audience immediately exclaimed, "Here they are!" Concentrating all their attention on the young man who accompanied the owner of the heritage, the journalist shouted out to Sung Ji-han, "Take his picture." Getting under the flashes of the lenses that did not stop photographing him, the guy heard Sung Ji-han say, "Why are you holding the auction? I heard you banned foreigners from participating in it. What was the reason for this decision?" At the same time, Saya herself was caught in the lens. Squinting from the blinding flashes and hearing Yoon Saya, "Please look here. Is it true that your decision to give the sword to the palace and organize an auction was provoked by public pressure?" Continuing to pour questions on a couple of people who appeared on the stage, the journalists shouted out that you do not believe that the king of the sword will return. What can you say to those who think that you are trying to make money on the property of the king of the sword? As he continues to the place from which he will conduct the auction, the guy again heard Sung Ji-han's question. "Say a few words about your recent battle in Battleground." Unable to restrain himself from asking questions, the guy used his strength and broke all the cameras of reporters and journalists who were taking pictures of him and Saya, after which the photographers exclaimed in confusion. Not understanding what happened to their devices, the journalists nervously exclaimed why the camera suddenly went bad. It wouldn't turn on. What happened to it? After cleaning up the problem, which could not be solved by itself, Ji-han sternly said, "This is not a press conference but an auction, so please keep your voice down." Immediately after warning everyone about the location of the auction, the guy leaned on the table in front of him and said, "Let's start our auction." After the auction was announced, the guy pointed to the first item to be sold and said, "We have prepared 3 lots. The first one is Yoon Se-jin's Battleship Connector, which reduces pain by 99%. Next, pointing to the cassettes with the videos they contained, Sun Ji added, "In addition, we have Yoon Se-jin's analysis of himself and high-ranking East Asian players." Upon hearing about the second lot, which contained valuable information, one of the bidders said thoughtfully, "The King of Swords data is very valuable and incredibly useful, especially now that the battle between Korea and Japan is approaching." After announcing all the lots that would be sold at this auction, the guy looked at the guests and confidently said in his head that they would definitely not want to miss any of these backgrounds. Continuing to look around at all the participants of the event sitting in the hall, the guy said in his head that a debriefing from a high-ranking player is not something you can get anywhere. The next moment, raising his hand in the midst of the crowd of people discussing the lots, the man suddenly said, "I'm sorry," to attract attention. As soon as everyone's attention turned to him, the man standing next to the bodyguard said, "I am Takeda Kazuo, the recruitment manager." When the guy's attention shifted from his bodyguard to him, the man added that he was a member of the Japanese self-defense forces. The next moment, raising his finger up, the man said, "Well, if the auction has already started, I can offer my price." Without waiting for an answer from the guy who was running the auction, Takeda Kazuo, I said, "I'm offering 5 billion won for all the lots." Putting everyone present in a state of shock, the man confidently added, "I would also like to ask for a personal meeting with Song Ji-han and Yoon Sia." Hearing the request from the guest, Ji-han mentally said, "I see right through him." After expressing his own thoughts in his head about the guest's intentions, Ji-han turned to the foreign manager and said, "I'm sorry, but it's hard to arrange." Stopping in front of a man sitting at a table of the Japanese self-defense forces, the guy confidently added, "If you have something to say to me, then speak up." Continuing to pressure the man and gently rejecting his offer of a personal meeting, he added, "This is not the time or place to accept a meeting, and I think Japan knows this firsthand." After receiving a response from the auction organizer Takeda Kazuo, Sung-san said awkwardly, "When you look at me like that, I feel a little scared. I'm a guest, so don't be so unfriendly to me." After demonstrating his feigned fear, the man smiled slyly and added, "If you continue to be hostile to me, I will be treated with hostility. Immediately after these words, his bodyguard drew his sword in front of Jihan and prepared to fight, while the manager added that someone would have to intervene. Paying attention to the girl, whose eyes showed that she was very strict, Jihan heard, "I mean my bodyguard, Shadow." As the girl bodyguard pressed the hilt of her sword against the boy's neck, Takeda Kazuo said she could not be compared to Ken, oh, the king of the sword, but she was also an impressive player, at Beijing. Immediately after these words, I realized that he had overstepped the bounds of what was permissible and, in order to maintain tact, said, "Oh, I am not threatening you in any way. I'm just keeping you informed." Hehehe. Hearing the strange mockery of the man who tried to intimidate him, Sungji could barely contain himself. Feeling a surge of rage at the moment when the bodyguard allowed herself to be too much on someone else's territory, the boy mentally said, "What kind of fool is she? A copy of Yoon Se-jin." It all happened very quickly, and the shadow appeared in front of Sung Ji-han, and the guy himself was not the most frightening, so he hit her, causing her to take a few steps back. Realizing what had just happened, the bodyguard gritted her teeth in rage and grabbed her sword, then said, "Let's continue," but saw a hand raised above her. Then, putting his hand on the shoulder of the shadow, which suddenly began to tremble, Sung Ji-han said in a stern tone, "You better give up your idea. This auction is broadcast on my battle tube around the world." Continuing to put pressure on the girl, the guy confidently added, "You're not going to pull out your sword in front of the whole world." And at that time, someone wrote in the comments, "Oh shit, she's crossing all the lines." Realizing that his subject had lost in a power battle against Ji-han, Takeda Kazuo waved his hand and said nervously, "Oh, stop it, stop it." As soon as the shadow stepped back and turned his head to the side, the man began to bow. My bodyguard said rather fervently, "Please accept my apologies." As he continued to make amends for his employee's actions, the manager suddenly raised his head and said slyly, "But Sung-sung, we still need to clarify something." Paying attention to the girl standing behind Jihan, the man said, "I'm ready to pay 5 billion subject to a personal meeting, but I have to accept this offer." Concentrating all his attention on the young girl who stood off to the side, Takeda Kazuo said to Yoon-san, who heard his name and exclaimed nervously that it was me. When he heard the request from the foreign manager, Jihan was confused by the request. Then he added, "The property of the Sword King belongs to her, I am right." Passing by the guy who stood in the way of his plans and nipped in the bud any attempts, Takeda Kazuo said, "If so, then she is also in charge of the auction." Approaching the girl who was standing by the wall, the man slyly said to Yoon-san, "I suggest we meet in person. You are curious about your father's whereabouts." Straightening his bow tie so as not to appear so ominous, the manager added, "You can ask me absolutely anything, and of course I have a lot to tell you." Immediately after exerting sufficient pressure on the girl, the man raised his head and said, "So, what have you decided?" In response to the man's question, the girl said confusedly, and at the same time Takeda Kazuo rubbed his hands together, thinking that she would definitely agree. How could anyone in their right mind refuse such an offer? The next moment, despite all his convincing, the girl confidently said no. After the refusal, the live viewers started writing to the manager, and he became pixelated. Confused after the refusal and speechless for a second, the manager came to his senses and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, what do you mean? You're giving up 5 billion because you need to meet in person, and it's 5 billion won at the current exchange rate." Hearing her husband's question, Yoon-sia confidently replied, "But my uncle is right. We need to be more careful in the current situation, and if my father can only be contacted on conditions, I don't want to know anything about him." Impressed by the man's answer, the girl looked at the shocked manager and added, "I'm a minor and therefore I have to obey what my uncle tells me." Hearing the girl's refusal to accept the manager's offer, the rest of the guests breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What a relief. I thought all the items would go to Japan, but we can't let our guard down, so let her refuse to meet in person. However, we cannot know what Japan might do in the future." After that, the room fell silent. Realizing that his trick did not work, the foreign manager said, "If you are still against it, then there is nothing we can do." Ignoring the comments of the live broadcast viewers, the man happily announced, "We still offer you a price of 5 billion won." The offer of a personal meeting was optional. It was my own whim. And when I heard this, Jihan mentally said, what the hell was he trying to do to trick us? After the price for the 3 lots was repeatedly announced, the man pulled out an envelope from his inner pocket and said, "From the very beginning, I had orders to offer you 5 billion. Holding out a sealed envelope with the name Ito Ryuhei on it, Takeda Kazuo spoke from the King of the Sword. Handing the envelope to the confused girl who did not expect this turn of events, the foreign manager said, "This letter is for you, Yoon-san." Continuing to hold the letter in his hands, the appointed Seiya Takeda asked Kazuo what we had agreed upon and then accepted the letter. Having completed the purchase of all the lots for 1 bid, the man happily said how easy it was to get the items of the Sword King. Did the Korean battle not have 5 billion won? After hearing these words from the manager, the rest of the guests mentally said, "What a bastard." As he approached Song-ji, the self-defense force manager said, "Ara ara." The auction quickly ended at the same time Ji-han thought the recruitment manager of the Japanese self-defense force. He was suspiciously good at hiring foreign players, and that's why he was nicknamed the Japanese misfortune after a successful deal. Rubbing his hands together, Takeda Kazuo said to Sun-san, "Let's sign a contract now." Hearing the man's suggestion, Ji-han thought he must be directly related to the player who uses unsurpassed beauty, and then answered well. The next moment, continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally said to him, "You need to beware. The atmosphere here is not very Japanese, and it's too easy to get all the items, as if we had agreed on everything in advance. It will look bad on the screen." The next moment, one of the guests said, "5 billion from the very beginning is nonsense, and why did we come at all?" At the same time, the girl felt the discontent of the guests in the hall and mentally said, "Everything is fine, you just need to turn the tide." And then she spoke into the microphone. Drawing all the attention of the audience, which was beginning to express its discontent, Yoon added, "I heard that you decided to give away the Sword Palace. I don't know why, but it's a shame." Continuing to read out what was in the letter, the girl added, "This is the last thing you have left of me, so use the property wisely and more. This is the end of our father-daughter relationship." When this was said, the attention of everyone present was already riveted on the girl who began to dictate the message into the microphone. While all the guests did not understand what was going on, the girl added in the end, reading from the letter, "Don't expect anything more from me." After reading the letter, Yoon Sia smiled awkwardly and said that it was his handwriting. Having witnessed what was written in Ji-san's letter, I thought to myself, a woman of incomparable beauty, as far as I know, can influence the mind, so I am sure it is true. The next moment, remembering Yoon Se-jin who had abandoned his niece, the boy added, "I hated him from the beginning, but he was a good and reliable father to Seiya." As he continued to think about what he had heard, he thought he could not have done this to her, and at that moment a loud sound of tearing paper rang through the hall. Tearing up the letter from her now ex-father, the girl tried to hide her emotions and said, "Takeda, tell Mr. Ito the following from me. I have read your last will and testament, and I'm glad to end our relationship with you." Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Sung-ji began to loosen his tie and turn his head away, and the manager froze in place in surprise. Tearing the fox into small pieces and throwing it on the floor, the girl said in a dejected tone, "Oh, I shouldn't have torn the letter. Now the janitor will have to work even harder." As soon as she said this, she felt the sudden heat from the scorching torn leaves and Ji-han's voice, which confidently said, "Don't worry, everything is fine." Using his power skill to destroy the garbage scattered around the stage, the guy added to support his ward, "I'll take care of it." After reaching the desired condition of the audience, Song-ji clenched his hand into a fist, and all the papers were also collected in the air and spoke fire. After seeing an impressive fire show that could not have been predicted or planned, one of the guests exclaimed in confusion, "He was a magician, where he got his fighting techniques and mana and divine power." The next moment, after recovering from the shock of what he had seen, Takeda Kazuo excitedly tightened his tie and said in his head, "I need a man like you. Japan needs a man like you." At the same time, all those present ran up to the guy, shouting and pointing out Sung Ji-han's business cards. "You're not yet a member of the guild. We'll accept you on any terms. I'm the first to come up. Talk to me first." Continuing to hand out their business cards, the people who wanted to talk to him cornered him and exclaimed, "Let's discuss it," to which he replied, "Wait, I'm a little embarrassed that you're all gathered around me." As he continued to slowly walk back from the crowd of people trying to recruit him, Ji-san added, confused, "This is not the time to talk about this," and then heard Yoon Sia say to her uncle. Continuing to push the guy, even when asked to calm down, the guests exclaimed for only a minute. Then looking back, Ji-san said, "I'm sorry. You can go without me. I'll catch up with you as soon as I get everything sorted out." After being allowed to return alone, the girl began to breathe heavily and paused, saying, "No, that's not the point." Putting one of her left hands to her head to demonstrate the problem, the girl crouched down a bit and spoke to me. Continuing to show that there was something wrong with her, Yoon Sia added that it would hurt a lot, and then instantly fell to the ground. Seeing what had just happened in public, Ji-han rushed over, feeling a strong fear of loss, and immediately rushed to his niece, picking her up and shouting, "Seiya, open your eyes, Yoon Sia." Opening her eyes and looking at the guy who was holding her in his arms, the girl said to her uncle heavily, after which he added, "Everything is fine, I'll take you to the hospital." Then, grabbing the guy by the jacket and pulling him to her, the girl whispered in his ear, "I pretend to hear what really happened," and Ji-han was stunned into a stupor of surprise, but he was relieved. Smiling happily and giggling quietly, the girl said mentally, "I thought it would be quite difficult for you to cope with all of them, so I played along." At the same time, while Ji-san was dealing with the problem, the security guards took the guests away so that they wouldn't get stuck, and they said disappointedly, "Oh, at this time we won't be able to make a bet, that's a shame." Continuing to look at his actress who had decided to save her uncle from the onrushing crowd in this way, Ji-han saw her smile and then thought, "I did it." Breathing out a sigh of relief after such a stressful situation, the boy realized that she was really pretending and thought, "God, how much they look alike." Immediately after this incident, Sung-ji looked around at the guests and said, "I'm sorry, but the auction is over now. My niece has become ill and needs to rest." The next moment, holding the girl's hand, the boy pulled her to her feet and said, "Saya, can you go?" And she replied, "Yes, I want to go home and rest as soon as possible." Walking off the stage and back to his house after the auction ended abruptly, he heard Takeda Kazuo exclaim, "Excuse me, Sung-san, can I have a moment to apologize for my visit causing you inconvenience?" Pointing to his business card, he added, "I would like to invite you and congratulate you officially, or you can contact me later." Hearing the request from the impudent guest, Ji-san used his skill to tear the business card to pieces and said it was just funny. Then seeing what had just happened, the foreign manager exclaimed in confusion. In response to Takeda's surprise, Kazuo Ji-han said sternly, "You can consider this my answer to you." After seeing what had just happened right before his eyes, one stream viewer wrote that the bronze player had rejected the manager's offer to recruit the fourth best guild in the world, and he must be tearing up with rage right now. However, in spite of everything, the manager himself was not upset at all. His body was shaking with excitement, and then he said, "You are the best, Sung Ji-han. His power is real." Continuing to look at the remains of the business card that Takeda Kazuo had destroyed in an instant, he thought to himself that the unknown force that could tear a business card to shreds was real. Imagining what a great future awaits this guy, the manager added that he deserves it already now. Being only in the Bronze League in the future, this Eastern star will become great. Continuing his wet dreams, the foreign recruiting representative of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces said with a sly smile, "I must get it at any cost." At the same time, after leaving the main hall and finding herself in a place where there were no outsiders, the girl high-fived her uncle and said something wonderful. Then, wiping his sweat from his face, Ji-san said happily, "You're a great actress, even I believe you." And she confidently replied, "I'm actually good at anything." And then he added, "Even cooking." After not receiving an answer to his last question, Sung-ji received a system notification that said you have one unread message. After viewing the content with the donation, the guy surprisingly said 10,000 points of equipment. I turned off the broadcast and he still threw the donation, to which Sia nervously added, "Wow, what a nasty style of letter." Then Sung-ji added, "I did not expect that my first sponsor would be some weirdo who could block him." The next moment, their joyful conversations were suddenly interrupted by a woman's voice saying hello to Song Ji-han Yoon Sia. Catching a couple of young people on their way back home by surprise, the woman added that she was glad to meet you. Stunning the auction organizers with her sudden appearance, she added, "I would like to greet you on behalf of the Divergent Guild. I am Lee Ha-young, head of the 3rd Department." Continuing to push the guy, the woman added, smiling happily, "I really wanted to meet you, and I'm sorry for this unexpected visit." When she finally finished her introductory speech, Ji-han was surprised to hear that you didn't have an invitation. "How did you get in here?" And then he thought she sounded familiar. "We've met before." In response to the guy's question about the possibility of getting in, the girl replied that I had quite good connections with the Korean Battlestar department, and that's what I used. Continuing her speech, the girl added at work, "Everyone knows me as a nepotistic child." Hearing the remark from the woman, Ji-han said in confusion, what then thought this confidence, shamelessness, and tone of voice. "They are definitely familiar to me." While Ji-san was in shock at what he saw, the woman held out her hand and spoke before we got to the main question. Predictor of victories. Sun opened his system window to find out some information and noticed the pose he was taking and mentally said stop. The next moment, Lee Ha-young confidently said, "I want to confess that I have been a fan of yours for quite some time." Finally, realizing who Ji-han was, he said in confusion in his head that it was definitely her. At the same time, looking at the embarrassment of his staring uncle and the unfamiliar woman, Sia thought what was wrong with him. He was impressed. The next moment, she turned her gaze to the woman standing in front of them, and she was frightened to think that he had fallen in love with her. After the guy collected his thoughts after the sudden meeting, he said that everything has a line that is dangerous to cross because once you step on it, you can't go back. Surprising the guests with his phrase, the boy confidently added a quote from the famous writer Dostoevsky, known for his addiction to games. Well, what if she heard what Lim Ga-yoon's boyfriend just asked her and held back her anger so she wouldn't lash out at him right then and there? But it didn't last long, because in 1 second a girl bodyguard stepped forward and said, "Step back, ma'am." Shielding her client from Ji-han, who had just revealed one of her most revelatory secrets, Lim Ga-yoon exclaimed, "How do you know her, diva? Only a few people know that she's a real gambler," and hearing her subject's words, Lee Ha-young said in confusion, after which Ga-young added angrily, "How could an outsider know that?" Hearing the tone of the bodyguard's girlfriend and the woman's reaction, Ji-han smiled slyly and said, "Now I have no doubt." Recalling his past life, the boy confidently said in his head the nickname of this woman, Zero. She is the manager of the American Leaders Guild. She was the only Korean woman there besides me, and she was always either drinking or gambling or both. However, her life was set in this way because of her voice, and it is thanks to her voice that she became a deputy of the American Players Guild. In general, voice ability is an ability that is used to strengthen after training when people start paying attention to pumping other aspects, such as characteristics and gift ranks. It will be revealed in its entirety. Again recalling the image of the woman who had been the guild's deputy, he mentally added that the strongest of those who used the voice was Zero. The next moment, the bodyguard girl exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, maybe you go to the casino too?" And Ga-yoon replied, holding back her anger, "Please stop." After meeting the two prominent persons, Song-ji mentally said the Plum Blossom Sword and Zero in the Divergent Guild are doing well, after which he said, "I met her on one of my past broadcasts." What she wrote in this chat stuck in my memory, so I decided to clarify. "Sorry for taking you by surprise." The next moment, the bodyguard approached his lady and asked her in surprise, "So you're also writing in the chat room?" And she nervously replied, "Please, shut up." Immediately after this incident, deciding to change the tone of the conversation to a more relaxed setting, Lee Hae-young said to the Kim, a little uncomfortable that I was called a gambler. Hearing the woman's words, Ji-han smiled and thought, "They called me a name, but it's a fact." At the same time, he looked at his uncle Sia nervously and thought, "He's smiling. He must really like her." Feeling that everything was going smoothly, the woman reached for her purse and said, "Well, I don't mind talking in a more relaxed atmosphere. I have a feeling that we will see each other often in the future." Watching from a third party, Yoon Sia saw Ji-han's phone being held out to her and thought, "Oh my god, she wants to get the phone. She likes uncle too." Offering him to enter her number into her phone, Lee Ha-young confidently said, "You're the right guild for the Divergent. Let's meet in person sometime." Unable to contain her joy, the niece grabbed her cheeks and thought, "Oh my god, I'm going to be an aunt soon." At the same time, fixing her hair, Lee Ha-young confidently said in her head, "I was incredible. I'm great at setting the tone for a conversation while separating business and personal relationships." The next moment, looking back at her subject, the woman mentally said, "This is how you should turn men." But Lim Ga-yoon did not understand anything at all and looked at her with the look of a dead fish. Throwing her hair back again to make herself look more elegant, Lee Ha-young confidently said in her head, "Here's to gaining experience." In response to the girl's proposal, Sung-ji, embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry, but I still don't know my phone number." Immediately afterwards, throwing his arm around her neck, the guy said, looking at his niece Sia, "What's your number?" Hearing this, the girl was surprised to think, "What kind of stupid excuses are these?" Looking at her uncle with eyes full of wonder, Yoon Sia added in her mind that he was pretending to be unattainable. Immediately after misinterpreting her uncle's words, the girl mentally added that he was definitely up to something and needed help, and then leaning on Ji-han Sia said, "Uncle, I'm not feeling well again." Seeing that she started to pretend to be sick again, the guy thought she really wanted to go home, so he had to see her off. And then he told my niece it was not good for me to go. Before saying goodbye to the representatives of the Divergent Guild, Sung-ji said, "If you give me your business card, I'll contact you." And Lee Ha-young said, "Okay," holding out a piece of paper. Walking home with his niece, who was glowing and smelling beautiful, Ji-han did not understand the reason for her behavior. But at that time, Sia said to himself, "You don't have to worry about your uncle's relationship." When the pair of young people had moved far enough away, Lee Hae-young said to Ga-young, to which she replied, barely containing her emotions, "Yes, ma'am." Then the woman, barely containing her anger, said, "You can laugh. I'm going to go crazy anyway, so you don't have to hold back." Hearing her subject's laughter mixed with apologies after the incident, Lee Ha-young said irritably, riding the elevator to the top floor of her apartment, Yoon Sia suddenly said, "You know what was the biggest surprise for me?" Then, smiling happily, the girl said, "I didn't expect you to wear your father's suit," to which he replied, "I can't help it. I've grown bigger and mine doesn't fit me anymore." The next moment, Ji-han began to adjust his suit from the awkwardness of the situation and said the suit was his fault, to which Sia nervously replied correctly, "If it suits you, it's fine." Immediately after this praise, the girl said, without mentioning what she was talking about, "By the way, your answer was just terrible." Not knowing what she was talking about, Sung-ji looked at the girl and asked her what she was talking about in a surprised manner, which was too old-fashioned and tasteless. Imagining in my head a rough picture of what it looked like in her eyes, Sia added the tactic of being the first to refuse you has been around since prehistoric times. Looking at his niece, who was scolding him for something he didn't even know he was doing, the boy wondered what she was talking about. The next moment, raising a finger up, my niece said, "You can act like you're unattainable, but it's just awful to say you forgot the number." Then it would be very lucky that I was there and was able to save the situation. Realizing what Jihan was talking about, he said confusedly, "I hadn't planned anything like that." When the girl heard her uncle's answer, she was surprised to hear him say that he had indeed said yes and nodded his head. Continuing to talk in a confused tone, the girl asked you in surprise if you were going crazy or not, to which Jihan confidently said no. Sometime after this event, having moved to the task, the boy received a system notification. "Welcome to the Bronze League on the territory of Kanama. You are tasked with protecting the crystal and surviving the zombie attack." Once on the tower, where he had to destroy the crowd of zombies that were heading towards him and protect the crystal, the boy sighed heavily and said, "I'm so tired." Looking down at his head, waiting for the rest of his comrades with whom he was to carry out the mission, Sungji thought about how difficult it was to calm Sia. Immersed in his memories, he recalled the moment when the girl began to cry and exclaimed, "I ruined your chance at a relationship because of me." Immediately after this mention of the situation, Jihan put his hand behind his head and sighed heavily, saying to her, "I thought I liked Lee Ha-young, and who would ever like someone who likes gambling?" Continuing to reflect on what he had to face while calming his niece, the guy added, "I didn't expect to meet Zero like this, though." Starting to recall her past life where they watched sports broadcasts and Diego Macid won on TV, the girl exclaimed, "Damn, I lost again." Immediately after turning her gaze to the guy, Zero exclaimed irritably, "It was so stupid, how could he win?" Then Sungji thought we got close pretty quickly because we both lost our homeland and we used to bet on sports on weekends. Zero was simply addicted to it after these thoughts. Recalling the conversation further, the guy said, "I told you he would win," to which she replied, "How is that possible?" The next moment, when the man's status window was shown on the TV, the girl exclaimed that the god of football SSS had won an outdated gift, to which she heard me reply, "I told you to pay attention to the rank of the gift," and then she added that I would win next time. After hearing a promise from the persistent girl, Sungji said, "You'd better stop playing the O," and was told not to say that again. Taking a glass of alcohol in her hands, the girl bowed her head and said, "Everything has its own line, which is dangerous to cross because once you cross it, you can't go back, and it annoys me." After hearing this, Jihan looked at his friend and asked if she wanted to get rid of the scar on her face, to which she replied that it was the price of making a deal with the devil. Once again plunging into memories and thinking about these incidents, the guy said in his head, "We had a lot in common." As he continued to enjoy his drink at the bar after winning the bet, he suddenly heard Zero say to him, "Hey, Jihan." Covering one of her eyes with her hand, the woman added, "Tell me why you have become stronger only now. If I had been as strong as I am now, I would have stayed in Korea." Looking down and smiling involuntarily, Zero added, "Then my friends wouldn't have died of guilt." Immediately after these words, the girl grabbed the glass and added, "Oh no, I just don't have the right to say that. I'm guilty of everything and I hate myself." Clinking glasses of alcohol, a couple of people who found themselves in a foreign land continued to feel terrible emotions for their weakness, such as hatred and guilt for not being able to protect their loved ones. With his head down, the boy mentally prayed, and yet it happened. The next moment, the guy finally gathered his thoughts, and at that time in the live chat, they were writing about what kind of suit and where the sweatpants were. He probably came here straight from the auction to seduce me. Taking out the weapon he planned to use to clear this level from his inventory, the guy mentally said, "I wondered why it was so cheap despite its rank, but it turned out to be too heavy and big for most people." Starting to swing his weapon in different directions to test it, Sung Ji confidently told me it was not difficult to handle it. While he was practicing with the sword, one of the players who was surprised by the ease of his control of this weapon wrote a request to show the status window when he saw it. As he drove his sword into the tower, Sung Ji mentally said, "The audience is growing and they are starting to ask questions, and 12,000 people are already watching me." Looking through the window with the broadcast, he said thoughtfully, "I don't know if I should show it right now, but it would be foolish to ignore the requests of regular viewers." The next moment, when he opened the BattleTube achievements window and saw that he had completed only one of the 5 achievements, the boy slyly said in his head, wondering if he should answer right now. Immediately after coming up with a clever way to please the audience and benefit himself, the guy said hello to everyone. "This is Song Ji-han. I see that a lot of people are interested in my status window, and I've received comments in response to that, but I wish we weren't interested, so don't provoke them." Seeing how active his audience became after being asked about the status window, Ji-han confidently said, "I'll show it, and then I saw that life is beautiful, and then I can retire." The next moment, with a sly smile, the boy added, "But that will happen when I can get 200,000 subscribers on my channel. Then viewers will start writing, but you only have 10,000. The dead must rise again." Watching the audience's reaction after the condition was put forward, Jihan thought they were complaining because it would take a while to get 200,000. And then he said, "I'll add one more condition." After this statement, the comments quieted down, and the guy said, "If I lose at least one game, I will immediately show you my status window." Upon hearing the second condition, the audience suddenly became animated and received hope that they had not had, but Jihan was only too happy to do so, thinking how simple they were. The next moment, 3 beams of light appeared right next to him, indicating that his allies had arrived to defend the tower from the zombie attack. When he saw who exactly had come to see him this time, the guy said in confusion how it was possible that they were all gathered in one place. The guy's surprise was obvious because right in front of him were his old friends. The first was the magician Kim Gyu-hyuk, the second was the Golden Ray, and the third was the football player. Also, upon arrival, when I saw my favorite Golden Ray in front of me, I joyfully exclaimed, "Who is it here, Sun Ji-han? We met again. It's definitely fate." At the same time, feeling a certain fear of the person he met in front of him at the test, the wizard thought frightenedly, Sung Ji-han thought, and the boy himself thought, looking at the wizard, and what was his name? The next moment, turning his gaze to the third participant, Sung-ji mentally said, "This is also the first time I've met him in person." Concentrating on the man who was kicking the ball on his leg, he mentally added Diego Masid. Watching him perform various soccer tricks, the boy mentally said, "He was the best player in Argentina before I came back in time." After these reflections, forgetting about the past where he lived and appreciating the strength of his comrade, Ji-han added, "However, he is nothing now and looks vulnerable and ridiculous." The next moment, thinking about the composition of his team, the guy said in surprise in his head, "Wait a minute, this seems a little strange." Looking around at a couple of his comrades whom he already knew and was aware of their classes, Jihan thought, "If I am a support player, I am a shiny warrior and that is a mage." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the last member of his team and added in amazement that he was an archer, Diego Masid, the Argentine archer. Recalling the very moment when Diego's status window was broadcast on TV after the competition, the boy thought in a confused way that in my past life he was a magician. At the same time, Kim Gyu-hyuk, who was standing nearby and had a grudge against the team's support staff, gritted his teeth in anger and said, "I never thought I would meet this bastard." Tilting his head to the other side to calm down, the magician thought, "I lost my level because of him, and with it my ability, I don't even want to see him." While he continued to mentally express his dissatisfaction, Hyu-hyuk received a system notification that said the family of the Sword King had registered a reward for the task, and when he saw it, the boy said in surprise that, "What kind of fool could give me that?" Looking closely at the description of the task, which said, "Destroy the crystal and prevent Song Ji-han from taking first place and reward 50,000 points of equipment," the wizard was shocked to think what kind of task it was. After a while, when the game started, Diego Masid began to act if the zombies started to climb too high, the man simply knocked them down. And the most interesting thing is that after hitting the enemy, the ball bounced back under the man's control and he could continue without losing his ball. After destroying a few monsters that were approaching the tower, Diego said to his Jihan, "Buff me. I'm an archer and I need more power." Continuing to look at his friend, the man added that in a team game you should treat all participants fairly, after which Jihan looked at his hand and thought, "I didn't have enough characteristics until now, so I didn't use them much." Immediately after starting to cast the spell of amplification, the boy said, "However, now the number of divine power has increased. You can try it," after which he said, "Power." As soon as the casting was completed, all the players felt an increase in their own strength characteristics, but the warrior and the wizard were most surprised. Feeling that he had become stronger thanks to his friend, the Golden Ray joyfully exclaimed, "Wait, Jihan, you gave us buffs. You're really a support player." At the same time, Kim Gyu-hyuk was thinking about why he was reinforcing us, and then he heard the magician we had already met. Looking at Sungjin, he heard, "This time you will play with us," to which he nervously replied, "I'm sorry." Realizing what the boy meant, he immediately added, "Yes, of course I will." Hearing the strange conversation between his comrades, the Golden Ray approached Kim Gyu-hyuk and asked what was the matter between you, to which he replied that he would have thrown me out again if I had refused to obey. After receiving the necessary information from his comrades, Jihad jumped down from the tower and exclaimed, "Well, then I'm counting on you." Seeing what the support team had just done, Diego Masid asked Diego Masid, pointing down, what was the crazy man's answer, and what was not immediately clear to the stupid footballer. After answering the archer's question, Kim Gyu-hyuk bared his teeth and thought, "I hate him? He really thinks I'm his subject. Immediately after turning his gaze to the task window with the 50,000 reward, the guy added, "No, I'll do what I decide." At the same time, while going down to the crowd of enemies waiting for him, Jihan spoke fire. After creating a simple spell, the boy began to gain concentration, mentally reciting mana and divine power that became more powerful after merging to tear apart the miserable crowd of zombies. By mixing divine power with mana, Jihan achieved the result of a sphere of blue flame in his hand. The next moment, he used this attack right on landing to clear his landing pad. All those within the radius of the attack were instantly burned, and those a little further away flew back. After clearing the landing site, the guy took out his sword, and with it he found himself on the ground, making a single shockwave upon contact with the ground. At the same time, while watching the Battle of Song Ji-han, Diego Masid was amazed to hear a crazy Korean support say, to which the Golden Ray replied, "Oh my god, you're all watching." Focusing all the attention of his broadcast on Song Ji-han, the Golden Ray joyfully said that all this was really happening live. Having destroyed a large number of enemies, Sungji noticed that a big blood zombie was now heading towards him. Not feeling any fear of the enemy, he just bowed his head down a little and said in his head, "I thought so." Activating his skill that he had changed to master along with Jihan's power, he thought, "No wonder I had to endure that abuse. This is the true value of the ability to control space." Having formed a dome with a radius of several meters around him, which also accommodated 2 more enemies, the boy mentally said absolute territory. Watching the monsters lose their ability to move, Jihan mentally said, "Anyone who enters this territory will be under the control of the one who uses it." Many people don't even realize that this skill exists, but Jihan knows it very well. And he got all this knowledge thanks to Baron, who was bad at control as opposed to ability, and that's why he often used him as a training partner. And because in the past, Sung Ji-sung had to take part in battles against his guildmaster when he used his power, Ji-han was able to master it quite well and learn all its elements. Now, Ji-han is in his absolute state, using both divine and martial power along with mana, and raising his enchanted sword, the boy spoke fire. With such skills, the boy easily destroyed all enemies, and the level of the miserable Bronze League was not an obstacle for him. After a certain period of time after he jumped down, the guy finished off another monster and received a system notification that said the number of enemies destroyed was 124 out of 1,000. Continuing to actively organize the genocide of monsters, the guy swung his sword and said in his head, "Last time I couldn't kill 1,000, but now I'll definitely be able to." Moving quickly across the battlefield, destroying all the enemies along the way, the guy said, "There's still a little bit left." Only as he gained momentum in destroying enemies and making better paths through the crowd of zombies, did Jihan mentally speak faster. At the same time, watching what was happening on the battlefield, the Golden Ray said in amazement, "Wow, this is just absurd." And then Diego Masid added, "I completely agree with you." After some more time of wondering how the support player can destroy so many enemies on his own, the Golden Ray spoke now, and I'm curious to see its characteristics. Seeing that the audience wrote, "What are the others doing? Golden Ray show us Kim Gyu-hyuk." The warrior looked back and said, "Hey, they want to see you." At that very moment, the sorcerer was about to fulfill the task entrusted to him by creating a fireball, and noticing this, the Golden Ray exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" At the same moment, Kim Gyu-hyuk raised his head up and took in a lungful of air, angrily shouted, "Go to hell, Sun Ji-han!" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the sorcerer added, "You bastard! You talentless bastard!" These words reached the addressee himself, who was on the battlefield against the monsters. Continuing to slander his ally, who was downstairs and was not supposed to return, the magician added, "In recent days, everyone is looking at you alone, and you only adore your niece. So how did you manipulate her into believing your words? Or maybe it's not about that at all. You treat her well. What did you do to make her obey you so meekly?" And that was the last straw for Jihan's patience. When the veins of rage stood out on his face and he looked back with a murderous look, Kim Gyu-hyuk shouted from the tower, "What kind of relationship do you have there?" Currently, the reward has been increased by another 5,000 equipment points. So the reward of 55,000 equipment points for Kim Gyu-hyuk reflects the degree of hatred the Sword King's family has for Song Ji-han. When converted into money, these points amount to 55 million won, which was enough for Kim Gyu-hyuk to regain his courage as he cast a fireball and shouted out, "You talentless rascal!" Being among a crowd of monsters to fulfill a secret task of exterminating monsters, Song Ji-han understood perfectly well what was going on. After hearing what his not-so-meaningful ally had said, the boy thought there were only 2 reasons why the quieted-down bastard could have started up again. Either someone was behind him, or he was being incited to do so. Looking at the mage who was planning to destroy the crystal, Song Ji added in his mind, He's just a complete loser and only hopes he can do it if I'm far away. Recalling the words of Kim Gyu-hyuk, who spoke in public in recent days, everyone looks at you alone, and you do nothing but adore your niece. Ji-han, I thought I was not affected by the insults in my direction. Immediately after, remembering what had started to pick him up, namely the phrase, how you manipulated her, that she believed your words, the guy mentally added. However, and the last straw was the moment when Kim Gyu-hyuk exclaimed, maybe that's not the point. You treat her well there. What did you do if she obeys you? What kind of relationship do you have? Hearing this remark from the scoundrel who planned to harm Ji-han in any way, he angrily said in his head that he had no right to speak about Sia. Thinking back to the moment of the first meeting, the boy thought, after returning to time, I couldn't help but remember what I had tried so hard to forget. Recalling that horrific picture of him holding his niece Sung-ji in his arms, he added in his mind it was like a nightmare that haunted me, Sia's death. Holding the body of his niece in his arms, the boy shed tears and frightenedly begged Sia to wake up to hide the scars left by the attack of the Sword King's family members. Her entire body was riddled with wounds and bruises from members of the Sword King's family, and she lost all warmth of life forever. Recalling those terrible moments when he lost the only thing he cherished, the guy gritted his teeth and said, I let it happen and I couldn't do anything. Having burst into a holy blue flame, Ji-han fell into a fit of rage and said in his head, that's why I swore that this would never happen again. And that's why I promise I will protect her from anyone and everyone. After that, viewers started writing, wow, Sung Ji-han is pissed off. Look at all the energy coming from him, to be honest. Mentioning his family is too much, teach him a lesson. But hey, he's so far away from him, then he thought now everyone will remember what can happen if they disturb Sia. Looking back at Kim Gyu-hyuk, who decided to cross the line, Ji-han mentally said, at the moment I received the power, I realized something while I was trying to unite the 3 day nights. Preparing to use the technique he had previously used in his past life, he confidently added in his mind, I can use the divine arts. Gritting his teeth before using what he needed, the boy mentally said, of course I don't have 30 points of combat power yet. After that, he stretched his left hand to the side and added, of course it will be just an imitation, but I definitely felt them. Recalling the moment when he combined mana and divine power to obtain a new characteristic, the boy mentally spoke at the moment of the merger of the 3 Dantians. Feeling something quite familiar that he had already experienced once, the boy mentally said to me this familiar feeling of possessing an unnamed divine art. While he was gathering his strength, a couple of zombies were already coming at him from behind, and he thought of the same feeling when his whole body was electrified from head to toe. Immediately afterwards, the guy used his power skill and instantly neutralized the enemies who were heading towards him. When the threat was removed, the guy remembered what exactly happened to him when the 3 Dantians combined, and added in his head, I turned into lightning. Using the technique of imitating the nameless divine art, the boy used the fracture of the heavens. While Ji-han used the lightning steps of the shimmering sky to climb the tower, the archer and warrior pair tried to talk Kim Gyu-hyuk out of his plan. While the sorcerer was gloating and shouting insults, one of the Sword King's family members sent a donut to Kim Gyu-hyuk and told him to quickly break the crystal, and that he was coming to you, to which he replied, I understand, and then thought how relieved I was that the curses were directed at him. The next moment, when he tried to stop the golden ray, he failed, falling under the magic of the wizard's fire, and flew back. After removing the obstacle from his path, Kim Gyu-hyuk exclaimed, don't bother me. If you continue to obstruct me, I will simply burn you to ashes. At the same time, rising to his feet, after the magician's attack, the golden ray said to the people, if you think that Ji-han and I will remain safe, then subscribe and like us. The next moment, after casting another fireball spell and preparing to destroy the crystal, Kim Gyu-hyuk exclaimed, well, all the time to recruit with this. After releasing the magic spell of a fireball on the crystal, the wizard exclaimed in a crazy tone that I would succeed. Only this attack failed, right in front of the crystal, as a fireball hit the passing ball. As soon as the ball jumped back to the owner after completing the task, the audience confusedly wrote that he had blocked the ball. Remaining in the same pose when he hit the ball, the archer drilled his eyes at the traitor with a displeased look. At the same moment, one of the spectators said, wow, Diego. After he saw that he was interrupted again, the sorcerer shouted out in displeasure, hey, what's wrong with you? Where are you throwing the ball? To which he replied, I always take the game seriously. Your shot could have ruined everything for us. Immediately after pointing a finger in Kim Gyu-hyuk's direction, Diego Masid added, you also cursed our friend who is carrying this task and even his relative, and I will not allow someone like you to continue to spoil our game. Hearing the accusations against him, the magician angrily exclaimed, you damn mutt! And at the same moment, Sung-ji appeared behind him. Seeing that his idol had arrived at the tower, the golden ray exhaled a sigh of relief and said happily, look, Thanks to your interest, Jihan has a follower. At the same moment, realizing that something embarrassing was happening, Kim Gyu-hyuk began to slowly turn his head back, breaking out in a cold sweat. As soon as his eyes caught sight of Jihan, he heard the stern voice of a young man who said, "I think I'm going to give up." The next moment, raising his gaze to the one who had decided to cross the line, Sungji added menacingly, "You definitely have something to say to me." When he saw that karma had caught up with him, and very quickly, Kim Gyu-hyuk felt that he had lost control of his body out of fear. Drenched in cold sweat and gritting his teeth, he thought, "What a stupid thing to do now. I've already lost, so I'll say one last thing," and then Sungji spoke. Before he could finish speaking, the boy used his skill of absolute control and with a tisk-tisk silenced his teammate. Kim Gyu-hyuk continued to mumble from the inability to open his mouth, "I actually wanted to rip your head off as soon as I saw you here, but I changed my mind." Continuing to slowly bring his entire audience and the scoundrel Jihan up to speed, he added, "You won't just turn your back on me." Using the power skill, the guy said the combiner filters the amount of pain that can be felt through it. Starting to implement his plan to teach the impudent magician, the guy said, "That's why if I finish you off very quickly, you will only go down one level." Continuing to keep his wizard's mouth closed, Jihan asked, "I'm sure you've never experienced anything like this in your life." As he prepared to make Kim Gyu-hyuk feel the terrible sensations of pain, Jihan said, "I'm going to introduce you to a world you don't know." At the same moment, the magician smiled slyly and said, "You idiot. You know perfectly well that you can't really finish me off. I've already lost all my abilities, so I have nowhere to fall." Continuing to console himself because Jihan would do nothing to him in this situation and he had nothing to lose, Kim Gyu-hyuk said in his head, "It's a shame to lose the reward, but I beat you, so this victory is still mine." The next moment, feeling a strange sensation of pain that cut through his entire body and felt quite strong, the wizard thought at first that it was too much pain. Hearing the rascal start screaming in pain, "Screaming at my body," Jihan asked in surprise what was wrong. It was already hurting, but it was just a warm-up. After a few seconds of unbearable pain, the guy started squirming and crying and scaredly exclaimed, "Please, please, 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 please." Under the painful screams of the guy who crossed the line, the golden ray who was standing behind him and trembling nervously said, "Oh, you are so cruel," to which Diego Macide added, "I agree." The next moment, the warrior added in surprise that it was strange that people usually use a combiner and therefore it could not hurt that much, to which the archer replied, "Look closely, shiny one." Paying attention to what the football player is doing to Kim Gyu-hyuk, Jihan added that he is treating him with one hand incessantly. Looking closely at what they pointed out, the guy was surprised to hear that it was a side effect. Thinking about how it could be and how someone could feel such pain, I added a golden ray, so it turns out that it's a bug. Imagining the approximate mechanics of what is happening here, he thoughtfully added that if you treat wounds that are caused by periodic damage, that is similar to poison or burns, you will experience an overload at this time, and you will feel all the pain that the connector transmits. Continuing to watch from afar what was happening before his eyes, the golden beam added in confusion, looking really hurt by the ability he was giving off so much damage. At the same time, to Kim Gyu-hyuk's screams, Jihan continued to punish him for what he had said, mentally saying muscle strains and bone cracks, bone fractures and muscle tears. This all happens because of the ability to send an unknown energy into the body and destroy it from the inside, and only a few martial artists are experienced enough to use it. At the same time, moaning heavily in pain, the wizard said confusedly in his head, "I put 95% pain reduction, so why is this happening?" Feeling something he had never felt before, the magician added a pain in his head as if my organs had been ripped out and my body was pierced with needles. Continuing to suffer from painful sensations for some time, the guy gathered the courage to think, "I don't want to feel this," and then exclaimed, "Just finish me off, bastard." Hearing the trader's request, Jihan grabbed his sword and instantly took his head off his shoulders. After the head separated from the rest of the body and began to disintegrate in space, a system notification appeared saying that the player Kim Gyu-hyuk had died. The next moment, while waiting for that rascal to be reborn, Sungji stood in the right place and thought he must reappear somewhere. At the same time, without noticing the monster behind him, the golden ray said in his head that he needed to negotiate with him more carefully. At the same moment, the stalker fan streamer Golden Ray fully felt the fear of Song Jihan. Reborn again in front of Song Jihan, the traitor wizard exclaimed in fright at the sight of him, "Please have mercy on me. I was wrong." After experiencing pain again, the guy switched off, after which a system notification appeared. Player Kim Gyu-hyuk died, and the audience wrote in the comments that it was probably due to pain shock. Seeing that he had already died from the normal use of the skill, Jihan mentally said he couldn't even withstand that and died. He needed to better regulate his strength. After 2 lost lives, The boy was reborn for the third time, and then exclaimed in fright when he saw that he was in the same place again. Starting to crawl back from Songji, who was slowly approaching him, Kim Gyu-hyuk scaredly exclaimed, "Don't come!" meaning, "Please don't come, I was wrong." In response, Jihan looked at him with a menacing look and said, "If you understood that, you should have known better than to say something you can't answer for." The next moment, he saw a donation of 10,000 points of equipment on his stream from a user with the nickname Sia0822. Watching the whole spectacle from the house, the girl anxiously exclaimed, "Uncle, I'm fine, no need for that. You're too excited." Continuing to dissuade her uncle from continuing to punish the culprit, the girl added, "If you continue, you will lose all your followers." Starting to get nervous that her family member was getting out of control, Yoon Sia added, "Stop and concentrate on the task." Hearing a request from his niece who interrupted his flow of anger, Jihan was surprised to think, "Wow, she's calmer than I thought." Immediately after looking at the boy who had fallen under his first punishment experiments, Jihan thought it was certainly not enough. But, deciding that this was the end of the matter, the guy thought that without taking any action it would be enough for now. We have a peaceful period? At the same time, Kim Gyu-hyuk was crawling in the opposite direction from Seongjin and said, "Please save me." "No, finish me," then the support team thought, by the way. Thinking that he still needed to get information, the boy mentally said he needed to find out something and then said who it was. Looking back after Kim Gyu-hyuk's question, he saw Jihan's face and asked, "What bastard convinced you to do this?" To which he scaredly exclaimed, "I'll answer. I have an excellent memory. His nickname is the Sword King Family, 898, and he offered me 50,000 points of equipment." Immediately after he quickly laid out all the information about the customer, the wizard folded his arms in front of him and said, "I've completely lost my mind. Such a reward is not worth my death." Continuing to beg for mercy, he added that his fans were throwing money right and left, and it blinded me at the time. Supporters of the King of the Sword wrote, "And how dare you who entrusted the task to such an idiot? There will be no second chance for you." When he heard the reason why he was suddenly hired, Jihan was surprised to think how one person could offer 50,000. It must have been an entire organization. Having thoroughly considered all the information received from Kim Gyu-hyuk, the guy grabbed him by the collar and said, "Well, then I'll take that into account for the future." As Jihan was preparing to let the sorcerer fly, he said, "Finally, you can thank Sia for stopping me." After being thrown into the air by Seongji from the tower, Kim Gyu-hyuk scaredly exclaimed, "Thank you, Sia." After making the throw, the golden ray holding the sign with the number 10 says, "You have just seen how to deal with clowns." The next moment, the camera panned to Jihan, who was rubbing his hands together and said, "If you liked it, then subscribe and like, and subscribe," while Jihan thought he needed to finish off more zombies. Continuing to look down and get angry that he was prevented from completing the task, the guy angrily said in his head, "If they hadn't interfered with me, I would have completed the mission long ago." Immediately afterward, he remembered that just a few minutes ago, when he had gambled, he had already destroyed 921 representatives of the monster race out of the 1,000 needed. The next moment, deciding to check exactly how many enemies he had left, the guy said the status window and then thought, "I'll finish the remaining 80 quickly." Immediately after noticing the system notification that said you had one unread message, the guy was surprised to hear what it was. Seeing that the mission had already been accomplished by itself, the guy looked outside the tower and said in surprise when he saw the bodies of zombies trailing lightning across the shimmering sky. Immediately after recalling the moment of his use of this skill, the guy mentally spoke about what had happened. Recalling how he used this skill, the guy mentally added that the electricity zigzagged through the rows of zombies standing nearby. Starting to imagine in his head what exactly could have happened, he added, "To be more precise, I simply failed to control it, and that's why the scattered force exploded." Continuing to reflect on what he had done, the guy said in his head, "I didn't use nameless art, I used tie-dye, which is why it didn't turn out very well. Although I'm happy with the result, it still turned out awkward." Having finished analyzing everything that happened after he used his power, the boy said in his head, "I need to train more." The next moment, he suddenly heard the voice of a golden ray shouting his name in an attempt to attract attention after hearing what he had heard, and Jihan turned his gaze to Diego. Continuing to call his idol, the Shiny One asked joyfully, "If you were going to go down further, could I go down there with you?" Immediately afterwards, Mr. Masid spoke to the archer, ignoring all the words of the golden ray of Jihan. As soon as he turned to him, the boy held out his hand as they shook hands. Sungji said, "Thank you for protecting the crystal," to which he heard in response, "I did what I had to do." Continuing his casual conversation, the guy happily added, "Let's meet sometime so I can repay you." Immediately afterward, he added, "I have something to discuss with you." But as he said this, he suddenly felt a strong earthquake. Not understanding what was going on, one of the participants in the survival task shouted out in confusion that an earthquake like this had never happened before. Looking down at his feet, the golden-haired boy, trying to understand what was happening, said, now as if something was about to explode, "What should we do?" And then Diego shouted, "Look over there!" Only a couple of the guys turned their attention in the direction the archer pointed, and then they could see a giant limb coming out of the ground, and Jihan exclaimed in surprise that it was a hand. The hand that appeared from the ground began to laugh ominously, while the three guys just froze in place, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, the golden beam exclaimed what it was, to which Diego replied a hideous hand. Then the warrior added, it was so far away but still seemed big. Continuing to stare at the hand that appeared from the ground, Jihan could not understand what it meant until he suddenly felt a strange feeling. Seeing that the hand began to nail and grab monsters that were within reach, Jihan mentally said this thing. Continuing to observe the behavior of the hand that was inexplicably hunting zombies, Sungji mentally added devouring. After these words, the zombie hand has already managed to catch and examine all the monsters in its reach. The next moment, noticing the actions of the hand that suddenly appeared, the Golden Ray exclaimed in confusion why it appeared on the map of the Bronze League, although it should be in the Golden League or higher. Also, seeing the monster that had just appeared from the spit out of Jihan's hand, he mentally said that it was an evil monster made of pieces of different bodies. As he watched several of these golems approach them, he added anxiously in his head, and the shiny one correctly noted that he had no place in the Bronze League. The next moment, when he opened his system window, the boy exclaimed anxiously that it was because of interrelated tasks. In the window of the new task received, the interconnected task of the Origin of Zombies 2 was written. Defeat the corpse golem without the help of the crystal, after which he mentally said what it meant without the crystal. Immediately afterwards, a system notification appeared above him, saying that you had cleared the map of 10 towers, and he was surprised to see that it was a system notification. The next moment after his thoughts, he received another system notification that said, you have been given a bonus task. Watching the enemies he had to defeat, Jihan read in the task notification window the bonus task to stop the corpse golem. At the same time, one of the other team's group confusedly said the bonus task, but why did it appear in the Bronze League? And then another added, hey, we're really being asked to stop them. The next moment, all the participants who were still on the battlefield received a notification that said to stop the corpse golem created by the Black Hand's follower of destruction. If you use the blessing of the crystal, you will reduce the difference in your strength. At the same time, the viewers of the live broadcast nervously wrote to God, they will definitely not be able to defeat such a bunch of enemies. Bring the bomb here. After seeing the requirements set for them to fulfill, the Golden Ray nervously exclaimed that they really believe that we are able to accomplish this task. Even the players of the Golden League would have to suffer. After hearing the words from his friend, Sungji closed his eyes and thought he was right. They can't expect us to cope. Continuing to look at the horde of enemies who were approaching them with every passing second, the guy mentally added, otherwise, they would not have offered such a reward. After reviewing the task, which said stop the corpse golem created by the follower of destruction with the Black Hand, the reward is 10,000 achievement points and a fragment of crystal. Then Jihan thought a fragment of crystal, so they give out something other than points as a reward. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the sword next to him and mentally said, this means that this task is at least of epic class. At the same time, resigned to his fate, the Golden Ray sighed heavily and said, well, if this is a bonus task, then let's do our best. Immediately after accepting the fact that they would have to fight against the enemies, the Golden Ray said to Jihan, you need to be the first to receive the blessing. In response to his friend's words, the guy pulled his sword out of the ground and said, no need. Hearing this, the viewer wrote that he was scared, to which he replied that he was going to show his status window. After refusing the offer to receive the ball's blessing first, the boy went to the monster to finish him off with his own toy. A corpse golem is a dead man with an incredible amount of health, which can only be defeated by destroying the core in the center of the body, which is quite difficult to do because it is large and deeply seated. Moreover, the corpse golem is considered a monster boss even in the Golden League, and the fact that Song Jihan is doing well at his rank does not mean that it will be easy for him to defeat them. The next moment, when he was on the edge of the tower, the guy used his skill of combining forces and said, hey you two, you better move aside. As soon as his comrades took safe places to avoid being hit by the shockwave, Sun Jihan rushed at the enemy. At the same time, seeing what the guy left behind, a couple of his friends who remained near the crystal fell into a stupor. Immediately afterwards, the support player flew at one of the group of golems that was heading towards the tower to finish it off and complete the mission. It is the most basic ability among all the skills that exist in the list of nameless martial arts. There are three main talents of combat commitment without which nothing will happen at all. It is the heaven of man and the earth at its core, with the concepts of heaven, earth, and man each having its own meaning. The sky is the firmament, and the vertical chopping blow of the earth pulls the surface and also means a horizontal blow. And the last object in this list is a human being, symbolizing a piercing blow, which is the newest form of nameless martial arts. All of this means that there is a technique that can destroy a whole mountain at once. And this skill is a combination of 3 talents of combat commitment. Having roughly imagined how it should work, the boy swung his sword and struck a slashing vertical blow, mentally saying the mountain would be destroyed. Seeing the enemy cut in two, a couple of his comrades just froze in place in amazement. At the same time, looking at the results of his stroke, Jihan mentally said, "That sounds pretty impressive." But in reality, it's just a vertical strike. The golem has already begun to fly downward, divided into 2 parts. Immediately after, Sung-ji received a system notification that said you completed the bonus task of the 4th tower, followed by comments like, "Wow, you're crazy! You better not joke with Sung-ji-han." Standing on the tower near the crystal and watching his comrades battle when Sung-ji-han swung his sword. At that very moment, the Golden Ray experienced emotions that contradicted themselves and were difficult to describe in words. Looking at his comrade, who had just defeated such a giant in one blow, his emotions could be described as fear, despair, expectation, and desire. All these 4 different sensations mixed together inside him and kept giving him a strange feeling. And a little later, after falling to his knees from the realization of a significant advantage in Jihan's forces, all these emotions turned into admiration. While the warrior was on his knees and breathing heavily with admiration for Sun-ji, Diego Macide stood there like a stone, unable to say anything. Continuing to be in complete shock and breathing heavily, the Golden Ray mentally said, "I have never experienced anything like this. At first, I perceived it as great material for broadcasts." Immediately after realizing that his emotions and desires were constantly changing after getting to know Jihan better and learning more about him, he added, "Well, and then the rest." Imagining in my mind's eye a guy who had just single-handedly defeated a corpse golem with a single blow, he added, "I wanted to film his every move, every swing of the sword, and every word of the person who is most likely to become the best player and streamer in the future." Gathering his thoughts and suddenly raising his head to keep Sung-jin in sight again, he added in his mind, "I have to do this." Waiting for his comrade to return to the tower, who was already heading back in a lightning beam, the warrior thought I would film his becoming a legend. However, despite the Golden World's decision to give Song Jihan all of itself, after the boy returned, the Golden Ray exclaimed to Jihan, "You really did a great job." Ignoring the words of his admiring friend, Sung-ji looked at the other archer who was standing next to him at that moment. The beginning of the relationship between Song Jihan and Diego Macide, standing in front of the man, Jihan would drill him with a piercing stare without saying a word until he regained consciousness. At the same time as they were failing against each other, the other teams involved in the defense of the tower shouted out, "This is a stupid game." A few minutes after the start of the additional mission, a system alert appeared that the 3rd tower had failed to complete the task. At the same time, Jihan and his comrades received a great notification. The bonus task was completed, and the players of the team that completed it received 3 times as many equipment points. When he saw what he got for his efforts, the guy smiled slyly and said in his head, "The game rewards me generously." However, after receiving the reward, Jihan looked to his left and said, "But I still have one more thing to do." Approaching Diego Macida, Sungji said to Diego, "Let's meet in reality," to which he replied, "No need to thank me. I already received a bonus reward thanks to you." Then the guy added, "I want to share information about your ability. I'm interested in this." When he heard why he wanted to organize a meeting in reality, Diego Macide asked in confusion what my ability was even possible. In response to his new friend's question, the guy created a magic spell in his hand and said, "If I were a mage, it would be rather boring to tell you everything now, so we'll discuss it in more detail over lunch." When I heard the offer from my friend Diego, I thought to myself that he was hinting at a change of class, and that if someone else had made the offer, it would not have been worth the time. Only this time he was approached by a certain ace, Sun Ji-han, whose incredible strength he had seen firsthand. And that's why Diego just couldn't let the words of the guy who suggested he change his class pass his ears. Thinking about the guy's offer, the football player thoughtfully said in his head, "If there really is a class that would be perfect for me." Immediately after a short thought, the guy said, "I see, then I'll write to you," to which Jihan replied, "Okay, if you tell me what you like to eat, I'll find a suitable place." After voicing this proposal to one of his comrades, Jihan heard the exclamation of a Golden Ray, which said to Jihan, "I want to be invited too." In response to the warrior's request, Song-ji said, "I can't. I'm inviting Macide to repay him." And then the Golden Ray exclaimed, "Let me help you with the stream." And he said, "I'll refuse." Trying to somehow get on his idol's list of friends, the Golden Ray embarrassedly exclaimed, "I want to become your reliable friend, like an installer. Hearing the offer from the warrior who was so eager to become friends, Jihan thoughtfully said, "Well, you could." And then the Golden Ray asked reassuringly that, "Really? Then I would too." Before he could finish, Sung-ji interrupted him as he was leaving the game saying, "But I'm going to decline the offer." Before leaving the game completely, the guy said it was a good game and then disappeared into thin air. Having been rejected for his offer, the Golden Ray groaned in frustration. He continued to stand there staring at the place where Jihan had just left the game and shedding tears. The Golden Ray said sadly how cruel it was. Sometime after returning home, the guy received system notifications that said, "You have completed the interconnected tasks of the zombie origin. You have received 10,000 achievement points and a fragment of a crystal." The next interconnected task is Trace the Follower. One will open in the Silver League. Seeing the amount of reward, Jihan thoughtfully said, 10,000 points probably assumed that the task is difficult, not a bad reward. Looking at his savings after he had collected all the rewards, the guy said in his head, "I had to work hard." The next moment, picking up the shard of the crystal he had been given as a reward, Sung-ji thought to himself, "Although the crystal disappointed me." After reviewing the description of the crystal fragment, it is available for one use and can only be used in the Bronze or Silver League, after which I thought the Divine Blessing can only be used by saints who have played the role of support to the maximum. This is a top-ranked reinforcement that will increase all performance by 50% and is considered mandatory in the major leagues. Moving the crystal to his inventory, he said disappointedly, "But this item can only be used once and only in the Bronze and Silver Leagues. That's just horrible." After reviewing the main reward, the guy said, "There should be rewards for the defense itself. For the first place, I was given 50% more experience points and equipment points." Looking at his status window where his characteristics were written, he thoughtfully said, "I am level 13 in combat and normal strength with 17 points each to play to move to the Silver League. 12 levels left. I have incredible performance." Continuing his thoughts, the boy said, "I wonder if there are players who level up at the same speed as me," and then received a system notification, a divine item, a sword piercing the pontiff's horse reacts, "You have fully understood the religion of another world." The next moment, after feeling some additional effects, Jihan received system notifications that said, "Your divine power has increased by 1 point. It has merged with the force." Immediately afterward, another system notification appeared that said the rank had been downgraded from C to E. Then Sung-ji thought, "Wait a minute, oi." Noticing that after receiving 2 points of divine power, nothing changed, the guy was surprised to think that the characteristics did not rise, or that the divine power and the ordinary power were not proportional. The next moment, another system notification appeared, stating that the sword-piercing Pontiff Urk's horse could not sustain its residual strength, and then it began to crack. As a result of some noise, another system notification appeared, saying that the equipment would be destroyed, after which the sword broke into pieces. Feeling the power that was released from the destroyed sword of the Pontiff, Jihan, closing his hands against the threat, thought the power of the 3 dantians that was inside the seeping name. As he continued to watch the power spreading from the sword, Sung-ji mentally said that it could not withstand the destruction of the mountain. Realizing that he could not just leave it there, the guy stretched out his hand in front of him and mentally said it was too dangerous to leave it there. He needed to absorb this power into his body. At the same time, the power that had spread throughout the apartment began to emit a bright glow that could be seen from a considerable distance in the dark night. At the same time, somewhere nearby in the neighboring building, the manager of a foreign company said how hard I was trying, and even moved into the next apartment. The self-defense forces of Takeda Kazuo, as well as the family of the Sword King, 898, while eating chicken, said in disappointment, "But my plan failed." The next moment, he began to recall his work, which began when Kim Gyu-hyuk received the assignment with the registered fee, and then exclaimed in surprise that what kind of fool could give me that? What kind of task was this? In the description, it said, "Destroy the crystal and prevent Song Jihan from taking first place. Reward 50,000 points of equipment after issuing this task." Takeda Kazuo said, "What could be better than an assistant who shares your goals?" Sitting in front of the computer monitors and watching the live broadcast of the defense task, the manager said with a sly smile, "You take revenge on Sung Jihan and I'll see his status window." Watching the reaction of the guy who fell for the money, he added, "Stupid people, even after losing their strongest player, they continue to quarrel with each other. Thanks to them, it's easy to engage in incitement. It will be enough for me to just pretend to be one of the fans of the King of the Sword to interfere with Song Ji-han. How simple it is." Waiting to see what would happen next, Takeda Kazuo leaned on his folded arms and said, "Sung-san is with me. You stay alert, but it's not me you need to fear. It's your own countrymen." Continuing to watch the broadcast, on which Kim Gyu-hyuk continued to engage in nonsense, the stupid magician said, "Hurry up and destroy him." Stretching out his hand to the monitor in front of him, Takeda Kazuo smiled ominously and said, "Let Sung-san feel the taste of helplessness." Having made the first bite of the shin, the man said, "This is what I was hoping for, but nothing happened. So stop spoiling the game by pretending to be a fan of the King of the Sword." Seeing that the task of destroying the crystal had failed, the manager added that it would be great if I got everything the first time, but he is a pathetic player, this mage. Recalling what he had been doing for quite a long time, the foreign manager added that he could not cope with the game at any level, and he would have been better off breaking the crystal right away instead of doing something stupid. He only had to do what he was told, and then, according to my plan, he would have had to show his window of characteristics. Taking another bite from the chicken, Takeda Kazuo angrily gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That idiot is the reason I have a problem." Starting to express his dissatisfaction, the man waved his hands and exclaimed, "I'm going to choke to death with irritation at this rate. I'm going to lose my sleep." The next moment, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Damn it, Takeda Kazuo is in a difficult situation." He is well aware that Song Ji-han is a very talented player whom he is obliged to lure over to his side by virtue of his profession. However, his superiors will give their approval only when they receive all the information that Takeda's reason for his situation makes them think about removing him from his position. That's why Takeda Kazuo so desperately needs to see the window of Song Ji-han's condition, as it is a direct proof of the boy's value and potential. The next moment, the man, who had taken the matter seriously, said, "I have little time for these amateurish strategies." Continuing to go about his dark business, the foreign manager confidently said, "Wait a little longer, Jihan-san. I'll get your status window." Recalling the tricks he had to resort to in similar cases, he added permission. Recalling Ito Shizuru, with whom they were able to lure away the strongest player, Takeda Kazuo added with a special method that I used on the King of Swords. At the same time, Jihan, trying to absorb the power released from the sword, received a system notification. "Your divine power has increased by 1 point. It has merged with the power." Not understanding what had happened and how it worked, the guy sat down on the ground after destroying the threat and thought, "So it turns out that the power gets 1 point for every 3 divine points." Immediately afterwards, the guy looked at his profile, and after receiving the notification, his combat strength increased by 1 point. Then he thought that thanks to their connection, his combat strength increased to 18 points. The sword that pierced the horse was destroyed, and the divine power that remained in it was probably absorbed by my body. It was a pity to lose the weapon, but it was worth it. Immediately afterwards, the guy received a system notification saying that his power had exceeded 17 points. From now on, you can only absorb divine power from divine items of rank A or higher. Seeing the new requirements for the accumulation of divine power, the guy said disappointedly, "Well, that's too much, A rank that is. I can forget about increasing divine power for now." Frustrated by the restrictions, the boy mentally said a cheap trick, after which Yoon Sia ran into his room and nervously shouted to his uncle. Immediately after pointing to the receipt on her phone, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle, I just received 50 billion in deposits." When the boy saw this, he got to his feet and said, "Wow!" And then the girl asked her uncle in confusion. Paying attention to Song Ji's appearance, she added, "Why did you answer something like that and suddenly my sword exploded?" Immediately afterwards, ignoring the bleeding from his forehead that had just started, Jihan smiled happily and said, "Don't worry about the little things." Grabbing her uncle's hand, the girl said unhappily, pulling him along, "God, you're unbearable. Quickly go wash yourself so I can treat your wounds. I thought you had finally grown up, but you're still a child." After patching up with the guy at dinner, the girl asked if everything was okay with you, to which Jihan replied in surprise, "Why are you asking?" Then a girl sitting in a restaurant said, "Well, we got a lot of money. Maybe pork tenderloin is too simple for us now." And she said that it was bad, but the girl said no. As Yoon Sia continued to eat, she said, "I've always enjoyed eating, and as far as I know, you like Western food." To which Jihan replied, "I think that's true." Immediately after recalling his past life, the guy said in his head, "But I've eaten enough to stop being fascinated by her." Sitting in the restaurant where the employee shouted fire stronger, more careful, Sung-ji relaxed. Thought, "I really missed dining in such an atmosphere for the first time since returning as I ate properly." Starting to smile happily, the guy said in his head that from time to time it is good to get out like this, and then said, "I still prefer Korean cuisine." Hearing her uncle's words, the girl replied with an offended huff, "And yet, if I'm paying, I could order something better and more expensive," to which he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, we'll have dinner together often." In response to her uncle's words, the girl replied, "I don't think so," after which he froze in place and asked what she was talking about. Then the girl looked at her surprised uncle and said, "Well, that's because I'm going back to school. You might not be able to tell by me, but I'm the head of the student council, so it's strange to be away for so long." And I said, "Wouldn't it be better if you rested for another week, as your teacher advised you to do?" To which she replied awkwardly, "You know." Recalling the event she does not want to miss, the girl said, the day of receiving the blessing in the gift room is near. Hearing the girl's owl, Jihan mentally said, Sia's birthday is coming up soon. On August 22nd, she turns 18. Even in hellishly bad times, she was looking forward to this day. And she dreamed of receiving a blessing in the school gift room, where everyone receives one after reaching a certain age. She hoped that she could change the situation if she got something good, but her hopes quickly dashed before they could be saved. And all because after visiting that room, she received an F-rank gift. Upon receiving it, the girl fell to the ground in disappointment and covered her eyes with her hands. It was the very turning point after which Saya broke down, and her last hope of changing anything was dashed. As he continued to eat the roast pork, Sungji thought to himself, she'll be upset if I tell her about this in advance, so it's best to lower her expectations a little bit. At the end of the reflection, the guy asked, so you'll be back tomorrow? And he answered with a joyful voice, yes, on Monday there is no better time to come back. Hearing the girl's words, Sungji firmly said, I'll be driving you and picking you up, to which she replied in surprise that why would she do that? Trying to somehow refuse the proposal, the girl nervously exclaimed, I'm not a child, to which the guy replied, you know what the situation is now, don't resist. When she heard her uncle's words, the girl said, why did you suddenly start behaving like this? The girl huffed and turned her head away from her uncle and added, offended, you don't look good. Seeing his niece's strange behavior, Seongji, holding back his laughter, accidentally let out a small laugh, and hearing it, Sia asked him in surprise what was laughing. Hearing the girl's question, Jihan looked out the window and said, don't be like that. Just agree to what I'm offering you. The next morning, when he arrived at the parking lot, the boy exclaimed in surprise what was going on. Watching the empty parking lot, where there was not a single car to take the girl to school, he added what had happened here. Recalling the old days, Jihan said in confusion where the sports cars and supercars had gone. Hearing her uncle's question, the girl said that they had decided to sell them. And then, making a facepalm, Jihan said, I was wondering where all the keys had gone. After seeing what Yoon Sia had seen, she laughed and said, I'll take the bus. But at that moment, Sung-ji noticed one car that was still in the parking lot. Pointing to the last hope they had left, Sung-ji said, there's only one left. And seeing the last car, the girl exclaimed the same thing. Approaching the yellow car, Sia added that it was her mother's car. And then Jihan said they didn't sell it because it wasn't worth much. When he got behind the wheel and found the ignition key, the guy said, it's got the keys. And the girl asked him if he wanted to drive it. In response to the girl's question, Sung Ji-han asked what was uncomfortable, and he said no, not at all. Trying to somehow bring her uncle to understand why she reacted in such a way, the niece said, I'm just a little worried about what he said. Sometime after arriving at the parking lot near the school, Ji-han encountered a big man and heard him say in a threatening tone to move the car. Getting right into the alleged problem, the girl nervously rinsed through such possible situations, after which he again exclaimed that you are deaf, clean up your trough. Yoon Sia studied in Seoul's Gangnam district at the BattleNet school, and it was there that the first events began to develop after her vacation. Continuing to look at the angry man, Ji-han thought, I knew that a cheap car would attract attention, but I didn't expect to be openly provoked into a fight. After I finished thinking about it, the guy asked what was wrong, and the big guy angrily exclaimed, how dare you park this junk here? I'm not going to leave. Opening the car door and starting to get out of the car, Ji-han asked why you parked in the middle of the parking lot, to which he shouted, we always park here, you rascal. Leaving my vehicle and looking into the eyes of the impudent man, I said, watch your language. I am also the guardian of a student of this school. Seeing who the conflict was between in the parking lot, an employee nervously exclaimed that it was Song Ji-han, and then another employee reached for his phone and added that he was the bronze killer. Starting to record the video, the man nervously said, God, why is he here? Then another man asked if the daughter of the Sword King went to this school, forgetting that she had gone to the academy but had already returned. After filming a short video of an altercation between two men in the parking lot of the BattleNet school, the man heard aha, upload it to the internet. Ta-da! A few minutes after the video was distributed, the information reached the headquarters of the divergent guilds in the Gangnam district of Seoul. Lee Ha-young began to urgently pack and called out to her bodyguard, Lim Ga-young, who was quickly following me. Not understanding what was so urgent, she started to turn her head, and then the supervisor added that we were sent to the BattleNet school and then showed the video that was spread on the internet. Then Ga-yoon said in surprise to Sung Ji-han. Continuing to sit in the chair, the girl asked what happened there, and Lee Ha-young, putting on lipstick, replied, you ask. As soon as the meeting was over, the woman confidently headed for the exit and said, how dare you treat me with contempt? I'm going crazy. Gritting her teeth in anger and resentment, the woman said menacingly, I'll see you soon. You'll wait for me. At the same time, while continuing to stand in front of the aggressive man, Jihan heard, "You are hungry, and your car is poor." The man swung his fist to hit the guy and show who had more rights here, and shouted out a supportive voice. The next moment, after delivering a direct punch to Sun Jihan's face, he angrily exclaimed, "I told you to bow your head in front of me, you bastard!" Seeing what was happening in the parking lot, Yoon-sia ran out of the car and screamed to her uncle. At the same moment, a couple of men standing near the parking lot nervously said, "Wow, you can't dodge such a blow." To which the other added, "Wait, I don't understand how strange it is." Noticing something that was beyond their comprehension, the man added, looking closely, his fist stopped right in front of the guy's face. Feeling that something was holding him, the big man confusedly said in his head what was happening, why I could not move. The next moment, when he tried to say something, he found that his mouth had also become paralyzed, and he managed only to shout out a word, after which his words were cut off. The next moment, the man flew face first to the floor, bowing his head in front of Song Ji-han. After some education, Ji-han looked at the big man with a contemptuous look and said, "You must be someone's driver." Continuing to reprimand the man, Sung Ji added, "However, your behavior is not only a bad role model, but also resembles the traits of a bandit." After which Saya approached Ji-han and exclaimed, "Uncle, people are watching enough." The next moment, hearing Yoon-sia's voice and rolling down the window of her limousine, the schoolgirl looked out and exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's really you!" Looking at his niece's reaction, Ji-han mentally said it seems to be Sia's friend, after which the girl niece said, "Oh, Hiso hasn't seen her for a long time." Leaving her car and seeing her uncle sitting on the ground nearby, Hiso exclaimed to her uncle, "What are you doing here?" To which he replied, "I just slipped." Hearing Ji-han's excuse, Sia said together, "Yeah, that's exactly what happened." Getting to his feet, the driver bowed his head and said, "I apologize." After which my friend exclaimed in confusion, "Oh my god, where are all your cars? Why did you come in this?" In response to a question from her friend, the girl answered awkwardly, "My father sold them." And then she said that she would call me if it was a problem. The next moment, grabbing her friend's hands, Hiso exclaimed, "This is out of the question. I'll drive you to school." Hearing the girl's sincere offer, Yoon-sia asked anxiously, "Why all of a sudden?" In response to Hiso's question, she said, "Your car stands out from the crowd." And Sia said, "Yes, but I don't want to burden you." And then heard that there was no need to burden me, I'll tell my father. And then Sia added, "But I'm embarrassed." Looking at the girl who was rubbing off on him so much, Ji-han thought to himself, I wonder if Sia had such a close friend back then. There was definitely something wrong. After a while, when Lee Ha-young arrived at the scene, she angrily exclaimed what the hell was going on. Looking at the empty parking lot where the whole cataclysm was taking place, she exclaimed where Sung Ji-han had gone, and I arrived in 10 minutes and he had already run home. In response to the girl's question, the worker said, "That's right, you missed him a little bit." Hearing the man's response, Lim Ga-yoon said, "I warned you about this, ma'am." And the girl exclaimed angrily, "Two strong men started a fight, but it didn't last 10 minutes. Immediately after starting to bite her nails out of nervousness, she added anxiously, "What if foreign agents come after him?" Noticing her mistress's bad habit, Lim Ji-yoon took Lee Han-yeon's hand away from her teeth and said, "Stop it." Continuing to reassure his lady, the bodyguard added, "You told me that biting your nails would not help the case and that I should stop you." When she heard her subject's remark, the woman was surprised to ask what was going on, and then mentally added, "Wow, you can fall in love like that." Immediately after seeing her mistress walk away, Lim Ga-yoon asked what you were going to do now, and she confidently replied, "What other options do we have?" Connecting to the broadcast of the Victory Predictor song, Lee Ha-young said, "I'm going to chase him and see who comes out on top." At the same time, the guy was broadcasting live from the battlefield in the Colosseum, and one of the viewers wrote that he would definitely take first place. A few seconds after he neutralized the nearest enemy with his fists, he switched to another, smashing his shield with his bare hands and neutralizing his opponent. At the same time, Song-ji himself was concentrating his power for the best effect and contemplating the nameless divine art. Using a combination of several combined skills, the boy used his lightning skill again, which destroyed many enemies around him. Looking at the result of the last punch and then at his fist, the guy said quite well, and then mentally added that concentrating on the sensations really helps to adapt faster. The next moment, noticing a few enemies nearby, Ji-han began to stretch his arms and said to his head, "I'll deal with a couple more." Seeing that he was aiming at them, a couple of guys who had already tried to resist him said anxiously that Sung Ji-han was in trouble again. Right in front of them stood the same guy, Sung Ji-han, who had recently defeated a gold-level corpse golem with just one hit. And of course, at this level of difficulty, where all the players had low characteristics for Bronze League players, it was literally a bolt from the blue, because no one could stand up to him in this range of enemies. Activating his lightning-fast skill again, the frightened cries of Song Ji-han rang out from the Colosseum as if a natural disaster had struck and could not be prepared for. After some time, the boy received a system notification that the game was over, and after that he was teleported back to the place where he was. Immediately afterwards, he was overtaken by another system notification that said, "You took first place." And then the viewers of the broadcast began to write, "Wow, he's first again, he's always first." The next moment, several notifications appeared saying that you had won first place 5 times in a row. Your experience points and equipment points had been doubled, and your level had been increased twice. And then the guy said, "Wow." After the notification about the double leveling up, the guy also received a new notification saying that you have reached the 15th level and unlocked the dungeon map. Seeing this, Songji said in surprise, "Oh, that's right. You can only get into it after reaching the 15th level of the dungeon. This is the card that becomes available only after reaching the 15th level. Here, unlike other cards, you just need to fight." In this type of test, you will have to go through mazes, solve puzzles, and avoid traps. Recalling the basic principles of this event, the guy mentally said, "However, you can't go far here on your own. Even in BattleNet, it is recommended to cooperate with other players because it is very important to work in a team in dungeons." After mentioning that he was already the center of attention, the guy mentally said something about me and so many eyes would have been sharpening their teeth. Then, if I enter a dungeon with someone who plans to take revenge on me, it will be difficult to join a guild for a while. Thinking about the team game and the solution for the team meeting, the guy confidently added, "No, it's not worth it. They will start to get bored when I decide to leave." The next moment, he opened his profile to look at the results and thought, "It's going to be hard, but it's worth the wait. I'll soon reach the Silver League. And that's when I won't have to join someone else's guild. I'll be able to create my own and recruit the members I need for this mission." After a while, when he found himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, he asked Sia to set the table, and she replied yes. Having finished preparing breakfast for himself and his niece, Sungji said, "Everything is ready. Let's have breakfast." After tasting the food prepared by her uncle, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you suddenly started cooking so well." To which he replied, "I just used what was in the fridge and then added some salt." Hearing the praise from his niece, Jihan closed his eyes and leaned on his hand and said, "Next time I'll show you what a really good dish is." And then thought, "It's not for nothing that I cooked for myself every day in America," and then felt that I would be seriously waiting. At the same time as the girl was eating the sausage, the boy asked, "You how your friend was bringing you home from school yesterday?" And when Yoon Sia heard the question, she was surprised to hear that you meant Hiso. Immediately after, with a horrified expression on her face, the girl said disappointedly, "I don't think I'm going with her." Hearing this, Sungji asked, in surprise, why not? Hearing her uncle's questioning, Yoon Sia awkwardly said, "I forgot to tell you on the way home. She was overreacting to everything and I was uncomfortable to the point where I wanted to fall through the ground." The next moment, recalling her friend's words, she said to Sia, "How are you going to live on? You must be heartbroken. Can I help you? Why did your father do this to you? You are his only daughter." After hearing the questions that so-called friend of hers asked her, Jihan said, "You suck." And then he heard what a lame girl she was. Confirming her uncle's words about the girl, she also said that there was another reason. Smiling happily at her uncle, Sia said, "My mom's car is much better and it's much more comfortable and even warmer." In response to his ward's unobtrusive offer to drive her to school in the same car, Jihan said, "I think so too." After a while, on his way to school, the boy could see a large crowd of different people in costumes shouting out to him, "This is Sung Ji-han." Nervous because of the crowd that had gathered, the guy asked if they were all scouts and reporters, to which the girl replied awkwardly, "We attracted a lot of attention yesterday," after which Jihan added that they were probably stalkers. When we arrived at the school and headed to the parking lot, the guards were holding back all those journalists and shouted, "This is a private area, please move back, you cannot pass without a visitor's pass." Sighing heavily after avoiding such a crowd of people wanting his attention, Sungji said, "Ugh, we need to change cars as soon as possible or come up with something." And the girl said in surprise that uncle. Pointing to the parking lot where a couple of attractive ladies were standing near the cars, Sia added, "As soon as the guy arrived in the parking lot and stopped the car, Lee Ha-yeon straightened her hair and said, 'You finally arrived, Sung Ji-han.'" At the same time, leaving his car upon arrival and simultaneously looking at the girl, the boy wondered why they had such serious expressions. The next moment, when he left the car and slammed the door behind him, he immediately said, "It's very strange to see you here," and was answered, "We arrived a little earlier and were expecting you." And Sia thought they were somehow obsessed with him. Continuing to insist, the girl said, "I gave you my business card, but you never called me at that very moment." Sia, standing behind her uncle, said, "Come on, uncle, this time I won't interfere." To which he replied, "You're getting it wrong," and then thought, "I forgot about her." Starting to approach the guy who ignored her request, Lee Ha-yeon said, "And that's why I want to ask you to give me some time right now, Sung Ji-han." Taking a seat at a table in the cafeteria, the couple began to discuss something, while the other managers, who could only watch from a distance, said in frustration, "Damn her superiority. I barely managed to get a gold-level contract, and what if I can't even show him his nonsense? I need to break through to them." At the same time, sitting at a table with a girl who was drinking coffee, Ji-han said that we seem to attract a lot of attention, do you mind? To which she replied, "No, I'm used to it." Hearing the girl's answer, Ji-han was surprised to hear that she was comfortable in this environment, and she put down her cup of coffee and said, "It's probably because I went to this school." Immediately after turning her gaze to the boyfriend, Lee Ha-young added, "However, I can't get used to your reaction." To which he replied, "If you mean that I didn't call you, then please forgive me." Continuing to justify himself, the guy said I had a lot to do, so I couldn't, and in response I heard a heavy sigh and the words, "It's okay. This attitude is new to me." Turning her gaze to the boy again, Lee Ha-young said, "You are the first person who makes me run after you." The next moment, she pulled her hand back, thus signaling to her subject to bring the document, and that is why I prepared the proposal. The next moment, a deal appeared on the table, handed to her by Lim Ga-yoon, and she placed the offer on the table and said the platinum level. Hearing how high the girl's bid was, one of the managers exclaimed that she was offering a platinum-level contract to a person from the Bronze League, and then the other added, "Heh, I quit." At the same time, Sung-ji looked at the offer that the girl made to him and thought, "I didn't expect her to offer so much." After a few seconds of silence after the contract was presented, the girl interrupted the guy's thoughts and said, "I'll tell you a secret." Leaning over the table to get closer to Ji-han, she added, "It was only because of me that I got this contract." Trying to somehow seduce the guy with her cleavage and charisma, the girl added, "You know he reflects my feelings for you." Seeing exactly what Lee Ha-young was doing while her bodyguard stood guard, pretending not to see anything, Ji-han mentally said she had planned it all. The next moment, turning his gaze to the managers, who were also walking away from the garden, the boy confidently added in his head that he had planned it so precisely. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the girl who was quite close to him and looked her directly in the eye and spoke in his head from the beginning to the end. After a while of the girl being very close to him, Sung-ji smelled a familiar scent and said in his head that it was the same perfume that Zero wore. At the same time, not understanding why her seduction does not work on the guy, Lee Hae-young mentally said what kind of expression he has on his face. How he manages to remain calm, I don't understand. At the same time, Ji-han thought now he is sure that Lee Ha-young is Zero. The next moment, he mentally added interestingly, "This is also currently in front of her." At the same time feeling a little disappointed, the girl mentally said, "My self-esteem is starting to crumble before my eyes." Sitting back down in her seat after the unsuccessful way of seducing the guy, Lee Ha-young thought resentfully, "I still couldn't get his phone number. I need him to give me something in return." Having finished thinking about her failure, the girl moved on to action again, saying, "Review the contract and then I will send you the original with my signature and how to contact you." In response to the girl's question, Ji-han asked her to give you my phone number. Hearing this, Lee Ha-young held back her displeasure and thought, "Oh, right." But at the same time, Lim Ga-young smiled slyly and thought he was right on the money. Immediately after a brief moment of dissatisfaction, Lee Ha-young said, "What if so?" And what she heard in response was, "How about a bet?" Surprised by the guy's offer, the girl asked him what she would bet on, and he said yes with a happy smile. "I recently got the 15th level, and so I have to go to the dungeon after getting the 15th level." The first game is always the dungeon. After hearing the message from the guy, Lee Ha-young jumped up from his seat in surprise, exclaimed, "What already?" Surprised at the speed of the guy's progress, she mentally said, "I expected him to start raiding soon, but I didn't realize it would take him less than a month to reach the 15th level, which is the bet he wants to make." Having finished her thoughts, the girl asked him what the conditions were, and he stood up from his seat and sighed heavily and said, "I'm going to go there now." Shifting his gaze to the girl and smiling slyly, the guy said, "If I don't manage to take first place, I'll contact the Divergent Guild and, of course, give you my number." In response to the guy's words, Lee Hae-young nervously replied, "But there are many people who have fangs against you." After that, Lim Ga-young nervously thought he wanted to go on a raid without a guild and a team. Hearing that she was sure that this plan would not succeed, Ji-han stepped forward and said, "Then why don't you agree to it?" And she replied, "Your offer is amazing. I was even a little confused." Immediately after hearing only half of the deal, she asked what I would have to put on the line, and in response, she said that I would win. And then Ji-han thought, "I want to make sure." Mentioning the skill he was interested in and to convince me that he had it, he added, "Show me your status window." Immediately after announcing the condition for achieving his success in this bet, the boy said in his head, this is how I will be able to find out if she has it now. Looking at the confused girl who didn't say anything, Ji-ha mentally added her gift of education. After asking the boy's wishes, Lee Ha-young said my state window, to which he confidently replied yes, and then thought this gift was just a buff of experience points that he was ashamed to show to others. After noticing the change in the girl's behavior, the guy smiled slyly and said in his head, "Judging by her reaction, it's true, but I'd still like to see it with my own eyes." In response to the guy's request, the girl sighed heavily and said, "Okay, but then don't regret your choice." While Jihan was logging into the BattleNet system, the girl asked if you were going to go to the game now. Should we go? And he replied that he didn't have to. After launching a live broadcast so that everyone could see what he was doing, Jihan moved into the game space and said, "Wait for me here." Hearing that he was expected at the same place, Lee Ha-young said, "It will take a little time." At the same time as the viewers began to write in the live chat, the boy moved to a new location and then received a system notification such as a dungeon map. This place was called the Conqueror's Tomb Dungeon, based on the system alert information. Tomb of the Conqueror. Difficulty level high underground tomb, which is the tomb of the legendary conqueror. This place is home to a variety of monsters that raiders can meet, but it does not have such difficulties as traps and mazes. However, there is still one reason why this dungeon has a high level of difficulty, and this reason is that in order to clear this dungeon completely and leave it as a winner, you need to fulfill a list of certain conditions. One of these conditions is that all members of the group participating in the clearing of a given dungeon must survive to the end. Continuing to recall the reasons why dungeons are so difficult to complete, Jihan mentally added that this is why it is important to assemble a team successfully. The next moment, when he found himself inside the beginning of his journey in the dungeon, a system notification appeared. Player Song Jihan has entered. After receiving a system notification that said the game would start soon, Jihan looked at the members of the selected team and thought, "I think it's over for now." That they were not bad guys, and immediately afterwards, adjusting his glasses, one of the fighters exclaimed in surprise, "Sung Ji-han," and then the other added, "Holy shit, it's really you." Starting to greet each of them, Sung Ji thought they were all from the same guild and their equipment was good, and then he said, "It's an honor to meet you, I'm glad to meet you." Immediately after starting to prepare for the start of the raid, one of the players said that let's go, to which the other replied, "Yeah, now we have Sung Ji-han with us." Deciding that they would help their friend, one of the three said, "We'll show you where to go," to which he replied, "No, follow me." After which one of the boys said in surprise that it was better for the soldiers to go first. After hearing the recommendation from his temporary ally, Jihan looked back and said, "It's okay, I'm confident in my abilities." In response to Jihan's remark, the rest of the comrades followed him confidently, exclaiming, "Good, then we rely on you." At the same time, while warming up his hands before he started fighting, the guy thought, "Fortunately, there are no one here who will set me up, and I was a little worried about the conditions of the sweep." Immediately after completing his preparations and his thoughts, the guy looked at his comrades and said, "Let's do it." Upon arriving at the first corridor they had to pass, the boys saw terracotta warriors in different states. Seeing that after they entered the room, the enemies began to come to life and form into an army, one of the players shouted out to them. Looking at the sand warriors who had to be defeated to move on, a team member nervously added that they were the guards of the tomb. Immediately after collecting his thoughts and looking at his leader, the guy asked Jihan in what order we will attack. "I can clear the way there with magic." In response to a question from his teammate who offered his solution to the problem, Sun Ji stepped forward and said, "Just stand behind me." Immediately after he stepped a few steps forward, a blackberry warrior attacked him with a slashing blow, which Jihan managed to dodge. As soon as the enemy opened up, he struck back, crushing the enemy into small pieces, after which he could no longer continue the fight. Thus, Song Ji-han made his way to the other end of the corridor, clearing the way with his own fists. After some time, most of the enemies were destroyed and the last one remained, which Jihan was also able to defeat without much difficulty. And after a while, when the whole road was cleared and the comrades stood there with their mouths open, unable to say a word, Jihan shouted out, "Hey, why are you frozen?" Crushing in his hand a piece of the enemy's body that he had accidentally torn from his body, the guy said, "Let's catch up with me now." At this pace, the team continued to move through the dungeon, waiting for Sung Ji to figure things out for himself, and so they reached the third level of the Conqueror's Tomb. Continuing to follow his guide who was quickly clearing the way, one of the players was surprised to hear him say, "Wow, in reality, he doesn't seem real." In response to his friend's words, another friend, embarrassed by the sight, said, "Yeah, he's destroying these tough nuts as if they were made of sand." At the same time, Jihan heard himself talking and thought to himself, having destroyed another enemy, they are not particularly strong at all. The next moment, he saw a donation of 1 million won among the stream's comments and wondered what the hell was going on. Starting to look for a comment on the donation, he mentally added what a fool he was, and then saw a message from a foreign manager in which he wrote, "Sung-san, you never check your mail. Maybe you should go there at least once. I have prepared a large donation for you." After seeing a message from Takeda Kazuo, one of the viewers wrote to Jin, "We can't execute you too. If you go to Japan, I'll move to another country." In response to worried comments from his supporters, he said, "Don't worry, I'll stay in Korea. We need to block him." Immediately after blocking the annoying fan, Jihan said that the third level was dealt with, after which a blackberry from the players said that we would have cleared only the first level during this time, after which another added that we were not just being dragged through but were being taken by plane. As Jihan walked forward, one of his comrades who followed him stopped to check on the state of the destroyed statue, knocking it on the head with his sword and saying in amazement how he was destroying them with his fists. While one lagged behind, the others went forward, and the leader of the trio looked down and said, "Thank you in advance. I'm sorry that you have to do everything alone." And he said, "You don't need to apologize." Immediately after Sung-ji started the psychic war, he added that it helps me a lot that you are not playing against me, to which the leader happily replied, "God would be great to continue working with you." Next in line, based on the system notification that appeared on the level 4 of the dungeon, Jihan looked at it and said in surprise that it was a direct path. Looking at what could be the cunning of this room, the leader said anxiously, and at the same time sighed. Jihan thought, "That's a laugh." Looking closely at the holes that covered all the surfaces in the room, my friend added on the walls and on the floor. Realizing that everyone would have to do their best here, the guy added awkwardly that there were traps everywhere. I had heard that there were almost none, but I did not expect to come across them all at once. At the same time, Jihan asked his comrades if they would mind speeding up a bit, to which the leader confidently replied, "Of course." At the same time, the other guys who received the bribery task awkwardly added without any problems. Standing in front of the beginning of the 4th level of the room with obstacles in the form of traps, he added, "Here I will also go first." Preparing to overcome the line of obstacles that stood in their way, the guy confidently added, "Crossing the threshold of the room, and you will cover me." Hearing the words of the leader who had done all the work for them, the warrior who had already prepared his sword mentally said, "Yes, you can go ahead." At the same time, the archer, looking at the back of Jihan, to whom he had been assigned, mentally added just that, "Take another step, and then 1 million will be mine." All this was caused by a task that said 7 Sword King 787 registered reward for the task. Nothing special to do, just finish it quietly, without anyone noticing the reward for completing 1,000,000 points of equipment. The members of the Black Falcon Guild received the same tasks sent to them by the same user, the family of Sword King 787, who registered the task reward. This task was created by a foreign manager who was also watching the live broadcast but was blocked from the chat room, and when he saw that a couple of players were tempted, he happily exclaimed, "I'm done." Holding a cup of coffee in his hand, after fulfilling his duty to comprehend the goal by any means necessary, the man said happily, "I didn't want to resort to this, but there is no other way to understand it." The next moment, Takeda smiled ominously after realizing his diabolical plan and said, "What are you going to do, Sung Ji-han?" "I bribed a few people." Also, while watching 2 players from the Falcon Guild who were visibly nervous after receiving the task, I added that they would not give themselves away. However, Sung Ji-han probably knew that this could happen, but without showing it, he confidently moved forward, clearing the dungeon. When the boy had already started his sprint to overcome the room with traps, the foreign manager slyly added another step. "And then you lose." But Jihan didn't show any signs of it. He continued to go through the dungeon as fast as possible until something unplanned started happening. Continuing to console himself with the fact that he had done a good job, Takeda Kazuo spread his arms and exclaimed joyfully, "Bugaga, I won! There is no way out!" Continuing to laugh so loudly that his laughter could be heard even from the neighboring building, the manager added a boogeyman, just in case someone else did. Without warning you in advance about this development, the Golden Ray was already on guard duty and closely watching the events unfold. At the same time, heading forward to the arrows that were released after activation, Jihan mentally said they were approaching. However, despite the obstacle, he confidently moved on, calculating how he would cope with this obstacle. Seeing the threat coming at them from the front, one of the members of the Black Falcon Guild used his magic and shouted to Jihan aside, "I will destroy the arrows with my ability." In response to the request of his comrades, Song-ji, continuing to confidently walk toward the released arrows, said no need and then mentally said the power of space control. Immediately afterwards, he he activated his absolute territory skill, which allowed him to get the peak capabilities of his skills. Seeing what happened to the arrows that were flying directly at them, one of the members of the Black Falcon who was following him said in surprise what had just happened. The next moment, looking back at his friends to share his impressions, he asked if they had seen it, but they were still at the entrance, not having stepped into the room. The next moment, suspecting something was wrong and seeing them holding weapons, the guy shouted out to Jihan, "Look at them!" And after his friend's nervous exclamation, the guy looked back. Realizing the reason for his friend's wariness, the guy also noticed the intentions of the other two team members and said in his head that they were trying to kill themselves. Rushing to his comrades to prevent them from committing the crime, the leader of the Black Falcons shouted, "What are you doing?" and "Stop immediately." At the very moment when the guys were about to complete their plan, bringing their weapons closer to the body, Jihan used his nameless divine art skill to stop them. When he saw what his fellow archer from the Black Falcon Guild was doing, he was surprised to hear him say that he was doing the same. At that very moment, Songji was already flying towards the traders who had succumbed to the temptation of money using the lightning steps of the shimmering sky. At the last moment, he managed to get to two fools who decided to interfere with his mission and knock the weapon they were going to kill themselves with out of their hand. After the archer landed on the ground after the blow, the warrior whose sword had been knocked out of his hands groaned heavily and exclaimed, "Oh, my hand." Immediately afterward, Jihan used his strength skill to fill his body with energy and inflict severe pain, just like he did with Kim Gyu-hyuk. Arriving at the leader of the group and the two comrades who had already been neutralized, the guy anxiously exclaimed, "Jihan, are you okay?" The guy replied, "I barely had time to stop them." At the same time, a warrior from the raid team who was not in the best condition exclaimed, "We could have done it," and then heard from the archer that you were also given this suicide mission, to which he angrily exclaimed, "Shut your mouth." As if you didn't know. Pretending to be innocent, the leader of the guild team asked why they were arguing, to which Jihan replied that they had a reason. It seems that the two of them were given a suicide mission. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the last player on his team and added that if one of them had succeeded, the game would have been over. Hearing the reason for this action, the guy bowed to Sungji and awkwardly said, "Oh, how awkward it was as their fellow guild member. I'm really sorry," to which he replied, "It's good that I made it in time." At the same time, the magician who was pretending to be a white sheep with his hand on his chest was preparing to use the spell he had already recited and then heard that there was no need to apologize. At the last moment before using the skill, his hand suddenly rose up and the magic spell flew past the intended point of impact. After preventing the last member of the Black Falcon Guild from hurting himself, Jihan said, "You're just like them," and Takeda mentally said, "Just like I said." All the members of the Black Falcon Guild received the same task at the same time. While looking annoyed at the guy who prevented him from earning 1 million points of equipment, the guy exclaimed, "How did you know?" Continuing to be aggressive and thinking about how he could have been revealed against the background of his comrades who were visibly embarrassed after receiving the task, the magician exclaimed, "I didn't give myself away." Continuing to look at the guy he had failed to reach again, even with this method, the foreign manager thoughtfully said, "But how could Jihan have known about this?" At the same time, sitting at his computer monitors, the Golden Ray joyfully exclaimed all thanks to Jihan's faithful assistant, the Golden Ray. Recalling his actions throughout the dungeon-clearing quest from the beginning to the present moment, he added as an eternal fan of Jihan I watched his stream. However, this was not the only thing on his screen. The picture was split, and he confidently exclaimed, not only to him, but to all members of his team. And in an instant, a system notification appeared in front of each of Jihan's comrades in the Falcon Guild. Then I pointed my finger at him and a golden beam shouted out and suddenly I saw. After rereading the description of the task from the magician's screen, the boy added how the family of the Sword King, 898, issued the task with a reward of 1,000,000 won. And it was then that I decided to tell Jihan about everything, creating a donation form that was addressed to the owner of the airwaves, and he wrote to Jihan to be careful, all members of the Black Falcon Guild were bribed. Before sending the message, the guy grabbed his clothes in the chest area and said a donation with a message for 10,000 points of equipment. Well, for the sake of justice, you can donate to Jihan, hire your faithful servant as an assembler. The next moment, Jihan's voice was heard to speak, which was rather strange and surprised the Golden Ray who was watching him. Shoving the last of the traitors into the ground with his face and using the power skill on him, Sungji added, "Even if he feels a certain amount of disrespect for me." Continuing to fill the body of the warrior who was still holding on to the characteristic of strength about the unconscious, Jihan added too expensive to pay 1 million for the task. After knocking out the last of the enemies and reaching for his weapon to prevent him from harming himself, the boy confidently said, "Your lives may be at stake, but they are not worth so much." Holding up a sword that belonged to one of his comrades, the boy said, "I have come to a conclusion." Looking at the live camera with a stern look, the boy confidently said that either one of the guilds was behind it or it was the special influence of the Sword King. Continuing to watch the stream on which Jaehan had already built his conclusions about who it could be, Takeda felt a cold sweat coming out and felt they were willing to pay 1 million just to see a window into the state of their obsession with me. After putting forward 2 options for possible performers, Jihan said who it could be, and hearing the foreign manager's words, the guy who was the mastermind nervously said, "Oh shit." Going to his inventory to get the item he needed, Jihan said that he was ready to do anything just to see my status window, then I'll change our deal. Clicking on the rope in his inventory, the guy said, "I'll change only the part about 200 subscribers to 1 million, and the first condition remains the same." Immediately after he said that, the boy closed his eyes and mentally said something wonderful. "Taking out a rope for traders from my inventory," Jihan added in my head. I was worried that 200,000 subscribers would be gained very quickly. Looking at the item he received from the inventory, he mentally added, "Thanks to him, I received money and attention, so I need to make the most of this situation." He tied the 3 members of his team who wanted to betray him with a restraining rope that holds down neutralized enemies. Having accomplished everything he wanted and twisted even this situation in his favor, the boy joyfully said, "This is great, just great." The next moment, pulling his comrades along with him, Jihan suddenly pulled on the end of the rope and said, "Let's go on." Jumping on the floor and flying up after each tug, the hostages followed Jihan against their will, who wanted to deal with the dungeon as quickly as possible. After a short period of time, the archer who saw what was in the last room of the dungeon exclaimed with concern that we had already arrived. At that very moment, while looking at what awaited him in this room, Jihan heard someone's ghostly voice repeating over and over again not to disturb his rest. Looking at the glowing yellow eyes that lit up the statues that filled the room, he heard the Emperor is eternal again. After that, the eyes of all the statues that filled the room began to light up and repeated over and over again, "Do not disturb his rest, the Eternal Emperor. Do not disturb his rest." After seeing what he saw, Jihan threw his hostages to the ground, after which one of them felt his face hit the ground and thought, "You're right." At the same time, Jihan opened his system window before all the traders had regained consciousness after he knocked them out. Feeling that his mouth was closed and he could not say a single word, the warrior from the Black Falcon Guild thought, just like me from the Bronze League, why the hell is he so strong? The next moment, one of the members of the Black Falcon Guild, unable to bear this attitude, shouted out, "Hey, you dumbass!" Deciding that he could still threaten in this situation, the warrior said, "You've got it. You've got it. I'm giving you one last chance to let us go. Unless you want the entire Black Falcon Guild to become your enemy at that very moment." Jihan pointed his index finger at the first of the 3 traders. Activating his skill, he attacked the guy at all the right points, piercing his armor and then blinked in surprise. Feeling a strange feeling, the warrior mentally said that this happened and then heard, "You really hope that your guild will help such inept people as you." Lowering his head and then falling down without being able to get up, the warrior mentally said, "My body was completely exhausted." At that moment, Jihan used his technique on the archer. While Jihan was dealing with the rest of the players, the warrior raised his head and turned his gaze to the boy, thinking, how is this even possible? Looking at Sungjin, who was watching his hand, the warrior added mentally, he pressed on the painful points. At the same time, Jihan thought, it's been a while since I used this method, but I haven't wasted my skills. At the same time, feeling that their bodies had lost all their strength, the mage thought that this was possible only after reaching the advanced class of martial arts warrior, and I thought he was a support player. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the offended warrior thought he was going to drag us along with him or something. The next moment, deciding to provoke the guy, the warrior remembered the stream where Kim Gyu-hyuk managed to throw him off balance and thought his weak point was his niece. Continuing his thoughts, he added, "Then I'll show him my ability to insult, which I developed while playing on the computer." And then your niece spoke. Before he could speak, his mouth was forcibly closed, after which Jihan, holding back his anger, smiled fake and said, "Why doesn't the man just shut up?" After hearing the threat from the guy, the warrior who was at the bottom among his comrades holding back tears thought, I don't give a damn about anything, it just hurts like hell to be dragged along the ground. Continuing to drag the baggage of the traders behind him, Jihan looked out the window of the state from time to time, used the treatment. After this time, feeling the effect of anesthesia, the archer happily said that it felt so good to the warrior, to which he replied, "Shut up." After completing the necessary actions, the boy looked at the map and mentally said, "We are now on the 6th floor." Putting a marker to see where he was, the guy went forward, pulling his allies with him, and said in his head, "If I clear him, I will go to the last level." After a while, he arrived at the room, after which a system notification appeared in front of him, the 6th floor of the dungeon, and he mentally cursed. Raising his head up, where he could only see the brightly burning yellow eyes of his enemies, who were many in number, Sungji mentally said, "I can't see them very well in the darkness." Noticing some of the enemies who were a little lower and had a little light on them, the guy confidently added in his head, "But they are all clay warriors." The next moment, hearing a noise coming from behind, he looked back and noticed enemies coming from behind and blocked the exit. When the enemies launched an offensive, Jihan took it upon himself to defeat them all. But in addition to the usual battle, he also had to defend the hostages. After a certain period of time, he defeated all the clay enemies in the room with him, or so he thought. The next moment, when he just relaxed, he felt a strange feeling, something very similar to an earthquake, and all the statues he had defeated had their eyes lit up. Immediately after this incident, the guy received a system notification that said the tomb began to tremble, and he looked back to find out what might have happened. When one of the hostages saw what happened after the victory over the clay warriors, he nervously exclaimed that it was a wow. At the same moment, many more clay warriors crawled out of the walls, their eyes glowing yellow, and began to say, "Do not disturb His Highness's rest." Standing on the ground, where the enemies began to jump, the boy listened to them say over and over again, "The Eternal Emperor, do not disturb his rest, do not disturb His Highness's rest." At the same time assessing his enemies, Jihan thoughtfully said in his head, "Their eyes are glowing. Most likely they are in berserker mode," after which a system notification appeared in front of him. It was a plate with a task, and after rereading its description, Sunji mentally added, "It's been a long time since I've been given a task, and the last time I was given one was when I was completing a map with a defense type." When all the enemies were already on the ground and no more appeared, Jihan used his skill and covered the hostages under the shield, reinforcing its strength characteristic. Immediately after installing it, he struck it with his sword, and heard an angry man shouting that, "Why put us under the shield to hit us like that?" Then, after testing the strength of this protective dome, Sungji thought to himself, "It's much stronger if you put a force field on top of it. Now, I don't have to constantly watch over them and protect them from enemy attacks." He then turned his attention to the clay warriors he needed to destroy. After completing all the preparations for the battle without restrictions, the boy activated his skill of absolute territory, which was being overrun by enemies. Feeling the strengthening and disappearance of a certain degree of restriction, the guy mentally said, "No matter how many times I use it, I am constantly surprised at how effective it is." Watching the enemies coming at him in the absolute territory, Jihan added in his head that the movements of everyone in it were slowing down. Immediately after clenching his hand into a fist, the guy added in this situation, "I can easily do it with my fists alone. Kill all enemies within the reach of the absolute territory." Immediately after taking both hands on the sword he had at his disposal and using his skills on it, the guy added, "However, I have true power in this territory." The next moment, closing his eyes and remembering his guildmaster from his past life, the boy said, "You should be ashamed of yourself, Baron. You only use this ability to boost mana." Having finished his thoughts, the guy swung his sword and said in his head, "Enough of this unnecessary chatter. It's time to end it." In a few seconds, using his skills, the boy created a giant vortex that pulled all the enemies into it and destroyed all the statues in a short period of time, after which he received a notification that the task was completed. Heading to the top floor with the boss, the guy mentally said the Tomb of the Conqueror can only be cleared when all members of the group are alive. Arriving at the boss's room, the boy heard, "Please, thieves, people come for the ash and leave the rest alone. I will give you what you want." Hearing the words of the boss, Jihan mentally spoke, "Now you will need to fulfill the conditions of the last floor," after which the boss added, "Watch your manners." Recalling how exactly the passage of this level ends, Jihan mentally added a bow as a sign of respect. Then the commentators wrote, "Wow, they are already in the boss room. It will all end when they bow." The next moment, 4 places appeared in front of the guy, where 4 people had to stand and bow as a sign of respect to the boss. When he saw what he had to do, the guy pulled the hostages to him by pulling the rope, after which they fell down near him. The next moment, activating his strength skill, the guy broke the rope and seized control of the bodies of the 3 hostages. Even though his team members would hardly have listened to him if he had ordered them to, Jiha confidently said in his head that it was possible. Seeing the members of the Black Falcon Guild heading to their places of worship, a spectator wrote that the balls were at the same time an archer who was unwittingly heading to the place of worship exclaimed, "My body is moving by itself." At the same moment, the boy and his puppets were walking to their place and his strength characteristic now totaled 18 points. Also, his absolute territory skills have also improved thanks to the battle against the clay warriors he fought on each floor. When all 4 people were in their places to bow, the level boss clutched his bow and arrow and spoke sternly now. You can start when you hear an order from the dungeon boss for which you need to do the most basic. Jihan began to fulfill the order. While directing his puppets to fall to their knees and bow before the battle, the boy thought this distance was a bit too long. Having covered a fairly large area with his absolute territory, the guy mentally added, "But if I stand still, I can control them," after which one of his comrades exclaimed, "Oh, my nose!" When all of his team members had their noses in the ground, Jihan himself knelt down and bowed his head and said in his head, "Now." Also, by bowing his head to the ground in front of the dungeon boss, he confidently added that the dungeon clearance was definitely successful. After seeing the sign of respect shown to him, the conqueror said, "Now you can go back to where you came from." Immediately after these words, the gate to the normal world appeared behind the guy, and a system notification said that the 7th floor was passed. When the gate was fully formed and a system notification appeared with the words "Gate Open," Jihan received a new task. At the end of the dungeon mission, the archer mentally said, "1,000,000, I didn't get it, but I'm still glad we were the first." At the same time, the mage also thought, "I'm glad we passed it with the rest." When they all got to their feet after bowing low, the wizard looked at Song Jihan and wondered why he was still not moving. At the same time, holding his head and smiling awkwardly, the boy thought to himself, "God, how ridiculous this is." Looking at the description of the mission he received, which said the hidden task was to show the statue of the conqueror, real respect reward, 5,000 points of achievement, arrow of the conqueror, the guy mentally said what kind of task it was. The next moment, raising his head to the statue of the conqueror standing in front of him, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, 5,000 points of achievement is not such a bad reward. Immediately afterwards, he noticed the other reward for the task, which was in the hands of the statue, and mentally said the arrow of the conqueror. Assessing the scale of the reward, Jihan sighed nervously and thought it was so huge that it looked more like a spear and would be given as a reward. Immediately after returning his gaze to the mage who was playing his role as a non-traitor, the boy smiled slyly and mentally said a real respectful word. Continuing to look at Jihan, who stood still, the wizard thought to himself, "Why is he taking so long? What if the guys from the other group came in now?" The next moment, using his power, Jihan pulled up the wizard who was closest to him and grabbed him in his hand. Immediately after this action, looking at the dungeon boss with a sly look, the conqueror and king of thieves said, "This is my expression of true respect for you." Immediately after these words, he sent the comrade he was holding in his hand flying toward the conqueror. Seeing a flying object flying towards them, the horse on which the conqueror was sitting caught the magician and ate him, after which a notification appeared. The player died. After making the sacrifice, Song Jihan began to expect a response from the king of thieves. Immediately after what the thief said and did, the statue said to the king of thieves, "You are the one who addresses me like that." At the same time, after receiving the question, Jihan smiled happily and said, "This is the embodiment of a thief, and I will show you my true respect." The next moment, turning his gaze to the gold they had been given as a reward for passing, he added, "Instead of all this gold, I will take what is really valuable to me." Pointing to the arrow the dungeon boss was holding in his hands, the boy said, "I want to get an arrow." At that time, this arrow was enveloped in a golden aura that had a powerful force. After expressing his desire to receive the arrow, the guy mentally said, "The arrow of the conqueror is included in the reward because I realize its value and take it as a demonstration of my respect." Looking at the task again, which said show the statue true respect, rewarded with 5,000 points of achievement, and the arrow of the conqueror, Jihan mentally said that this was the true condition of this task. After hearing the request to get what he wanted, the dungeon boss started laughing so loudly that the walls shook from the noise. The next moment, the conqueror calmed his dust and looked at the boy, smiled slyly and said, "Excellent, I liked it just fine. I will give you the reward you desire." Hearing the answer of the conquering king, Jihan used his strength to lift the sword from the ground and put it in his hand. As soon as Jihan grabbed for his weapon, the dungeon boss said something that was even quite touching. While Jihan was warming up before deflecting the arrow of the conquering king, the boss himself said, "I will give you my treasure to show you true respect." Taking a fighting stance and getting ready to take the shot, the guy confidently said, "I will gladly take it." After hearing what the boy said, the dungeon boss pulled his aunt's bow and said, "Well, try to catch her then." Using all the power he could put into this shot, the conquering king confidently added my phoenix arrow. As the heat from the arrows spread through the room, the archer, feeling the hot air, said frightenedly, "I can't breathe. I think I'm going to die." As he continued to stand in the infernal heat, Jihan heard one of his comrades shouting, "I'm on fire!" Realizing that the situation was not the best, he mentally said, returning his gaze to the warrior, "This is quite dangerous." Seeing that the sword-bearer's health was rapidly decreasing due to the flames that engulfed his armor, the boy mentally added, I risk not being able to withstand it and die. Looking at the warrior with about a quarter of his health left, Jihan added, I don't care if they die. The problem is that after they disappear. Continuing his reflections and memories of the system, he added anxiously, the owner's weapon will also disappear from my hands. Standing in front of the king of the conquerors in the heat of hell, the boy thought he needed to finish this as soon as possible. The next moment, the archer fell to the ground with a heavy groan, after which a system notification appeared saying that 2 of the 4 team members were killed. Shifting his gaze from his fallen comrade to the king of the conquerors, Jihan thought how fiercely I could feel his heat with my whole body. Sweating in the hot atmosphere, the boy said in his head, I'm not going to be able to resist the arrow now. The next moment, focusing his gaze not on the projectile but on the weapon, he confidently said that my only option was to aim the bow, until he had time to make his shot, and then he began to wait for the right moment to attack. If we recall the sword skill that the boy used, this story stretches back to a long time before the traveling boy who lost his way. A wise man appeared at a moment when he had almost given up and was given a chance that could fix everything and give him the right path. Then he pointed his finger at the boy who had lost his way and said, I will show you the right path to follow. Continuing to give his instructions to the wandering boy, the sage added, only in this direction should you go. From the combat dedication of 3 talents, thanks to a wandering man who lost his way, people were able to reach them. Launching his attack at the most opportune moment, Jihan said in his head, the most perfect ultra-speed punch. Seeing that the confrontation had begun, the king of the conquerors pulled the bowstring of his bow and prepared to shoot. At the same time, Jihan released his sword in the direction of the bow to knock down the enemy's sight and make it impossible for him to shoot, a skill called the Way of the Immortal Sage. Having failed in this confrontation, the dungeon boss looked at his weapon, which was destroyed. Realizing that this opponent is a really worthy boss, the thief said your name. Seeing that he had finally reacted to his action, the boy smiled happily and thought it worked, after which Sung Jihan spoke. Hearing the boy's name and looking at the arrow lying next to him, the conquering king said to Song Jihan, picking up an arrow from the ground, which had fallen near him after a failed shot, the dungeon boss said, you are quite a notable and noble warrior. Immediately afterward, he threw an arrow with his hand in Song Jihan's direction to give him a well-deserved reward. When the boy caught the arrow shot at him with his left hand, the king of thieves said, you have shown me respect. I give you my phoenix arrow. At the same time, Jihan placed the arrow, which looked more like a spear, on the ground, examining it. At the same time, after handing over the reward to the worthy guest, the statue of the conqueror was spoken by the thief Song Jihan. Looking intently at the guy who was holding the arrow in his hand, he said, I look forward to seeing you again. Disintegrating into space after fulfilling his duty, he spoke in a final word in a more worthy battle sometime in the future. In response to the dungeon boss, who also showed his respect for him, the boy replied, of course I will wait too. The next moment, taking the spear handed to him by his opponent in both hands, the boy said in his head, there are many fields of battle in BattleNet, so I will see you again. As soon as the boss of this dungeon completely disappeared from the room, Jihan smiled happily and said, well, that's great, and then mentally added, you will need to cut off the feathers at the end to use it as a spear. The next moment, the boy saw the comments in which the audience asked Jihan what kind of ability it was, and I really couldn't see anything even in slow motion. In response to this question, the boy mentally said, well, the path of the immortal sage is not just ultra fast. The next moment, as he began to recall the peculiarities of his skill, he mentally said, this technique is hitting a specific point with a thin sword of ki. After these recollections, raising his hand to the level of his eyes, Song Ji, realizing his skill, mentally said, I am beginning to better control the nameless divine arts. Starting to recall again his first time using the nameless divine art, the boy said in his head the first time he used it, it was not stable and used up a lot of power. Immediately after, remembering his diligent training and the times he used this skill in battles when necessary, Jihan thought, but the more I used it, the more I used it. Clenching his hand into a fist after he threw away the sword of the last of his teammates, the boy mentally said, well, it's gotten more graceful and stable with time. Continuing his deep thoughts about mastering a skill that is not yet available to him, the guy said in his head, I managed to demonstrate the basic forms of martial arts, and then received a system notification that said the conqueror has accepted you. Immediately afterwards, he also received another notification that said, you have been released from the conditions of the 7th floor. Seeing this inscription, the guy was surprised to think that everything was over. After receiving these notifications about the completion of the test, Jihan looked back to where the last of his team was lying on the ground with his head bowed and said this. At the same time, not understanding what had happened, The warrior who was left alone among his fellow guildmates in the dungeon said in surprise what he was doing. Seeing that only 2 of the survivors were left, and the other was Ji-han, a member of the Black Falcon Guild, said in fright when the archer died. The next moment, Sung-ji approached the last member of his group, spinning the spear he had received as a gift from the dungeon boss over his head. Realizing that he could be in trouble, the warrior heard Ji-han say, "I'm sorry. As you can see, I'm not so generous as to let the person who stabbed me in the back take first place." And then he burst into tears and began to tremble with fear. After making a conclusion about what he was going to do with the traitor who sold out for a certain amount of money, Ji-han used the new weapon he had received to make a hole in the guy. Having completed the extermination of all the traitors after passing the dungeon, the boy said this after dealing with the last one, and then received a notification that a team member had died, leaving one of the 4. At the same time, somewhere in the real world, when they saw a system notification that the game was complete and the image of the guy began to appear in front of them, one of the managers exclaimed, "He's here!" And then one of them added, "Oh shit." Paying attention to the weapon held by the guy with the signature of the highest level, the first one exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it's an arrow or a whole harpoon." Continuing to marvel at the weapon, the other manager added that he had received such an item in the bronze dungeon. At the same time, Lim Ga-yoon saw the guy's return and was speechless. Noticing that the attention of the girls who came to offer him a contract was focused on him, Ji-han asked, "I hope you all watched the stream carefully. I was the first to hear it again, and the bodyguard girl thought in disappointment, no matter how many times it happens, I still can't get used to it." And then Lee Ha-young said, "Yes, you are really impressive." Immediately after hearing that the girl had indeed seen his results, Ji-han confidently said, "I'm very glad. Then I'll ask you to fulfill your end of the bargain after losing the bet." Continuing to press the girl who was standing right in front of him, Sung-ji added, "You're not going back on your word," to which she nervously replied, "But yeah." Continuing to hold his weapon behind his shoulders, Ji-han heard a request from the girl. "If you could lower the spear while talking, it is a little scary," and then thought, what an impressive power. When the guy hit his spear with oppressive force, the girl demonstrated her status window and said, "Well, I told you you'd be sorry." At the same time, Sung-ji saw what he needed and smiled happily and mentally said, "I knew he was into her." Looking at a skill with a description of education allows the user to educate the player. An additional gift helps other players become stronger faster. Ji-han heard the girl say in an offended voice, not to say a word about it to anyone. At the same time, watching from behind her boss, who was obviously in a bad mood, Lim Ga-yoon thought to herself, "She'll be fine." Continuing her reflections on the girl's behavior, the subject mentally added that she hated talking about him. Thinking back to the day when Lee Ha-young received her skill and was driving home, Lim Ga-young thought she was sad to spend all her money on a worthless gift, and then she remembered the words of the head of the guild, who was looking at the phone of the newcomers to the Turtle Guild. "I'm jealous. I spent all my money and prayed for days to come to keep the rest of the training." Biting her lips after learning a useless skill that cost a lot of money, she added angrily, and wondered why she had gone to that damn academy. Turning her head to the side as the boy spoke to Lee Hae-young, Lim Ga-young added in her mind that she had always spoken ill of the academy and her gift when she imagined the case of the academy of all places being the place to raise her. Yes, indeed, life is full of unpredictability. At the same time, puffing out her cheeks while the guy looked at her status window, Lee Hae-young nervously thought it was strange why he didn't say anything. Immediately after noticing a sly smile on the guy's face, she confusedly added in her head that he was laughing at me now. Having misinterpreted the guy's emotions, the girl said offended, "Don't you think it's rude to laugh at a person right in his face?" To which he replied, "I'm not laughing at you at all. I'm just happy." Confused by the guy's response to her displeasure, the girl exclaimed that Sung-ji had already pulled his phone out of his pocket. The next time he held it out to the girl, he said, "May I ask for your number?" Hearing this request, Lim Ga-yoon, who was standing behind him, was stunned by the boy's sudden request. Not understanding the reason for this act, Lee Ha-young said confusedly, "But I lost a bet. How do I understand this?" To which he happily replied, holding out his gadget, as he understood it, "I just needed it." In response to the guy's request, the disgruntled girl, folding her arms in front of her, replied offended, "You can see the business card I gave you last time." And he replied awkwardly, "Well, the thing is," continuing to give the reason for the impossibility of this action, he added that I lost it when I heard the reason Lee Ha-young, whose self-esteem had fallen below the baseboard, thought, "What the hell?" Continuing to look at the guy who was handing her his phone, she thought he was just saying that he wasn't interested in me. First, he lost my damn business card and now he's asking for my number. Taking the boy's gadget in her hands, the girl was surprised to hear him say that she was interested in the skill of parenting, and it seems to me that this is exactly what it is, but why? Barely containing her anger, the girl said in her head, "I feel like I'm being led by the nose. My ego can't take it. I can't give him my number after everything that happened. Holding back her anger at the impudent boy, she grabbed his phone and confidently said in her head, I can do it. Receiving his phone back after entering the number, Jihan heard the phone ready and then looking at the recorded contact, he was surprised to hear that heart. As soon as he realized what was depicted, Lee Ha-young turned her back on him and said to her subject, Ga-young, let's get out of here. Having made a cunning prank that was supposed to put the guy in an embarrassing position, the girl looked back and smiled slyly and thought, well, I didn't expect you to be so confused by Sung Ji-han. Not having had time to enjoy her prank enough, the girl noticed that the guy's reaction was not what she expected and thought he was smiling. Seeing the puzzled look on her boss Lim Ga-yoon's face, Ji-han said, in surprise at the same time, we'll call you later. As soon as the boy went about his business smiling happily, Lee Ha-young gritted her teeth in irritation and angrily said in her head, what is wrong with him? How can he annoy me? At the same time, somewhere in school, watching her uncle Yoon Sea's live broadcast, she saw how cool her relative seemed and said, wow. Trying to express her impressions, one of her classmates exclaimed enthusiastically, Seiya, you have such a cool uncle. And I replied, I think he's getting stronger every day. The next moment, the girl happily added, I didn't even know that a conqueror's tomb could be cleaned like that, while her other friend was just staring at the stream in amazement. The next moment, interrupting the girl's concentration to one side, one of the girls spoke to Hiso, hearing someone calling her name and asking her in confusion if something was wrong. Starting to express what she was interested in, her classmate added that he had changed a lot since the last time we saw him, to which she replied, you mean the time we passed by Sia's house? To which her friend replied that he looked like an unemployed alcoholic. Continuing to admire the internet hero, one of the girls watching the live broadcast lovingly exclaimed, Sia, introduce me to him. After which her boyfriend, who was standing nearby, nervously said, baby? As she continued to listen to her classmates' admiring words about Song Ji-han, Yoon Sia shed a tear of pride and said in her head, thank you for taking on my uncle. As soon as she began to admire her uncle, her joy was interrupted by the words, hey Sia, this very day is coming soon, because I'm right. After opening the system window where you could view your profile, your classmate added the day you turn 18. Continuing to speak her question, Hiso added, you will officially become a player after reaching the age of majority. Everyone becomes a player and can see their status window. The students of the academy are looking forward to the training and various activities that will begin. After hearing Hiso's question, one of their classmates exclaimed happily, we can go to Battleship together. And another added, you must be really excited. The room of gifts that people receive is the main reason for the existence of the academy, and they are of interest to all students. While talking about coming of age, a guy from this company was surprised to hear that Seiya would receive a gift, to which his girlfriend replied that of course, and I think it would be at least S rank. Immediately after expressing her opinion about the rarity of the gift Seiya would receive, the girl added her father's current SSS rank. She also mentioned her friend's father and her mother, saying that her mother's SS rank and class was that of a saint. Immediately after mentioning the current internet star, she added that there are rumors that her uncle has a talent of at least S rank rarity. After hearing speculation about what skill she would receive, the girl waved her hands away and said nervously, no, it has long been proven that gifts have nothing to do with family history. In response to Sia's remark, a classmate replied that statistics say otherwise, to which she replied, I hope I get something meaningful. Then Hiso added, you have a birthday on the 22nd. When one of my classmates heard the date of becoming an adult, she was surprised to hear that it was coming soon, and Sia replied with concern, I guess that's why I've been feeling so anxious lately. Hearing that her friend was nervous about what was about to happen, Hiso put her hand on hers and said, I'm sure everything will be fine. Trying to somehow calm her friend down and get the bad thoughts out of her head, the girl smiled happily and added, don't worry. Continuing to maintain her grip, Hiso said, you'd better wait for the gift I have prepared for you. And hearing this, Sia said awkwardly, you don't have to, but thank you anyway, Hiso. In response to her classmates' embarrassed excuses and words of gratitude, Hiso opened the status window and said, no, it was definitely worth it. Starting to look at Sia with a strange look full of hatred, she added, please accept it. At the same time, somewhere on the grounds of the first self-defense training competition in Tokyo, Japan, the King of the Sword, facing a certain number of opponents, was able to easily overcome them. After seeing the results of this training, the man in the black suit said in amazement that it was just incredible that the King of the Sword was always so strong, but he heard no. This became clear after the staged round. Shifting his gaze from his colleague to their experimental fighter, the scientist confidently added, the King of the Sword is now much stronger. The scientist began to look through the folder with the papers of the research that was conducted and said that all his abilities had improved, to which the man in the suit said, smiling slyly, I can see it. Admiring what they managed to do and how much they pumped up the strength of their subject, the man said, I was already all in anticipation, bursting with expectation. When will Ito Ryuhei's first performance of the international competition, BattleNet 2020 0815 at 17:00 Korea vs Japan, D2 finally begin? At the same time, in the Gangnam district headquarters of the Divergent Guild, Lee Ha-young picked up the phone and heard Lee Ha-young's message and exclaimed in displeasure, "You're crazy! How could you even think of marrying your daughter to that man? And don't even expect me to let you control my fate." Continuing to listen to what was being dictated to her on the phone, the girl added angrily, "That's why I left, and the decision about when I should get married will be solely up to me." Once again, when she heard objections to her arguments, the girl, angry that she was not being listened to, shouted angrily into the phone saying, "I'm not getting married now." After ending the phone conversation with someone who was trying to set her up with an unwanted gentleman, Lee Ha-young sighed heavily, and then her bodyguard came into the room and asked if she was okay. Hearing a question from her subject, who came inside after an emotional conversation, the manager exclaimed, "No," which did not exactly stun her subject. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, Lee Ha-young looked over her shoulder and exclaimed, "Does it look like I'm okay? I'm just mad," and was answered by the fact that you look upset. Starting to recall the situation that had happened to her because of her father, Lee Ha-young exclaimed angrily, "I think that fat guy was in the self-defense forces, and I was annoyed that I had to attend a date with a bald old man. How could he seriously consider him?" Hearing her mistress's complaint, Lim Ga-yoon said this as she walked to the seat next to her, "And it really is terrible that wealth does not make life easier." And then she heard her boss say, "Thank you. You are the only one who understands me." Reaching her chair where she could sit down, Lim Gan said, "You must be very tired. Why don't you go home and rest?" To which she replied, "No, I'm much more comfortable here." Hearing the remark from her boss, the bodyguard girl looked out the window of the company's top floor and said, "I understand." After sitting in silence for a few seconds, Lee Ha-young said, "I'm sorry." Hearing the sudden apology, Ga-young asked, "What are you apologizing for?" In response to the subject's question, the girl said that because of this job, you have almost no time for yourself, and with such a gift of S rank and talents as yours, you could do a great job. And hearing the lady's remark, the bodyguard happily replied, "That's what you mean. It's nothing. It is my duty to be your bodyguard, and I will wait until you inherit the company." Hearing the words of her subject, who had no regrets about giving her life, the lady said, "I wish I did." Immediately after grabbing her phone, Lee Ha-young added, "I'm going to become independent, earn my own money, and live as I wish so that my parents can't pick on me about the wedding." Hearing the words of her boss, Lim Ga-yoon replied, "That sounds pretty good, but it's a shame that your way of earning money is gambling." In response to her subject's remark, she said that there was nothing illegal about the winner's predictions. It was an investment, you see, and she responded with a thoughtful look. Immediately after spreading her arms to the side, the girl added thoughtfully, "But if it's an investment, you should get something in return," thus greatly angering Lee Ha-young. Offended by her subject's words, the girl said, "This time I'm going to win big." And when the bodyguard heard this, he asked if she was talking about the battle between Japan and Korea, and she added, "What else?" In response to her manager's words, Lim Ga-young replied, "Well, it's a pretty safe investment, of course. It's sad that all Koreans are betting on Japan to win with a score of 3-0. Looking at the results of the betting, where 98% were in favor of Korea losing with a score of 3-0, Lee Ha-young said that no matter what anyone says, everyone knows that Japan will win. Hearing that it was impossible to lose here, the bodyguard said, "Well, an easy victory is also a victory," and then heard from her supervisor, who was clutching the phone with all her might, saying that she was right. While she was expressing her anger, she suddenly heard a vibration on her phone and looked at it. Lee Ha-young said in surprise that Sung Ji-han was texting me at such a late hour. Looking at the content of the message that was sent to her late at night from her boyfriend, Lee Ha-young was confused about what it was. Sometime before, sitting in a restaurant to which he had been invited before, Diego Macid drooled and said, "Wow, this is so appetizing." Surprised by the delicacies he was being treated to, the man added, "This is the first time I've ever eaten Korean veal here, and it's so amazing." After hearing this, Ji-han said, "You look much better." And then he asked if it was too expensive, and the boy said, "It's okay. If you want anything else, just let me know." Hearing a suggestion from his friend to express his desires without shame, Diego Macid said, "Well, then we can order some drinks," and was answered with wine, of course. After a while, when a bottle of alcohol was brought to them, the man opened it in a few deft movements and began pouring it into glasses. Having tasted the drink prepared by his friend, Ji-han was surprised to say in his head that he was able to mix soda with beer even better than I could, and then said that the proportion was perfect. After praise, Having tasted one piece of grilled veal meat, the man grabbed his face and said, "Wow, it's delicious. There are no words for it." And I heard in response, "I'm glad you liked it." After spending some time together, Jihan asked if we could switch to first names, and he replied, "Of course, I think it will be much more comfortable." After finishing his veal snack, Diego Maceed spoke while Jihan was still sipping alcohol, and to be honest, I was a little offended. Throwing his arm over his head, he said, "I simply could not have survived without BattleNet. I was a football star, but at one point I was at the very bottom." Putting his head down on the table, the man added in disappointment that he could no longer earn money, which is why my wife and children left me. Hearing the words of the man, Jihan spoke at the very bottom at one point, and then thought, he speaks Korean well. Immediately after analyzing the words of the man sitting in front of him, Jihan said in his head, "Well, everything is quite obvious." Recalling the man's brilliant career up to a certain point in time, he mentally added Diego Maceed from Argentina, a world football star who had everything he needed. But it didn't last forever. As soon as BattleNet appeared, everyone immediately forgot about football and stopped being interested in the sport, and so it lost its fans. Looking at the broken man lying on the table in front of him, Jihan thought what could be added if a world-class footballer was now teaching kids in Korea. A few seconds after Jihan's remarks, Diego Maceed looked up at Jihan and said, "Enough complaining, let's get down to business." Abruptly jumping from one topic to another, the man said, "So you want me to become a sorcerer?" In response to the man's question, Jihan smiled and confidently replied, "Yes, you understood me correctly." Immediately after opening his state window, Jihan said, "Your gift enhances any equipment that resembles a soccer ball, because I'm right." Hearing the question from his friend Diego, holding a glass with an unfinished drink in his hands, he answered exactly that. "That's why I'm always carrying around a ball, and I'll tell you right away that I don't have anything that a magician needs." Continuing to whine, the man added that my mana was too low, and I replied, "Well then." Jihan reached into his inventory and pulled out the item he needed and said, "Look at this item." Looking at the object, which resembled a soccer ball, the man froze in place in amazement and said the same thing. Reading the description, which said, "Arcana Sphere, Rank B, a foreign relic, a magical object used by Arcana of the spider tribe wrapped in a spider web," Diego was surprised to hear that it was a sphere. The holy relic of the Sphere of Arcana is a magical object used by Arcana from the tribe of spiders, wrapped in a web that made it very elastic. Spiders have only one leg, and that is why this object was shaped like a ball and used as a ball. And for Diego, it's incredible how comfortable the item is, which was perfectly suited for him. Continuing to persuade the man to follow his advice, Jihan said, "I think it's an interesting dream," and then thought this subject would reveal his potential. Starting to recall his past life, the guy mentally added that in the past he was the most powerful magician of all who ever existed, and then nervously looking at the Sphere of Arcana, Diego asked how much it cost. Thinking about the price, the guy said 500,000 points of achievement, which means 50 million. And hearing the amount of the item, the man exclaimed, "What the hell? I'm sobering up. This is more expensive than the down payment on our house." Continuing to express his surprise, the man exclaimed, "I couldn't save up for it even in 10 years, but thank you for showing me," and I said with a heavy exhale before he could finish. Immediately after that, Jihan took his hand to the side and confidently said, "Honestly, I would like to give it to you, and if necessary, I can also support you financially." Hearing the proposal from the guy sitting right in front of him, Diego Maceed said in surprise, "How am I supposed to understand this? Why did you suddenly decide to do this?" In response to the boy's question, Jihan said, "I want you to join my guild." And when Diego heard the request, he asked, "What guild?" And the boy added, "That's right, I plan to create my own when I get to the Silver League." When the man heard what plans his interlocutor was making, he was surprised to hear that he had the money for it, and he replied, "Yes, but what about it?" Taking out his phone and entering the necessary information, Sung-ji handed the gadget to Diego and said confidently, "I'll be earning even more in the near future." When you saw what the former best football player had done, you were confused and out of your mind. At the same time, looking at the message he received, Ji-hana's Lee Ha-young nervously said in her head, "This doesn't make any sense," and then said, "What kind of choice is this?" Looking at the list of victories and defeats in the battle sent to him by the guy who can predict the future, the girl added 1 victory and 3 defeats with a grudging smile. She visualized in her mind the approximate picture and power of the person they would be fighting against, and added that Korea would be able to defeat the King of the Sword. Sometime later, after meeting eyes with his opponents, Ioto Ryuhei said menacingly, "I am glad to meet you." While the Korean representatives were greeting their opponents, the crowd of spectators was getting excited and preparing for what was about to happen. When the start time of the competition approached, the host happily announced that he welcomed all the fans of Battlestar around the world. International competition. Battlestar Lie 1000, 20th year. August 15th, 17th, 00. Korea versus Japan Day D. As the start of the event approached, the host added excitedly, "Well, let's start the competition between Korea and Japan." At the same time showing his phone, on which Jihan had placed bets on today's match between Korea and Japan, where Korea won first and then lost 3 times, the boy was stunned. Not understanding how he decided to do so, Diego Masid confusedly added that Korea could indeed win once. Nervously looking at his friend who had made such a strange bet, the former football player said, "I'm not disrespecting the Korean team or anything, but you know who the king of the sword is." Recalling the man against whom Jihan was betting with the certainty of losing in the first round, Diego added that he was so strong that he could take on an entire team on his own. Continuing to look at the guy who had decided to bet against the Sword King, the man added, "And this man is our opponent," after which Jihan picked up the remote and said, "Yes, I understand that it's hard to believe." Turning on the TV to make it easier and clearer to convey his point, the boy added, "It will be much more convenient for me to turn on the TV for you to see for yourself than to explain." When the broadcast of the competition between Korea and Japan was turned on, Sung Ji-han said, "Well, let's just see what's going to happen." When the fighters of the Japanese team appeared on the screen and were being filmed, the guy added, "Let's see what the final result will be." The next moment, all players received a system notification stating that an international competition had begun, Korea versus Japan, and that the conditions for victory were to defeat all players of the opposing team. Immediately afterwards, another notification appeared, informing that there would be only 5 rounds, and the first one to get 3 wins would be considered the winner. While the stands exploded with joy and cheering for their universal favorite king of the sword, the man himself stepped forward and spoke in Japanese to his comrades. "Listen to my instructions." After hearing an order from the man who took the place of the captain in their team, one of the team members said, "We are not going to obey." Continuing to be supported by his comrades, the rebel added, "We also do not recognize you as a member of our team." In response to this statement, Ito Ryuhei said in surprise, "I'm Korean." When questioned by the team commander, one of the subjects added unhappily that there was a much more important reason for our behavior. Looking at the man who stood in front of them as the group commander, the man added, "This is not your place, but Seiji's. He's been in our team for quite some time." When the king of the sword heard the reason for their selfish behavior, he looked at them with a displeased look and said, "But because of you, he has been killed and he has become a victim." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with Ito Ryuhei, the archer from the Japanese team added, "How can you be so arrogant? Don't you think you should at least apologize to Seiji-kun?" In response to the discontent of his team members, the leader replied sternly, "I don't think you understand me." And as soon as he finished his sentence, he was hit by a magical attack. Immediately after this king, the sword was covered by a pillar of holy magic, which caused a storm of emotions among all those present because someone managed to hit the invincible man. Noticing that one of their teammates had been hit by magic right in front of them, the mage shouted in confusion that it was a divine ending, and then the archer added a curse they had already started. At the same time, the Korean team's support player, holding his arm outstretched in front of him, said in confusion that I had really hit him. Immediately after realizing what he had just done, the boy exclaimed with joy, "Holy shit, I really did it!" And the next moment, the sorcerer on his team said the support player's ability hit the Sword King, and the warrior added that he didn't seem to notice while he was arguing with his teammates. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the leader of the Korean group confidently exclaimed that this was our chance. And at the same time, the king of the sword, having suffered some damage, looked back at his opponents who were able to get him. Watching the enemies attacking them, Ito Ryuhei and everyone else could hear them shouting, "First of all, we must defeat the king of the sword." Then he took the sword in his hands and waved it in front of him, saying, "Lord, how much noise they make." As a result of this action, a shockwave passed a meter in front of the attacking players and cut through the ground, thus stopping the Korean team's offensive. As soon as the dust from the attack that stopped the offensive cleared, the warrior, along with all the others who witnessed what had happened, said in confusion that it had just happened. At the same time, the archer from the Japanese team, impressed by his friend's action, added in fright, "You just did that. Why did you do that?" At the same time, standing with his sword buried in his chest, Ito Ryuhei confidently replied, "Well, it was obvious that you refused to follow my orders, so this is a necessary measure." Holding the hilt of his sword that was sticking out of his chest, the man added confidently, "Of course I understand, but in this case I refuse to participate in the competition." As soon as the Sword King's health was exhausted, he disintegrated into pixels and moved to the waiting room, after which a system notification appeared saying that the first destruction was carried out by the Korean team. Stunned by what he saw, All the stands together with those watching froze in silent agony. And then the commentator said something incredible happened at the beginning of the first round. Ito Ryuhei killed himself. Immediately after, the commentator added that this destruction was credited to Lee Jin-wook of the Divergent Guild because he had dealt damage to the Sword King and had a chance to become the best player of the round. Seeing what had just happened in the arena, Diego Macide exclaimed to his friend Sung Ji-han in confusion, "How did you know about this?" The man jumped up and leaned on the table after leaning over to the boy and exclaimed in confusion as he heard, in response to his question, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you about it." After calming his friend from the rush of emotions, Jihan turned his gaze to the TV and added, "This is a secret of the company, so please, let's just watch the developments." The next moment, taking out his cell phone, Sung-ji immediately went to the app where he placed his bets and then said everything exactly as it was without any changes. Looking at the status of his bet, the guy saw the bet went in 37 times. The current bet's 1 win, 3 losses. Korea's loss. The guy mentally added the amount of dividends has not changed. Watching what was happening on the battlefield, the guy mentally said, "By the time I came back in time, I really believed that it was all just a setup because the stakes were small." Sometime after Ito Ryuhei killed himself, the Korean team easily dealt with the remaining players, and then the system notified the end of the first round, saying that South Korea had won. At the end of the battle and the announcement of the results by the system, the commentator said the first round was over thanks to Ryuhei's unexpected behavior. South Korea was able to win. Pointing the camera's main lens at the Korean team's support player, the commentator added, as previously mentioned, "The best player was Lee Jin-wook, and I'm sure the players on both sides are now confused." After the first round, when the whole team moved to the waiting room, the archer said to the team leader, "What the hell are you doing?" Continuing to shout angrily at the man who had killed himself in the middle of an international competition, the archer added, "How could you destroy yourself, you representative of the nation? What are you thinking about?" After receiving questions and a ton of dissatisfaction from his teammates, the King of the Sword said, "I can't just watch this anymore," which further irritated the archer. Looking down at the member of his team who had grabbed him by the collar, the man said, "You're just a bunch of nobodies who don't even have the slightest bit of professionalism." Starting to express his thoughts, the Sword King added, "Now I understand why you lost to Korea every time." And after hearing the team leader's remarks, the rest of the team angrily exclaimed that you were out of line. Continuing to exert his authority on the team members, Ito Ryuhei added, "I don't care about your childhood friendship. If you continue to not recognize me as the boss, I will kill myself every time I enter the arena." Ignoring the discontent of his subjects who tried to offend him, the man confidently added, "So you have a choice. Choose victory with me or miserable defeat as usual." Realizing that they had little choice, the archer and the rest of the team, realizing their situation, simply bowed their heads in resignation to the circumstances, after which the archer said, "Oh shit," and the next moment the second round began. Heading to the battlefield for the second round, the South Korean team was talking in confusion in front of them. At that moment, a warrior said, "I didn't understand anything at all about what happened." Having taken the appropriate position before the battle, the guy added why he so suddenly decided to kill himself, and then heard back from his friend that he might have been sent for this purpose. Hearing his comrade's assumption, the warrior confidently replied, looking at the Sword King who reappeared in the arena, "No, it's unlikely." And then someone added, "What if he destroys himself again?" Turning his attention to the man who was preparing for the second round of the battle, the warrior added a little more energy and his mood changed completely. Realizing that this time the battle would not be as easy as it had been before, the man said, "Everyone be on the alert." Continuing to inform his comrades, the warrior added that our enemy is the King of the Sword. How dare he not finish his sentence when his sentence was suddenly cut off? It all happened in just 1 second. Ito Ryuhei cut 3 enemies in half with a swing of his sword. When he came to his senses after 2 of his enemies were defeated and the warrior was at the height of his powers, the support player said in a confused voice what had just happened. When he saw what had just happened on the battlefield, Song Ji-han, who was sitting in a bar with a friend and watching it on TV, held his breath. At the same moment, Ito Ryuhei took the appropriate stance to deliver the last blow. Using his skill, he attacked head-on, and thus was able to simply cut 2 players in half who were standing in a line. After seeing this and the first victory of the Japanese team, the stands exploded with emotion, shouting joyfully for Ryuhei. At the end of the second round, the commentator declared the Japanese team to have won by just 2 strokes. Looking at the score, which has now been updated, the commentator said, "The King of the Sword of Change to destroy the entire Korean team of the international competition BattleNet South Korea. 1, Japan 1. After some time, the 4th round finally began, and the South Korean warrior decided to give it his all and stormed the Sword King. Recalling the previous rounds, the commentator said, "Japan won the 3rd round. Now the score is 1-2. ORs need to cheer up somehow." The next moment, recalling the moment in the third round when Ito Ryuhei instantly shortened the distance and broke into the enemy's line and defeated them all, the commentator said, "I hope there will not be such a miserable loss like in the third round." Imagining the same moments in his head, the man sighed heavily and added, "The third round was just heartbreaking. The oppressive force was on a completely different level than in the second." At the same time, while the commentator was recalling the past, a South Korean warrior tried to strike but missed and was hit. Unwilling to give up in any position, the man continued to wave his axe, making a series of blows and saying not to let him counterattack. Hearing the words of his team leader, the support player used all the skills of the holy power to shout, "Good." Immediately after applying the skill, magic chains popped up on the Sword King and shackled his hands, and the support team exclaimed, "I got him." Noticing a great chance for an offensive, the leader of the South Korean team rushed at the enemy with a desire to win and shouted, "I don't care if he hits me." Trying to somehow encourage his comrades after becoming the main bait to distract attention, the leader shouted out to hit him with all his might. As soon as he wanted to attack, he noticed that his attack was blocked, not understanding how it happened. Because the enemy's hands were tied, the man noticed that the sword was flying by itself, and then he said in confusion, "What the hell?" The next moment, turning his gaze to the enemy, who did not even show any signs of concern in the battle against the four warriors, the warrior confusedly added his sword. Having broken the chains on his right hand, Ito Ryuhei made a leap in which he neutralized the first of the enemy team, who turned out to be a warrior. When he saw that his magic skill was destroyed, the support player created a magic circle and nervously exclaimed, "Oh shit, he broke my chains." As he continued to prepare to use his skill, he added as much as he could and then noticed that a sword and Ryuhei himself appeared at his throat. The next moment, the support player's head separated from his body, and it was an instantaneous convergence, attack, and tactical retreat to regroup the Sword King. When there were only 2 South Korean players left, the mage nervously shouted out, "Shoot! Don't let him get any closer!" To which the archer, pulling on his bow, said, "That's a scoundrel." Before he could make a shot, an enemy arrow pierced his back and took him out of the game. Immediately after this action, an archer from the Japanese team who was with his teammates shouted in Japanese, "Don't forget about us too." Continuing to look at the last remaining opponent on the enemy team, the archer added, "We are still in the game." No sooner had she recovered from the loss of the last member of the team than she felt an oppressive sense of pressure that did not let her rest, and she confusedly said what it was. Looking back, she saw a Sword King hovering in the air not far from her. Being in a difficult situation with a confrontation of 1 against 4, the girl heard, "And you remained the same as you were before," to which she replied the same. Turning her gaze to one of the swords that moved spontaneously through the air, the girl asked the flying sword technician anxiously. Gritting her teeth and putting on a nervous smile, the last of the Korean team asked if he had moved to Japan to train his swordsmanship, as this variant of the technique looks better than when you just stand on the sword. In response to his old friend's questions and remarks, the King of Swords said in frustration, "What a shame. You'd better be as good at fighting as you are at insulting people." Hearing a remark from her opponent who had betrayed his homeland, the girl created a magic ball in her hands and said, "What do you really think?" Having activated the full power of her ability, the girl exclaimed with dissatisfaction that I was so weak. "Well, then let me show you what I am really capable of." Seeing that his fight should not be boring, Ito Ryuhei took his sword in his hands and said menacingly, "Well, that's just incredible." Having taken up the appropriate stance and then suddenly going on the offensive, the man swung his sword and said, "Then now I can do it too." Approaching a collision with the magical realm of a girl who has used her full potential, the King of Swords added a test of his newest swordplay technique. Having witnessed what had just happened, the stands froze in silent agony, trying to realize how it had happened, and at the same moment one of the spectators said, "Wow." As a result of the fight, a giant crater remained in the place where the girl was, and then the commentator said that the round was over, and Japan won the competition with a score of 1-3. Observing the situation on the battlefield and Ito Ryuhei heading for the crater, the commentator added, "We had to lose once, but it's okay. One loss is not the end." At that very moment, Diego Masid, sitting at the TV, saw the exact result predicted by Song Ji-han and exclaimed in confusion, "But how?" Pointing his finger at the TV screen, where it said, "Japan won by 1, the 3 men asked how he could predict the exact score, to which he replied, "Let's say I dreamed it." When he heard the cheap excuse about predicting the outcome, Diego, not wanting to accept such an answer, exclaimed, "I can't believe how much money you got," to which the man smiled and said, "Not much." Immediately after answering, the guy turned his gaze to his phone and mentally said it was good that he had managed to earn money, but that scene was unexpected. Recalling the moment of the double sword slashing attack used by Ito Ryuhei, Sung Ji-han mentally said, "He's much stronger than I remember." Immediately after starting to recall absolutely all the information about his opponent, Jihan added that he also possesses a gift of SS rank Absolute Double Blade. Recalling the characteristics of the man called the King of the Sword, Sungji looked at the TV screen where he was being broadcast and added, "But it doesn't matter." Continuing to look at the man who was the main character of this competition, Jihan mentally said, "No matter how strong you are." With a serious expression on his face as he reasoned, he added, "I'll just get stronger." Imagining the approximate difference in their strength, Sungji mentally said, "Just wait for that moment." Continuing his thoughts, the boy said in his head where he looked back at the Blade Cemetery, it wouldn't take long. At the same time, when she saw the result of her bet, she joyfully exclaimed, "Damn it, I really won!" Rejoicing that she had won a considerable amount of money, Lee Hae-young happily added 37 times more than 5 million turned into almost 200. Pressing her phone to her face, the girl happily said, "I didn't even believe that this day could ever come. Thank you so much, Sung Ji-han." On the same day, thanks to Sung Ji-han's help, Lee Ha-young was finally able to win a substantial sum of money, 180 million won. However, this still did not cover what she decided to do herself, as she ended up losing 20 million. Of course, she followed Sung Ji-han's advice and bet 5 million on what the guy told her, but she was 100% sure that South Korea would lose with a score of 0-3. And on the outcome of a dry defeat, the girl bet the sum of 200 million won. "Betting on such a crazy amount," she said with a sly smile, "this bet would be more reliable than a boogeyman." And of course, she lost them after the results were announced. Realizing her worthlessness, Lee Hae-young said in defeat, "I wasted not 200 million but a chance for a happy future." At the same time, in the restaurant where the guys were sitting, Sung-ji said to his friend, "Let's get down to business." After discussing the reason for such an expensive gift, Sung-ji said, "Then you will sign a contract with me." Continuing to give in, even in such a favorable situation, Diego Masid put his hand behind his neck and said awkwardly, "To be honest, I still don't understand why you want to work with me so badly." Trying to find out the details of why Sung-ji was so interested in him, the man asked me in surprise that I was so valuable or something. In response to his friend's question, Jihan smiled slyly and said, "You've seen with your own eyes how accurately I predict the results of the competition, and even now I am confident that my choice is correct." After receiving an answer from the guy that did not explain anything to him and confused him even more, Diego Masid asked in confusion how I should understand it. After receiving a question from the man he wanted to recruit, Jihan pushed the sphere toward him and said, "I'm just convinced." As soon as the ball reached its future owner, the boy confidently added that in the future you would become the most powerful wizard. Continuing to recruit a man who will undoubtedly benefit him in the future, he said this contract is an investment in your future. Then, taking the sphere that the boy handed him, the man said, "Just be on my side, Diego." Upon hearing the request from the guy who gave him an expensive gift, the former football player thought to himself, "I wonder when the last time I was offered something like that." Starting to recall those moments from his past when he still had a career as a football player, the man said with his head down, "I miss the times when I was still important to others." Recalling the moment when he scored the ball into the opponent's goal and how everyone cheered and congratulated him, I thought that after the start of the BattleNet, I would never be able to feel those feelings again. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the realm of Arcana, Diego Masid said in his head, "But Seong Ji-han gave me hope." Having carefully considered all the pros and cons of this proposal, he mentally said, "I simply have no reason to refuse," and then extended his hand to him and they shook hands in agreement. After accepting the offer of the guy who made his dream come true, which he thought would never come true, Diego confidently said, "I'd love to work with you, leader." Continuing to express his gratitude that Sung-ji had done something that was really important to him, Diego Masid said, "I will never forget what you did for me and I will repay you 1,000 times. No, 10,000 times more." Hearing his new subject's words, Jihan smiled happily and said, "I like your self-confidence. It's certainly beautiful." After finishing the conversation about joining his guild after its creation, Jihan said, "I'll be waiting for you in the end." And after a while, new competitions began in the Colosseum arena. In an attempt to eliminate his main rival, one of the men pointed his sword at the girl who was the strongest of all the participants. But he failed, and his attack ended in failure. Lim Ga-yoon's Plum Blossom sword easily repelled the attacker's attack. When the attacker was defeated, the girl heard the screams of Lim Ga-yoon and began to monitor the area around her to identify any other enemies who might be targeting her. Seeing that the girl had again dealt with one of the participants of the competition, a couple of men decided to try their hand at it and headed towards her and shouted, "Get rid of her first," to which I replied, "I'll help you." The attackers attacked the girl together and shouted "Die" before inflicting fatal injuries. But no matter how hard they tried, they still wouldn't have enough strength, and Lim Ga-yoon, realizing this, said it was not enough. Taking her sword out of its sheath, instantly striking and hiding it back, the girl simultaneously cut down 2 attackers, after which a system notification appeared that 50 survivors remained. Immediately after the announcement that half of the players had left the battlefield, another notification appeared saying that the game was over. After the game was announced, the girl received a system notification saying that you had won first place in the game. Seeing what she managed to achieve in this competition of the Colosseum, Lim Ga-yoon, looking at the rating squeak, mentally said that 5 destructions for the first place was quite a good result. Immediately after furrowing her brow, she added in her head, however, it's still not enough. It's not a reason for me to be proud of myself. Imagining in her mind a sword king, who was many steps above her in skill and strength, she said in her mind, I need to become much stronger. Also remembering another character who was stronger than her, she mentally added, I have to become as strong as King Sword, who defeated the Korean team in a competition, or Song Ji-han, who went down in history as a legend without defeat. Realizing how much she was inferior to these people in strength, the girl looked down and said in her head, I'm too far away from them. I've relaxed too much since joining the Divergent Guild. The next moment, raising her head up and looking at the sky, she added to me that I need to keep improving myself and not fall behind any further. At the same time, on the way home with her friend who agreed to give her a ride, Hiso said anxiously, Seiya, you're fine. Hearing the question from her classmate, the girl bowed her head down and answered, yes, everything is fine. After which she objected, don't lie to me. I can see that you look bad. And then Seiya added that this has been happening for days and days. Immediately after hearing this, Hiso confidently exclaimed, if you want, I can stay with you, because it's very good to be in company when you feel bad. To which she replied, no, you don't have to. After refusing the offered service, Seiya said, I'm so grateful for the ride home today because I have an appointment with my uncle and I didn't know how to get there on my own. The driver said, if you need any help, please let me know. I want to make up for my mistake. Hearing the offer of help from the driver, whom she could turn to, the girl smiled gently and said, I'm glad you understand. The next moment, folding her arms in front of her, Hiso said happily, oh, by the way, Seiya, have you thought about my proposal? If you agree to it, I'll start preparing today. In response to her friend's question, she replied, I'm not sure about that. Hearing the ambiguous answer, Hiso asked, in surprise, but why do you have nothing to lose? As she continued to convince her friend to accept the offer, she added that before she could finish speaking, the driver braked in an emergency manner and she crashed into the seat face first. Angry at her driver, the girl grabbed her cheek and exclaimed, hey, what's with the sudden stop? In response to a question from his boss, the driver nervously said, misreacting to the man's words, the girls looked forward and exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? Looking at what was happening ahead and realizing the reason for this sudden braking, they heard we had arrived at the Sword Palace. When they stopped near a crowd of people gathered outside the house, they couldn't help but attract attention, and someone in the crowd shouted out, hey, what's going on? At the same time, Song Ji-han decided not to use the usual methods of public transportation when returning home. He jumped on the roofs of buildings. After a certain period of sprinting, Ji-han unusually reached a convenient place to stop and began to slow down. As soon as he stopped, he began to evaluate his options and then said thoughtfully, I obviously feel much lighter than before. Realizing that his progress was not stagnant, the boy turned his attention to the sun, which was slowly setting over the horizon, and thought, I managed to improve a little. Turning his head to the sun, which was clearly visible, the guy confidently spoke in his head on a hill like this. Turning his body half a turn so that he could fully enjoy the view, Seungji spoke much more pleasantly as he watched the city from above. Immediately after these words, he began to recall his past life, mentally saying, in the States, I also used to go up like this to somewhere as high as possible to be in silence. It reminds me of the past. Enjoying the sunshine that fell directly on his face, Seungji closed his eyes and spoke in his head, now I could fully realize. Imagining Ito Ryuhei in his mind, who was just a giant in strength compared to him, the boy mentally added what kind of person Yu Sejin was at that time. Imagining him standing right in front of him looking directly into the eyes of his opponent, Seungji mentally said, he and I have never met in battle before. Plunging back into the memories of his past life, the guy mentally spoke at a time when half the nations on Earth had disappeared and the best runners in the world began to gather together. Yoon Sejin, who had always taken first place as a warrior, suddenly disappeared, and then he remembered the newspaper that reported that Ryuhei had gone missing. As he continued to enjoy the beautiful view and the sunshine, the guy said in his head, I still don't know what happened to him. Immediately after opening his eyes and looking up at the sky, he added, but now, I am as strong as I was at the peak of my abilities in my previous life, and I cannot relax just because I have a rapid growth rate. Leaning on his knee to get up after a break in reflection, the boy confidently said in his head, I must become much stronger than I was in my past life. Standing up to his full height again and looking at the city from above, the boy thought he needed to master the nameless divine art as soon as possible. After thinking a bit about his future plans, the guy approached the edge of the roof and said, "Well, enough of this thinking, it's time to go home." At the same time, trying to somehow drive away the crowd of people heading for the car, the driver nervously shouted out to everyone to get out of the way. Trying to somehow protect the girls who were sitting in the car, the guard shouted, blocking the passage, "Hey, I told you all to get out of here." Ignoring the man's words, the reporters who were trying to break through to the car shouted out, "Ms. Xie, I am from the Right to Know channel." After which another reporter shouted out, "Say a few words, please." Being in a difficult situation, the girl had to hear, "What do you think about today's match of the Sword King and his interview, trying to somehow bring the girl to her senses?" He so exclaimed. "Seiya, just ignore them." Continuing to be in an already difficult situation, the girl overheard some people saying that it was your statement that provoked the Sword King to do these things. Trying to break through to the girl who was sitting in the car with cameras pointing at her, journalists shouted out, "Share your thoughts with us. People want to know." As the reporters continued to push through the driver who was preventing them from doing their job, they heard an angry voice say, "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you all?" At the same time, driving the girl to despair, the journalist shouted out, "Let us interview her while Sung Ji-han is not here, it's our job," while Hiso gloated at Sia's despair. Continuing to break through the man, one of the reporters shouted out to show at least a little understanding, and then Ji-han appeared in the background, having just arrived at the Sword Palace. When he saw what was happening near his house, the boy angrily shouted out what the hell was going on. As he began to prepare to use his power characteristic, Ji-han angrily exclaimed, "What have you all suddenly decided to do here?" Applying the characteristic of force and at one point scattering everyone who broke through the driver from the car, Ji-han shouted out, "Get out of here!" When all the annoying journalists lay down on both sides, creating a certain path, Sung-ji confidently walked forward to the car. Walking past the annoying reporters, he heard one of them groan heavily and say, "Oh my back," after which the other one shouted out in displeasure, "Hey, Sung Ji-han! How dare you attack reporters?" Continuing to express his complaints about the guy's behavior, the reporter added that he was not at all embarrassed by your image, to which the guy said in a menacing voice that he was. Turning his fearsome gaze to the man who had decided to swing his rights here, Ji-han said menacingly, "That's why I treated you so gently." As the journalist began to get up from the ground after a quick break, the guy added angrily, "Besides, this is only your first mistake." Hearing this, they realized that it was better not to disturb the guy. Walking onto the car with his niece, which was being guarded by the driver from attackers in the form of journalists, Sun-ji added, "You should be thankful that it ended so easily." A few seconds later, as he approached the car, Sung Ji-han said to his niece Sia, "You can come out now," and she looked through her fingers at the person who came for her. As soon as the door opened, Sung Ji-han immediately appeared behind them, smiling happily and saying to his niece, "Let's go home." As soon as the girl was safe, the boy supporting her said to the driver, "Thank you for protecting her," to which he awkwardly replied that it was nothing for me. As the pair of young people headed home, Hiso, who had left the car to say goodbye, called out to the man, "Sir, take care of her," to which he looked back at the girl and replied, "Thank you very much for your concern." After thanking his niece's friend, Sung Ji-han said, "Goodbye and see you later," and waving goodbye, the girl nervously said, "See you then." As soon as the boy and her friend moved away, the anxiety on the girl's face suddenly disappeared, and she was just trying to keep her emotions in check at the moment so as not to give away her true identity. The next moment, when they had already entered the building, she was finally able to give vent to her emotions and bent her head down, covered it with her hand, and then began to laugh softly. Immediately after this action, she said, holding back her laughter, "How hard it was for me to hold back my laughter." Hearing this, one of the reporters was surprised to hear that she was not the student, to which another colleague replied, "Yes, you're right." Looking at the girl who was mocking Yoon Sia and wiping away her tears, the reporter confidently added that she was the granddaughter of Kim Hiso, CEO of Taiwan Daily, the first publishing company in South Korea. As she continued to wipe away her tears after mocking the weak-willed girl she was pretending to be, Hiso said, "Oh, poor Sia, it's all over for you now. Over for now." After a while, when he arrived home and turned on the recording of the report after the competition, Sun-ji heard Ito Ryuhei say to the camera in Japanese, "I have no daughter." Holding his phone in his hand and watching a live stream of Ryuhei, he told reporters that I buried my entire life in Japan and that is why I have no daughter. Continuing to insist on his point, he added, "I'd like to ask you to refrain from any personal and unnecessary questions like this." After listening to the interview, the guy asked if they came to you because of him and she said yes with her head down. Hearing the reason why her niece was sad, Sungji gritted his teeth in anger and said irritably, looking at the man's face on his phone, wishing he could give him a beating. After expressing his dissatisfaction, he turned his gaze to the depressed girl and said, "Well, what should I do now? She has just started to feel better after the last incident." Continuing to look at his upset niece, who had her head down and was staring at a single point, he added in his head that this interview had only ruined her mood. After some time of grieving, the girl realized that this could not go on forever, and, gathering her strength, said to her uncle, hearing Sia's voice, who took his eyes off the phone screen and said, "So then," and added, "Remember you said you would fulfill my wish." Hearing what his niece Ji-han had just asked him, he thought about it for a while and said, "You're going to find the Shadow Queen now," and the girl happily replied. Immediately afterwards, the girl, without hesitation, confidently said, "I think I've already thought of a wish that I want you to fulfill." Hearing this, the guy said confusedly what he meant. The next moment, pulling out her phone in front of her, the girl confidently said, "I think I've already found the one you need." Showing the image on her phone of the right person, who was most likely the same person her uncle needed, she said the Queen of Shadows. Sometime after the conversation with his niece, the guy decided to test her theory, and after a system notification saying the game had started, one of the viewers of his live broadcast wrote to stop what you're doing. In response to a question from his viewer, the guy smiled slyly and said, "I'm going to destroy my spear," and then mentally added, "I definitely need to." A little later, after a short pause, the guy added more seats. After hearing about Ji-han's plans, the audience wrote, "This time he came up with something strange, but I'm okay with it." The next moment, he mentally added, "I'll try it." Keeping his gaze on the person who was far away from everyone else and watching only him, Sungji thought to himself, "Well, let's see." Keeping eye contact with the suspicious person who was not taking her eyes off him, he mentally added whether she was really the Queen of Shadows. And now, let's go back one day to when the conversation with my niece took place, when she finally managed to determine who the Shadow Queen was. Demonstrating an elf girl standing near a column in a dark cloak, Yoon-sia heard her uncle interrupt and say, "Yes, I believe she is the Queen of Shadows." The next moment, she turned her phone screen back to her and began to go through other possible options, and said thoughtfully, "Of course, I'm not 100% sure, but that's my main suspect." And she heard back, "And there's a reason you think so." Then, looking at the image of the dark elf who was sitting on the throne, she added thoughtfully, "At first, I looked at the elven queens who sat on the throne, but they were too obviously queens." Immediately afterwards, she switched back to the image of the mysterious person standing at a distance from everyone else, pointing to her and saying, "She looks like a shadow." Hearing his niece's conclusion, Ji-han was surprised to hear that the shadow was there, after which the girl confidently added, "Look at what I sent you then." When the boy picked up his phone and started looking at the photos sent by Seiya, he heard her say to him to first pay attention to the color of the elf's eyes. While Seungji was looking at the photo of the elf in a close-up view where her eyes were visible, Yoon-sia said that elves with black eyes certainly exist, but they are quite rare and that her sclera itself is black. Thinking about his niece's words, the guy said in his head, looking at the photo, "She was right." And then he heard the girl say, "But it's not just that." Drawing the boy's attention to herself, Yoon-sia added that the elf always looks at the one who takes the first place. And before the game started, hearing the remark from her niece, Sung-ji wondered what it meant. In response to the boy's question, she said that every time you participate in competitions, she always looks at you strangely. Recalling other cases of searching for the Shadow Queen, the girl added that in order to draw some parallels in her conclusions, I also checked other matches. Pointing to several different photos taken in different competitions, Yoon-sia said the same thing here and here. Pointing out something strange that was happening to this person, the girl added a peculiarity that was repeated every time she said she looked at the winner every time. By focusing all her attention on this feature, Yoon-sia made it seem as if she knew the future. Continuing to prove her point, the girl said, "It's true, it's quite strange." And after listening to all the statements and arguments of her niece, Ji-han mentally said, "It does sound quite suspicious." The next moment, drawing the boy's attention to the last file she had sent, Yoon-sia said, "And by the way, the last video is the most important." When Ji-han opened the video sent to him by his niece, the girl said to look closely at her shadow, and when he looked closely, Ji-han could see something strange that was really not ordinary in her shadow. The next moment, continuing to draw her conclusions after the search mission, Yoon-sia said, "Of course the quality is quite poor, but I'm sure you see something unusual." After listening to everything the girl said and putting the whole picture together with the facts of the candidate's eligibility for the Shadow Queen, Sungji thought it was really worth checking out. The next moment, Ji-han, who had come to his senses after thinking, said in surprise, "Wait a minute, you were the one who found out all this." And she confidently replied, "Yes, I was constantly looking for it whenever I had free time." After hearing this, Sungji nervously asked if she was working too hard because of me, and she replied with a happy smile that, "No, I don't have much to do right now anyway." Immediately after hearing this, the guy resigned himself to his niece's words and said, "Thank you, Sia. Next time I'll check everything." And she happily replied, "I hope I guessed right." The next moment, after the conversation about the alleged Shadow Queen was over, Sung Ji-han said, "Well, now it's time for me to keep my promise." Drawing his niece's attention to him and making her instantly forget about everything else, the boy added, "What your wish is for the work you've done." Smiling happily at his niece, Sung Ji-han said, "You can call me anything you want. I'll do it anyway." When she heard her uncle's promise to fulfill any wish, she bowed her head and said, "Thank you very much. Then I want to." Some time later, after completing the recollections, the guy received a system notification that said you had committed 10 murders and mentally said, "That will get me first place." Having finished dealing with the crowd of orcs who stood off to the side away from the rest of the players, Ji-han, having received a sufficient number of enemy destruction, said in his head, raising his head up, "And now." The next moment, after the main task was completed, the guy confidently said, "I will break the audience barrier as I promised." And when the live viewers heard this, they wrote that he was going to break the barrier. "Do you really believe that he will sweep the audience away?" or something like that. After receiving various comments from spectators who doubted his abilities, the young man said in his head that the Colosseum had established a barrier between the audience and the stage. As he continued to stare at that one suspect, the guy said in his head, the barrier's strength could match the abilities of a diamond-ranked support player's barrier. He needed to keep the strikes and abilities from going off stage. Having already tried several times to use his personality detection skill, the guy added in his head, "And that's why I can't see her true personality through the eyes of a traveler like that." Deactivating his traveler's eye skill, Ji-han mentally said, looking at the barrier, "I need to create a gap in this defense to look through the barrier." Taking his spear in hand, the boy confidently said in his head, preparing to make the throw. Firmly gripping the weapon he would use to carry out this task, Sung Ji-han spoke in his head for help. He looked at the golden tip that said Phoenix Arrow, Rank A. Arrow made of phoenix feathers becomes stronger when thrown. Returns to the user's hands after use. The fire inside is sealed and will disappear after 5 throws, he added in his mind. The Phoenix Arrows. I got in the dungeon, I can't draw its full power because of the risk of throwing it. Having taken the appropriate position for the throw, the guy confidently said in his head that this would be enough to break the barrier. After completing all the preparations, the guy used his skill to say, 3 talents of martial affection, let me see your face. The next moment, the guy added the path of the immortal sage and then threw an arrow at the barrier without seeing the result, and the live viewers said, "Wow, I thought he would really succeed." And then another guy added it, and they didn't even blink. After several consecutive attempts to throw his javelin, the guy noticed that a speck appeared on the barrier, and one of the viewers of the stream wrote, "Wow, it really worked." Realizing that his attempts were not in vain, the guy again took the appropriate stance for the throw after his weapon returned to his hands and recited 3 talents of combat commitment. Putting all his strength into hitting the barrier one more time and finally breaking through it, Sunji spoke the way of the immortal sage. After a certain number of attempts to hit the barrier, Ji-han finally managed to create a hole in the barrier, and seeing that the guy really succeeded in his plan, one of the viewers wrote that he really managed to destroy it. As soon as he managed to achieve his goal, Sungji said the exact time in his head and then used the skill to activate the traveler's eyes upon receiving the notification. Trying to focus his gaze on the mysterious person in the dark cloak as quickly as possible, Sungji said in his head he needed to make it as fast as possible before the barrier closed. When his traveler's eyes activated, the boy focused on the dark elf and said in his head, "Now reveal your identity to me." Looking directly into his eyes, which were a reflection of his soul, the boy mentally said, "Come on, who are you really?" The next moment after he managed to look into the girl's eyes, Sung Ji-han found himself in some strange empty dark place, looking around and saying, "Where am I?" in confusion. After a while, he felt a strange gaze concentrating on him in the pitch blackness, and looked back and noticed someone's giant eyes. The next day, when he woke up after the meeting with something incomprehensible, the guy was lying on his bed and sighed heavily and said, "It was a pretty hard day." Putting his hand to his head to try to calm himself down after what he had seen, he mentally said, "I still can't calm down after what I saw." Opening his eyes after imagining the same sight he had encountered when using the Traveler's Eye skill on the Shadow Queen, Sungji said in his head, "And I don't think I can do it." Once again, he began to recall the same look he had encountered in that pitch black, and he imagined meeting something similar in the Bronze League. Closing his eyes again, the guy said in his head, visibly worried, "It scares me very much. Even if I were in my previous body, I would still be scared." Immediately after smiling slyly after his thoughts, the guy said, "Well, it's okay," and then got up from the bed and confidently added his strength will definitely help me. Moving to a sitting position, the guy used the command and opened the achievement store, after which he said in his head, "I will level up the store to the 5th level for the accumulated rewards." Having decided to upgrade his store to the 5th level, the guy confidently said in his head, at which point I would have the opportunity to get a place for an additional constellation. When everything was completed and the store level was raised, Sung Ji-han said in his head, "Well, now we can choose a few constellations." Clicking on the Level Up button, he received a notification that said, "Earth is currently undergoing a training program. Even if you select a location for an additional constellation, it will not be shown in your status window." Rejecting the notification that the additional slot for the constellation would not be displayed, the guy mentally said, "Well, now I don't need it, then I'll choose something else." Hovering his finger over one of the options for leveling up in the store, Sung-ji confidently said, "First, I'll add a slot for a rank," and then received a system notification that you had bought a place for an additional rank, level 1. As soon as the additional slot was purchased, the guy immediately rushed to check its availability in his profile and opened the status window. Song-ji has already reached the 22nd level and is only 3 levels away from the Silver League. Now that he has such martial and ordinary strength, he can practically be counted as a member of the Silver League. However, even so, the guy chose to level up rank slots in the achievement store for a reason. He will need this additional slot after reaching the 30th level, then he will need it for the title of Descendant of the Martial Arts God. Very soon, Song Ji-han's combat power will reach its critical 30 points, after which he will receive his nameless martial arts skill. And thus, after acquiring this skill, the boy will associate himself with the martial arts god and eventually become his descendant. Recalling why he needed this additional slot for a new title, the guy mentally said, "I used this title in my past life until my death." Closing his eyes, the boy recalled how he had received it and said in his head that this time, no matter what it took, I had to get hold of it this time too. Starting to recall a person from his past life, Sung Ji-han mentally said, "We will meet again very soon." At the end of his thoughts, Sung-ji went with his niece to inspect the new house after a while, and then heard that the center of Gangnam itself is just great, and public transportation is excellent, and there are plenty of renovated schools. Continuing to demonstrate the room they came to squeeze into, the realtor confidently said, among other things, "You will get a symbol of success, a view of the Han River from a high floor." After trying all his methods of persuasion and naming the advantages of this house, the real estate agent said, "Well, what do you think? This is the best apartment in my arsenal." Continuing to look at the young people who had come to inspect the apartment to decide whether they would take it, the man added, 200 square meters will be more than enough for you two because I'm right." Looking at his niece's reaction after they were given a tour of the new apartment, Sung-ji mentally said it was too little too late for her. The next moment, as he continued to talk about the apartment he was offering to the buyers, the real estate agent happily said, "Let's take a look at this room." And Sia nervously replied yes and followed the man. Watching the girl's reaction to the house they were shown, Ji-han sighed nervously and said in his head she didn't like it, which was expected. Starting to recall the scale of her previous place of residence, the boy mentally added that she had spent her entire life in the penthouse of the Sword Palace. An ordinary apartment would hardly impress her. After some thought, he looked away and added in his head, and yet, looking at the view from the window on the top floor of the proposed apartment, Song-ji mentally added that the move was her own wish. Starting to recall the moment of the conversation with the girl, when he said that he would fulfill any of her wishes and bowed his head down and said, "I want to move," after which he mentally said, "Sia wished to leave the Sword Palace." Looking at the depressed look on his niece's face, Ji-han thought, "I guess the sooner it happens the better, since that place is full of memories of Yoon Sejin. I'm sure being in the house is depressing her." At the same time, trying to make a good impression of the apartment, the sales agent told Yoon Sia that the rooms were large and the layout was perfect, and that it was not just that there were only one apartment for sale in this building, and it was not about the price. Looking at the nervous girl who was afraid to say no to the man, Ji-han thought, "I must find a suitable home for her," and then Yoon Sia replied to the sales agent, "Of course." The next moment, interrupting the man's conversation with his niece, Song-ji said, "I think we'll need a bigger house than this one." Continuing to emphasize the inconsistency of the option, the guy added that soon she would become a player, and therefore would need a room for a connector, to which the sales agent replied, "I understand, then I'll look for more." Immediately after smiling happily, the sales agent turned his gaze to the girl and said, "You are very lucky to have such a reliable and strong uncle," to which she replied, "Well, I still have room to grow." Then the man said, "I'm your fan, and I'll always be rooting for you," and Sung-ji smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you for that." As soon as Ji-han finished his sentence, the sales agent immediately added, "No, no, no, thank you," which threw the guy into confusion with his answer. Smiling happily, the man added, "In fact, I used to be part of the Sword King's fan community, but his move to Japan shocked me, so I immediately left and was very worried about Ms. Sia." Turning his gaze to the surprised girl, he added, "I heard that you are having a hard time right now, and I was worried about that, but I am glad to see you in person and that you are doing well." Continuing to impress Yoon Sia with his support, the sales agent added, "You have a long way to go, but congratulations on your awakening." Hearing this, a tear formed in the girl's eye. Bending her head down and putting her hand to her chest, Yoon Sia said, "I'm sure you'll get a wonderful gift." Hearing the words of support from the salesman, who was also building hopes for a good future for his niece, Sung Ji, said something disturbing in my head. Recalling the moment when Seiya was driven home in a car and the number of journalists, he mentally added that the attention to Seiya increased after the Korean-Japanese battle, and that everyone is most likely interested in her awakening and gift. The next moment, recalling the horrible future that had happened to her in her past life, the boy added in his head that when it turned out that she was an F rank, all their attention would become poison. After these mentions of a harsh future, Jihan looked at his niece and mentally said, "We need to prevent this. We will have to keep her away from people for a while, especially from reporters." And at the same time, Kim Hee-so, the granddaughter of CEO Tae-won Daily, was happily talking to someone on the phone, saying yes, of course. Hearing the question from the interlocutor, she confidently added, "Everything was correct on August 22nd, her birthday. She will be in the Academy's gift room. No, you don't have to worry about that. I will help you with the interview." After finishing the conversation with the journalists, she said, "See you later," and then hung up the phone, and the guy who was sitting in the office with her said, "What a scum and hypocrite you are, a family member of a media worker." In response to the boyfriend's remark, Hiso replied that no one asked you to stay, to which he replied, "Don't say that, otherwise I won't be able to meet Yoon Sia anymore." Immediately after focusing on the girl, he added, "But why do you hate her so much?" To which the granddaughter of the media company's director replied that she was from an ordinary family and people keep comparing us, and if it weren't for Battlestar, she would have remained a hillbilly. After hearing the girl's explanation, the guy laughed and asked, "So that's why you organized an interview for her?" And she smiled and replied, "It will be a great article. I'm doing it for the good of my family." Continuing to announce the reasons for her hatred, Kim Hee-so added that if she gets a lame gift, it would be nice to humiliate her. Hearing this, the guy stood up from his seat and replied, "You're a jerk." Hearing the boy's words, Hee-so showed a photo of Ji-han and said, "Your participation is also important in this case. Song Ji-han is the uncle of this bad boy. He is always there for you." Continuing to emphasize her defender, who usually sows at the most inopportune moment, the girl added, "You are sure you can defeat him in a battle?" In response to a question from the granddaughter of the director of a media company, the guy smiled ominously and replied, "Crazy fool, I don't give a damn about him." Hovering over the girl with his ominous figure, he confidently added, "The main thing is that you keep your promise," to which she replied, "Oh, what a scoundrel." Immediately after opening her eyes and looking at the henchman in her plan, Kim Hee-so said, "Don't worry when my plan is complete." Focusing on the guy who was eager to get what he wanted, the girl said, "Not then you will be able to do whatever you want with that whore." Sometime later, Seoul District Gangnam Academy Battleground, 21st/08/2020 year 10 in the morning, 14 hours before Sia woke up. Continuing to insist on her point, Kim Hee-so said, "Come on, Sia, don't be a buccaneer," to which Hee-so nervously replied. Continuing to refuse, the girl added, "I'm telling you, I'm not going to go to an interview." And folding her arms in front of her, she added, "Please think about it at least once more." Continuing to insist on her own way and continue to persuade the girl to give an interview, Kim Hee-so added that it was all for your own good, to which Yoon Sia replied, "But I already told you I don't want that." When she heard another rejection from Sia Hee-so, she said insultingly, "You're torturing me. You were recently criticized for the King of Swords, despite your innocence." Continuing to press the girl in every possible way, she added, "Shouldn't we now cover their words with a good report? I tried so hard to convince Grandpa to help you." When Yoon Sia got tired of listening to the girl's whining, she stood up and said, "Thank you for worrying about me, but I don't have time for that right now." Heading out of the classroom where they were, Seiya added confidently, "I'm going to the restroom." Not getting what she wanted, Kim Hee-so gritted her teeth in anger and said in her head, "What a bastard, I hate her with all my heart, she just had to agree." The next moment, calming her temper, she straightened her hair and added in her head, "Oh well, it doesn't matter, they are already waiting for her in front of the gift room." Recalling her diabolical plan, which must succeed under any circumstances, she added in her mind that everything would happen today, and she wondered what gift she would get for this wretch. Smiling ominously with anticipation, she thought that if the awakening happened anyway, it would be good to write an article about it before Sia went to hell. As she continued her thoughts, the girl gloated, saying that it would be better if her gift was an F rank, and at the same time, Sia closed herself in the toilet stall and hung her head. Reflecting on Kim Hee-so after her persuasion in the interview, Yoon Sia said how hard it is to hold back, but I already know about it. Closing her eyes and starting to imagine that picture, the girl mentally added to my already known knowledge of how Hee-so really feels about me. Some time ago, while putting on her lipstick, Kim Hee-so suddenly heard her friends say, "Hey, you're still hanging around Sia." Continuing to mock their friend, the girls added, "You're like lovers." To which Kim Hee-so angrily replied that she should stop fooling around. Then one of the girls added, "Aren't you going to send her to hell and cut off all ties with her?" To which she replied, "First you need to use Sia to the maximum." And then her friend added, "I heard that her father abandoned her, so what can I do with her?" After hearing a remark from her friend Kim Hee-so, she opened her makeup bag and said, "Oh, you guys are too kind to forget that my family runs a publishing company." Reaching inside with her hand, Hee-so, laughing ominously, added the best moment to deprive the man of all this when he was already flying into the abyss. Continuing to gloat and tell her plan, the girl added, "I hope she gets an F-rank gift and she'll be completely broken. I want to take a bunch of photos with her shocked and desperate expression." When one of the girls heard what their friend had prepared for her, she said, "You're a real nasty girl," and it was quite interesting to see. Immediately after starting to laugh ominously, the girl added, "I look forward to this exciting show and hope as many people as possible will see it." Being in a toilet stall, where a conversation happened to take place, Sia's shock at realizing who Hee-so really was did not last very long. Biting her lip, the girl said anxiously in her head, "I'm just not comfortable, I'm really scared." Standing in the room to receive the gift, the girl folded her arms in front of her and added anxiously in her head that I might actually get an F-rank gift. As Yoon Sia bowed her head and continued to pray, she said in her head, "You can't let Hee-so hide his true identity. Let anything but an F-ranked gift fall out." As she was sending all her prayers to those who sent the gifts, she sincerely said in her head, "I beg you, please." Continuing her prayer that something she was so afraid of would not happen to her, Yoon Sia mentally said, "Please give me a good gift." At the same time, standing somewhere on the street, Sung-ji looked at his watch and said in his head, "There are only 5 hours left." The next moment, as he was heading to BattleNet school, he heard someone say to him, "Mr. Son, please come here." Arriving at the pair of guards, Ji-han asked if Sia was okay in the gift room, and one of the men replied that she was protected by the guards. When he heard that his request had been listened to, the guy replied, "Thank you. Please make sure that no stranger approaches her, especially reporters." To which he replied, "Don't worry, we have taken measures. Even the academy staff will not approach her." Looking around him and demonstrating the number of guards assigned to the facility, he added that the management pays special attention to this. Then, immersed in his memories, Song-ji mentally said, "Yesterday around this time, I called manager Park Young-sik to discuss the problem with the Sword Palace donation." He answered, "Oh yeah, tomorrow night, Sia will become an awakened player, right?" And he replied, "So you knew about it." In response to the boy's question, the manager replied that the situation is not good now, and that is why I am worried that someone might enter the wake-up room. After hearing Ji-han's words, Manager Park thought that he understands how things are going now. Immediately after these words, Park Young-sik added, "If you don't mind, I would prefer to have more guards around her." Hearing this, Seong-ji thought the government would send a guard to protect Seo. Closing his eyes and exhaling a sigh of relief that everything had worked out so well, Ji-han said in his head, "Once again, I needed help." Walking along with the man in the direction he was pointing, Sung-ji suddenly heard him say to him, interrupting his thoughts, "We have arrived at the place." Pointing to the room on the right side of him, the guard added a gift room. "There are chairs behind the door, you can sit down and wait there." After receiving a detailed explanation of the situation, Sung-ji replied, "Thank you, I'll see you after midnight." And he said, "I understand if you need anything, let us know right away." Left alone in the gift room and sighing heavily, Ji-han started to shake his head and mentally say, "No need to worry this time, I will be there to protect her." The next moment, taking the consolation prize out of his pocket, he looked at it and added, "Now I can only hope for one thing." Looking at the gift of a monocle with a gold frame and chain, he added in his mind that this gift would comfort Sia. When a certain amount of time passed and there were only 5 minutes left before Sia's awakening, Seong-ji suddenly heard someone's sarcastic voice say, "God, you are here." Approaching the gift room with a man carrying a video camera, Kim Hee-so said, "Hello?" Stopping next to the boy, the girl smiled haughtily and said, "We meet often." Seeing Hee-so Ji-han in front of him, he thought, "I remember Sia introducing her as her friend," and the reporter next to her. Getting up from his seat, the guy said unhappily, "How did you get here?" The entrance was closed so that no one could come in, and the girl laughed and said, "The publishing company is full of ties if you don't know." Continuing to tell lies, Kim Hee-so added, A friend of mine helped me by overhearing the outright lie, Sung-ji said. You're not even trying to hide the fact that you secretly entered here. Hearing the boyfriend's remark, Kim Hee-so replied unhappily that I secretly came because I had a case at my own academy. Continuing to insist on her point, the girl added, I want to interview Sia. Hearing this, Jihan irritably replied, Stop bullshitting and get out of here. She'll go home as soon as she wakes up. Trying to somehow drive away the uninvited guests, he added menacingly, This is my first and last warning to you. Hearing this, the cameraman was frightened and thought, Oh, will everything be okay? It looks like we're running into trouble. After which Kim Hee-so replied offended, Well, then we have no choice. Shrugging, the girl added that we simply had to conduct an interview, to which Sung-ji replied, If you insist on it, then keep in mind that I will not stand aside. Hearing Yoon Sea's uncle's threat, Kim Hee-so leaned her head on her palm and said sadly, How can I not win you in a battle? Immediately after, with a joyful smile and snapping her fingers, she added exactly what if. With a sinister smile, the girl looked behind Jihan and added a level 27 supporta to Sung Jihan, who was protecting his niece. Looking at the hired man approaching Jihan from behind, she added, An unknown level 50 warrior will attack. What do you think will happen? At the same moment, in the gift room, after receiving the system notification, Congratulations on waking up a gift late, flower. F-rank Sia fell to her knees and bowed her head down. When the attacker hit the boy on the head outside the gift room, the girl said sadly, I was hoping so much that this would not happen. Feeling that at this point her life could be put to rest, she sadly said, Well, now it's definitely over. At the same time, in front of the door of the gift room, the assailant hired by Kim Hee-so said with a sinister smile, Just don't bother me. I will take care of our Seiya and love her with all my heart. Hearing what the guy who had just attacked him from behind had just said, Jihan said angrily, looking back at him, How dare you mention her? The next moment, noticing that Sung-ji was unharmed and not bleeding, the attacker was surprised to hear that nothing happened to you after that blow, and you are much stronger than you look. Immediately after, Son Ji-han did not hold back his emotions and went on a counterattack against his attacker, immediately reducing the distance and delivering an accurate direct punch to the body. After making the punch, he felt something unusual, as if his fist had hit a wall, and said in surprise, Stone skin means. Continuing to strike a series of blows, one of which flew into the enemy's face, Sung-ji suddenly heard him smile slyly, turning his face to stone and saying, You're quite well informed. I'm not surprised at all. Immediately after striking back at Jihan's body, the stone-skinned attacker said, I wonder how much self-confidence you have in there. At the same time, when she noticed that the fight between Song Ji-han and the hired boy was on an equal footing, she was shocked to hear him say, Wow, is this really happening? At the same moment, the cameraman filming the fight asked if he was sure he would win this battle. Continuing to beat up his opponent, the guy with the stone skin said, You don't know where you belong because people are cheering you on, calling you a rising star, because I'm right. Completing his series of blows, the boy shouted, Answer the bastard, and struck another blow to the body. Trying to somehow get information out of the guy's mouth, he shouted out how many times he needed to hit you to make you talk, and then he missed an uppercut from Ji-han. This punch was critical for him, and so powerful that it threw the guy into the air, and Sung-ji didn't even raise an eyebrow, maintaining his calm and confidence. The next moment, when the enemy was in the air, Ji-han used his strength characteristic and grabbed the guy's hair with his mana-created hand. Not knowing what was happening to him and why he was suddenly hanging in the air, the stone-skinned attacker exclaimed in confusion, Oh shit, what's going on? Immediately after these shouts, Song-ji looked at his opponent with a contemptuous look and said menacingly, You look like a hooligan and behave like one. The next moment, continuing to look at the boy with a look filled with anger and hatred, Song-ji added, I'll leave a mark on you so that you can't even think about doing something like that again. Immediately after his words, the guy used the characteristic of strength to scalp the man who decided not only to attack him but also to mention Sia in his fantasies. Having finished all the business with the offender, the guy threw him aside to Kim Hee-so. While the man was landing, the cameraman had already kicked his slippers and headed for the exit at the speed of light. When the granddaughter of the director of a publishing company saw what happened to a guy who was twice as tall as Song Ji-han, she was seriously frightened and screamed out loud. At that very moment, somewhere in the gift room, Yoon Sia was wiping away her tears after receiving an F-rated gift and mentally saying, Stop crying. Slowly calming down after the sad event, the girl took a deep breath into her chest and then exhaled, adding in her head, My sadness will not change anything. Finally, having calmed down, the girl said, Well, it's time to go. My uncle is probably waiting for me. Immediately after these words, the girl headed for the door that led to her exit from the gift room, where her uncle was supposed to be waiting for her. Watching her gift all the way, the girl mentally said to herself, How can I live my life even if I am an active player? With a gift of F rank, it is obvious that I will start trembling with fear in the Bronze League. Closing the status window where her characteristics were written, Yoon Sia slowly opened the door and said, I feel like an idiot for praying for something good for so long. Continuing to speak out in frustration, the girl did not even notice what was happening in front of her until the door of the room closed when she saw her uncle and froze in place. Seeing that Sung-ji was already doing something in the hallway, the girl confusedly asked her uncle what had happened, and he looked at the boy whose hair he had pulled out and replied that he deserved it. The next moment after the boy's answer, Kim Hee-so's angry voice was heard exclaiming, "You crazy bastard!" Sia looked back in fright. Then Ji-han said, "You can watch." Approaching the guy who was unconscious and lying on the floor, Kim Hee-so sat down next to him and added, "How dare you bring him to such a state of hobby? At least you know who my grandfather is." Continuing to try to intimidate the guy, the girl shouted out he was the CEO of Taewon Daily, to which Song-ji threw the guy's hair at the girl, knocking her to the floor and saying, "So what?" Looking at the insignificant girl, who hid behind the name of her grandfather, Ji-han said in an indifferent tone, "Who cares if your family runs a fairly large publishing house and is going to manipulate the media?" In response to the boyfriend's words, Kim Hee-so said, smiling ominously, "Do you really think that this will be the end of it? I will create and spread fake news." Continuing to pour out threats, the girl added, "Your family will become the most disgusting in the whole world. People will be silenced by your presence alone." Continuing to threaten to spread the rumors, Kim Hee-so added, "You know the important truth is that after hearing the threats, Ji-han tried his best to contain his anger, but the veins in his face were already beginning to show. Looking with a surprised look at your classmate who, in a desperate situation, went to the extreme of saying that society's attitude towards you is already negative because of the Sword King, which is even for the better." After listening to the threats against him and his niece, Ji-han said with confidence, "You're there. Try to be there." Upon hearing this, Sia looked at her uncle in surprise. At the same moment, looking at Kim Hee-so, who was confused by his answer, Seong-ji added, "We can just leave Korea after hearing that," and she was confused as to what he meant. The next moment, creating a fireball in his hand, the guy said menacingly, "But will you be able to answer for your actions?" When she heard the boy's threats, she looked at him with a disdainful look and said, "Stop trying to be a cool little shit. If it weren't for Battlesnet, you would never even be able to talk to me." After listening to this girl's arrogant remarks, Song-ji sent mana mixed with flame to the girl and said, "Yes, I understand." The next moment, the girl's entire body was enveloped in heat, which only increased the temperature around her and made Kim Hee-so nervous and silent. Preparing to teach the arrogant girl a lesson for her words, Ji-han said, "I understand that you are not the kind of person who thinks about your own behavior." Continuing to send more and more heat in the direction of the attacker, the guy looked at her with a contemptuous look and said, "If that's the case, then I'll try to make sure you remember." Directing the flame at the girl and starting to burn her, the guy added that he wanted you to understand well and remember for a long time what happens when you mess with us. After a while, returning to the parking lot where their car was left, Yoon Sia, worried about the consequences of what she had done, nervously asked her uncle if everything would be okay. Hearing his niece's question, Ji-han said, "I'm glad I managed to take revenge on Hiso, but I feel uneasy," and he replied in surprise that he was surprised. After hearing her uncle's question, Yoon Sia nervously added to Taewon Daily, the largest company in our country, and Sung-ji said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Immediately after, Ji-han mentally said they wouldn't act rashly just because such an influential company wouldn't do anything because of the director's granddaughter, unless they had completely lost their common sense. They wouldn't hurt a player who was currently attracting everyone's attention at the same time. Looking at her uncle Sia, mentally said why he was so confident was amazing. Having finished thinking about why he and his niece were safe, Sung-ji added something else that was important right now, and then said, turning his gaze to his niece, he confidently told her what kind of gift she had received. Hearing the question from her uncle, the girl bowed her head down and said sadly, "A late F-ranked flower." Continuing to grow more and more disappointed in her skill, the girl said, "I think it will be difficult for me to achieve anything as a player." And then the guy called up his state window. Showing it to his niece, he said, "Seiya, look at what Ji-han was showing her." And Sia asked him in surprise, "Is this your state window?" And he replied, "Yes. This is the first time I've ever shown it to anyone." After examining everything in it, the girl saw something that did not fit in her head and exclaimed in confusion, "Wait a minute." Concentrating her attention on the inscription of the gift of the eyes of the F-rank traveler, the girl asked in confusion what this was. "You also have a gift of F-rank." Surprised that her uncle also did not have a unique gift, Ensia asked him, "How did you manage to become so strong?" And he replied, "Look at the standing over him." Then noticing the strength and fighting power, she asked him what it was. After reading the names of the characteristics, she said combat power and strength are definitely characteristics from Battlestar, to which he replied that they are special because many people do not know about them, because the conditions for obtaining them are hidden. Immediately after the status window was demonstrated, Jihan confidently added, "As you can see, the rank of the gift is not the most important thing in Sia. You can also get unique characteristics." Immediately afterwards, he pulled an object out of his pocket that he wanted to give to the girl as a consolation gift, but first he spoke. Holding out the monocle to his niece, the boy confidently said, "This thing will show you the way." Immediately after handing over the gift to his family member, Songji said the second best in the world before my return to time was Jin Yu Hua from China. Recalling the moment when he found out the rank of her gift, the guy confidently added in his head that she also received a late flower as a gift. Immersed in memories from the past, where he stood in front of the TV and watched a live broadcast of her battle in the Colosseum, Jihan added, "I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my own eyes." Amazed by the girl's skills, the guy with the lowest gift rank said in amazement that he could only think of the F-rank gift that brought Sia to despair and death. Does he really have such a secret? At the same time, when she arrived home and began to look at the description of her gift through the monocle, she was surprised to hear what it was. Surprised by the hidden description she saw through the gifted object, Yoon Sia added in surprise that the gift could be improved and the main effect could be enhanced. The next moment, Sungji smiled happily and said to his niece, who was beaming with happiness, "Your gift is amazing, isn't it?" Immediately after this question, looking at Yoon Sia's admiration, he mentally said the item worked with a bang. He came out of the repaired broken monocle of the C-rank envoy. Recalling the process of repairing it using the urgent repair skill, the boy mentally said, "I made it yesterday as a birthday present for Saya." Continuing the Then Sungji said confidently, "Even with her help, you will quickly get the rare characteristic I told you about." Immediately after these words, Jihan smiled and said, "Saya, I think you have every chance of becoming one of the best players." After hearing encouraging words from her uncle, who believed in her and saw great prospects for the girls, she was surprised to ask what was going on. She let out a stingy tear that she could not control, and the girl really added to my heart. When tears spontaneously began to flow from her eyes, she could not believe that this really happened to her and gave me a really wonderful gift. In response to his niece's question, Jihan confidently said, "Doc is very good," and then thought to himself, "I wonder how long she has been praying for this." Recalling Ito Ryuhei's interview after the competition between Korea and Japan, he mentally added that the father not only abandoned her but also said that he did not have a daughter and that her life was a cause for rumors for people. Imagining a girl surrounded by lenses and other people, surrounded on all sides with no way to escape, Jihan thought the more pressure she was under, the more she wanted to cope. Recalling the character of the girl who tried to fight to the very end, he mentally added not as the abandoned daughter of the Sword King, but as the player Yoon Sia. Using his power to get a handkerchief and direct it to his niece, Jihan said in his head she was very high up, probably very afraid that she would get a useless skill. Passing the handkerchief to the girl, the boy said, "You've been through a lot. It wasn't easy, so you can't hold back your tears." Blowing her nose into the handkerchief her uncle handed her, Yoon Sia said confidently, "Stop crying. I don't have time to laugh," and Sungji said it correctly, embarrassed. After wiping away her tears, she looked at Jihan and said, "You know, I've always felt this way, but you're really an amazing person, uncle." Continuing to express her gratitude to the family member, the girl added, "You seem to know the future," to which he nervously replied, "I'm just very lucky." After a heart-to-heart talk with her uncle, the girl stretched out on the couch and said, "Well, the anxiety is over and now the feeling of hunger has set in." Hearing the girl's desire, Sungji got up from her seat and headed to the kitchen and said, "Let me cook something for you," and she surprisingly replied that she would right away. In response to his niece's question, the boy smiled happily and said, "I promise you it will be much tastier this time." She looked at her uncle, who was heading to the kitchen with a surprised look, and said, "I've prepared a lot of things for your holiday table." At the same time, when Kim Hee-so returned home and looked in the mirror after having to answer for her words, she screamed in fright when she saw herself. In a state of shock, the girl exclaimed, "They burned my hair and eyebrows, all of it, damn Sung Ji-han, what a bastard. God, how do I explain this to my parents?" The next moment, the driver entered the girl's room and said, "Mrs. Hee-so, I came in hearing the voice of a subject," and the girl pulled her hat over her head and exclaimed in fright, then added angrily, "You didn't teach me to knock, I'm annoyed." Hearing the girl's remarks, the man approached her and held out his hand and said, "Excuse me, here are the surveillance footage as you asked," to which she exclaimed, "Great, now get out!" And the man thought, "You rude bitch." When the driver left the room, Kim Hee-so flipped through the records and shed tears. She shouted out, "I won't let this go, I need to find something against them." Suddenly, Having found something interesting among all the information provided to her, the girl smiled ominously and said, "Booga, sweet little Sia." Watching the video of the #1 surveillance camera in the gift room, she added happily, "You are not good at hiding your emotions at all." By bringing the girl's expression closer to the one she had just received her gift, Kim Hee-so made her look like she was about to cry, making for a great shot for the article. Gloating over the wonderful moment, Kim Hee-so said it looked like she had gotten an F-grade gift, how well she had prepared. Making such an expression, Hee-so still hasn't recovered, and will soon learn a new life lesson. Gloating at the opportunity to humiliate the desperate Yoon Sia, the granddaughter of a media company director shouted out to you, "You scum," and that's why we're going to switch gears. Let's turn our attention to the shiny one we forgot about, so let's see how he's doing here. With his hand to his head, the guy thoughtfully said, "Unrequited love." Continuing his emotional reflections, the guy thoughtfully added a broken heart in recent days. "I felt helpless after I was not chosen by the one I wanted to get closer to." Starting to remember the boy who wanted revenge on Sung Ji-han, he mentally said, "Ugly and vile fire sorcerer." The next moment, out of nowhere, he mentioned some other birds and confidently said, "Dirty and stupid eagles." Imagining in my wet dreams the moment he carried poor Ji-han in his arms, I added a golden ray and dealt with everyone who disturbed Ji-han's sleep. Immediately after all these heartfelt words of his proud deeds for the sake of his beloved platform, the boy jumped up and down, and then I realized. The next moment, grabbing his chest, closing his eyes, and clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the golden ray exclaimed that I was simply destined to become his manager. Continuing to imagine himself as the poor guy's savior, he said, "That's why I'm asking you, Sung Ji-han." While the guy himself was in the dungeon clearing monsters, the golden ray was in his room and added, "Please read my message." Continuing to destroy monsters, even without knowing that someone had written to him or contacted him, Sun Ji confidently pursued his goal. While the guy was destroying monsters, the commentators on the livestream started writing about what his teammates were doing, and those who are on the same team with him usually just watch, but if they don't interfere with him, they will take first place after these comments. At the same time, Ji-han, who did not need help at all, used his skill in an unnamed divine art to destroy his enemies. After a while, after destroying all the enemies in the dungeon, the guy received a system notification that said the game was over and you took first place. Also, after receiving a system notification, one of the players sighed heavily and said, "Oh, it was so hard to finish all the popcorn," to which the other added, "Let's add onions and caramel next time." After completing the protection task, Sung Ji received a system notification that your level has been raised to level 25 and you can now participate in Silver League battles. Receive the title of Ruler of Bronze with the passage of the league, with the highest percentage of victories. You entered the World Top 100 Bronze League on August 25th. There will be a battle for promotion among the top 100 players. The best 100 players in the world are the most successful people in the BattleNet, and they will fight in the battle for promotion to ensure their transition to the next league. The goal of all players who are in the top 100 of the Bronze League is the Silver League, but another special condition has been added, and this condition consisted of something quite unusual that had never been seen before and is not seen in ordinary battles. The whole point of this fight between the top 100 is that they will fight until there is only one left. And so the battle for promotion to the Silver League is not just a regular game, it's a fierce struggle for survival. And this competition ends only in one case, when there is only one participant left on the battlefield, not half as usual. As a result of this tournament, the best player worthy of promotion is determined, after which Sung Ji opened the leaderboard to see the 100 he will have to face. When I saw a familiar face in the list of leaders, Ji-han said in my head, "I knew that this time you would also be on the list of the best." As he continued to stare at the profile photo of the man he was about to face, Ji-han said in his head, "I haven't seen Baron Williams for a long time." While looking through the list of participants in the competition, Sung Ji came across Baron, who had one of the top 100 players in the Bronze League, Baron Williams, written next to him. Putting his hands to his sides, the guy said thoughtfully in his head, "I expected that this time we would meet earlier, but not this early." Feeling a little uneasy after seeing his opponent in the promotion competition, Sun Ji mentally said bad things, but in a strange way. Continuing his thoughts on the top of the tower, Ji-han said, "I wonder if I will lose to him because I have never been able to defeat him before." The decisive factor that allowed Sun Ji-han to be among the top 100 players is his unique strength score. Of course, combat power is also a great and unusual indicator, but only physical strength, endurance, and speed are important for unlocking the nameless divine arts. But they cannot be compared to the power that goes beyond any framework of reality. Similarly, they simply cannot match the skills of absolute territory with mana boost and telekinesis. However, this is not the end of all the additional bonuses of the strength skill, as there are still some bonuses. One of them is that this characteristic also has different classes. As he continued to think in his head, Sungji mentally said, and the power that Baron used was on a completely different level. Strength is an indicator proportional to mana and divine power. Baron was born with excellent mana, and therefore his strength was significantly superior. This figure was at least twice as powerful as Jihan's, even though he had excellent control. However, even this remains a trifle and simply pales in the face of absolute power. Having started his training in order to achieve certain results with which he could confront his opponent, Jihna mentally said Baron became the first in the ranking thanks to her alone. While conducting his talks, Songji stood in a one-handed stance, training his spirit and physical strength to receive the divine nameless art. Continuing to hold the stance on one hand, the boy mentally said, it wasn't by chance that he continued to hold the first place. And even during the Bronze League, everyone knew him because of his mana, which was at the diamond level. Dripping with sweat from the difficulty of the training, the guy said in his head that fighting him one-on-one was comparable to suicide. Realizing that he had a very poor chance in the battle against this opponent, the boy mentally said to me, I need to unlock the nameless divine arts. At the end of the workout, he took a break and sat down on the floor and opened his status window. Starting to look at the list of leaders, which also included his friend, the guy awkwardly said, I can't believe how many times I've watched the same person. Recalling what his guildmaster looked like before the return of time, Jihan added, I've heard that he tried to look more mature when he became the head of the guild, but how did he achieve that? The next moment, when he heard his smartphone suddenly ringing, he saw who was calling and was surprised to hear Lee Ha-young say that she was calling to thank me, and then picked up the phone and said, hello, hello. Without even greeting the guy in return, the girl immediately asked if you could help me and tell me who to bet on. After a while, when the next morning came, the city came to life again. At the same time, while sitting in her chair and looking out the window, she suddenly heard a lady address her, and then, looking back, Lee Ha-young nervously answered yes. When she saw who it was who had arrived in her room, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Oh, Ga-young, it's you, what's up? And replied, I came to escort you to the meeting. When she heard the reason for the visit, she nervously replied that it was time to go, and she was sorry, but could you give me 5 more minutes? When Ga-young approached her, Lee Ha-young said nervously, well, I asked Song Ji-han to tell me who to choose. Hearing that, she asked, aren't you ashamed of yourself? And then added, I'm hurt because of my past losses, so you can be gentle with me. After hearing this, Lim Ga-yoon asked in surprise what he said to you, to which the lady replied, you heard the news yourself. Hearing that he was ranked among the top 100 players in the world, the girl bodyguard suddenly froze in place in surprise, and then heard that Baron from the States was also participating. Immediately after taking her head, she added, so he said to bet that he will take first place. After hearing the recommendation that the guy gave, Ga-young said rather confidently, to which Lee Ha-young replied, well, that makes sense. Then raising her head up, Lim Ga-yoon thoughtfully said, but Baron, how does he plan to defeat someone who flies around and throws punches? Hearing her friend Lee Ha-young's opinion, she exclaimed, you think the same way too? As soon as the bodyguard turned her attention to her lady and looked at her, she added that it would be safer to bet on Baron. Immediately after this question, still hesitating about the right choice, the girl added, I'm a little doubtful because his predictions of the outcome of the battle between Japan and Korea were accurate, but I should bet on Baron for some reason. Ga-yoon wanted to argue with her. Immediately after I finished telling her about my life, Lee Ha-young suddenly asked me how you were doing. Changing the topic to another direction, Lee Ha-young looked back at her friend and asked if you had a good score in BattleNet. Continuing to bombard the girl with questions, she added, you've been working pretty hard lately. To which Lim Ga-yoon replied uncertainly, well, I have. Clenching her hand into a fist and gathering the courage for the next action, she added, I was going to tell you. At the same time, Sun Ji-ha, having received the desired free characteristic point, confidently said in his head that all the conditions were now met. Clicking on the combat power to increase its number, the guy received a system notification that said the combat power had reached 30 points. Immediately after this message, another one appeared, in which the constellation of the traveling god of war was written. Using his traveler's eye to detect the god, the guy received a notification detected you on the trail, and then mentally said there is only darkness here. Continuing to stare at the constellation of the god, the boy added confusedly in his head, I don't see anything at all, but I definitely feel the same sensation as last time. Immediately after, Sung Ji received a system notification that said, Traveling Wars, look at you! Ji-han thought at last we meet again. The next moment, he began to endow the boy with divine power, and Sung Ji received a message saying, the traveling god of war recognizes you as his descendant. And then he thought, In my past life, he helped me a lot too. When the main power transfusion was completed, the guy received a system notification informing him that he had received the ability of nameless divine art. Having received the desired skill, the boy mentally said, "Usually, the patronage of a constellation has enormous consequences, but the traveling god of war did not ask me for anything." The next moment, he received another system notification that said, "Learned martial arts technique 3, talents, martial commitment, learned technique, lightning steps, shimmering sky." At the same moment after receiving the skills, the guy mentally said, "If I have already reached 30 points of combat power," after which I received a notification, "The traveling god of war frowns." Feeling something strange that shouldn't have happened, Jihan grabbed his head in surprise and thought that the connection was cut off, and then received another notification that said he was unhappy that your 3 dantians were already open. "The wandering god of war is very afraid of you." Seeing this warning, Jihan was surprised to think that he was afraid only because I had 3 dantian divine beings open, and that was the only reason he was afraid. After the warnings were over, the boy received a system notification stating that the imitation of martial arts techniques had been stopped. Immediately afterward, he received another system notification that said the constellation of the traveling god of war was returning, and then the constellation began to disappear from his eye. At the end of the failed contract with the traveling god of war, the guy said in surprise, looking at his hands, that I had returned. The next moment, when the 7th-ranked Sun Jihan got to his feet and hurriedly checked his status window. Someone who had to take part in a battle for promotion in the near future saw what had happened and nervously said it was a disaster. When he saw the inscription, "No gift," the guy mentally said, "My gift is gone." That's how he lost his main advantage in this competition. When he arrived at the school to pick up his niece, Sungji heard from her that she had left the academy. When she got into her uncle's car to pick her up, Yoon Sia happily said hello to her uncle, who replied with a welcome back. On the way home after he picked up his niece from the academy, Songji asked how it felt to have a huge burden lifted from your shoulders. In response to Jihan's question, the girl said with a sigh of relief, "Of course, I feel like I've been born again." After her awakening, Sia decided to leave the academy because the main reason for attending is to receive a gift, and those students who have already awakened mostly leave. Taking on his niece Sung Ji-han personally and starting to train her, Sia decided that she could get lessons from me anyway, and that's why there were much fewer reasons to stay at the academy. Continuing to coach the girl, pointing out her mistakes and supporting her in a difficult situation, Sung Ji-han mentally added, "And besides, she won't get into any more trouble." Driving the car after he picked up the girl and after she had solved all her problems in life, Sung-ji added a major problem now. Recalling what he had recently experienced, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, "Concludes in me." Looking up at the sky while driving the car, the guy mentally said, "Tomorrow there will be a battle among the best 100 players about me to do. I not only lost the eyes of a traveler. However, he also completely lost the ability to inherit the Nameless Divine Art. Nameless Divine Art rank S ability that is transmitted in parts." Angry that he had gotten some kind of fake, Jihan mentally said not only that they now have S rank and not SSS, but also that I had only 2 techniques that I had before, which was a joke or something. At the same moment, noticing her uncle's strange appearance, the girl asked in surprise, "I see you're in a bad mood. Is it all because of the battle for promotion?" When he heard the girl's question, Sung-ji hesitantly answered yes, and then mentally added, "Although I'm more concerned about the uncertain future." Immediately after interrupting the guy's thoughts, Yoon Sia confidently exclaimed, "Don't worry, I'm absolutely sure you'll win." Smiling happily, the girl focused her gaze on her uncle and added, "You always manage to find a way out of any situation." With a light sigh, Yoon Sia added, "That's why I don't even care. You'll probably just come home and say, 'I'm the first again.'" Immediately afterwards, the girl confidently added, "Can I take part in the betting? I'll bet everything on your victory." To which he replied, "No, there will be trouble if you do that." When he heard his uncle's answer, the girl said unhappily, "But he even broadcasted live bets, so it turns out that you can and I can't." He replied, "That's right, you're still small." When Sia heard the ban on gambling and betting, she sighed heavily and said, "Well, I didn't really want to make those bets." Hearing that the girl had easily abandoned her plan, Sung-ji said, "That's a good thing." But before he could finish, he felt something strange in his left eye. Confused by the sudden sensation in his body that he had never experienced before, the guy confusedly said what it had just been. Sometime after returning home, Sun-ji went for an evening walk and took a seat on the playground and began to concentrate. During this action, feeling some changes in his body after meeting with God and losing the gift, the guy mentally said something was obviously wrong in his eye, some strange sensation. Keeping his eyes closed and feeling something strange in his left, the guy mentally added, "I've never felt anything like this before. I need to get rid of it somehow." Continuing the operation to catch the particle that remained in his body after the god of war, Sungji mentally said, I will slowly approach the source of the pain using force. Finding out what exactly was bothering him in his body, the guy began to bring his strength characteristic closer to the particle of war left by God and said in his head, and then I will remove it. The next moment, a red ray appeared in the guy's eye, which was supposed to destroy the lobe, but this operation caused a lot of pain. At the end of the procedure, when the steam left his eye, the guy put his hand on his head and said, oh, it still hurts. I wonder if my eye is at least intact after that. Keeping his eye closed, tears spontaneously flowed from it after the surgery. Jihan received a system notification that said you have removed the traces of the wandering god of war. The next moment, he received a new notification that said the player Sung Jihan was completely freed from the constellation's power. The guy stood up from his seat in surprise and reread the notification and once again confusedly said in his head that he was released from the constellation. How should I understand it? After the boy's confused questions, another system notification appeared, saying that you can now receive support from another constellation. Seeing this, Jihan adjusted his hood and thought in surprise that he could not before. Continuing his thoughts, the boy suddenly realized and then mentally said, the system in the status window never lied, which means that the god of war has been standing in my way all this time. After realizing who his benefactor was under the disguise of a pest, Sungji confidently said, God, I really thought he was a grace, but he turned out to be a parasite. The next moment, another system notification appeared above the guy, which said, the traveling god of war is even more wary of you. Seeing this, he wondered what it was and why. Immediately afterward, another system notification appeared, adding a few more questions to Jihan's list, saying that the traveling god of war had suddenly evaporated. Not understanding the reasons for what was happening to the god of war, the guy wondered in his head what was wrong with him. He was afraid of the Bronze League player and even ran away from the same martial arts deity. Folding his arms in front of him, the guy said awkwardly, I've been living through this for the second time, but I still have more questions than answers, although, in any case, his soaps are no longer available to me. Resigned to what had happened to him, the guy said confidently, well then, okay. And bowing his head to his state window, he added mentally, I'll take the chance to find another constellation. Starting to search for the task he had received earlier, the guy happily added in his head, and now I have a new opportunity. Seeing in front of him again the same task with the description of the epic task among the spectators of the Colosseum, find the Shadow Queen and provoke her reward of 50,000 points of achievement. The constellation of the Shadow Queen's interest, after which he added, fell just in time. Flipping through the assignment while walking home, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, let's say she supports me, but what should I do tomorrow? After realizing that he had lost his gift for detecting the Shadow Queen, the guy thought to himself, I need to compensate for the absence of the god of war, and then said, oh, I have something in reserve. The next day, moving to the main arena of the Colosseum where the battle among the strongest should take place, all players received a system notification stating that the battle among the top 100 players was about to begin. While all the contenders surrounded Sung Ji-han at the very beginning of the battle, the players received another notification stating that the game would be extended until only one person remained. After the next notification, which said, prove that you are the best, a countdown began in the comments, which was conducted by a live viewer writing 1, 2, 3, Korea forward Sun Ji-han. Ignoring the commentators, the guy looked around him and assessed the situation and said, I'm not going to fight everyone, and that's why. He picked up his spear and swung it in a circle, saying, come at me all together, after which the provoked players rushed at the boy. After starting the battle against the attacking enemies who decided to take him by force of arms, Sunji mentally said, let's finish this as soon as possible. While he was throwing away or neutralizing some enemies without giving him a break from the attacks, others attacked him. Suddenly, at one point, feeling the danger from his back, Jihan crouched down, keeping the pressure on with the help of the strengthened spear he was controlling with it. At that moment, a fireball was flying along his trajectory. Continuing to cast magic spells, the wizard shouted madly that you were unarmed or something. Gloating that he was able to force the guy to drop his weapon by attacking him from behind, the magician shouted out to the fool and then punched him in the face. Having caused considerable damage to the enemy and incapacitated him, the guy mentally said to everyone, here except Baron, one face. As he continued his thoughts, he said in his head that it was better not to overexert himself in order to preserve his strength to face strong enemies, and suddenly he noticed a sword appear before his eyes. Slightly leaning back, Sung-ji barely had time to put up a block to avoid critical damage when the attacker struck him and moved behind his back. After surviving the sudden intrusion into the duel with the weaklings, Ji-han looked back in surprise and said that Lim Ga-yoon. Looking at the girl, whom he clearly did not expect to meet on this battlefield, the guy confusedly added in his head why she suddenly appeared here. After the Space Championship began, we started to get used to the fact that death in the game also entails death in the real world. It was at that time that the Northeast Asian League began, and all players received a system notification that said the Northeast Asian League Final. Continuing his recollections, Songji added in his mind that the representative of Japan was the Sword King Ito Ryuhei. At a time when no one in Korea could hold an equal fight with him for fear of death, Korean rankers avoided him with all their might, refusing to agree to participate in the finals. However, after some time a volunteer appeared, and the person who came out against Ryuhei as a representative of Korea was the candidate for the successor of the King of the Plum Blossom Sword, Lim Ga-yoon. Looking at the girl in his sudden encounter with her, Sung Ji-han wondered in his head why she was suddenly here. She had never been in the top 100. As he continued to think about the girl, he noticed that she was quite serious about winning and was trying to defeat him with all her might, but the boy dodged her attacks. Having prevented another attack from Limga, Yoon Ji-han wondered in his head if the future had changed. Realizing that maybe the future is slowly changing under his influence, Sung Ji-han seized a good opportunity to use the skill of the lightning step of the flickering sky and went on the attack. Picking up his spear from the ground and striking the girl to prevent her from counterattacking, Ji-han went down. He gripped his spear tightly in his hands and pulled it back to swing, saying in his head, "No, it's not about that at all." The next moment, he struck the spot where the girl was standing, where the spear bounced off, breaking the ground and causing the area around her to collapse. After an unsuccessful offensive, the boy noticed that she launched a counterattack, and he was surprised to hear her say in his head that she had always had so much strength. Realizing that something was obviously wrong with the girl, he nervously added in his head that she was not pumped up, her parameters were different from those she had at our last meeting. Observing the mastery of the sword that the girl managed to achieve, he added in his mind that she also disappeared all unnecessary movements while fencing. Continuing to analyze the girl's skill in the moments of confrontation, Ji-han added in his head, her punches became much heavier and her steps much lighter. Having blocked the girl's next attack with his spear, the guy wondered in his head what had happened to her during the time we hadn't seen each other. And now, let's go back to the moment of the conversation between Lee Ha-young and Lim Ga-young. After discussing the questions, the lady said, "By the way, you have a good account in BattleNet." Looking at her subject, the girl added, "It seems to me that you've been doing a lot of grinding lately," to which she replied, "Well, I have." Immediately after the question, Lim Ga-yoon gathered her strength and confidently said, "I entered the top 100 players in the Bronze League." Upon hearing this news, Lee Ha-young was surprised to hear that you were already at the 25th level, and she replied that she had just recently risen. Continuing to talk about her achievements, the girls added, "I took first place every time except when I met with Sung Ji-han, after which I heard the admiring voice of my mistress. Wow, why didn't you tell me about such good news before?" Interrupting the joy of her mistress, Lim Ga-yoon said, "Well, I wanted to ask you for a favor." Hearing the request, the girl was surprised to hear what it was. Hearing that her request was not rejected, Lim Ga-yoon took up her sword and said, "Can I have a new piece of equipment? I don't want to speak ill of mine, but after a long time of use, I understand." Pulling her sword out in front of her, she added, "This sword is too heavy for me. I tried my best to get used to it, but my hands can't handle it." Turning his gaze to the confused young lady, the bodyguard added, "It's as valuable as the gift you gave me, so forgive me for saying such a thing." In response to her subject's request, Lee Ha-young approached her and exclaimed in confusion, "Why are you telling me about this only now?" Immediately afterwards, without restraining her emotions, the lady exclaimed, "He was interrupting you all this time," to which she replied, "But I had a good result, so I thought it would sound like an excuse," to which Lee Ha-young angrily replied, "You could have done even better." Heading for the exit, the girl exclaimed, "I will get you a much better and lighter sword, even if I have to spend my own money and throw this one away right now," to which Ga-yoon replied, "Didn't you lose your own money on the bet?" And she exclaimed, "Not at all." Lee Ha-young added with a sigh, picking up the phone, "You're such a fool. I'll try to find a replacement as soon as possible." Hearing this, Ga-young asked, confused, "Are you sure about this one?" She replied, "It's fine, just try. To show everyone the best you can in the battle for promotion," Lim Ga-yoon thought to herself as she heard these words from her mistress. The next moment, looking up from the phone and smiling happily, Lee Ha-young added, "And if you concentrate, you can beat Song Ji-han too." And then she mentally added, "I was comparing myself to Song Ji-han." Continuing to support her subject with warm words, the lady said, "No matter what anyone says, you have always been the Eastern Star of the Korean Bronze League. You just need to prove yourself." Then Ga-yoon mentally added, "She sincerely encourages me with words that I am capable of going higher." Immediately after these heart-to-heart conversations, the manager confidently told her employee to go big. In response to all the wishes and warm words of Lee Hae-young, the bodyguard girl smiled happily and said, "Well," and then added in her mind, "Thank you, young lady." "Thank you?" As she continued her confrontation with Sung Ji-han, she mentally said, "However, I seriously doubt that I will be able to fulfill my promise." Having been hit by her opponent, who was clearly outnumbered, she added in her head, "I can't beat Sung Ji-han now." At the same time, looking at the girl who was trying her best to fight him, the boy mentally said, "You know you can't win." Noticing how she went on the attack again, Sungji prepared to set up a block and added in his head, "Why are you trying so hard?" Blocking every punch, lunge, and attack of the girl, Ji-han mentally said, "You have managed to survive many times when you have fought with those who are stronger." It was the same in the Northeast Asian final, and now after these thoughts, the girl stopped in her tracks and said, "I know better than anyone that I can't beat you yet." She added, "I'll probably never even be able to beat you." After striking at the opponent who blocked him, Lim Ga-yoon added, "But if I give up now, then it will definitely be the end for me." Sung-ji froze in place. Taking a stance for the appropriate technique and raising her sword up above her head, the girl added, "I may not even surpass you." With a murderous glance at her opponent, with whom she was constantly comparing herself, she added, "But I will at least try my best to match you." Hearing these words from the girl, Ji-han hid his eyes and said in his head that she was exactly like a player who keeps trying to become better, knowing that he will not defeat his opponent. Recalling her involvement in the past from which he returned, Sungji said in his head in his past life, the Sword King finished her off with 2 swords. Recalling the moment in the tournament when the girl lost the match, he added that in this life she was among the best. Continuing his thoughts as the girl was preparing to use the technique, Ji-han thought, "I wonder how much my return to time will affect the future." At the end of his thoughts, the guy raised his head and smiled happily and said in his head, "I always believed." Imagining the composition of his guild in his head, the guy confidently added that "You should be on my side, Lim Ga-yoon." At that very moment, the girl, having completed all the preparations, recited the secret technique of the Plum Blossom Hurricane. The next moment, she began to quickly close the distance and was right in front of Ji-han, ready to strike. Realizing that he needed to do something to protect himself from Sung Ji-han's attack, he said, "Of course she doesn't go well with a spear." Swinging his weapon and also preparing to use his secret techniques, the guy added, "However, there is a suitable technique for this situation." At that very moment, gathering all her strength, the girl recited the 3 catastrophes of earthly martial devotion in 1,000-fold rage. And somewhere nearby on the battlefield, a man approached one of the opponents who was in the Colosseum and said, "Well, here we are again, Baron Williams." The man who was the main contender in this battle for survival was Clark, a junior warrior player, and the one who was in the top 3 in the US Bronze League. And his opponent was none other than Baron Williams, a support player and wizard who was a member of the American Leaders Guild. At the same moment, a notification appeared above the players, saying that the game would continue until 1 player remained, after which Clark Jr. said everything turned upside down, some coward who simply gave buffs to others from behind the back of the world's best players. Continuing to threaten Baron, the top 3 player added menacingly, "I'll show you that you and I are on completely different levels," to which he just yawned, showing that he didn't put them in any kind of a position. As soon as the man quieted down, the top US leader said, "You came like a bunch of ants and are going to talk right here." Hearing this, one of the men exclaimed angrily, "Oh shit!" Provoking a group of opponents, Baron created a sphere of power in his hand and said, "Enough is enough. Come at me all at once." The top one of the US Bronze League, Baron Williams. As soon as the battle began to gain momentum, a system notification appeared that said, "Prove to everyone that you are the strongest," after which he exclaimed, "I will burn you all to ashes." Baron Williams, who was ranked first in the US among the Bronze League, was simply obsessed with battles. After a successful provocation, 3 of the men set out to destroy him and prove that their power was much greater than he could have imagined. Only at one point, when Clark Jr. approached, Baron Williams grabbed him by the face, thus interrupting the attack. And the next moment, he used his magic mixed with divine power and thus neutralized 3 enemies at once. At the same moment, the dean of the players behind Baron shouted out in confusion that, "What the hell? Just take him out." Hearing an order from one of his opponents behind him, Williams looked back and shouted in a crazed voice that he wanted me out. Immediately after these words, applying his skill to the opponent behind him, the man added, "Do you really think you can do it?" Continuing to destroy everyone who came across his path, Baron shouted madly, "Perish, inferior beings!" There was not even a glimmer of humility in this man, only impoliteness. However, despite the fact that he possessed such great strength, Williams still accidentally noticed his abilities. A little afraid of Song Ji-han when he first saw him fight against the Cherry Blossom Sword and the abilities demonstrated on the battlefield, The situation was the same in the past too, despite the fact that he outnumbered the guy in strength and always won, but some concerns did not let him rest. After completing the fight against the attackers, Baron went to the guy and said, "Hey sir, you're right." And after approaching him, pointing his finger, the man added the invincible Sun Chihan. Sighing awkwardly after being recognized by the applicant, the boy said, "Jihan Chihan means thief in my language." Hearing that he had just been caught saying his opponent's name, the man put his hand to his face and laughed and said, "I'm sorry, I don't speak third world languages well." Immediately after activating his power characteristic, the man spoke again, "I confess to your understanding, Chihan." Immediately after these words, the man used an insidious trick to attack the guy in a moment of carefree conversation when he was relaxed. But despite this cunning, the man still failed in his attempt to harm the boy and defeat him in such a way. When he saw that he was unharmed, he said, "I knew it." Just managing to see out of the corner of his eye that the guy was already approaching him from the right side, Baron added, and quite skillfully at the same moment, Jihan used a lightning-fast step of the shimmering sky. After entering the enemy's rear, Song-ji used his spear to try to attack the enemy, but he failed completely, as the enemy managed to dodge him. Rising into the air and creating a large number of magic circles in the sky, the man said, "I see that you are quite strong." During the battle against his worst opponent, Song-ji avoided his fireballs, which he fired over and over again, and continued to approach Baron's bow. And at one point, when the distance was sufficient, the boy jumped up and tried to attack the enemy with his fist, but the latter dodged the attack at the last moment. After an unsuccessful attack on him, Williams, prepared for a retaliatory strike, said, "How dare a lowlife like you?" He tried to get to the same level as me and then fired a beam of magical energy in the wake of the guy who was landing. When the guy survived his attack and was on the ground, Baron Williams confidently shouted out permission to show me, starting to create a large number of magic seals in the air that covered a large area of the Colosseum. The man shouted out the end, and everyone who heard his voice looked up into the sky. Preparing for the mass destruction of everything that comes within his reach, the man added that lower tiny insects like you are meeting. Immediately afterward, a large area of the Colosseum was covered by an attack with magic fireballs, which set about a dozen people on fire. While in the air above the arena, Baron Williams continued to control the flames he created on the surface below him. Laughing ominously after his act, hoping that he had destroyed everyone below, the man ominously exclaimed that this is exactly what the lowlifes deserve. The next moment, some golden rays began to shine through the red flames, and then the voice of Song Ji-han himself came out and said, "Thank you." With a swing of his spear, the guy used a combination of 1,000-fold destruction to dispel Baron's skill, and, as a bonus, also killed several more people who were on the verge of death. When the system notifications started to appear, the player Sung Ji-han actually re-destroyed. The third guy happily added, "Thanks to you, I easily earned a few laps." Looking at the leaderboards, which have now been updated, he added, "Well, now I'm in first place with 20 enemies destroyed." In a state of confusion, the man said in his head how he was able to survive the blow. "My flame merges with power and burns until the enemy dies." The next moment, when he looked at the area of his flame, he said in confusion that it was not even touching him. How could that be possible? Noticing that the guy was in the barrier of absolute territory, he added in embarrassment, "It's just not possible." Realizing that his opponent was not as weak as he had first thought, Baron Williams exclaimed irritably, "You use force too." Immediately after, trying to somehow refute the guy's skills, the man angrily exclaimed that it simply could not be that I was the only one who owned it and had 2 state windows. What kind of trick was that? In response to the man's question, Sung Ji-han confidently replied that there are no tricks used here, just 2 status windows are not something so exclusive. Immediately after remarking that he was not the only unique wielder of the power in the whole world, Ji-han added, "I finally understood." Continuing to humiliate the man and provoke his anger, he confidently added how incompetent you are. Hearing this, the man simply exploded with anger, his face showing a thirst for blood. Immediately afterwards, he activated his skill and began to radiate his power in all directions, setting the Colosseum on fire. When the flames had spread far enough, the man exclaimed angrily, "You're just pretending, I'm sure of it." Creating a giant wave from his magic flame, which he used to cover Ji-han's dream, Baron added, "How dare you even mock me?" Continuing to threaten the boy, he added, "I will burn you so that there will be no ashes left." And at the same time, Ji-han stood there without even raising an eyebrow. When the danger was already breathing down his neck, he said, "I can't let this happen." Taking out the magical item he had received earlier, the guy confidently added, "I just need to use all my strength." The next moment, he began to remember the same evening when he was walking home after removing the particle of the god of war from his eye, and he thought, "The Queen of Shadows can replace the constellation, but what about tomorrow?" Continuing to think about how to close the gap in power, the guy mentally said to me that I needed to somehow replace the lack of the god of war. Suddenly, remembering an item that could help him with this, Sungji pulled out a fragment of a crystal from his inventory that gave the player a divine blessing and increased his characteristics by 50%, and said, I have this. After using a fragment of the crystal, the guy received a system notification that the effect was counted, after which Ji-han confidently said, I've been waiting for this moment, Baron Williams. Feeling the influx of fierce power, the guy received a system notification that said all the characteristics of the player Sun Ji-han were increased by 50%. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, Ji-han confidently said, I will use everything I have now, and I will definitely destroy you. A coward is what most people used to say about a man in the past when he had not yet mastered the skill of strength. He was embarrassed not only because he was not as muscular and tall as others, but also because he was afraid to fight and people always talked about him. What a waste of a gift, and that's why Baron remained insecure until a certain point in time and always stayed behind others. He had 2 state windows and 2 classes at his disposal, and if he had managed them correctly and used them to his advantage, he could have dominated Battlestar. However, Baron chose a different path. He wanted to be a support player and a magician. In other words, he had to always stay in the rear of the group. However, after receiving the cat's power characteristics, everything changed dramatically for him. It changed the boy. After receiving this characteristic, Baron began to dominate the battlefield with his mana. As a result of this incident, a considerable number of quite prominent people simply fell before him and his outstanding power. All the players who had to face or somehow heard about Williams had about the same reaction. They said that Baron had 2 disasters in his hand. The first of the disasters was the Fiery Hand, which allowed the man to sweep through all enemies thanks to a tsunami of flames. And all those who fell under this skill had no chance of survival, and afterwards only scorched ruins remained at the site of the attack. Continuing to smile madly, Baron mentally said in his head, this is exactly how the truth is. However, even after the wave that covered the Colosseum arena, something strange happened. A man noticed the flames dissipate and said in surprise what had just happened. At the same time, waving his spear, the boy scattered the flames of his opponent and spoke the way of the immortal sage. After that, he channeled all the accumulated force and sent it upward in the direction of where Baron Williams was, and it was just one. With just one piercing attack, she was able to break the flames of the barons that everyone feared so much, which left only destruction in its wake. Not understanding what had just happened right before his eyes and how the guy had managed to survive, Baron mentally wondered how this was even possible. After realizing his plan, Sungji smiled slyly and said, I knew it when I saw the enemy's confusion. You seem quite strong from the outside. Except that inside, you're still just an empty shell, and then you use your lightning-fast skill and leap into the air toward Baron. Trying to hit the man with a series of punches to knock him to the ground, Ji-han confidently added, you were too concerned with hiding your lack of skills instead of developing them. After reaching the critical point of his jump, Sungji instantly grabbed his spear and swung it, saying, you don't have the accuracy of strokes. The next moment, after delivering a chopping blow to the man's head with his spear and sending him to the ground, the boy exclaimed, that's who you really are, Baron Williams. After hearing what his opponent had said, the man on the ground said, you speak as if you know something about me. In response to his opponent's words, Ji-han smiled and said, you remind me a lot of someone I know. Immediately after plunging into memories, picturing Baron's image from the past in his head, he added, no matter how much you pretend to be strong, no matter how much you portray your confidence. The next moment, turning your gaze to the same Baron in his youth, he added to your unconcealed sense of inferiority, the oppression of conscience deeply penetrating your heart. Continuing to express his opinion on his opponent's behavior, Sungji talked about building muscle and changing his appearance, as well as his strange adaptive abilities. However, all these abilities are useless if your gut remains in the same state as before. After listening to all the words that the boy said to him, Baron Williams got to his feet and said, I don't like your arrogance at all. In response to his opponent's words, Ji-han smiled happily and replied, I can say the same about you, and then mentally added, I hope this act will teach him a lesson. Immediately after finishing his words, Ji-han used his lightning-fast skill to close the distance and said, let's end this chatter and finish the fight. With his spear pointed in front of him, Sung Ji-han charged at the enemy who stood still and did not rush to do anything to prevent the attack. At the last moment before the collision, Baron pointed his palm at the guy and fired a lightning bolt shot at his opponent. Seeing that his enemy was able to block this attack even at such a distance, Baron Williams spoke with lightning speed. Holding his outstretched hand in front of him, the man added, people call it a second catastrophe. Baron's second catastrophe is lightning. Unlike the fire wave that hits with mana and long range, lightning is a high-ranking ability that concentrates mana to pierce the enemy. And it's a perfect fit for Baron because in her case, the amount of force is more important than the accuracy of its control. After using his other catastrophe, the man took to the air and spoke, but it was quite unexpected. Looking at a guy who had already surprised him several times during their fight, Baron added, "You managed to experience its full power." In the next moment, recalling the moment he used his skill, the man mentally said he blocked the spear at the last moment to prevent a fatal injury. Appreciating Sung Ji-han's abilities after he withstood 2 of his disasters, Baron said, "You have a pretty quick reaction." The next moment, turning his attention to the slightly burnt skin and burnt clothes in the chest area, he added, "Although you didn't manage to completely beat it off." Preparing to use his lightning skill again, the man pointed at Ji-han and said, "You were lucky once, but you won't get another chance." Building up the strength in his hand to deliver the final blow, Baron Williams confidently added, "Now I'm going to put all my strength into this blow." At the same time, noticing what was happening on the battlefield where Ji-han and Baron were, one of the players said that this was a pretty big problem. Stopping her battles with the other participants to look at what was happening, the girl said that it was all over for Song Ji-han. Watching what was happening on the battlefield, the players kept repeating that even he would not be able to block the shot, and everyone predicted that Song Ji-han would be defeated. But he himself knew 100% that he would win, and that was because the Queen of Shadows' gaze was focused on him, and it was an irresistible fact that he was not in danger of defeat. By giving the guy her eyes, she was signaling him directly that the victory should be his. After once again making sure that he was not in danger of defeat, Sung Ji-han took his position and prepared to throw, clutching the spear tightly in his hand. Since Baron had used lightning on him, the guy already knew how long it took to prepare, what its speed and strength were, so he knew. The next moment, as soon as the opponent said lightning, Song Ji-han released the spear from his hands and spoke the arrow of the phoenix. Immediately after that, the phoenix arrow flew out of the guy's hands and hit the enemy, tearing him into small pieces. However, he did not even raise an eyebrow, realizing all the risks of his last throw. With a sly smile after the attack, Ji-han simply watched, even though he realized that he had made the 5th throw after which the arrow would disappear. And all this is because the arrow was not aimed at Baron. It was aimed at the Shadow Queen standing in the stands behind him. After the collision with the protective barrier, something happened that had never happened before for the first time in history. The barrier of the Colosseum was broken after a collision with a protective structure. The spear disappeared and a giant hole appeared in the barrier. After a while, all the TV channels began to feature South Korea's biggest celebrity, the Eastern star, Song Ji-han, in their news feeds. Changes to defeat the omnipotent and invincible Baron, whom everyone avoided like the plague, knowing the power he possessed. After seeing what happened in the Bronze League tournament, Lee Ha-young was disappointed with the results and exclaimed that why Song Ji-han was so strong in battle. Continuing to complain about the results of the fight between the 2 outstanding fighters, the girl exclaimed in frustration that he was able to defeat Baron, and that was nonsense. While Lee Ha-young continued to whine after losing her bet, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm going to lose all the money I earned last time." Lim Ga-young returned from the tournament. Hearing the whining of her mistress, the girl asked, "So you didn't consider the possibility that I might be the winner?" Continuing to walk toward her supervisor, the girl bodyguard smiled and said, "Of course I expected this, but it was still offensive." In response to her mentee's words, Lee Ha-young replied, "You shouldn't have lost almost as soon as the fight started." Continuing to express her remarks to her subject, Lee Ha-young added, "You had to stay longer for me to at least pay attention to you." Even after reprimanding her subject, when she saw that she was not offended, she said in surprise, "But I can see that she is in a good mood." Immediately afterwards, Lee Ha-young added, "I have an interesting feeling that a heavy burden has fallen from your shoulders." To which the subject replied, "Yes, I feel something similar." Starting to recall the period of time when she fought Ji-han, Lim Ga-yoon said, "Our fight showed me that I continue to get stronger." Continuing to feel that exhilarated feeling of joy, the girl added, "I will not stop there." And after listening to her bodyguard, the lady smiled happily. After a short pause after Lim Ga-yoon's speech, Lee Ha-young said, "Well then, I'll be rooting for you." And she replied, "Thank you very much." The next moment, she heard a commentator shouting from the phone where the live broadcast was going on, saying that something incredible had happened. Forgetting about the conversation with her subject, the girl grabbed the phone and said, "Oh, that's my money." Seeing that she had already been forgotten, Lim Ga-yoon asked, "Are you still betting?" The next moment, the commentator's voice came out of the phone again, as you all saw, and then Lim Ga-yoon said in surprise, "What the heck?" followed immediately by Lee Ha-young as well. At the same moment, watching the broadcast from his seat after Baron's defeat, Sun Ji-han angrily said, He wasn't aiming at me. Continuing to comment on everything that was happening in the arena, the man added, I destroyed the barrier. After the protective barrier protecting the audience was destroyed, Song Ji-han spoke to the audience. Concentrating his gaze on the person who no longer had anything protecting him from him, the boy said, Queen of Shadows. Immediately after this phrase, a dark aura began to emanate from the dark elf, filling the entire arena. At the same moment, the live broadcasts were interrupted for their viewers, after which a system notification appeared, which said there was no signal. After the incident, Sung Ji-han found himself in a dark place and thought, it's quite dark here. Watching his seat in the stands covered in shadows, he added in his head that even the air was cold and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Sung Ji-han said in his head, she's definitely watching me, but if there's no notification, she's not watching me. It can hardly be considered a test. After which a system notification appeared describing an epic task among the Colosseum's spectators. Find the Shadow Queen and provoke her. Seeing the description of the task he was to perform again, the boy clutched the spear tightly in his hand and said, if that's the case, pointing his weapon toward the girl, he added, then I will use my skill to follow the path of the immortal sage. As soon as he made his attack, he noticed that she disappeared into the pitch blackness. And then he was surprised to hear that she had absorbed the sword's ki. After trying a few more times to do something to the darkness, the guy mentally said, none of my attacks work on it. The next moment, noticing that shadowy soldiers began to appear behind him, the boy destroyed one of them with a single fist punch that appeared behind him. However, he thought so. Immediately after this action, without feeling any interaction with the body of the creature, Songji said in surprise in his head, I have struck the void. Looking back and surveying the battlefield at the same time, the boy added in his mind that they were all just shadows. At that very moment, defending himself from the attack of the shadows that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, one of the tournament participants shouted out in confusion, what the hell was going on? Also under attack from the shadow enemies, Song Ji-han moved to a defensive position to protect himself from the shadow soldier's attack. Trying to figure out how he should confront this person, the guy mentally said that physical attacks are not effective at all. The next moment, having created a small fireball in his hand, the guy mentally added, well, if that's the case then. Using his skill of divine power and mixing it with flame, the guy fired a fireball at the enemy and said, how about that divine power? Looking at the consequences of his attack on the shadow with divine power, the boy said thoughtfully, it did not cause direct damage, but it did destroy a small part of the shadow. The next moment, after thinking about the decision, the guy said in his head, I think if this is really a shadow, then the light is its weakness. And then he felt something grab his leg. After the boy was immobilized, another shadow with a weapon in its hands rushed at Song Ji-han. Watching the shadows continue to advance, the guy said in his head, well, then I need to make a blast of light around me. Recalling the moment when he first used this skill, the boy said in his head as he did when he had not yet mastered the lightning step of the shimmering sky. Immediately after that, Sung Ji-han prepared to use the skill by creating a powerful light source underneath him. Seeing that the enemies were retreating from him and could not harm him now, Sung Ji-han thought to himself, they could not come closer because I am surrounded by light, and everything turned out to be much simpler. However, the boy's joy did not last long, as the small shadows receded over him and a giant cat appeared, preparing to strike him with a giant sword. Not understanding what was about to happen, Ji-han thoughtfully said, wow, what is this thing? The BattleNet Combiner is the equipment necessary to participate in the BattleNet, which has the effect of absorbing pain during the game. Since amputation, burns, and other injuries occur quite often, it is recommended to reduce pain by 80%. That's why most of the top players use models that reduce pain by 90%. This allows these players to feel much more confident on the battlefield and do things they would not do in real life. And this equipment allows them to forget about the fear of severe pain, but not everyone is like that. Even though everything is fine and dandy, Sung Ji-han doesn't even think about using a combo to reduce pain. And the reason why Song Ji-han does not want to use this device is quite simple. The guy just knows that soon BattleNet will become a reality and no connectors will help them. The combo can only take away the feeling of pain temporarily, but when the Space League and the real game start, it will simply become useless. To always keep fighting with your life on the line means to always be in reality, which is why Sung Ji-han doesn't use a combiner. Even at the very moments when the fire was burning his skin and lightning was striking directly into his heart with millions of volts, Sung Ji-han still held on, overcoming such pain that an ordinary person would find it difficult to imagine. And now he is at risk of being cut in half by a 10-meter sword hovering right above him, waiting for the right opportunity. At the same time, watching what was happening on the battlefield, one of the players confusedly said what the other had said to him, and I didn't understand what had happened. Watching what was happening in front of them at the giant shadow fighting with Ji-han, one of the players exclaimed what the hell was going on. Noticing something interesting in this situation, one of the players said that for some reason it only attacks Song Ji-han. At the same time, while continuing to avoid the enemy's attacks, the guy mentally said, "I knew the battle would be unequal." Leaning on his spear to stay on his feet, the boy added, "But it's too huge. How can I defeat it then?" Looking at his opponent, who was concentrating on him, the guy thought things were bad if I kept dodging. I wouldn't live long. Realizing that the enemy was focused only on him, Jihan turned his head half a turn and mentally said, "If I'm the only one she's interested in, then I'm the only one she's interested in." Remembering the moment when he defeated the first candidate for the role of the winner, Jihan thought the attack on Baron attracted everyone's attention. Immediately after looking at the remaining surviving players, he added, "And now many of the players want to get rid of me by taking advantage of this opportunity, so I can't stay on defense." Realizing that his options were limited, the guy sighed heavily and said, "It looks like I don't have a lot of options." Clutching the spear in his hand, the guy confidently said the word strength and then put his characteristic into action. Creating a flame in his hand, which enveloped the weapon, the guy said in his head, "I will meet the fire face to face." Immediately after these thoughts, he raised his head up and looked into the eyes of the enemy and said, "If you want to cover me in darkness, I will." Using his nameless divine art skill of the 3 talents of martial favor of the heavens, the boy lit up the entire arena with flames. After this action, he freed himself from the shadows that surrounded him nearby and added, "Then I will destroy it and create light." Immediately afterwards, the guy used his skill called the pressure of a giant mountain to shed light on the dark situation. After clearing the way a little and lighting the arena with flames, the guy said thoughtfully, "I wonder if it worked." As soon as the first problem was solved, the guy looked around at the players behind him and wondered, what about the rest of the players? As they began to weave away from Ji and Han, they talked, "Let's go somewhere else. Why is this even happening? My father told me that avoiding a losing battle is the way to win." When he saw the boys running away from him, he said in his head, "They retreated, so she was the only one left." Turning his gaze to the last enemy left on the battlefield, the boy spoke in his head to the Queen of Shadows. As soon as he dealt with the problem of unscrupulous players, he saw that a shadow had appeared around him again, and he said unhappily that it had again. Putting his head down and sighing heavily that all the flames had gone out again, the guy said it a little tiringly. Resigned to his fate, the guy clutched the spear tightly in his hand and said that it would not end until the real body was in order. Preparing for the battle with the Queen of Shadows, the guy confidently said, "I will put an end to this," and then received a system notification 3 Dantians are rebooting. Recalling his first use of the skill, Jihan mentally said I should use the high-level martial arts as the 3 talents of martial affection and nameless divine arts. As he fired his spear in the direction of the enemy, he said in his head, of course, that I would not be able to do it perfectly, given my current level. Observing the trajectory of his arrow, the guy confidently added, "But I can add the power of the Phoenix's arrow." Recalling the description of his weapon in which he wrote it, becomes stronger when thrown, returns to the owner's hands after use. The Phoenix fire will disappear after 5 throws. The guy mentally said the Phoenix fire is activated when thrown. It compensates for the lack of strength. Moving into the memories of the past, the guy said in his head that lightning was previously considered divine anger. Continuing his reflections on ancient times, the boy mentally added some of the punishments that the angry god inflicted on humanity when the world was filled with darkness and chaos. Stretching his arm upwards with the spear, the boy became a lightning rod and then mentally spoke light. The next moment, when lightning struck the spear, a warning appeared in front of Jihan, saying that you have gone beyond your potential and your life is in danger. However, the guy did not pay any attention to the risks to his life. He continued to realize his plan by reciting the martial arts of the god of lightning. As he prepared to launch a lightning-fueled attack on the Shadow Queen, he said in his head the words that purify all demons and evil. As he began to throw, Songji gritted his teeth and recited an unnamed divine art in his head. Divine Lightning Technique. After using the skill, the guy shot a spear at the enemy at the speed of light. The technique that the guy was using now is different from all the others. It is on a completely different level from all martial arts. Due to the lack of strength of the Phoenix arrow, the boy had to use other methods to compensate for its shortcoming. And that's why Song Ji-han used the power of thunder and lightning to use another absolutely unearthly ability. To be more precise, not the full power of this skill, but only 80% of the total power, which is all his endurance was enough for. From the very beginning, a lightning flash is a synthesis of numerous lightning bolts that appear. However, no matter how hard he tried, Song Ji-han still failed to achieve the effect of uniting them. And that's why they didn't match the speed of the Phoenix's arrow and this unfinished technique. At the same time, the Shadow Queen was standing still and watching a lightning bolt approach her. even when the weapon was already in front of the girl's face and she did not show any sign of being afraid. This attack only managed to reveal the face of the Shadow Queen, but did not harm her at all because it stopped before it hit its target. Although at least that's how it might have seemed at the last moment, a piece of lightning carved a small incision in the queen's cheek. Seeing that he was still able to inflict at least some damage on the enemy, Ji-han smiled happily and said, "I did it." The next moment, using his characteristic strength, the boy brought the spear back to his hands, which froze in front of the queen's face. Not believing his own eyes, the guy admiring what he had done said in his head, "I was really lucky the delayed lightning worked in my favor." When he got his weapon back in his hands, the guy held the spear in front of him and said, "Who would have thought that lack of skill would be useful?" Immediately after this action, the guy looked up at the Shadow Queen and said, "Well, now it's time for the last big attack." Focusing his gaze on the girl standing in the stands, he wondered if I had provoked her enough. When he saw the excited queen, the guy received a notification that said, "Congratulations, you have completed the epic task of provoking the queen." Immediately after feeling that someone was sucking her off, the girl started attacking Ji-han again, forcing him to move right into her trap. Trying to somehow prevent the attacks that were directed at him, from which running away was not an option, the guy tried to repel them with a spear. Realizing that things would not go on like this, the guy gritted his teeth and said in his head, "I pushed myself too hard." Watching the moments of the attack of the shadowy tentacles that were chasing him, Sung Ji-han said in his head, "I won't be able to hold out much longer because of the condition of my arm." However, this was not the only thing that could worry Ji-han as he looked at the shadowy tentacles that continued to hunt him. He added something much more important. After these thoughts, the guy looked back to where the other fighters in the bronze medal tournament were standing behind him. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction and roughly understanding the Shadow Queen's plan, Song Ji said she only captured them, but did not destroy them. The next moment, having fully realized what the Shadow Queen could be up to, Song Ji-na said in his head that this was part of her plan. While he was standing in one place, tentacles began to spin around him and took away his ability to move. Realizing that he no longer had a chance to escape from captivity, the guy said in his head, "Oh shit, she probably wants to finish me off first." Once again deciding to try to escape from the captivity of the shadows, Ji-han used the technique of the lightning step of the shimmering sky. Having not felt any results after using this skill, the guy said in his head, "I can't move." At the same moment, he noticed that a giant sword was moving towards him and was going to finish him off, and he said in his head, "The attack is quite slow." After finally realizing the Shadow Queen's plan, the guy smiled slyly and asked, "So you want to deal with me in the first place like this?" Shifting his gaze to the face of the Shadow Queen, who was smiling excitedly, the guy added, "Oh my god, what a perverted approach you have." Turning his eyes away from the battle to see the fighters in his peripheral vision, Ji-han mentally said, "At this rate, I'm going to lose my first place." Staring at the trio of fighters who smiled ominously, knowing that victory was guaranteed, Sung Ji said in his head, "I need them to die first." Turning his head to the side and looking at the satisfied expressions on the faces of his enemies, the guy mentally said, "Judging by their expressions, they really expect me to be so easy to kill." Trying to move his limbs and feeling some freedom in one of them, the guy used the skill of force and said to his head, "Most of my body is tied up." As he continued to use his fingers to use his power skill, the cart slyly said in his head, "However, if I can move my fingers." Continuing to look at Sung Ji-han, who was about to die, one of the guys smiled and said, "I don't know what's going on here, but it's to our advantage," to which the other added, "Yeah, she'll deal with Sung Ji-han." The next moment, all three players standing behind him suddenly experienced something strange in their bodies, as if something had suddenly gone haywire in their heads. Feeling somewhat strange, as he had never met him before, one of the guys confusedly said, "What was happening to me?" After which his mouth foamed. Losing consciousness, the guy moaned heavily, and my body suddenly appeared, after which a system notification appeared that said the player was dead. Immediately after him, the rest of the players who also fell under the influence of Sung Ji-han's skill died, and immediately after that, a system notification appeared to tell the players who were one of the 100 left. Not understanding what had happened, the Shadow Queen looked at Song Ji-han in confusion, trying to realize what had happened to the others. At the same moment, the guy said with a sarcastic smile, "Oops, my bad, it looks like I ruined your plan." And then a notification appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, you took first place among hundreds of players." Immediately after that, another system notification appeared, saying that you would soon be logged out of the system. Realizing what Ji-han had done, the Shadow Queen was very angry. Starting to entangle the guy with a shadow so that he could not escape from the sword that was flying at him, he said, "Don't you think I'll be a little bit?" Looking up, the guy saw that the sword was almost over him and was going to hit him any second now. And at that moment, the guy said something that hurt like hell. After the sword hit Song Ji-han, he still survived and said sadly to the Shadow Queen, who looked at him in surprise. With his head down and his spear in hand, the guy said, "I dodged at the very last moment." Immediately after these words, he looked up at the Dark Elf and smiled slyly and said, "The influential power of Battlestar is diminishing cauldrons, the game is over." When he broke his body free from the shadows of the girl's shadow, he went to her and said, "The same goes for your shadow." Continuing to mock the girl who failed to finish him off, the guy said, rather sadly. As he prepared to move to his world, the guy added, "But I still hope that this time my left arm will be enough." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared that said the game is over and you will be logged out soon, after which Sung-ji smiled slyly and said something like this. Looking at the angry expression on the Shadow Queen's face, the guy added, "See you next time," after which a system notification appeared. The player has logged out. An error has been reported. The sun shadow mark has been applied to your left hand. The next moment, when he finally found himself at home, he laid down on the floor, sighed heavily and said, "This game took all the strength out of me," and then mentally added Limga Yun Baron, and then the Shadow Queen. "I played a whole marathon." Continuing to reflect on the incident, the boy added that it would not have been without consequences. Recalling those moments of his actions and how fast everything happened, the guy added in his head that if I had been just 1 second late, I would have been finished. Thinking back to that moment of dealing with the 3 tournament participants who were near him, Jihan mentally said before the Shadow Queen's sword touched me. Recalling the moment of applying his strength characteristic in practice, the guy added in his head, "I concentrated all my strength in my fingers." Imagining in his head a rough picture of what he was doing at that moment, the guy said in his head that it was all about cutting the arteries that led to the hearts of the other players. I also started to think back to that moment after the players were destroyed, and when the Shadow Queen realized that she had destroyed Jihan's enemies, I was worried that she would take advantage of the moment. After his prank, Jihan never suffered any serious consequences from the Dark Elf, but he did manage to get away with it. Lying on the floor in his house, the guy mentally said that it was a miracle that she took away only his left arm. Once again, plunging into memories and imagining the scale of the sword that was flying at him, the guy mentally said, "I'm absolutely sure that this thing would have killed me." At the end of his thoughts, he began to slowly get up to a sitting position and said in his head that he did not want to get into such a game again. I also received 3 system notifications that said you won the battle between the top 100 players, you were rewarded with 1 million achievement points, you received bonus experience points. Jihan said, "At least I was rewarded well for that." He also received another system notification informing him that his level had been raised by 5, after which he mentally wondered why and what he should expect as the rewards for winning were unusual. The next moment, another notification appeared in front of him saying, "King among kings, you have received the title of bronze." After reviewing the description of the rank that said this rank is given to the winner of the promotion battle, all characteristics in the Silver League are increased by 5 points. Experience points are increased by 50%, Song-ji said accurately, and this reward is also given. Being happy to receive the title, the guy said in his head that it was time to change my title to Conqueror of Training, and by changing his title in the profile, he added the Silver League to the list so I could level up faster. The next moment, he began to look through the other rewards he had received after the tournament and thought, let's see. The awards for special achievements, 10,000 points for winning the tournament. That means? The next moment, when he saw another achievement in the bucket, he completed it and seeing the size of the reward, was surprised to say 50,000 points, so a total of 60,000. After making the final calculations of everything he was able to earn in this tournament, the guy mentally said, "I lost the God of War and that helped me a lot, so that's great." Suddenly, paying attention to his hand, which was naked, the guy said in confusion, not understanding how it happened. Looking at the right side, and then again at the left, the guy said in his head, his left sleeve was torn, but he was fine. Starting to recall that Shadow Queen and the moment of cutting off the arm, the guy mentally said it was the same Battlestar effect. When he got to his feet and began to recall the same side effects of the game, the guy said in his head that it was possible, we are all in the learning stage now. The next moment, recalling the expression on the Dark Elf's face, he added thoughtfully, or it could be that this creature is from another world. As he continued to think, the boy said in his head, although he was not injured, what the hell happened after that? His niece came into the room and exclaimed in alarm, "Uncle, you're back." Hearing his niece's voice, the boy confidently said, "Sia, don't worry about me. Everything is fine." To which she replied, "I was very worried because the broadcast was abruptly cut off." When he heard the girl's words, Sung Ji-han was surprised to hear that this really happened, and she replied that way right after you broke the barrier. Recalling what exactly is happening on the internet at the moment and what news is flying around the internet with headlines during the battle for the promotion of Song Ji-han, interrupted the broadcast, The girl said the media is going crazy. Continuing to talk about the events that are currently taking place in the media, the girl said that everyone is now in shock, to which he replied, "Yes, I received a lot of messages." As Jihan began to review the hundreds of messages he had received, his niece asked him if it was that elf Queen of Shadows, and he replied that it was. After telling her that the girl had indeed guessed the real queen, he added, "Thanks to you, I was also able to complete the task," and she happily exclaimed, "Wow, great!" Continuing to be happy for her uncle, Yoon Sia said, "I did not work in vain," and then suddenly turned her attention to her uncle's hand, which looked rather strange. The next moment, the girl asked her uncle in confusion what was wrong with your arm, to which he replied that it was nothing. "I don't know why I pulled the sleeve off." In response to this, the girl exclaimed in fright, "What are you talking about? She's turning black." And at the same moment, Sung Ji-han turned his head to the left to see what had happened. He also saw that almost his entire left arm was covered in shadows, and said in concern what the hell was going on. When his hand was completely covered with dark energy, he added what was happening, and then a warning message appeared that said a curse had been detected. At the same time, after the Bronze League tournament, the Divergent Guild headquarters building was built in the Gangnam district of Seoul. The TV was playing a video replay of Song Ji-han's fight against Baron Williams, and the commentator was saying that his moves were incredible. Carefully watching every move of Sung Ji-han, Lee Ha-yeon never took her eyes off the screen for a moment. At the same time, the recording showed that it was amazing that he defeated Baron, but even more impressive was what happened afterwards, which is how he broke the barrier. And this all happened in the Bronze League. I'm looking forward to seeing what the future has in store for him after watching the video. The girl put her hand to her head and said with a grudging smile, "I'm not sure what everyone is talking about, but he won Baron, became the best out of the 100, and even broke the barrier." Looking down, she added worriedly in her head, "Sung Ji-han is getting much stronger every day. We need to hire him no matter what it takes." However, this fight made him too famous. At the same time, somewhere in the conference room, one of the conference participants put Sung Jin's personal file on the table and said, "Well, what do you think?" Watching the video of Ji-han defeating Baron Williams, another participant in the meeting added that, "I think he is a very valuable player," and the director added that, "I couldn't agree more." After all the discussions were over, one of the men confidently said to contact him as soon as possible. All these conversations took place in Manhattan, New York, in the building of the American Leadership Guild. At the same time, also interested in the guy, somewhere in Japan, a man sitting at a table said in Japanese Takeda was telling the truth and was told that he should hire Sung Ji-han. In response to the manager's words, the director said that there would be a problem with this. "How should we do it? Didn't he say that he would not join us for any money?" To which the manager replied that we have a special measure. Hearing these words, the director immediately objected, saying, "I told you it was impossible because of the king's sword. Who would control it, if not her?" Having received a remark from his superiors, the manager confidently said, "Don't worry, I have a special idea for such cases," to which the latter replied in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Then the manager replied, "I think there is a way to keep the Sword King with us in the meantime while seducing Song Ji-han." Then the director asked in surprise, "Are you serious now?" To which the subject bowed and replied yes. Continuing to convince the director, the manager added, "I'm sure she's on her way, and at the same time, the people who accompanied the girl have already gathered at the runway." Standing in front of the helicopter on the landing pad, the man looked at his beloved and asked, "Are you really not going to tell me where you are going?" In response to the man's question, the girl smiled slyly and replied, "Ryuhei, don't worry so much." Using her mind control magic before saying goodbye so that the effect would not suddenly dissipate, she added, "I'll be right back. Just wait for me, good boy." Returning to the helicopter, she added, "And then we will continue to love each other." Hearing this, the man bowed his head and accepted the order. The next moment, opening his eyes and seeing his beloved off on her way, Ito Ryuhei humbly answered yes. Waving goodbye to his girlfriend, he added, "Be careful, Shizuru," after which she waved back. After saying goodbye to his obedient animal, the guard said, "You are the first goddess," to whom she smiled happily and replied yes, and headed for the helicopter cabin. Before going inside, the girl raised her head up and happily said, "The sky is so clear today. It's a great time to visit," and Sung Ji-han agreed. At the same time, in one of the establishments, using his power, Sung Ji-han raised a glass with a drink and said, "You should be thanked for getting a chance to apologize, but why are you behaving like this?" Immediately after his threatening words, the guy spilled the contents of the glass down and then added in an angry voice, "You will regret this." When the man felt something pouring on him, he did not realize what was happening at first, and then when he came to, he said in confusion what it was. Feeling some trembling all over his body after the drink spilled on him, the man put his head down and began to examine himself. Realizing what had just been done to him, the man in the business suit gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're Sung Ji-han." Turning his gaze to the guy who had just dared to do this to him, the man angrily exclaimed, "You rascal, have you gone completely mad?" And now, let's go back 10 minutes to fully analyze the situation that happened. On his way to Ji-han's house, the man happily said so. Riding the elevator to the right floor, Kim Nam-tae from the South Korean office of the ministry, BattleNet's head, happily announced over the phone that he had just arrived. When the elevator reached the right floor and the doors opened, the man, accompanied by a couple of guards, confidently walked forward saying, "Thank you very much for your help in answering the questions." Heading to the apartment where he was supposed to hold the meeting, the man gave a hand order to his bodyguards to stay put and said into the phone, "I have to deal with this after everything you've done." Smiling slyly as he discussed all the details of the deal, the head of BattleNet's South Korean office added, "To repay you for all the trouble you've been through. Using the doorbell, I sent a signal to the door and said I will definitely pass on your words to the two who mistreated Taiwan Day at the same moment the apartment door opened." After inviting the guest inside and putting some goodies and glasses of juice on the table, Jihan said in surprise that he had not expected the head of the BattleNet ministry to visit us. In response, the man laughed and said, "I'm sorry I couldn't come by more often. How are you doing here?" To which Yoon Sia replied, "Not bad." Immediately after an unobtrusive attempt to strike up a conversation, Sung Jihan asked what brought you to our house, to which he nervously replied, taking a glass of juice. Immediately after that, Kim Nam-tae confidently added, "The ministry decided to reward you for your success, isn't that great?" To which Jihan replied in surprise that he was really grateful, and then thought, "In this case, it's nothing." Immediately after his announcement, the head of South Korea's BattleNet department put a glass of juice on the table and added a first thing. Holding out his hand to the boy to set the conditions for receiving, Kim Nam-tae slyly smiled and added, "You and Yoon Sia need to formally apologize to Tae-kyung daily." When she heard the condition under which they could receive the reward, the girl was surprised and asked to apologize. After which Kim Nam-tae added, "Apparently you attacked a family member of the CEO of this company." Immediately after, he added that if you sign a contract to become their recruiters and apologize, they are ready to turn a blind eye to what happened recently. Smiling happily after his offer, the head of the South Korean Ministry of BattleNet added, "Isn't this a generous offer?" To which the guy immediately firmly replied, "No." When Kim Nam-tae heard Song Ji-han's refusal, he exclaimed in confusion that he didn't mean it, and then the guy got up from his seat and said, "If that's why you came, you can go." As he left the table and walked out of the room, Sung Ji-han heard an angry man shouting at him, "I'm the head of the ministry. Where are you going? I'm still here. Hey, Sung Ji-han." Immediately afterwards, the head of the South Korean Ministry of Battleships shouted out, "Do you know that the Taiwan Daily is preparing an article about your niece?" Rising from his seat and starting to threaten Sung Ji-han, the man added, "This company is different from all other printing agencies. You understand that they have the power to ruin anyone's reputation and future." At the same time, sitting at the table and watching the man's disgusting behavior, Yoon Sia heard, "You may have managed to clean up your reputation through donations, but people still despise you for your connection to the Sword King." Kim Nam-tae continued her loud rant, exclaiming, "You should be grateful for the chance to apologize, but why are you acting like this?" At the same time, Jihan activated his power and lifted the glass of drink into the air. While the head of South Korea's battleship ministry exclaimed, "You will regret your decision," Jihan poured a glass of drink on his head. After the incident, the guy pointed his finger at the man who was dripping drops of the spilled drink and said to you and everyone else. Looking at the treacherous man, Sung Ji added, "You're using Yoon Sia to blackmail me." Hearing this and feeling insulted, the man gritted his teeth and said to Sung Ji-han, looking at the guy who had made his remarks against him and poured a drink over him, the man angrily exclaimed, "You rascal have gone completely mad." Standing up from the table and slamming his hands on it, Kim Nam-tae exclaimed, "How dare you treat me like that? The head of the South Korean Ministry of Battleship, you must not realize the seriousness of what you have done." Immediately after these words, pointing a finger in the boy's direction, the angry man exclaimed, "You have just made the ministry and the printing company your enemies, and I will have the article about Saye published everywhere, so get ready." After hearing this, Ji-han looked at his niece and smiled happily and said, "Does it bother you?" To which she smiled happily and answered her uncle, "Not at all." Sometime after the meeting with the head of the South Korean Ministry of Battlespace, he headed to the headquarters of the Taiwan Daily. Wiping the remnants of the drink on his face and head with a napkin, the man angrily shouted, "You're uneducated snot-nosed brats!" Having finished removing the remnants of what had been spilled on him, the man threw the napkin aside and exclaimed angrily with me as the victory in BattleNet had never done before clouded his eyes. In response to the angry comments from his friend Kim Hyun-chul, CEO Taiwan Daily, holding a cup of coffee in his hands, said that it would not be easy to deal with them. The next moment, Kim Hee-so broke into the conversation between the two high-ranking officials and showed his phone to the company director and said, "Look, Daddy, watch." Showing the article she published, the girl happily added that everyone is talking about the article about Yoon Si-a's gift. Looking at the article published by his daughter Kim Hyun-chul, he said that it was not necessary to wait so long to publish it. She got what she deserved. Immediately after putting a cup of tea on the bowl, the man added, "Well, if that's the case, you don't have to be sad anymore. Even if they are not well-mannered, they will learn humility when they face the consequences of their actions." After hearing from his friend, the head of the South Korean Ministry of Battlespace laughed and said, "That's right, you are." But before he could finish, the door to the room suddenly opened and the subject exclaimed, "Sir!" Seeing the nervousness of his subject, Kim Hyun-chul asked what was the rush. "Can't you see that I have a guest?" To which he exclaimed, "Excuse me, but I think you should see this right now." Turning on a live broadcast hosted by a guy, the subject added anxiously, "A player named Sun Ji-han." Turning on a live video of a guy standing on a roof with his niece, the subject nervously shouted out revealing Tae-won-dae and the ministry on the broadcast. While recording the video, Sun Ji-han turned on the voice recording of the dialogue with the head of the South Korean Ministry of Battleship and said, "You should be grateful for the chance to apologize, but why are you behaving like this? You have just made the ministry and the printing company your enemies to hell with an article about Seo. I will ask to publish it everywhere, so get ready." Immediately after the end of the voice recording of the dialogue with the representative of the head of the ministry, Song Ji-hun, along with the phone, said to the camera, "I think you get the point. So this is what Tae-won-dae and the Battleship Ministry did to me and Seo." Continuing to comment on this situation, the guy added, "I was attacked by a family member of the CEO, Tae-won-dae, who wanted to write a malicious article about Seo, and the head of the ministry with this company tried to put pressure on us." The next moment, turning the camera lens to his niece, the guy confidently added that he had failed and that they could only publish an article about Seo's gift. After the announcement, the guy said in his head, "I've already analyzed what Seo's gift is capable of using the Hermes monocle." Recalling his past life as well as some fragments from his present life to complete the picture, he mentally added when the true essence of the gift would be revealed and others would be able to see it. At the same time, watching the broadcast, the entire crowd at Tae-won-dae's headquarters heard that it was time to publicly present Seo's gift to the world. After the question, the girl confidently answered, "Yes, my status window is open." Then a description of the gift appeared in the cameras, which said, "The gift was a late flower. The number of games you need to participate in to level up is 50. The condition for leveling up, you need to participate in BattleNet games. The number of games you can participate in daily rises by 1 every day. The natural growth of status is increased by 100%. When she saw the description of the gift her former classmate Kim Hee-so received, she exclaimed in confusion that it was a gift that could be upgraded. She continued to be surprised and added, "Is it possible?" At the same time, other viewers began to write that it was too much. Then what do we get after reaching A rank? The next one will be SSS. Immediately after demonstrating the gift to his niece, the guy said, "As you can see for yourself, Seo's gift is not in vain, and I hope there will be no more misunderstanding." After the loud statement and the revelation of the truth, the guy smiled slyly and said in his head, "Actually, it's for the best, although I would have preferred to fool them more." Immediately after that, on a live broadcast, the guy received a donation that said, "Gates RE donated 100,000 units to you. Player Sung Ji-han. I am a scout of the American Leaders Guild, Robert Gates." When he saw who had contacted him in this way, he was surprised to hear that it was American leaders. Immediately afterwards, another donation from him appeared and he wrote, "I am impressed with your fights and today's broadcast. I would like to offer you a deal. Could you open access to personal messages afterwards?" He mentally added that this way I would be able to deceive them more. Immediately afterwards, the guy added, "Well, I have no choice. Since you donated so much, you won't mind if I show the contract on the live broadcast." In response to the question, the man replied, "Of course. But first, I will tell you the amount of the salary we can offer you, $300 million. Immediately after that, Jihan replied, "Thank you, Mr. Gates. To be honest, I have a little dream of starting a guild in Korea when I reach the Silver League." Continuing to comment on the proposal, he added that since not only large companies like Tae-won-dae and the Ministry of BattleNet treat us badly, I don't see how I can develop in such conditions without being under the wing of another guild. Hearing this, Kim Nam-tae angrily exclaimed, "You rascal, Sun Ji-han." Immediately after this statement, the guy put his hand to his chest and said, "I still like my country, so it would be great if you could help me." Smiling happily to demonstrate his patriotism and to further mislead the audience, he added that I could stay in Korea. When the stream ended with this speech, Yoon Si-a asked her uncle in surprise what you were going to do now. In response to his niece's words, the guy looked back and said, You don't have to worry about that. Smiling happily, holding the phone in his hands, he added confidently, I'm going to take care of some business. At the same time, Lee Hae-young was standing in the wardrobe asking what to wear, why he asked to meet at such a time, and then she heard Lim Gon say what you were doing. Then, taking two kinds of dresses in her hands, she nervously added to Ga-yoon, how about this one or this one that looks more suitable for everyday style, looks natural and at the same time professional and pretty. To which she replied, where are you going? Having not received an answer to her question, the girl asked God in love what he could need so urgently. At the same time, when he went down to the parking lot to take the car and go to the meeting place, Sun-ji met a group of armed men and froze in his tracks. The next moment, he said to the people who blocked his passage, I seriously doubt that you guys are a group of ninja cosplayers who were just passing by. When he saw that they began to take out their weapons and create fireballs to attack, the guy said that the head of the ministry, or Taewon Daily, sent you. Having not received any response from a group of people dressed in all black who were waiting for him in a deserted place without cameras, he added that it was probably both. Realizing that he would definitely have to get into a fight against these people, he wondered if he should take the chance and try it out. Immediately after his reflections, the boy called the name of the Shadow Queen whose support he had enlisted and told Ariel. The next moment, the shadow beneath Jihan began to change and the aura began to spread and a giant shadowy image appeared above him saying, You tactless man, you summoned me to fight against miserable vermin. In response to the girl's question, the guy replied, Think of it as a warm-up. They're perfect for testing your skills. At which point the attackers became visibly nervous. After that, Ariel began to grab the guy's arm, which had a mark on it. At the same moment, Jihan said, I had to be in the cell for quite a long time and it was quite dark. When his entire arm was completely shrouded in shadow, Sung-ji smiled happily and said, Well, in that case, we can begin. After a while, half of the enemies were already destroyed, and their lifeless bodies lay on the ground with deep wounds. When a little more time passed, all the enemies were defeated, and the boy looked back and saw that they would never be able to attack him again. Appreciating the power he now wielded thanks to the Shadow Queen, the boy looked at the shadow disappearing from his hand and said quite well. In response to the guy's praise, the Shadow Queen replied offensively, Not well, but simply amazing. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the girl looked at the guy and added, Be grateful to me for this, man? Appearing in front of Sung Ji-han in her body, the girl angrily exclaimed, Dark spirit is a special characteristic that I gave you out of mercy. Continuing to make her point, she pointed a finger at the guy and exclaimed, You must realize how big he is. His level is completely different from the… She didn't have time to finish when she noticed that they weren't even listening to her. At the next moment, putting the phone to his ears, the Lord said hello. At the same time, the Shadow Queen exclaimed irritatedly, Hey, did you just ignore me? At that moment, the phone rang with a surprised voice asking Ji-han. While listening to his interlocutor who called him, he heard her ask, I have already arrived at the meeting place. Where are you now? After being asked about his whereabouts, the guy awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, I just heard what he told her. And the girl was surprised to hear him say that so suddenly. The next moment, resigned to the guy's words, she added, Oh, okay, of course I understand you. Seeing Lee Ha-young's sudden change of mood, her bodyguard asked what was wrong, miss. In response to her subject's question, Lee Ha-young, feeling her self-esteem sinking lower and lower, said, I just got rejected. Lim Ga-yoon also froze in place and let her soul float freely, and she was amazed to hear herself say in her head that after all that time spent gathering. At the same time, somewhere in the building of the Taewon Daily Company, a man began to beat his son with a cane and heard a heavy groan and shouted to his father, Please let me speak. Covering his face with his hands to prevent blows from hitting him, the man exclaimed, I can explain everything. It hurts. Seeing her father being beaten so badly for the problem he created, Kim Hee-so grabbed her grandfather's hand and exclaimed, Grandpa, stop! It was those bastards who started it all. Trying to stop her grandfather's actions, the girl added that before she could finish speaking, the elderly man slapped her, knocking her down. Looking at the girl with an angry look, the elderly man added, I raised you like a princess because you are my only granddaughter. Immediately after these words, Kim Tae-won, who was the CEO of Taewon Daily, said angrily, So you decided to do this. Realizing that they were clearly in the wrong, a couple of the company owner's relatives knelt down and the CEO exclaimed, Do you have any idea how much our shares have fallen in value if you don't fix this? I'm going to fire you both. Hearing her grandfather's threat, Kim Hee-so looked down and gritted her teeth in anger and said in her head, Damn, my master was just perfect, but it all happened because of that rascal Yoon Se-ah. Continuing to remember the girl in a bad way, she mentally cursed her for being in her first battle and felt a strange sensation the next moment Yoon Se-ah thoughtfully said, wondering if the battle had already begun or not. Not having understood the system of fighting in the Colosseum, The girl thoughtfully added what to expect. I still did not understand the rules. At the same time as the girl began to reread the rules again, a guy stood behind her and said in surprise what the hell was going on. Looking at the girl, Cora scratched her head thoughtfully. A guy named Do-Haek Yoon said in confusion. She was now confused, probably a new hermit. This guy is Do-Haek Gyo's cousin from the Divergent Guild, and he's a promising player with a gift of agility. Starting to slowly take his sword out of the sheath to make the first round on the confused girl, he mentally said to himself, I'm very lucky to have a gift with this sword. I'll definitely be in the top 50. Having taken the appropriate pose for the attack, the guy said in his head that she would be my first victim, and then he attacked the girl and swung his sword, shouting, You're out, loser! Having defended herself against the attack with reflexes and the use of the longevity turtle armor skill and the A-ranked armor steel defense, the girl said in surprise, I wonder how it works like that. After applying a few more skills, the girl used one technique that allowed her to knock the sword out of the guy's hands and punch him in the jaw. Not realizing what had just happened to him, Do-Hae-young looked at his empty hand and said in confusion what had just happened. The next moment, grabbing the sword she had knocked out of the boy's hands in midair, she said thank you very much. After swinging her weapon and finishing off the confused attacker, Yoon Sia shouted for the first round. At the same time, while watching his niece's first fight, Sun Ji-han made himself a cup of coffee and spoke quite well for the first time. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction flying around Ji-han, the Shadow Queen said, Well, how much better can an inferior being get? In response to the words of his subject, who was now under his command, Ji-han said, Hey, calm down. You are serving one of the lower beings as your master, to which the girl nervously exclaimed, Shut up. Continuing to demonstrate my dissatisfaction, the spirit added, I have come to fulfill my great mission that my true self has entrusted to me. You should be grateful for my support. Immediately after these words, the girl added, Do you at least realize how much power you have? After which Ji-han looked at his hand with the seal. The next moment, after examining his hand, the boy was deep in thought and remembered the moment when his hand was first covered in shadow, when Seiya exclaimed, Uncle, your hand is turning black. Immediately after that, a system notification appeared in front of him, saying that the curse rank was unknown, the final stage was unknown, and it was unknown that it would consume the player's odd and OO until the curse was removed. Seeing the system warning about the danger, the guy thought anxiously that the curse at the same moment Yoon Sia also saw the system window and scared exclaimed that it was bad. After reviewing the description of the curse once again, the guy mentally said the wording of this message similar to the one that appears when describing the object. Well, in this case. Thinking about a possible solution to this problem, the guy decided to use his skill and made an emergency recovery. After the words of the skill call, a hammer appeared in front of the guy, after which a system notification appeared which said the restorative shadow of the sun. However, after the first recovery attempt, a warning message appeared saying that the sun shadow status was too severe and only partial recovery was possible. Seeing that the curse did not disappear from the first time, the guy used the skill again, and then felt a strong pain in his hand. Trying to endure the pain, the guy repeated the emergency recovery over and over again. After a certain number of attempts at partial recovery, the guy finally achieved the desired result, after which a system notification appeared saying that the curse had been lifted. As soon as the curse was lifted, the darkness from his hand began to gradually disappear, and a system notification appeared, stating that the true feature of the curse had been unlocked. The next moment, a skill description appeared that said, Shadow of the Sun rank, SSS, Final Stage Constellation. King of Shadows can be replaced with Shadow Sword of Eclipse. You can increase your rank through the power of the constellation Queen of Shadows. Seeing that the blackening effect had disappeared from the guy's hand, the niece nervously exclaimed, Uncle, your hand is fine. To which he replied, It's fine now. When a couple of young people thought that everything was over, someone's ominous voice came from somewhere and said, What an impressive person he was. Seeing that the essence of the Shadow Queen began to appear from their shadows, Sung Ji-han, pushing his niece behind him, nervously exclaimed, Say step back. A few seconds after the shadows thickened and transformed from a ball of darkness, a little girl appeared. Standing in front of a couple of young people, the girl said, I am a clone of the constellation of the Queen of Shadows. Concentrating her gaze on the boy standing in front of her, she added, Sung Ji-han took an interest in your abilities and ordered me to help you in your endeavors. Standing on the table and pointing her finger at the boy, the girl added, That is why from now on, I will serve you as my master. Hearing the statement from the spirit who had just appeared from the shadows and began to talk about loyalty and service, Ji-han was surprised to hear what kind of nonsense you were saying. Immediately after this question, the guy saw a system notification in front of him that said the clone of the constellation Shadow Queen. Ariel gave you the characteristic of a dark spirit. Looking at his hand after seeing the system notification, the guy said in surprise that it was a dark spirit. Having roughly realized what exactly it could be, Jihan smiled and mentally said, "This power allows you to use shadows as weapons. You should use it in BattleNet. It's quite useful." As he was exploring his new abilities, he heard the irritated cry of the Shadow Queen's spirit. "Hey, can you hear me?" If so, he raised his dark spirit characteristic. When the girl returned home after her first battle in Battlestar, she sighed heavily and said, "The training was very hard," and was answered, "You did a good job for your first time. You did great." Immediately after, the girl turned her attention to her uncle and added, "By the way, what do you think about the American Leaders Guild?" After this question, the boy looked up from his dinner and looked at Sia. After thinking about the girl's question for a while, he said firmly, "I will refuse." After hearing his uncle's decision, the girl was surprised to hear that they had offered so much money, and he replied that I would be able to earn it myself later. Immediately after his firm decision, the guy put a spoon on the table and added, "And besides, I have other plans for my life." Recalling a certain person who should help him in his realization, Jihan said, "I don't want to join a guild. I'll create my own." At the same time, Lee Ha-young had already arrived at his house, and he asked her to come, and Jihan, sitting at the table, gave me a well-known cheat code. At the same time, the girl who arrived took off her sunglasses and assessed the building where Song Jihan currently lives. Hearing the proposal from the guy she was talking to, she exclaimed in confusion, "I didn't hear you." And then Jihan smiled and said, "I'll say it again. Become the head of the guild I'm going to create." Hearing that he had seriously decided to give her the position of head of the new guild, Lee Ha-young exclaimed in confusion that why such an idea, to which Vig replied, "Well, although I said head of the guild, it will be fine if you just take over the management." In response to Sung Jin's request, the girl replied with a confused look, "Well, actually, I'm a member of the Divergent Guild now," to which Ji Hanyi replied, "You're currently a sales manager there." Continuing to hear the persuasion to take the place of the leader in the newly created guild, the girl held her hand on her head and said, "In any case, you should be the head of the guild." Looking at the guy who suggested such a crazy idea, she added, "A capable player who is the face of the guild. I'm more suited to be a manager. Why did you even suggest this to me?" In response to the girl's question, Sung Ji-han put a cup of coffee on the table and said, "You have a gift of support." "I'm right." Immediately after, the guy added, "It can only give a bonus 10% to experience. I'm sure you think it's useless because it doesn't combine with other items that give experience bonus." Hearing this, the girls were stunned, and then Ga Yoon thought these words she had previously hated to hear. Continuing to insist on his point, Ji-han said, "But in my opinion, if you become the head of the guild, then the true value of your gift will be revealed." Continuing to hear the boy's confident words, Lee Ha-young wondered in her head if he knew something I hadn't thought of. Recalling the description of her gift, the girl thoughtfully said in her head how he had so much confidence, even though the gift was of A rank, but all professionals considered it useless. Closing her eyes and thinking hard, she added in her mind, "I want to believe him because he is the first one who appreciated my gift, but his offer to become the head of the guild," after which Ji-han said, "Of course, I will reward you accordingly." Continuing to pressure the girl on her weaknesses, Sung Ji-han said, "I'll tell you who to bet on in the next matches of the BattleNet." After hearing this proposal, Lee Ha-young suddenly became quiet. Seeing something strange in the behavior of the head, Lim Ga-young nervously said, "Madame, everything is fine with you." The next moment, unable to resist the temptation, the girl jumped up and down and exclaimed, "I agree!" And the bodyguard exclaimed in confusion, while Sung-ji said, "Okay, sign here." Looking at the girl who was preparing to confirm the offer to become the head of the guild, Lim Ga-yoon exclaimed in confusion, "You really agree to this?" "Agree." Ignoring the words of her subject, Lee Ha-young, being under the effect, pressed the yes button and mentally said if all bets were winning. Immediately after agreeing to become the head of the guild, a system notification appeared in front of the girl, stating that the effect of the supportive gift would be imposed, and each member of the guild would receive a development rate of 200%, and all guild members would receive a buff to increase experience by 30%. After a while, a large number of people received a notification saying that the broadcast had begun. Then, while downloading the live stream, one of the viewers wrote and let the stream of Song Ji-han begin. The title of this stream said "The Guild was created." When viewers saw this, they were surprised to write that Song Ji-han had created the guild, which means that he was telling the truth. After the live broadcast started, Lee Ha-young was the first to appear in the frame, waving her hand and saying, "Hello, I hope you've seen the title of the broadcast." Standing in front of the camera lens, she added, I'm glad to meet you all. This is our first broadcast as a large vessel guild, and I am its head. My name is Lee Ha-young. Seeing the comments on the broadcast, Song Ji-han said Lee Ha-young will hold the most important position in the guild I created. As I said before, she is its head. The guy confidently added, now let's move on to the concept of our guild, and I'll show you everything. After demonstrating the effects of the guild's boosts, Lee Ha-young spoke about the concept of our guild, which is to help you. We are proud to say that you can become stronger much faster than in any other guild. After a while shifting the focus to Ji-han, she added, however, the maximum number of members is 10 people. So far, we want to remain a very small guild. Now it includes Sung Ji-han. After that, she switched the camera to the other participants and added the head of the guild, Lee Ha-young Diego Masid, and Yoon Se-ah, who had recently received her gift. Turning her gaze to the last girl standing nearby, Yoon Se-ah sensed the tense atmosphere and heard the last one sign the contract. Trying not to show any emotion, when she heard her name announced by Lim Ga-yoon, she wondered where I was and why I was there. Immediately after that, pointing to the head of the guild, Ji-han said, you will be able to watch our successes through the broadcast. Those wishing to become members of the guild or to conclude a contract, please contact the head Lee Ha-young. The next moment, drawing her uncle's attention to her, the niece whispered, Uncle, you need to explain the name of the guild. Hearing this, he said, oh right. Hearing that her words had been understood, Yoon Se-ah closed her eyes, exhaled with relief, and smiled happily. Then, Sung Ji-han said, the name of our guild sounds like a large vessel. This name comes from the Chinese expression, a big vessel takes a long time to make, which means that great talent does not ripen soon. The first two owls are big vessels, so they became the name of the guild. At the same time, somewhere in the Colosseum, a member of the American Leaders Guild was fighting with Song Ji-han and said, hey, this is too boring. Continuing the battle against the guy he hated so much, Baron Williams put his hand on him and added, Sung Ji-han. Creating fireballs in his hands with which he was going to end the duel, the man added menacingly, I will finish you once and for all. Immediately after that, he fired a couple of fireballs at the guy, after which a powerful explosion occurred at the place of impact. Thinking that he had already finished the fight, Baron Williams said unhappily that this was all you could do, and at the same time an image of a guy hiding in the dust appeared behind him. Finding the perfect time to attack, the guy rushed at the man who was standing with his back to him, trying to strike back. However, he failed. Discovering Sung Ji-han behind his back, Baron Williams used his second catastrophe to attack the guy, causing him irreparable damage. Immediately after Sung Ji-han defeated the man, a system notification appears saying, your training is complete. Leaving the training room, the man said unhappily, it's a pity. I knew that time he won by chance. To which the scientist replied, you did a great job, Mr. Baron. Looking at his notes, he added a 50% version of Song Ji-han lost without a chance. Next time, we'll try the 75% version. Hearing this, the man said angrily, shut up. The next moment, another scientist entered the training room and said, Mr. Baron, the head of the guild would like to see you in his office. Arriving at the leader's room and hearing his proposal for the challenge, Baron angrily said that he would hire him. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with the man, he added Song Ji-han to the guild and said, are you out of your mind or what? In response to a question from his subject, Robert Gates, the head of the American Leaders Guild, said it was worth it, and you'll agree if you watch his latest broadcast. The next moment, he turned on a recording of Sung Ji-han's broadcast, which showed off additional reinforcements for his guild. Feeling humiliated by the words and suggestion of the guild head, Baron angrily said, you've used your power, you old fogies. As he continued to make a mess in the man's office, he angrily exclaimed, that's an obvious lie. I don't look like I need this crook's help. I'm already the strongest man in the world. Throwing all the things he had picked up in the air to the floor, Baron Williams angrily exclaimed, don't ever mention that scoundrel to me again. Grabbing his head after the noisy guy left his office, the head sighed heavily and then mentally said, I know he develops an inferiority complex when it comes to Sun, but he can't even control his emotions. Immediately after these thoughts, the man began to scroll through other possible options in his head and thoughtfully said that if Baron could not be sent to Ji-han, he would have to send him to the GHQ. Recalling another suitable candidate for this mission, he added confidently, then I'd better send her to South Korea. At the same moment, while watching the broadcast of a guy who was advertising his guild, Sophia took a break between training sessions and happily said wow to Song Ji-han. Being happy for the guy with all her heart while watching his broadcasts, the girl happily added that he was so cool. Sometime after the broadcast was distributed to the masses, Lee Ha-young, sitting in a cafe, exclaimed to Ji-han that the American guild leaders offered us a large sum of money in exchange for the secret of where we got the buffs for the China guild, to which he replied cautiously, I told you just in case, but never share them. In response to the warning, the girl exclaimed, "What do you take me for?" And then joyfully said in her head, "I never would have thought that my gift was so big." The next moment, the girl plunged into memories of returning to her guild, Divergent, where the head of the guild spoke to her and said that he only needed your gift. Continuing to give orders to the girl, the head smiled defiantly and added, "I'm sure it's just a lie to cover up his personal interest in you, so take this opportunity to try to seduce him." Continuing to talk to the girl, the head of the Divergent Guild added unhappily, "It's all the same to our guild, and you're of little use to us." After recalling this conversation, the girls said to their new friend Ji Han, "I will try very hard to be helpful." In response to Lee Ha-young's words, the guy was surprised to hear that you were the one who was suddenly required to only nominally remain the head of the guild, to which she exclaimed, "No." Then Sungji thought I was going to get rid of the guild when I got the achievements, and when the players leveled up. Immediately after her denial, the girl exclaimed, "Actually, my true dream was to become a guild owner. I was betting in BattleNet to save up money to open one, right?" Ga Yun-na-oh nervously replied, "Oh, I guess so." Immediately after these words, putting her hand on her chest, the girl added, "That's why until I can make my own guild, I will try my best to help your great vessel." Continuing to talk about her future plans, she said, "First, we need to open an office, and we can use the common rooms in the Ga Yun Sword Palace for it." She replied, "I'm a bodyguard, not a secretary." After a while, after gathering the candidates in one room to review who could take the position, Lee Hae-young said, "Thank you all for coming." After looking around the room, she added, "I'd like you all to introduce yourselves." Hearing a request from the head of the guild, who needed an editor, the first of the candidates, Ju Yoon-ji, nervously said, "Good morning. My name is Ju Yoon-ji." She began to talk about her experience in this field and said, "I've been creating commercials and other promotional videos since high school and majored in this area in college." Hearing this, Lee Ha-young thought it was pretty good. I was in a hurry to find people, but she exceeded my expectations. After listening to the first candidate for the position of a girl, she turned her attention to the man in front of her and said, "Thank you. Now the next one. Your name is quite unique." After reading out this name, the girl said, "Lee Gim," and hearing his name, the boy jumped up and down and put his hand to his head and said, "Congratulations. I was counting down to the moment when I could work with Song Ji-han. My name is Lee Gim Bit. Nice to meet you. Chairman Lee Ha-yeon. I know how to edit. I can do commercials and anything else you need. I'm a real treasure, Lee Jumbit. I've respected Mr. Song Ji-han since his very first days as a streamer." And when I heard that, Lee Ha-yeon fell into a stupor and Lim Ga-yoon grabbed her sword. Continuing his presentation, the Golden Ray added, "My head is full of ideas about how to make his channel perfect. If you hire me, I will give all of me to the big vessel." Being in a state of shock, she said, "Thank you, please sit down." And he exclaimed, "Yes, that's right." And Lee Ha-young thought, "I invited him for an interview because he's a famous blogger, but what's wrong with his head?" The next moment, the chairman added, "Please next," after allowing the third candidate. Kim Gong-woo spoke, "Hello, I am Kim Gong-woo. I have been a video editor in Guild YNC for 4 years, and I am proud to call myself a veteran in battle tubing. If you hire me, I will use my past experience to become a suitable member of your team." Hearing who exactly came to them, Lee Ha-young asked, "This guild is quite famous, so why did you come to us?" The man replied, "The Big Vessel is a new guild, but it's owned by Mr. Sung Ji-han, so it's already known." And continuing to advertise himself as a worthy candidate, the guy added, "I'm sure I can improve my abilities in this position." After hearing this, Golden Ray nervously said in his head, "My competitor is quite experienced." After listening to the third candidate talk about his skills, Lee Hae-young mentally said he had successfully passed the interview and then said, "Thank you. You have questions for us." After hearing this question from the head of the guild, Kim Gong-woo asked if Mr. Song Ji-han would not participate in the interview. After receiving a question from the third candidate for the position, the girl replied, "Oh well, I'm responsible for management here, and I'm sure you're a fan of his as well." To which he said, "I see." Having not received what he came for, the guy from Guild 20 added, "Then please tell me on which floor of this building he lives." Having received a new question from the last candidate for the position, Lee Hae-young thoughtfully said, "Well." When the second candidate got up from his seat after hearing about the guy's questions about such personal matters, he said, "Wait, you're still annoying me." Grabbing the guy by the shoulder and pulling him toward him, he said, "But it was me who wanted to meet Sung Ji-han the longest, and you may be his fan, but don't try to get into his personal life." Immediately after this action, having heard some noise from the metal falling to the floor, the Golden Ray said in surprise, not realizing what it was. Lee Gyumbit looked at the object with a confused look and said, "What is this?" The next moment, grabbing the knife that had fallen out of his pocket, Ju Yoon-ji shouted out, "You vile henchman of Song Ji-han! Do you really think you can run the guild in peace after you destroyed the reputation of the King of the Sword?" grabbing his sword and pushing his lady aside. Ga Yunan and the rest of the audience heard where this bastard was because of him. The Sword King could not return, and then thought that he was a fan of the Sword King. Looking at Song Ji-han's subjects and pointing his knife at them, the third candidate shouted menacingly, "I will finish you bastards to teach him a lesson." Before he could do anything, a golden ray grabbed him by the collar and threw him back, thus reducing his fervor. When he saw that someone else decided to interfere in his fight with Song Ji-han, the guy, rubbing his bruises, said angrily, "You're a little man." Gripping his knife tightly, Ju Yunji got to his feet and swung the weapon, trying to harm the boy, shouting that he wanted to die first, but the latter easily dodged it. Immediately after the enemy missed, the guy gave him a straight punch in the jaw, forcing him to sit on his ass again and let go of the cold weapon. The golden ray knocked out the guy who decided to make a bloody massacre in the recruitment office with just one punch. Seeing what had just happened in Lee Ah-young's office, she looked at the rescuer and said in her head, "Stop this guy." Thinking of the man in front of her, she added that he was in the Golden League, but he had downgraded his rank on purpose, and his main theme was to intimidate other players. Just as she was beginning to change her mind about him, she mentally added that he was strange, but his abilities were quite good. Before she could finish, he exclaimed happily, "Wow, that was cool." Taking the phone in his hands and starting to take pictures of himself, the guy exclaimed, "Oh, you need to film this." And I defended Mr. Ji-hna from the terrorist, which will be the title of the video. After that, grabbing the attacker by the collar and shaking him, he added, "Hey, I'm going to start broadcasting now, so don't bother me anymore," he said. As Lee Ha-young continued to watch the events unfold, she told Ga-young in a menacingly stern tone to call the police, to which she replied embarrassed, "Okay now." After a while, when she arrived at Sung Ji-han's house, she told him everything that had happened and heard him say in an angry voice that he had come from me and not Sia. What a rascal. Then Lee Ha-young, trying to calm the guy down, nervously said, "It's okay. We'll fix it." Picking up the phone and exhaling heavily, the guy said, "I'm sorry, we need to strengthen security. We'll have to look for another installer," to which the girl confidently replied, "No, we don't need to." Recalling the Golden Spear who was among those who wanted to take over, Lee Ha-young confidently added, "There was a good candidate, and I have already contacted him." At the same time, the guy was still nervous. Chewing on his nails, he got up from his chair and exclaimed in confusion, "When will the results come?" At that moment, a day had passed since the interview. Starting to shed tears and praise himself, the guy mentally said to himself, "They won't say no, I didn't overdo it, I should have dealt with that rascal in an epic way." The next moment, the guy heard a notification that came to his phone and opened it, and saw a message about the result of the interview. "Congratulations on passing the interview for the position of assembler in the Guild of the Great Vessel. We will send you more details by mail within a few days. Please prepare yourself, thank you." When Ju Yunji saw that this notification came to her phone, she happily said that, "I really got the job." Hearing the message from the girl who was sitting in the yoga room, Takeda Kazuo slyly rubbed his hands together and said what one would expect from a goddess. Immediately afterwards, the man added confused, "Is it okay that you came to the palace as an editor? Working on video is hard," to which she confidently replied, "Don't worry." Reaching for her glasses and smiling slyly, the girl added confidently, "You don't have to worry about it." Taking off my glasses and starting to bring myself back to the original image Ito Shizuru added to the editing, I can definitely tell. After a while, having never received a job offer, Golden Ray became depressed. Seeing this, one of the viewers asked what was wrong with him, to which the other replied that he had not been hired as a video editor in the Great Vessel Guild. The next moment, the boy just sighed heavily and exclaimed, "Why did they refuse me? I demonstrated my loyalty to Mr. Ji-han and also revealed the spy of the Sword King fans and defeated him. It was perfect." The next moment, you donated 10,000 points of equipment to the guy and wrote in a comment under him, "Why don't you ask to be a bodyguard, so you have many more stories?" Having received one interesting piece of advice from his fantasy, the boy clenched his hand into a fist and said happily, which must have been anxious for him because of his worries that other killers might come after him. Immediately after these words, having imagined what a glorious warrior he was, the guy confidently exclaimed, "I decided to try to become his bodyguard." In an instant, stopping the dreams of his favorite streamer who was hugging a pillow and imagining that it was Song Ji-han, he added another 10,000 points of equipment and said, "Hey, your Ji-han is in the game now." After receiving the message that Song Ji started the live broadcast, all the viewers of the Golden Ray began to write that when he started to go watch it, Bye-bye and others followed him, and when they saw it, the Golden Ray exclaimed that, "Wait, people, don't leave me." At the same time, having started his live broadcast, Sung Ji-han moved to the arena where the task will take place, and heard the announcement of the welcome to the Silver League of the Gangnam Zone. After looking around and seeing some terrain around him, the guy heard a voice add the type of task he was doing. Looking at the familiar place which he knew from his past, the guy said, "It's been a long time since I was here." When she heard what her friend Lim Ga-yoon had just said, she was surprised, saying, "What are you talking about? You're here for the first time." After a girl appeared next to the boy, Sung Ji-han turned to face her, and they had to work in pairs as they teamed up to make the task easier to complete. Or to be more precise, they were ordered to do so by Lee Ha-young, who emphasized that you both will play together so that we can increase our audience reach and raise your levels. Trying to somehow justify himself to the girl after he had blurted out without thinking, Sung-ji smiled happily and said, "I've seen this map on streams, but it's new to me." Continuing to create the perfect image of a newcomer, the guy stretched out his hand to the girl and said, "I'm looking forward to working with you. This is our second time." Stretching out her hand in response and shaking the guy's hand, the girl said just that, and then mentally said it, "And the person I had been avoiding the most noticed me." Seeing that there were other players joining them in this competition, Ji-han said, "Wow." It seems the other team members had arrived at that moment. Ga-yoon added in her mind, "I'll just use this opportunity to practice." When the Divergent Guild's advancement training squad showed up at its original location, one of the members was surprised to hear that Ga-yoon was really you. Seeing who exactly had arrived as team members, Ji-han, paying attention to the girl's reaction, said in surprise, "Wow, there are a lot of people from the Divergent in our team." The next moment, approaching her former fellow guildmate, a girl from the arriving squad asked Ga-yoon in surprise, "I heard you were invited to the Great Vessel Guild," and the archer said, "Hello," to which he returned the greeting. Continuing to talk happily with the former member of her guild, the girl asked, "Well, how are you doing there? Do you like it in the Great Vessel? You didn't leave us forever, but when are you going to return?" At the same time, looking at the distraught girl, the mage behind him said to Ga-yoon, "She's as beautiful as ever. It's only been a few days since she left and I've already suffered terribly." Imagining him helping the girl with whom a boy in love added in my head, I wanted to teach her everything when she got to the Silver League. At the same time as the boy was imagining wet dreams in his head, the girl felt an unpleasant chill on her body and confusedly said in her head, "Why I suddenly had goosebumps." After completing his wet desires, the wizard from the Divergent Guild squad looked at the boy and angrily said in his head, "My Ga-yoon left the guild because of that bastard." The next moment, deciding to find out more information from her comrades, she asked Ga-yoon and Ji-han, "Is this your first time on a mission?" And with a kind of admiration, she asked them to explain how everything works here, and they replied, "Let's just do it briefly." When asked for an explanation, the girl pictured a picture in her head and said, 10 players take part in the game, divided into 2 teams, the camps of angels and demons, and it's a 5-on-5 group battle. Imagining an approximate map of the area in her head, she added, "The left side of the map is called the top line, the middle center line, and the right side the bottom line." Continuing to explain the basic rules of this mode, the girl added the team that will be the first to destroy the base of its opponent wins. Immediately after, she added that it is also important to note that outside the main lines there is a forest, and players can get a variety of power-ups by destroying monsters in the forest. After hearing Ji-han's explanation, he mentally said, "This time we are on the side of the demons," and then raised his hand and asked if anyone from our team was going to go to the forest. Hearing the question, Archer answered awkwardly, "It looks like you don't know much if this is your first time here." And then the girl nervously added that the monsters in the forest had at least a 65th level, so it was unlikely that the pair of these players would succeed. Hearing the answer in a nervous voice from his comrades, Ji-han was surprised to hear that, "Really, I thought our team would be able to handle the upper level of the Silver League." Trying to somehow show his dominance over Sung-jin, the magician confidently said, "You're a beginner, so you don't understand Ji-han on this task. Don't worry about anything. Just do what we tell you." The next moment, turning his gaze to his teammates, the guy added, "I'll give you some advice. You two will go to the bot," to which they replied, okay." After sending his comrades to the task, the wizard looked at his competitor and mentally said to Sun Ji-han, "You may be famous lately, but you are still an ordinary beginner," and then said, "Let's go." Heading to the mobs to give some introductory instructions, the guy mentally added, "Trying to do more than necessary in a group game will only get you in the way of ours, so I'll take this chance to show Ga-yoon how cool I am." Approaching the opponents, the magician said, "See those little guys? They're the creeps. Their attack style is very simple, but it's hard for the Silver League players to beat them, so work together to win. If you die, you'll be reborn, but we'll lose, so don't rush." The next moment, adjusting his glasses, the boy added, trying to impress, and before he could finish, Sung-ji interrupted him, saying that it sounded quite simple. Activating his shadow hand skill, the guy mentally confidently said, warming up before the battle, "In short, You need to fight without allowing death correctly. Asking his friend a question, Sung Ji-han walked forward, and when he saw this, the guy exclaimed in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The next moment, as he approached the enemies at the right distance, An Ji-han stretched out his hand in front of him and prepared to use shadow magic. Preparing to use his new weapon, the guy mentally said, "I've never used a dark spirit in BattleNet before. I wonder how effective it is." Appearing at the summons of the boy who summoned her, the Shadow Queen drew her sword and began to fight. Then Ji-han thought this was not even close to the level of the Shadow Queen. As he continued to lead his subjects, who destroyed all the enemies that approached him, he added in his mind that he was fighting against the little creeps. Having destroyed a certain number of enemies, they still continued to attack them in a crowd of several people, but the Queen of Shadows easily dealt with them. Every time the enemies came within range, Song Ji-han's subject would slaughter everyone within her reach. After Sung Ji-han had dealt with all the enemies blocking their way, Ga-yoon said, "I think we can move on now," to which the magician nervously replied yes. After some time of confronting the monsters, Sung Ji-han received a system notification that said, "You have destroyed 50 creeps. The demon rewards you with a blessing. All your characteristics will be increased by 20%. When he saw how much he had been reinforced after hunting mobs, the guy was surprised to say in his head that with this kind of reinforcement I could go to the forest by myself. The next moment, he opened his status window and looked at his own settings and asked Ga-young what was wrong. After the girl responded to his words, the guy said, "I'll be back soon, give me 10 minutes. And she asked him confusedly where he was going. Then, stopping in his tracks and turning to the girl, Sung Ji-han pointed behind him and said, "I'll go raise the level myself." Seeing him rush into the forest, despite the fact that it was quite dangerous, the girl exclaimed that she was waiting for Sung Ji-han. Trying to somehow catch up with her friend, the girl, not paying attention to the fact that she was attacked from the net, exclaimed, following him, "You can't just leave." The next moment, a couple of attackers from the enemy team, who had hit the barrier after their sudden attack had failed, said in their heads that they were mages. And now, let's fast forward 5 minutes to this moment, as the wizard walked away from the newcomers who had ruined his plans, he thought. What a petty, arrogant bastard. Continuing to mentally curse Song Ji-han so that no one would know, the guy mentally added, "All my plans were ruined because of him. I wanted to show Ga-yoon my coolness, TBH." Immediately after stopping on the spot and imagining the map of the player's placement, he mentally added, "What's the point of me going to the mid? Ga-yoon and I will just stay in the top and Sung Ji-han will go to the mid." Immediately afterwards, the guy quickly headed back to his friend and said, "I'm a genius. If he doesn't listen to me, then let him play by himself," and then exclaimed, "Wait, I have Ga-yoon Yi." Continuing his joy, he was surprised to see a couple of enemies approaching the girl from her blind spot, and then he mentally said that the attack was from a blind spot. Realizing that things were bad, the wizard boy nervously said in his head, "My Ga-yoon is in danger." And at the last moment before the attack, by creating a protective barrier, the boy managed to protect the most precious thing he valued most, thus blocking the enemy's attack. Seeing that she had just been saved from an attack by the barrier, the girl looked at the enemies in surprise, while the mage said in his head, "I didn't expect the opposing team to attack like that, so they knew it would happen." Holding back the barrier the girl was in, the boy said tiredly, "Don't worry about me. I'll protect you at all costs, no matter what it takes." The next moment, the enemy mage cast a lightning spell and eliminated the girl's protector, thus destroying the barrier that covered her. Seeing that a member of her team was seriously injured, Lim Ah-yoon rushed to him, shouting out "Sorcerer" in concern. Crouching over the boy, the girl said, "Hey, are you okay?" To which he replied with a heavy groan, "I'm sorry, I really wanted to protect you." Stretching out his hand to the face of the girl who was leaning over him, the boy said in a heavy voice before disappearing, "I think it's too late to talk about it, but..." Smiling happily and shedding a tear, he added, "I still have to say it. I really like you, Ga-yoon." Seeing the strange scene that had just taken place before their eyes, one of the attackers mentally said he would revive in 1 minute and then asked what was wrong with him, and he replied, "I have no idea." The next moment, throwing the sword from his shoulder, the warrior said, "If we are done admiring, then we can continue," after which the mage added, "Don't relax just because there are 2 of us against 1. It's Lim Ga-yoon. She is the Eastern Star of the Divergent Guild." At the same moment, she looked at her opponents and said irritably in her head, "Where did that bastard Son Ji-han go? The game is a team game, so he should have played with his friends." Immediately after expressing her dissatisfaction, the girl noticed the effect of the shadows around her and said in surprise, but now she didn't understand. At the same time, having left support for his ally, Song Ji-han met the first of the enemies he would have to fight in the forest. This monster was a 2-headed wolf, a rather strange creature, but no less terrifying and dangerous. This type of monster was the most common one encountered in the forest. When it attacked the boy, it tried to eat him immediately, but he caught its teeth and tried to hold his jaw. The height of this monster is about 3 meters and its jaws are powerful enough to crush a skull. Continuing the fight, Sungi tried to stand still while pushing against the monster. Having pressed his opponent, the guy picked him up and threw him to the ground, inflicting the first blow of this monster, which can be found in the forest. But usually, to defeat him, at least 3 silver players are needed. But at the moment, Sung Ji-han has been holding him off perfectly well without too much help. After some time of fighting with the monster, the guy took a pose and said, "Oh shit, you scared me with your jump." A few seconds later, the two-headed wolf used his jump again, but this time Ji-han dodged the attack and used shadow art to strike back with his shadow sword. After the counterattack was over, the guy looked at his hand, which held his weapon, and said, "That sword is pretty good." Recalling where he had seen it before, the boy mentally added that it was an SS-ranked weapon that the Shadow Queen had used in a campaign match. A shadow sword like this could only be summoned by someone with a dark spirit. Continuing to inspect the magnificent weapon he has access to, Sungji added in his head, "His form destabilizes as soon as you lose control, so it is difficult to control." And then he said happily, "But powerful force is guaranteed." The moment after defeating the enemy that got in his way, Ji-han received system notifications informing him that you have earned the Silver Forest Forester achievement. You have earned 1,000 achievement points. After receiving the extra achievement points, the boy mentally said, "I knew that I would earn them highly, and that I would probably get other achievements if I cleared the Forest of Monsters." Continuing his thoughts after the destruction of the Forest Monsters, Song-ji mentally added, "Although it is necessary to destroy the players as well." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared in front of the guy, informing him that the demon team had made the first destruction and received 100 points of achievement, which surprised the guy. At the same time, left alone against 2, when his friend was destroyed, the wizard of the opposing team was noticeably nervous and seriously frightened. Looking at the spirit that had just destroyed his ally in a few seconds, he exclaimed, "What a fool," and then mentally wondered where the little maid had come from. The next moment, looking back at the girl she was helping in the battle with the enemy, the spirit of the Shadow Queen said, "Hey, what are you doing there, swordswoman? Get rid of the others." And the girl exclaimed, "Yes, ma'am." After receiving the order, Gi-yun went into battle and dodged a fireball fired by the enemy and prepared to eliminate the enemy. The next moment, the girl struck the enemy with a precise blow and destroyed the enemy wizard with just 1 blow. When the girl finished attacking the 2 enemies, she looked at the spirit and said, "Thank you for your help." In response to Ga-yun's words, the spirit replied that I do not need words of gratitude from members of an inferior species, to which the girl added, "Who are you?" In response to the girl's question, the spirit added, "Sung Ji-han made me stay by his side while he was away. He probably wanted me to fight in his place." That's right, kid. Not fully understanding the words of the Shadow Queen Ga-yun's projection, she mentally said to the spirit that Sung Ji-han had summoned. Immediately upon completion of her thoughts, the girl sheathed her sword and said, "Well, I'm glad he came up with a backup plan to leave us alone." And she heard back that you must be sad if he left alone. Hearing the question from the spirit, the girl answered, "No, not sad. I'm more interested in when he will return." To which the spirit replied, "I have no idea. I can't stay in this form for long." Continuing to think of the boyfriend who had left her to protect and help Ga-yun, the projection of the spirit queen said, "But I'm sure he won't die." At the same time, somewhere in the forest, Sung Ji-han finished dealing with another 2-headed wolf he had encountered in the forest. Only after the victory, Ji-hyun felt a strange effect and said in surprise, "Why I was suddenly so dizzy." Immediately after his question, the guy smelled gas and received a system notification warning him of the abnormal condition. Immediately after this message, the tongue of a giant frog flew right by the boy, from which he barely dodged. Having suffered some damage after the monster suddenly attacked him, the guy looked at his old friend and said, "Long time no see." Turning his gaze to the monster sitting right in front of him and smiling slyly, the boy said, "Poison frog." The poison frog is a monster that lives in the forest and uses poison as its main weapon. Poison frogs are of high rank, and they rarely appear in the Silver League because only those that pose a low level of danger are found in it. Thinking about the system notification in front of him, the guy thoughtfully said in his head that his presence here was absolutely not logical. When he saw the system notification that said an abnormal state of poisoning was detected, all characteristics would be reduced by 50%, he said they have a terrible anti-effect. After receiving the notification, the poisonous frog began to release drops of its acid from its mouth to destroy the boy, but he managed to dodge it. Dodging absolutely all the attacks aimed at him, Ji-han looked back at the consequences of hitting the concrete walls. Again picturing that monster in his head, the guy said, "Not only does it attack quickly at a distance, but it will move effectively quickly. This slime is poisonous, so you need to be careful." Succumbing to the enemy's attack, the guy allowed himself to be caught by his tongue and then pulled it and began to drag it towards him. As soon as the enemy eased his pressure, Song Ji-han used his shadow summoning skill to draw his sword and cut off part of his tongue. When the enemy's tongue was cut, Ji-han took off the part that was on his hand and saw burns from poisonous mucus. Immediately after this incident, the guy looked up and saw that the poisonous frog was preparing to attack him with a volley of slime. Then one of the commenters wrote, and he looked angry. After the enemy attacked and the audience speculated that even Ji-han might not have survived the pile of slime, his voice was heard saying that it could have ended very badly indeed. After these words, the poisonous slime slid off the barrier created by the boy, thanks to which he managed to survive the monster's attack, which surprised everyone. Keeping the situation on the battlefield under control, the guy smiled slyly and said, "I wonder if I would really come here without buffs." Taking advantage of buffs and the enemy's confusion after surviving the strongest attack of a poisonous frog, the guy shrouded the enemy in shadow and pierced him with a dozen swords. After this attack, the monster fell to the ground and closed its eyes, except that there was one strange thing. No system notification of victory appeared. Having never received the news of his victory over the monster, Sung-ji looked at his opponent in confusion and said that he was still alive and his defense was much stronger than I could have imagined. Continuing to think about what he should do, Ji-han looked at the monster and mentally said, "I need to destroy it as soon as possible and get out of here." The next moment, noticing that something strange was happening to the poisonous frog, the boy confusedly said in his head, "Stop what's happening," and then said the same thing. Before he could finish his thought, the monster's body began to swell rapidly, followed by an explosion that released a powerful poison and covered a certain area. Having experienced this moment in the battle with the enemy, the guy wiped the sweat and dirt from his face with his hand and said, "Damn." Having also received a system alert that said, "Abnormal condition detected, deadly poison. All characteristics will be reduced by 90%, remaining validity 5 minutes. Then Ji-han thought, I didn't expect him to self-destruct. It was worth finishing him off. After these thoughts, the boy leaned on his shadow sword, exhaled heavily, and said in his head, "Well, it's good that everything ended quickly. I just need to wait for the end of the debuff." Continuing to wait for the end of the debuff, the guy added in his head, "But why didn't the achievement window appear? I expected at least one to appear after clearing the forest." As soon as he thought about it, he heard a noise behind him, and then it suddenly got darker above him, as if it were someone's shadow covering the sun, and he looked back to find out what had happened. Right there, he saw another poisonous frog that seemed even stronger than the previous one, and it also aimed at Sung Ji-han, who was standing in front of it. Seeing the new danger that suddenly appeared in front of him, the guy gritted his teeth and said in his head, "In this state, fighting a new poisonous frog is a pretty bad idea. All the buffs I got will just disappear if I die." Standing in front of the enemy, leaning on his shadow sword, the guy was not going to run away, but he did not want to give up another achievement if he could get it from somewhere. But suddenly, his attention was drawn to something strange. The empty silence was interrupted by the sound of swords crossing and a groan, and Ji-han was surprised to hear the sounds of battle in his head. Deciding to find out who it could be, the boy hurriedly opened the map and added in his head, "Wait a minute, where am I now?" When he saw all his comrades spread out on the battlefield, he said confidently, "I think it's time for me to go back." At the same time, not far from Ji-han, where the battle was taking place, a girl warrior shouted out a cautious attack, but before she could finish, an arrow flew at her. And seeing that his comrade was out of action, the archer nervously exclaimed, "Hey, you're okay." At the same time, seeing that one of the enemies was eliminated, the archer joyfully exclaimed, "Great minus the warrior. The divergent guild is not that great." To which the mage added that we need to keep attacking. Imagining in her head the approximate development of the battle in all directions, the mage girl mentally said, "They said that the top is almost dealt with. The mages are still fighting, so we need to win here." Suddenly, hearing a strange noise that was getting louder by the second, the girl exclaimed in confusion what the sound was, after which Ji-han jumped out of the forest, followed by a poisonous frog. Stopping in front of a bunch of enemies and bringing the frog with him, Ji-han looked back and said menacingly, "So there you are, where you were." The next moment after that, I was a poisonous frog that appeared on the battlefield, and everyone present was affected by the poison effect, which reduced their performance by 50%. And now we're going to go back 5 minutes to fully understand everything that has happened so far. Looking at the monster that suddenly appeared from the forest, Ji-han mentally said, "First, I need to lure her to the bottom line. As soon as I get a boost for killing a player, I will instantly finish her off in one hit." Continuing to stand still and wait for the monster to act, but it did not do anything in response to him, the guy said in surprise, "I wonder why she does nothing at all." After reviewing the comments, which said that perhaps the monster mistook him for a male frog because of his poor eyesight, Ji-han decided to change the situation and made one blow to the frog, after which he began to run away from the pursuit, saying, "Oh, I didn't mean to attack." When he brought the angry poisonous frog to the battlefield, one of his comrades who saw this strange creature exclaimed in confusion, why the forest monster was there? The next moment, a couple of enemies who had succumbed to the negative effects of the poisoning began to cough up blood, their condition deteriorating with each passing second. Standing in front of a monster that was releasing its venom all around him, despite the enemies who had already fallen to their feet moaning heavily, I can't breathe, Jihan did not care about the poison. Trying to shield his hands from the toxic smoke emitted by the frog, one of the players put his hand over his nose and said that he was out of his mind. Why the hell did they have to drag this creature here at all? After a few seconds, seeing that the enemies had already reached the condition, Song Jihan grabbed his shadow sword and attacked the enemies, exclaiming, sorry people, but I have to finish you off. After eliminating a couple of enemies, exactly 5 minutes had passed when Jihan received a system notification informing him that the abnormal poisoning state had been removed. However, it wasn't long after that, the guy received another notification that said, double destruction. Your stats have increased. Seeing this, Jihan smiled slyly and said, thank you, thanks to you, I got additional boosts. When a couple of enemies were destroyed, the frog looked at Song Jihan in surprise, then tilted its head down and began to fire at the boy with a poisonous slime. At the same time, while dodging all enemy attacks and climbing upward during a jump to take the right position for an attack, the guy said 3 catastrophes of combat devotion. When all the preparations were completed, Sung Jihan made his strike, added the pressure of the giant mountain, and delivered a powerful slashing blow. At the same moment, the archer, who was at a disadvantage to Jihan, saw what had happened before his eyes and said in his head, wow, that just happened. At the same time, after receiving a system notification that said the mutual task was completed, you received 10,000 points of achievement. Seeing this, the guy mentally said, great, I didn't try in vain. Immediately after receiving another system notification with a special assignment, the student's tracks were unlocked, and the boy was surprised to hear that it was a new assignment. After inspecting everything he was interested in and everything he got after clearing the forest, the guy looked back at his friend and said, hey, Archer! When he noticed him, the guy said, I'm not really aware of the situation because I was in the forest. What's the situation now? To which he replied, well, Ga Yun demolished most of the top and copper, but we were losing in the bot anyway, but you saved us. The next moment, looking at the creeps guarding the enemy base, the archer added, we just need to get rid of these henchmen and then the advantage will be on our side. Hearing that there was only one problem left, Song Jihan pointed his sword in the direction of the enemies and confidently said, well then, let's deal with them. Meanwhile, in the center line in front of the angel team's tower, the demon team's magician continued to flee from the attacks of the tower itself, which was defending itself against the enemy. After some time of being unable to cast spells and strike at the enemy, the sorcerer exclaimed, hey, stop hiding behind the tower like a coward and come out and fight like a man. To which he replied, of course you're crazy if you're jealous and go stand by your tower. And having succeeded in his provocation, the magician looked at the enemy tower and said in his head, I just need to demolish it. There is no one to distract him, so we are not moving. The next moment, deciding to use some trickery, the boy shouted out that Song Jihan was there, causing his enemy to look back. Confused by the name he heard, the warrior of the team of angels looked back in surprise and said, but there is no one there, but this is what the magician needed, and he seized the moment to rush at the enemy. However, despite this treachery, the enemy tower was able to repel the opponent's attack, after which he exclaimed with displeasure, wow, you are even capable of such treacherous tricks. Then lying on the ground, the mage thought, I definitely can't handle it myself. Seeing a great opportunity to destroy the attacker, who was not so brave anymore, the enemy player swung his sword and said, you held out for a long time, but now it's time for you to die. At the same time as the enemy was heading towards him, his ally was heading towards the tower, and he was surprised to hear Ga Yun say, ignoring the boy's words, the warrior smiled slyly and said, do you really think I'm going to fall for the same trick twice? The next moment, when the tower was completely open to attack from the enemy, Ga Yun destroyed the enemy stronghold with a single blow. After this distraction of the enemy's attention to herself, when her mission was completed, the girl looked at her ally and spoke now. Hearing the command from the girl, the boy mage pointed his hand at the enemy and began casting a fireball. After the enemy was defeated, the virgin approached her ally and asked, are you all right? After making sure that her friend was safe, Ga Yun looked towards the last tower and said, I think the game will be over when we take out the bottom line. While enjoying the moment, the mage happily thought, Ga Yun saved me. The next moment, Sung Jihan arrived at the location of the central tower with an archer and exclaimed, so you got here first. To which she replied, oh, Sung Jihan. At that moment, the magician thought unhappily, how dare he interfere with our time together. Approaching the girl, the boy added, I'm sorry I was late. I owe you a debt of gratitude. To which Ga-yoon replied, "It's okay, your called-up spirit did a good job." To which she angrily exclaimed, "I'm not his called-up spirit." After this conversation, turning his head back to the place of rebirth, Sungji thoughtfully said that it looks like the Angels team doesn't even seem to be leaving the place of rebirth. To which Ga-young replied that it was fine, just destroy the last tower. After hearing that there was one last tower left, Jihan spoke clearly. The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl, the boy said, "Then let's do it. You do it." To which Ga-yoon replied confusedly that I should do it. Realizing the plan of the guy who decided to do something crazy, Lim Ga-yoon exclaimed in confusion, "Sung Ji-han, you're coming over." Looking at the fountain near which the entire enemy team was located, the girl added a place of revival. The next moment, while waiting for the rebirth after the death, the warrior of the angel team gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Why the hell are they playing like this?" To which the archer replied, "I've already appeared, just give up and rest." Continuing to reassure her friend, the girl added, "We lost anyway." And suddenly noticing that Ji-na was heading towards them, she added in surprise that why was he heading here, and then the warrior shouted, "Hey, you have no business here." Continuing to observe the behavior of the opponent, the girl added that he was going to attack, to which the warrior added that he was acting ridiculously like a beginner. When the boy made his shot, one of the enemy team confidently said that the barrier should not let him in anyway. But their joy did not last long, as they noticed that the barrier began to crack and then collapse, and the archer girl screamed out in fright, "Hey, asshole, you shouldn't attack this place." In response to the girl from the enemy team's remark, Song Ji-han only smiled slyly and said that he was right. Continuing to perform the task, the guy added smilingly, "I'm still not familiar with the rules, but I'm still good at BattleNet." Starting to recall the description of the task, the guy mentally said, judging by how much better this reward is than the achievements in the forest and because there will be a whole series of tasks, this is probably a continuation of the task from the golem I destroyed on the map with the type of defense. The fragment of the Archangel's sword and the scythe of the God of Death are symbols of each camp and are placed in the rest area where players are revived, protected by a barrier that the player cannot destroy. Continuing to push against the protective barrier, Jihan added in his head, "Well, at least it should be." At the same time, watching their barrier slowly crack and collapse under the boy's attacks, the archer girl exclaimed in fright that it was simply impossible. Continuing to sound the alarm, the girl added that at this rate he would definitely break, someone stop him, to which the warrior added how this idiot was able to break the barrier. Sometime later, after trying to break through the barrier of the recreation area, an archangel appeared in front of Jihan and forced him to stop. The next moment, he looked at the guy who was disturbing the peace of his sanctuary with a menacing look, and then a system notification appeared, indicating that the archangel was furious at the disrespectful behavior in the recreation area. Seeing that something strange was happening near the rest area, the sorcerer of the demon team screamed out in fright what it was, to which Ga-yoon replied that first we need to quickly destroy the main camp, to which he replied, well. After giving out orders to her ally, the girl, in a pre-shock state, wondered what Jihan was planning to do. After demonstrating his irritation, the archangel used his power to reinforce the barrier, restoring it to its original state. As a result of the blessing, the players in the recreation area received a system notification saying that the archangel had strengthened the blessing in the recreation area. Starting to mock Song Ji-han, the warrior poked a finger at him and exclaimed, "Boogaloo barrier is very strong," the girl archer said, trying to calm her husband down. "You better move away, don't do anything stupid." Swallowing all the insults that flew at him from the enemy's mouth, the guy just kept silent, receiving all sorts of comments like, "Ji-han is a barrier breaker." The next moment, the spirit of the Shadow Queen, who was next to the boy, said that this was all your strength for a low-grade creature and that it was not bad. In response to his companion's question, the guy looked at her and said, "Yes, it was quite difficult." The next moment, using more power and pouring it into his shadow sword, Sung Ji-han smiled slyly and said, "Now I'll have to go all out." Within the unnamed divine art, there are 3 different types of martial arts whose names contain the word God. The technique of the god who controls the power of destruction, the technique of the god of lightning who controls the power of light, and the technique of the god of shadow who controls the power of darkness. After recalling all the techniques that exist in the nameless martial arts, Jihan focused his attention on one and repeated the shadow god technique in his head. Recalling its abilities and properties, the boy added in his mind the ability to cover the whole world in pitch blackness. Recalling the possibilities of dark magic, the guy used a technique called the Dark Soul Tornado form. Grabbing his crown to hold on to the rest area, the warrior screamed out in fright that we would be pulled in. So grab onto something and hold on. Watching what the boy had just used to attack the barrier, the spirit of the Shadow Queen said in surprise in her head, "This power is impossible." Continuing to push against the barrier with all his might to get inside, Sung Ji-han said in his head, "Come on, come on, come on." After a while, a system notification appeared above the guy, saying that the recreation area had been destroyed, and the Archangel was very angry at the destruction. Immediately afterwards, another system notification appeared in a red plate, informing that the Archangel would personally carry out divine punishment on the unruly opponent. However, at the last moment before the Archangel could execute her punishment, Ji-han destroyed the barrier and everything in it, after which he received a system notification that said the player Sun Ji-han had committed 5 murders. Rejoicing that he had succeeded in his plan, the guy wiped the sweat from his face with relief and exhaled, saying, "It was very close." Immediately after this moment, a system notification appeared over all the players of Ji-han's team, informing them that the game had ended with the victory of the demon camp. At the same time, while watching the broadcast of Ji-han's battle, she mentally said that he had indeed broken the barrier for a Silver League player. Clearing the forest was already an incredible achievement, and he continued to show unrealistic results. Starting to compare the boy to one famous person, she mentally added that at this rate he might even surpass the King of the Sword. Continuing to sit at her desk in the office, Ito Shizuru said in her head, "I must do my best to hire him, but it will be difficult to get close to him as a mere employee." Leaning back in her chair, she thoughtfully added in her head that everything should happen naturally. The next moment, seeing Lee Hae-young in front of him, one of the workers said hello to the head of the guild, to which she replied, "Hello, I wish you a good day today." The girl got the idea from this moment of simple greeting and smiled slyly and said in her head, "I figured out how I could do it." After returning home from the capture competition, Ji-hna received many notifications saying that you had completed a hidden task 5 destructions in a row. The task of destroying the recreation area took first place in the game with the type of invasion. After reviewing all the achievements he had received, Sung-ji was surprised to say, "Wow, this award is even better than I could have imagined." Also looking at the progress of the special mission, he mentally added an item from the task was automatically received. It remained to destroy the sacred artifact of the demon camp. The next moment, turning his head toward the spirit of the Shadow Queen, Ji-han said, "You were quite capable. Great job in the future. I will also rely on you." Continuing to remain silent while the guy was praising her, the girl waited for him to finish and then exclaimed, "Who are you?" Not understanding the reasons for the strange reaction of the spirit, the boy asked what you meant, and she answered with the power with which you destroyed the barrier. Hearing the spirit's interest, Ji-han threw his arm around his neck and replied, "You're talking about her," and then thought, "I can't talk about the martial art I learned before I came back to time. It puts me in an awkward position." Immediately afterwards, he added, "I won't go into details, but this power is in some way connected with my gift." Continuing the dialogue with the girl, he added, "Why did you suddenly ask me that?" Before he could finish, he saw the spirit get angry and start using its power. Not satisfied with his boy's answer, the Shadow Queen's part created several shadow swords and pointed them in Ji-han's direction. Not understanding what caused this reaction, he asked Ji-han, confused, "Why are you suddenly doing this?" In response to the boy's question, holding her hand outstretched in front of her, the girl added, "Explain properly where you got this power from below the creature." Continuing to wonder about the behavior of the Shadow Queen's spirit, Sung Ji-han said, "I don't understand why you suddenly reacted like that." Looking into the eyes of the girl who was trying to intimidate him, the boy added, "You envy my ability to intimidate so much." In response to the boy's question, the girl replied that the strength you used in that fight belonged to a real body. The Shadow Queen, hearing the reason for this reaction, froze in place and said in his head that it was the power of the Shadow Queen. After that, continuing her story, the girl spirit added dark mana woven from pure darkness. She is very similar. Looking at the guy's surprised expression, she added, "As far as I know, this is the only way to copy the power so accurately." After these words, the spirit suddenly became quiet, and then, with a short pause, added, "Explain how you managed to use this ability." After listening to his companion's words, Sung-ji recited in his mind the Shadow God technique, one of the nameless divine arts I mastered before returning to time. Continuing his thoughts, the boy imagined in his head the Queen of Shadows and the God of War, and thought that if the wandering God of War and the Queen of Shadows had similar abilities, did it mean that they were somehow connected? At the end of his thoughts, the guy bowed his head down and told me I had nothing more to say to you. Surprised by this answer, the spirit asked if he wanted a goiter, to which he replied, interrupting her halfway through the words, this gift had already disappeared. Continuing to explain the possession of this ability, the guy added, "I don't know why, but the constellation I tried to establish contact with earlier took my gift. I'm just a player who got a gift, and then it was taken away." Bringing his story to a certain conclusion, Sung Ji-han confidently added, "I can show you my state window so that you can believe me." After this story, the spirit asked him what the name of your gift was, and he thought, well, I can tell you that. Upon completion of the brainstorming session, looking into the girl's eyes, Sung Ji-han spoke with the eyes of a traveler. Thinking about the fact that this was a rather strange gift that should have nothing to do with his abilities, the girl said rather suspiciously. Dispelling her Shadow Blade skill that was aimed at the boy to extract information, the Shadow Queen's spirit added a good one for now. After this incident, when the girl disappeared, the guy breathed a sigh of relief and said in his head, I was afraid she would start a pogrom here, and then heard his cell phone ring. Picking up the phone, the guy was surprised to hear Lee Ha-young say, I just watched your stream. What's going on there? Continuing to question the guy, she added a portal site full of news about you. I would have made a lot of videos and uploaded them myself if you had warned me in advance. To which he replied in surprise, oh really? In response to the guy's question, the head of the guild added, well, at least we have new content for the guild channel, although I think we published too much related to Balanet. In response to the girl's remark, Sungji asked in surprise, isn't that bad? We're a guild after all, and then heard what you were talking about. The more diverse the content, the better. Didn't you know you had fans? When he heard about the fans, the guy was surprised to hear that I had them, after which Lia Yeon happily added something else. Having thought of a way to earn a few million won, the girl said, I would like to ask you a favor. After a while, heading to an abandoned place, the three bandits grabbed the victim and said, it was quite a challenge to drag you here. She looked at the girl who was tied up and tied to a chair so that the man would not escape and added, I'll tie her to a large vessel so she won't run away. Standing behind his boss, one of the kidnappers said, a bunch of guilds are giving her money now, and it's great. If we use her properly, we'll soon be sitting on mountains of money. After the bandits' line was over, Lee Ha-young angrily exclaimed, what do you guys expect after what you did? You are very much mistaken if you think that I will want to cooperate with you. I did not become the head of the guild to help people like you. To which the leader of the bandits replied, Boogaloo, scream as long as you can. Immediately after these words, the girl exclaimed in displeasure, you're pretending to be cool, but you're nothing. Why do you need glasses if it's dark outside? You bald abomination? Offended by the girl's words, the leader went back to cry, and one of his subjects consoled him, while the third kidnapper shouted out in displeasure, shut up! The commander is not bald. He just shaves. Continuing to threaten the girl, the kidnapper added, if you think that someone will come to rescue you, you can give up hope. Circling the place where they were, the criminal added that it was an abandoned building not even marked on the maps, and I tried to fool the jeepney. Smiling ominously as he hovered over the girl, he added, you can relax if you don't want to. And then a voice behind him said, there you are. After someone's new voice was heard in the midst of the place, everyone turned their attention to the person who had arrived at this abandoned place. When they saw the guy who managed to find them, a bunch of bandits screamed out that Ji-sung Ji-han. Pulling a pistol out of his pocket and pointing it at the boy, the leader of the bandits shouted at Sung Ji-han, where the hell is he from? Shoot him. As soon as the bullets flew at him, the guy used his strength skill to stop all the ammunition fired at him. Seeing that the previous weapon was ineffective, the bandit leader pulled out an RPG and pointed it at the guy and shouted all or nothing. Leaving his dark glasses on the released ammunition, the man shouted, I'll blow you up with the building. However, even this attack did not have any effect, as Sung Ji-han used his power skill to change the flight path and direct the missile at the enemy. With a powerful blast in the background, the guy approached his guild leader and gave her a hand, after untying the rope, and asked if Lee Ha-young was okay, to which she replied, how you found me. Immediately after the rescue of the girl, taking out a cell phone from his pocket and showing it to the camera, Ji-han said that thanks to the Space 23, the jeepneys in it cannot be affected, and it is very accurate. Hearing this, the girl was surprised to exclaim that it was a Space 23 with an updated current-absorbing coating and a flexible display. Continuing to watch the TV commercials, it sounded much smoother and more durable than other smartphones. The Space 23 is already available for sale. And finally, there is a photo of Ji-han with a phone in his hand and the name of the phone, Space 23. After the commercial ended, Lee Ha-young got to her feet and exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands, "Bravo! You're a great actor!" while her niece was dying of laughter. After catching her breath and gesturing with a like, Yoon Sia said, "Uncle, you're really a photohygienic boogeyman, you should be an actor," and was told to wipe her tears before speaking. The next moment, Sia picked up the remote and started the videos again, saying that they needed to be watched again. At the same time, Ji-han said, "I did it because you asked me to, but isn't the ad too exaggerated? I'm sure it won't harm the image of our guild," to which Lee Ha-young replied. Demonstrating the smartphone she had, the girl added the divergent electronics paid with their blood and then tears for it, and you didn't know they even used a scroll. The SS rank scroll is available only in the Platinum League and above, and at first no one could find a use for it, but its price skyrocketed when the company figured out how to improve technology with it. Hearing the methods of using a high-ranked magic item, the spirit that appeared behind Jihan asked in surprise that people would use a scroll for such nonsense. Hearing the spirit's question, Lee Ha-young exclaimed in surprise that it was nonsense, after which the boy added Ariel in surprise. Then the girl said what was to be expected from an inferior race. It was so wasteful to waste a rare item. Immediately after the Shadow Queen's words, Jihan asked the scroll if there was a special feature we didn't know about, and she replied, "Of course." A few seconds later, hearing a knock on the door, Lee Ha-young said, "It's probably the film crew," and then, getting up from her seat, Sia said, "I'll open the door." When my niece went to let the guests in, Jihan asked what we were filming today, and the head replied that we were training, so I thought I would make some videos of everyone training in the Sword Palace. Immediately after this message, the girl looked back at the door behind which footsteps could already be heard and added something to the story. Showing the 3 people who came to help with the filming, she added that today we will be helped by a team of editors from the Divergent Guild. Raising her head and looking into the eyes of the protagonist of this video, the girl said, "I welcome you, Sung Ji-han." Using her magic of seduction on the target she had been trying to reach for so long, the video editor added Ye Ju-yun-ji from the Divergent Guild's editorial team was happy to meet. When he heard who had come to the rescue, Song-ji asked if we needed a team of editors for the shoot, to which Lee Ha-yeon replied, "Well, actually," starting to bow in front of the guy, the girl said, "I asked for it. I'm your fan. I really wanted to meet you in person, so I convinced Ms. Lee Ha-young." Immediately after greeting the guy, the girl reached out her hand to him, smiling sweetly and said, "Can I shake your hand?" In response to a request from a video editor from the Divergent Guild, Sung-ji surprisingly replied, "Of course, why not?" As soon as the handshake took place, she felt a powerful discharge throughout her body that made her perk up. After letting go of the guy's hand, she received a system notification that said, "You do not have enough authority to get closer to this goal." She continued to hold hands with the boy and looked at the notification that appeared in front of her, and she was in some shock. Suddenly releasing her hand after Lee Hae-young's clap, everyone heard her say, "Well, let's go to the gym." After voicing the proposal to move on, the chairman added Jihan, "Please lead us," to which he replied, "Well, follow me." At the same moment, Ju Yun-ji stayed behind, thinking what just happened. Holding up her hand with which she greeted the boy, the girl added in her head, confused, "I've never been shown such a message before when using a gift." Looking at the trail of the guy who had become the first of those on whom her gift had not worked, Idoshi Zuru added mentally, "It worked even on the Sword King. Song Ji-han, who are you?" Arriving at the gym, Ji-hana encouraged her niece who was doing a deadlift and exclaimed, "Good, come on, do more and a little more," to which she replied, "Stop, I really can't." While walking around the gym with a microphone, Lee Ha-yeon asked if you saw her muscles, and a commentator wrote what kind of physique she had. Holding out the microphone to the coach who was supervising the training, the girl asked Ji-han what kind of training it was. After receiving the question, the camera panned to Yoon Sia, after which he replied Sia was trying to improve his stability characteristics. Then the chairman asked him again. Then the guy confidently answered that this is a rare characteristic that can be obtained by reaching the maximum health of the 10th level. It doubles the effectiveness of health points. Hearing about the extra stat, the girl was surprised and said, "Wow, the effect is really not simple and good, but I've never heard of the characteristic of resistance." Then Jihan said there is an additional condition that you need to get it within the first 100 days after awakening, which is difficult to do. Immediately after that, the guy looked into the lens and added, "I'm absolutely sure that Seiya is a great addition to our guild and a great asset." Putting his hand on the girl's head, my ardent assistant added, smiling ominously at the girl's treatment, after which she exclaimed, "Just finish me off." Continuing to complain about the hellish training, the girl exclaimed tiredly that it was real torture, after which Jihan said, "You will not die, Seiya." The next moment, Lee Ha-young looked at the script and asked Aeom Sung Jihan, "Can you show us how your training goes?" Hearing the request, the guy stepped forward and said, "Then let's go to my personal gym." Hearing this, the girl happily exclaimed, "Wow, cool." Seeing the empty training room, Lee Hae-young was surprised to hear that there was nothing here. But then the guy climbed into the arena and said, "I don't need any equipment." After climbing into the arena, the boy summoned his spirit, the Shadow Queen, and spoke to Ariel. Hearing her name, this girl asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Do you want to repeat it again?" And she replied, "Attack with all your might." When the girl heard that he wanted to fight again, she created shadow blades and pointed them at the boy, and the impolite man said, Gathering all her strength, she added that this time she would better prepare herself, as there would be no pardons like the previous times. The next moment, a battle began in the arena, with Ariel on the offensive and Sung Ji-han dodging attacks and closing the distance. At the last moment, when he had almost reached the girl, she created 3 blades that burst out of the ground right in front of him. However, at the last moment, the guy managed to react and block his opponent's unexpected attack. At the last moment, as he approached the girl, he stuck a heart sticker on her forehead, signaling his victory. After sticking a heart sticker on the forehead of the Shadow Queen's spirit, the boy took his hand away, and at the same time the girl herself began to feel noticeably embarrassed and nervous. The next moment, angry at the guy's actions, Ariel angrily shouted tactless and Ji-hyun answered her, which was pretty close. Immediately after a short dialogue, one of the film crew asked in surprise that this was all he heard from the guy. After receiving an answer from Ji-han, Lee Za-yeon asked awkwardly, "How else do you train? We didn't have time to see anything." And then Ariel said with a heavy sigh, which was to be expected from lower beings, "They have terrible dynamic vision." As she continued to stand at the door and watch Ji-han from afar, Ju Yoon-ji mentally said, "I just can't believe it." Watching the dialogue between the spirit and the boy, she mentally added that the attack was aimed at his blind spot, but he used his strength at the very last moment to block it as best he could. Reaching into her purse to take out the magical object, she mentally added, "I took the scroll with me just in case." Looking down at her purse, where the rare artifact was, the girl added in her head, "And most likely, I will definitely need it." The next moment, Ju Yoon-ji gathered some courage and said to Ji-han, "I think I need to set up a microphone. Let me do it." In response to the girl's request, the guy leaned over to her and said so well at that moment, attaching the device and said, "1 second, wait a second." Attaching the microphone to the boy's clothes, the girl began to use her gift to promote the boy's gift of Ito Shizuru's incomparable beauty. This skill allows this girl to seduce others and control their minds, and the gift falls under the category of supportive, just like in the case of Lee Ha-yeon's upbringing. And the scroll that was in the girl's purse, which she also brought with her for a reason, turned out to be quite useful in her case. As he approached the boy and used the skill, the scroll came into contact with him and began to amplify the effect of the supportive gift. Having failed to succeed in using her skill, the girl looked at the boy, who had not changed, and added that she had failed even with the scroll. Looking at the guy in front of her with a confused look, the girl spoke to the sword crawler, not sure what was going on at all. The next moment, the guy came to his senses after being exposed to the effect of Song Ji-han's absolute beauty, and looked at the girl and said, "Hey!" With a cute expression on his face, the guy happily asked what you said your name was. Immediately after pulling out his phone, the guy hurried to exchange contacts with her. At the same moment, Yoon Se-a, who was standing outside the door, saw it all. Feeling some strange and painfully familiar effect, the girl said in surprise that this could not be possible. Watching Song Ji-han's cute conversation with Ju Yoon-ji, she exclaimed in displeasure that he was seriously asking for her phone number. Feeling something strange about everything that was happening, Se-a mentally added that I had never seen such an expression on his face before. He didn't care about a girl like Hae-young. Continuing to peep, she added in her head, "It was amazing to me that he seemed completely uninterested in dating," until she suddenly felt a certain ominous aura behind her. She looked back and saw Lee Ha-young, who was angrily saying, "Well, it turns out that he is interested in women after all, and he told me that he didn't know his phone number." Continuing to have a nice conversation with the girl, the guy happily said, "Thank you. It was sudden, but I'm glad you agreed to give it to me," to which she replied awkwardly, "Oh God, I'm your fan. Of course I wouldn't say no." Continuing to play her role, the girl smiled happily and thought to Sung Ji-han, "You were quite difficult to deal with." Recalling the situation with the Sword King, she added in her head that the brainwashing did not work completely unless he fell to his knees on the spot submission and the Sword King did not work. They both added to my troubles. As she continued to surround the guy in front of her with her own gift, Ju Yoon-gi added in her head that she needed to find a completely different approach for him. Sometime after the filming was over, Ji-han put on his evening suit and before leaving the house, he heard his niece's maiden voice asking his uncle what to make of it. Following in his footsteps, the girl added, "I've never seen you in a suit before, and you're dating a girl from the editorial team." In response to his niece's question, the boy looked back and said, "See ya today." Immediately after, deciding not to reveal his glorious plans, he added firmly, "It doesn't matter. You don't have to wait for me. Have dinner alone." When she heard the order from her uncle, the confused girl, left alone at home, said in embarrassment that, feeling a lump in her throat after hearing this and immediately remembering her father, she said in her head, "Why I have the feeling that he is not planning to return." At the same time, in a building near the Sword King's palace, Takeda Kazuo arrived at the room and said hello to the goddess. Dressed in a white suit, the man slyly rubbed his hands together and said, "We really need to be in such a hurry, I didn't even have time to reveal my true face." In response to a question from her subject, the girl replied, "A player like Song Ji-han can break this ability at any time. You know that I and the King of the Sword are constantly holding back," to which he nervously replied, "Yes, but..." Continuing to insist that there was no need to worry so much, the man said, "You even used a scroll, I'm sure you didn't." And then he was interrupted by a man saying something else. Taking off her glasses, Ito Shizuru said to her husband in a stern tone of voice, "Stop worrying and stick to our plan." The next moment, remembering the help of a certain creature that was nearby for reassurance, the girl added, "Even if something goes wrong, the shadow will help us." A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door, after which Sung Ji-han came in, happily saying he was sorry for being a little late. Ju Yoon-ji. Raising his head a little higher, the guy said, "You've been waiting for me for a long time?" Before he could finish, he noticed a familiar face that made him interrupt. Looking at the man standing in front of him, the boy was surprised to hear that Takeda was Takeda, and after hearing his name, the man threw his arm around his neck and hesitated. Not understanding why this meeting with this man suddenly took place in the same room, the guy confusedly said, "Why are you here?" To which the man replied, "Well, I'm Sun-san." The next moment, the girl intervened in the men's conversation and said, "You don't have to pay attention to him, Jihan." Folding her arms in front of her and taking off her glasses that were on the table, the girl said, smiling happily, "He came to help me with my work." Rising from her seat and walking over to Takeda, she smiled slyly and added, "That's exactly how my job is to take you to Japan." Immediately after these words, the girl exclaimed, "Takeda." Hearing the signal, the man reached into his inner pocket and spoke precisely. Pulling out a scroll to reinforce his gift, the manager of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces exclaimed, "Let's share our emotions." Looking at the man who was doing his job of subduing the boy's emotions, the girl mentally said, "Takeda's gift is useless in battle, but it's just perfect with mine." Recalling its principle of operation, Ju Yun-gi mentally said, "The gift of division allows you to share emotions with the target when combined with an aphrodisiac scroll. The target has no choice but to obey me." As she continued to watch the effect of her friend's gift approaching the boyfriend, Ju Yun-ji confidently said in her head, "Now it's definitely over for Sung Ji-han." The next moment, when he dropped the scroll from his hands and saw that it suddenly burst into flames, Takeda Kazuo exclaimed in confusion that why the scroll was an aphrodisiac all of a sudden. After he destroyed the scroll to enhance the effect, Sung Ji-han smiled slyly and said, "I've always wondered why so many people chose to be with you." Using his characterization of strength, the guy smiled ominously and added, "But I couldn't even imagine something like this, Ito Shizuru." Seeing that the boy was doing as he pleased, Ju Yun-ji was frightened and said in her head that brainwashing had not worked on him. Gathering her strength, the girl looked at him with a nervous look and asked him, "What you were pretending from the very beginning," and then added in her head that he even knew who I was, which was bad. Looking at the frightened girl who asked him the question, the guy smiled slyly and said, "Maybe, but am I obliged to satisfy your curiosity?" The next moment, Sung Ji-han abruptly moved to approach the girl and added, "The only thing that matters is that your ability doesn't work on me at all." Looking into the girl's eyes from a distance of a few centimeters with a murderous look, the boy said menacingly, "I don't want to make a lot of noise here, so you better be quiet." Sighing heavily after hearing the threat, Ju Yun-ji said, "It's all my fault, I should have looked at you longer before trying." Seeing that the situation was tense, the shadow that had been hiding in the next room came to its position, and Ito Shizuru summoned up the courage to reply, "You know." Looking at the dark image that stood behind the guy who threatened her, she added, "I'm now in me." Noticing that the shadow has begun to fulfill its duties in case of an emergency, Ito Shizuru added that there is always a plan B. A few seconds after the battle began, the shadow and Song Ji-hwan flew out of the high-rise apartment window and flew down. Turning his gaze back, the boy noticed that they were flying to the roof of another building in the neighborhood. A few seconds later, a couple of players made a hard landing, kicking up a pile of dust after falling. After wiping his eyes after landing and looking at the enemy who had attacked him in a dangerous situation for Shizuru, he was surprised to hear who it was. Starting to look closely at the girl in a dark cloak holding a weapon, he was surprised to add that she was the killer. At the same time, watching from a neighboring building, the girl said in her head that it was good that I had brought her with me just in case. Recalling the girl who is currently fighting Song Ji-han, she added, "Akari specializes in covert assassinations from the blind side. She is the best when the case needs to be solved secretly." Continuing to stand in front of the assassin who had attacked him to protect Shizuru, Ji-han, waiting for the battle to begin, thought this was a bit complicated. Evaluating the girl's abilities that he had seen during the short battle, the guy mentally said her movements were at least in the Golden League or even the Diamond League. Immediately after remembering the girl who had planned it all by herself, he added in his head, I didn't even expect her to be so well prepared. Shizuru is a really serious opponent. Immediately afterwards, he pointed to his temple and used the power skill to prepare himself. At the same moment as the boy performed this action, Takeda Kazuo saw the notification and screamed out to Song Ji-han in fright. Showing the girl the video of the battle broadcast, the man frighteningly exclaimed from the angle of Sun Sana is now live in BattleTube. And now, let's go back to some of the moments we missed earlier. The first of which was just the arrival of the film crew when Lee Ha-young announced that today, we will be helped by a team of editors from the Divergent Guild. The moment Ariel saw the 3 film crew members, she knew something was definitely wrong. Not understanding what exactly his spirit meant, Ji-han mentally said, "What are you talking about?" To which I replied about that girl over there. Drawing the boy's attention to the bag of the girl with glasses, Ariel added that she was hiding a scroll in her purse. Then the spirit of the Queen of Shadows spoke the true purpose of the scroll, to enhance the effect of a supportive gift, not to create electronics or something like that. I don't know why she needs it, but it's suspicious that she has such a rare gift. Alerting her master's attention, Ariel looked again at the girl who looked rather strange and added, "Don't let your guard down, especially around her." After some time of filming, tired of the intense schedule, Song Ji-han said, "Let's take a break and continue a little later." After taking a break, Song Ji-han sat down on a bench to rest and said in his head that it was strange that an ordinary worker had such an expensive item and why she took it. After a while, everything became clear when Ju Yun-ji approached him with a request and said, "I think we need to set up a microphone," to which he replied yes. While installing the microphone on his clothes, the guy received a system notification informing him that Ito Shizuru was trying to use it for enchantment. Immediately afterward, looking at the system notification that said who had decided to seduce him, Ito Shizuru thought in confusion. Recalling that he had heard it before and remembering where the boy had mentally said the name, it belonged to the woman who had seduced Yoon Se-jin. Clenching his hand into a fist, in order not to succumb to the effect of the girl's seduction, the guy said in his head, "I need to concentrate or I will bite on her abilities. I need to stay calm." The next moment, he applied his technique called the Nameless Divine Art of Mind technique to gain control of his consciousness. Using the effect of the guy's aura, the effect of seducing the girl was dissipated by creating the effect of the mind, which did not allow him to submit to the girl. Immediately after rejecting the girl's insidious tactics to seduce him, Song Ji-han looked down and said Ichizuru in his head. Feeling some tension in the situation, he thought, how did she get here if the King of the Sword is not around? I want to reveal her right now. But given that she is so well disguised, it will hardly be easy. Immediately after completing his thoughts and making a decision, the guy said in his head, "Well, in that case," and then added, "Hey." Having made a great plan of action for himself, the guy said in his head, "Then I'll pretend to succumb to her charms," and then smiled happily and said, "I'm going to say your name, as you said." The next moment, when he found himself back on the battlefield with his consciousness, he looked at the first-person demonstration and thought, when she shows her true face, I'll make sure she can't get away with it. Having activated the skill of demonstrating the view, the guy said, holding his finger to his temple, "To be honest, I was worried that you would catch me." Continuing to broadcast everything he sees to the masses, the guy added that it seems that my acting skills did not fail, after which the audience began to comment on what was happening. It's true. I just came in to explain, I think Japan tried to brainwash Sung Ji-han, but nothing happened. Continuing to mock the girl whose plan had failed miserably, the boy said in the broadcast how Shizuru could do that. Raising his gaze to the girl's side, he added, "It seems that one Sword King was not enough for you. You really thought that your bad brainwashing ability would work on me too." After hearing what Takeda Kazuo had said on the live broadcast, the goddess looked at the girl and said nervously, after which Akari said, holding back her rage. Looking at her subject with a menacing look, she said, "Stick to the original plan," having heard the order from her mistress, and replied, "I understand." After hearing the instruction, the girl crossed her swords and said in Japanese, "At the request of the lady, I am obliged to take you away even if I have to break all your limbs." Hearing the words of his opponent, the guy was surprised to hear a compliment. It didn't look like it. And then Ariel replied to him, "You really are a model." After trying to enter what the girl had said into the translator, Jihan said in frustration, "Let's see." The translation failed. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out between them, started by Akari, who could not stand Jihan's foolishness. However, after exchanging a couple of blows, Jihan managed to deliver a critical blow, cutting the girl in half. The only thing is that after this blow, the girl's body turned into a shadow, and therefore no harm was done. Moving to some other space after he defeated the shadow, Jihan confusedly said in his head that it was another world. While in the pitch blackness, Sung Jihan heard a woman's voice say, You are quite capable, as they say, but I am a killer, and you cannot defeat me in this darkness." The next moment, many attacks were launched in his direction, but he managed to repel each of them and remained unharmed. Seeing the guy's approximate abilities, the girl said in her head, "He can barely block my punches, but I can still do it." After a few seconds of reflection, when she saw that they had moved back to the roof of the building where they had been from the beginning, Akari added in her mind that my shadows had been absorbed. With a sly smile after dispelling his rival's skill, Jihan happily said, "Yes, you are." A few seconds later, after making one strike and then closing the distance, Sung Jihan crossed his sword with the girl's weapon again. Continuing to press her and smiling slyly, the guy confidently added, "What a coincidence that I could say the same." Hearing what the boyfriend had just said to her, the girls quickly jumped back, seeing this reaction from Akari Jihan, who asked what was so surprising. Smiling slyly in the face of the killer, who had recently been confident of his victory, he added, "I told you I came prepared." And now, let's go back 2 hours to when Sung Ji-han was just getting ready to go on a date, sitting in his room, thinking. After upgrading to the 6th level of the store, Ji-han saw that another gift slot had been added, and a random chest had been added this month. Then he thoughtfully said, "This is a unique thing." Standing in front of the system window, he said thoughtfully, "I thought I would have everything ready for the meeting with Ito Shizuru, but I didn't get anything useful. A random chest? What is it?" Immediately after that, reaching his hand out to that random chest, the guy said, "A little element of gotcha games here will not hurt seeing the guy's intentions," Ariel exclaimed. "What are you doing?" The next moment after pressing the button, a system notification appeared in front of Jihan, informing him that you had purchased a random chest and activated a special skill with an increased chance of winning this month's gift. When he saw what he got for his risk, the guy was surprised to say that a gift can be obtained from a chest, and it is also quite good. Finding the purchased chest in his inventory and clicking on it, the guy received a system notification that said, "Congratulations, you have received a gift of A-rank agility." Seeing what he got from the accidental gift, Sung Ji-han gritted his teeth and said, "I don't need it." Immediately afterwards, another notification appeared in front of the boy, saying that the constellation of the Queen of Shadows was paying a huge sum to replace the contents of a random chest. The next moment after this notification, another one appeared, informing that A's agility gift had been replaced by the moon's shadow. Seeing what had just happened, Jihan said something in surprise, but before he could finish, Ariel interrupted him, angrily exclaiming, "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Continuing to be angry with the Shadow Queen, the spirit exclaimed, "How could you give this wretched creature the shadow of the moon? If you are so reckless as to throw such things around, you will destroy the delicate balance of power." At the same time, looking at the gift he received, Sungji thought, "Wow, this is also an SS rank gift. It looks like the Shadow Queen wants to take me for herself no matter what." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction with the assignment of this gift to Sun Ji-han, Ariel added, "Besides, this ability is what allowed you to become a constellation." Hearing the spirit's last remark, the boy turned back and asked in surprise, "Wait, what did you just say?" Immediately afterwards, the boy added in surprise, "I thought that constellations were born. So does this mean that I can become one too if I get enough strength?" To which Ariel replied, "Pfft, there's no point in telling you about it now." Without giving a concrete answer to its master, the spirit added, "What were you thinking about when you gave away such a powerful ability?" As the guy was finishing up his preparations, he saw that it was time to go and straighten his tie, and suddenly heard from behind him what he should understand. Following her uncle, the girl added in surprise, "I've never seen you in a suit before. Who are you dating? That girl from the editorial team." Continuing to walk to the entrance without saying anything, the boy wondered in his head if he should tell her the truth about the fact that the person who kidnapped her father was now in Korea. Summarizing his thoughts about the sad consequences of this mission, the guy added in his head that if everything goes wrong and I am also brainwashed, Sia will be left alone. At the end of his thoughts, deciding that it was better not to make the girl worry once again, he said before leaving, "It doesn't matter, don't wait for me. Have dinner alone." Walking out the door of the apartment and stopping on the spot, Jihan said in his head, "I think Shizuru will try to recruit me, despite the fact that she knows that there is no one else left in Sei'a." Gathering his thoughts and raising his head up, the boy said in a stern tone to Ito Shizuru, "I will not allow you to do this." Having finished all his thoughts about what exactly was happening to him at the moment Ito Shizuru arrived on the set, Jihan said, preparing for battle, "I hadn't planned to use this ability." Immediately after his words, Sunji took a fighting stance and used a certain technique that was supposed to work and produce a certain effect. Although the attack did not hit the girl, she managed to dodge it, but it did hit the object behind her and destroyed it quite well. Realizing that she would not be able to get close to Song Ji-han, Akri took out her shuriken and prepared to engage in a long-range battle. She fired her long-range weapon in the direction of her opponent and exclaimed, "Now try to absorb this." After the shurikens were launched at him, Jihan, with his sword clenched in his hand, began to skillfully deflect each of the projectiles and approach the girl at a rapid pace. So in a few seconds, he was right in front of Akari's face. When she saw this, she thought, "I can't believe it." Looking at the guy standing in front of her, the girl added in her head, "How can I lose to a player from the Silver League? I should have much more strength." At the same time, watching her subject lose in this battle, Ito Shizuru said in her head that all my predictions were wrong. Watching her subject on the battlefield holding back the boy's onslaught, she mentally added that he managed to deflect the brainwashing despite using the scroll, and even Akari was losing to him despite being in the Diamond League. Starting to bite her lips in irritation, she said in her head, "How dare he ruin my plans?" Activating her unsurpassed beauty skill again, the girl added in a menacing tone of voice to Sung Ji-han, "I will get you at any cost, no matter what it takes." Immediately after these words, the player Gato Akari spoke to his subject using the transmitter. Stretching out his hand in front of him and smiling ominously, Ito Shizuru used his skill to say, "I remove all restrictions from you." Hearing this, the girl immediately felt a surge of strength that began to overwhelm her body and give her a significant advantage in the confrontation with the guy. Restriction is a system in which the player's characteristics are adjusted to be lower during training. This system is in place to prevent players from overdoing it in real life. Ito Shizuru has just used an ability that allows the target to ignore the restrictions for a certain amount of time. Having gained her true powers, Akari looked at Jihan with a studying look and said, "Now let's start a serious game." At the same moment, looking at the girl with a nervous look, Jihan said, her energy completely changed. The next moment, Ariel appeared over the guy's shoulder and said, "Be careful, this girl has been released from the restriction," to which Sungji replied, "I didn't know that was even possible." After hearing and adding his own words, the guy turned his head to the side where the girl was standing and said, "Ito Shizuru" in his head. Looking at the sly smile of the girl who was watching from the balcony of the neighboring building, I added in my head that she was capable of more than just brainwashing people. At the same time, while walking with her subject to the scene of the accident and watching the stream, Lee Ha-yeon exclaimed, "How is it possible that Yoon should drive faster?" To which she replied that I am not a professional driver but your bodyguard, and then heard an irritated exclamation, "What a bastard Ju Yoon-ji is, and I insisted on hiring her and she dared to deceive me." Continuing to watch the stream with Song Ji-han and his confrontation with the Diamond League girl, Lee Ha-yeon mentally added that even though Song Ji-han is incredibly strong, his characteristics are lower than a Diamond League player. After one comment, when I saw in the live broadcast that it was quite difficult for him after the restrictions were lifted, my opponent mentally added that the ban was lifted. Things were very bad. Preparing for a massive attack with a large number of knives, the girl said, "This will be hard for you to block." The next moment after she said that, she launched an attack at the guy and spoke illusory hand blades. Trying to avoid the enemy's attack, Sung Ji-han used the absolute territory skill, but even with this effect, the enemy's attacks managed to hit and wound him. Realizing that he could not block the damage from the enemy's attacks, he mentally said, "I can't stop them with force. I managed to weaken the blow by slowing it down, but it will be bad if she continues to attack like this." At the same time, seeing that Sung Ji-han was still on his feet, Akari mentally said, "I didn't think he could survive even this attack. I have about 3 minutes left to defeat him before the ban returns." After determining the time she had left, the girl assessed the approximate situation on the battlefield and said in her head that it looked like he was summoning a shadow sword with his left hand. Immediately after identifying the boy's weakness, Akari swung her sword and shouted to Song Ji-han, "Then I'll have to take your left hand." After completing the preparations and striking the appropriate pose, the girl confidently said the phantom cut. The next moment, a shockwave attack severed Sun Ji-han's left arm and hit the building behind him, causing him considerable damage. After completing her attack and eliminating the threat that Sung Ji-han could pose to her, the killer girl mentally held and he turned out to be much better than I expected. Holding a sword full of energy, Akari looked at Sung Ji-han and added, "He is still only a Silver League player." A few seconds after the girl cut off the guy's arm, she received a system notification informing her that the restriction system had been restored. After she received a notification about the return of the ban, Akari looked at the guy without an arm and thought, "If I took his arm away, he should definitely give up since I was still sane and almost lost." Immediately after thinking about it in her head, she turned to the boy and said to Sung Ji-han, "Why don't you go now?" She was suddenly interrupted. It was caused by a strange sensation that did not allow her to move on. Looking at her right leg, she saw that it was enveloped in shadows and did not want to let go. Suddenly worried after what she saw, she thought, "I can't move." And then she heard how many times I would have to lose this arm. Having restored his limb and started waving it joyfully, the guy said, "You should have aimed, but I can't turn my leg or body into a shadow, although I would have tried to dodge." Immediately after these words, the guy took out his spear from his inventory and said, "But since you gave it your all," taking the appropriate pose to throw his phoenix arrow towards his opponent, Sung Ji-han said, "I should do the same." The next moment, gathering all his strength in his hand, the guy threw his weapon directly at the girl, after which he ran towards her with lightning speed. After being hit, the girl still remained on her feet, but Akari was a Diamond League player, so there is no reason to be surprised. But after that, despite the fact that she was still able to stay on her feet, she began to breathe heavily, because even though she was a Silver League player, the damage caused by the blow was considerable. The next moment, strangers intervened in their battle from a helicopter that appeared over the building, and the player Gato Akari said, "You are under arrest. Drop your weapons and surrender. I repeat, drop your weapons." Seeing that the military had now joined them, Sun Ji-han looked at the helicopter in the sky and said, "I think I've finished my work here." The next moment, changing his mind, he added thoughtfully, although at the same moment, having decided to flee the scene of the crime, Takeda Kazuo nervously exclaimed to the goddess that she had to get out of here. Before they could get far, Sung Ji-han appeared right in front of them, taking advantage of the lightning-fast steps of the shimmering sky. Smiling happily at the foreign agents, he said, stretching his tie, "We have a lot of different things to discuss." When Kazuo Takeda saw the boyfriend appear in their apartment, he was frightened and exclaimed that he was Sung-san, but Shizuru showed no emotion. Holding back her emotions, the girl leaned her head on her hand and said disappointedly, "Oh, I was discovered and I spent several scrolls with the rest of them. A very big loss, but okay." Immediately after these words, the girl smiled slyly and said in a heavy tone to Akari, "We have to go now." Hearing the order from her mistress, the assassin's servant girl used her spiritualization skill and quickly disappeared from the roof of the building, turning into a shadow. Seeing the girl disappear from their sight, one of the soldiers who had been watching the suspect from a helicopter shouted out to them to run away and shoot at them. Seeing that Akari had disappeared from his field of vision, Jihan heard Ito Shizuru's voice saying, "I wanted to discuss things with you in more detail, it's a pity." And then he turned his head sharply in her direction. Looking with a confused look at the girl who was disappearing into thin air as if burning, she said one last time before disappearing completely, "I'll see you again, Sung Ji-han." As soon as the main suspect disappeared, the guy suddenly heard the military who were monitoring the situation shouting, "Hey, we let them in," and immediately gave chase. When two of the criminals evaporated before his eyes, the guy's attention fell on the last person left in the room, and with a menacing look he said, "I need an explanation for everything that just happened." After hearing the threatening words of Song Ji-han, Takeda Kazuo, who was left alone in the enemy's nest, looked at the boy with a frightened look and dripping with cold sweat said, "Yes, of course." And now, let's move forward a little bit, when the girl has already returned to Ito Shizuru's mansion alone. A few minutes after returning home, she heard footsteps rapidly approaching her room, and the next moment her door opened and a man entered, speaking angrily to Shizuru. Seeing a man who had not been under the influence of her charms for a long time, the girl smiled slyly and said hello to Seijin. Looking at the angry expression on the face of the man who burst into her room without knocking, Ito Shizuru added, "You look like you have a lot to tell me." Unable to stand the girl's abuse, the man said irritably, "Give me an answer, Shizuru. It's all true what they said on Song Ji-han's broadcast." Starting to recall some images of Takeda and her in the modified form of the Sword King, I added that you didn't just try to seduce other men. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added angrily, "But you also used the ability of submission on me," to which Seijin calmly replied. Working according to her old scheme of manipulating people, the girl confidently said, "Do you really doubt that I really love you?" Getting up from her seat and walking towards her husband, she added, "I was only trying to get more talent for my country, and Sung Ji-han is one of many candidates for that purpose." Again using the skill of brainwashing and submission on the man, the girl approached his face and added, "You are my only true love." Hearing these words and hugging the girl in front of him, Seijin mentally said again, "Although I know that something is not pure here. As soon as I see Shizuru, the strength to push her away disappears." Immediately afterward, recalling his fateful trip to an evening establishment where he washed down his grief, the man mentally added that this was exactly what happened on the day we first met. Sitting at the table with an alcoholic beverage in his hand, the King of the Sword looked at his glass in his hand and mentally said, "The anniversary of Ji-A's death is approaching, and that's why I'm in a bad mood. I need to stop drinking so much." Immediately after that, the man plunged into even deeper memories, where his wife, holding her daughter in her arms, said, "I told you not to drink at home. Seiya doesn't like the smell of alcohol." Immediately after these memories, the man heard a voice that made him feel a slight chill in his body, and the same voice said to him, It looks like something is weighing you down. Looking to the side from where the voice came from, Seijin saw the girl next to him and wondered in his head why she was sitting next to me. Continuing to work on her scheme of seduction, the girl stretched out her hand to the man's and said in surprise, "You're the only one who drank so much." Starting to use her magic of seduction on the man who became her target, the girl said that emotions can be dealt with in a simpler way than drinking, and drinking too much is harmful. Approaching Seijin almost to the point of being close, the girl smiled slyly and, spreading the aphrodisiac around her, said, "How about getting intoxicated with something else?" As soon as she tried to seduce the boy, he immediately pulled out his sword and put it to the girl's throat to stop the act. Immediately after this action, the man looked at the girl with a menacing look and said, "Who are you anyway?" Looking at the system notification that said, Gang Jang and Mo A activated the unique ability of the one who refused the unusual status of submission was rejected. The girl heard in a menacing tone, "What you tried to do to me?" Confused by the strange development of events that she had never encountered before, the girl mentally said that she had a unique trait. Remembering her husband's weapon, she mentally said to Gan Jung and Moe Ae, "This is the weapon used by the Sword King. I didn't know they had such a unique trait. The one who didn't succumb to the user of this weapon doesn't succumb to certain unusual statuses." Ito Shizuru smiled slyly after realizing that she would have to try harder than usual here, and thought to herself what a problematic man he was. Continuing to seduce Seijin, the girl said in a sweet voice, "I've been a fan of yours for a long time." Taking the hand of the man who held the sword to her neck, Shizuru added, "I wanted to support you a little bit." And then Seijin saw Ito's notification again. Shizuru is experiencing the effect of status addiction. The next moment, another system notification appeared, informing me that Ito Shizuru was experiencing the obsession status effect. Succumbing to the magic of the girl's seduction, the Sword King dropped his sword and said, "You said your name." When she finished recalling the first meeting with her husband, Shizuru mentally said, "What a shame. If submission and fanaticism didn't work, then from time to time he tries to rebel." Recalling also the case of Jihan's seduction, she mentally added, "As long as my real body was here, the Sword King could not avoid being brainwashed, but the degree of completion of Ju Yunji's alter ego was too low because I failed to charm Song Jihan. My true identity was revealed." After imprisoning her subject Akari, who was her personal assistant, Ito Shizuru mentally added a new alter ego to the dungeon and had to create it more carefully. And now we're going back to South Korea to the administrative office of BattleNet. Seeing off Takeda Kazuo, who remained in Korea unable to escape, Sun Jihan menacingly asked Ju Yunji if she was an alter ego. Immediately after the question, the guy slammed his fist on the table and angrily exclaimed that there were dozens of Ito Shizuru walking around the world like this. In response to the boy's question, Takeda scaredly exclaimed, "No, it was the first time we tried to conquer someone with the help of an alter ego. The goddess said it would be dangerous to leave the Sword King and go away because she was the main piece of the puzzle." Continuing to talk about the plan they were implementing, Takeda added, "I have no idea how she managed to create an alter ego, or how many of them can be created, Mr. Sun. Please believe me." After hearing some of the information about Ito Shizuru and what they were doing, Sungji thought to himself, well, if it was really the real Ito Shizuru, she would not have been able to escape so quickly. The next moment, recalling the information that had been refuted, he mentally added that the night the video revealed the existence of Ito Shizuru to the world, the Japanese leadership responded. In an attempt to fence off the girl and refute Sung Ji-han's words, they said, "We don't know a player named Ito Shizuru. Now we're trying to find out what happened. There's no evidence that the Sword King is also involved in what happened, and we tried to prevent the conflict." Leaving the building of BattleNet's administrative office, Song Ji mentally said, "It's safe to assume that most of Japan's business management is under her control, so it seems that it will not be possible to stump her using conventional methods." Walking to the parking lot and simultaneously conducting his thoughts, the guy suddenly heard a voice interrupting his thoughts and asking why it took so long. It was Yoon Sia who was waiting for him by the car and, seeing his uncle, said with a grudging smile, folding her arms in front of her, "I almost died of boredom while waiting for you." Continuing to reprimand her uncle for the delay, the girl asked if the interrogation had already been conducted, to which he replied, "I wanted to check something personally." Immediately after these words, the girl angrily exclaimed, "You knew something was going to happen, but you didn't tell me anything. Why should I find out from others that your arm was cut off?" To which Se-ah replied in confusion. Continuing to reprimand her uncle, the girl added, "I couldn't tell you before. I'm also an adult if you don't know. I don't need to be so protective." To which Jihan awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry." Feeling a sudden surge of sadness, the girl said, barely holding back her tears, "If you disappear too, then I will." Seeing what was happening to her niece, Sung-ji asked in surprise what was going on, and before he could finish, he was hit with a straight jab to the body, which interrupted his question. Looking at her uncle, who groaned heavily and sat down on his knee, the girl exclaimed angrily, "I already know everything, it's too late to tell me anything." Continuing her confident speech, the girl added, "I'm going to get strong as soon as possible to support you, uncle, so don't put everything on your shoulders alone, okay?" In response to the girl's words, Jihan got to his feet and said, "Judging by your punch, you've already become stronger," to which she replied, "Of course, although I still have a long way to go," and then added, "You're being modest." Immediately after these words, looking down to fix his clothes, Sung Ji-han sighed with relief and awkwardly said, "It looks like I've raised a tiger," and then laughed. The next moment, holding his hand and looking away, Se-ah asked my father, "Are you sure that woman from the broadcast brainwashed him?" Immediately after this question, the girl added thoughtfully, "So there is still a way to free him, right?" Hearing his niece's question and remembering the past, Song-ji thought rightly. She would never let go of her attachment no matter how much people curse Yoon Se-jin. For Se-ah, he is probably more important than anyone else. Immediately after he finished remembering, the guy said, "Se-ah!" But before he could finish, Ariel interrupted their conversation and said it was impossible. Hearing the voice of the girl next to her, Yoon Se-ah screamed out in fright that Ariel, and then Jihan nervously added, "You just said that." Then the girl, remembering the true way to remove many curses, said that brainwashing could be cancelled. Recalling the method of this process, the spirit of the Queen of Shadows added that this is only possible if the most cunning being in the universe, the only god, is engaged in it. Not understanding what Ariel was telling them, her niece asked in surprise, "Who are you talking about?" Then Ariel spoke confidently, catching a couple of young people off guard. "I'm talking about elves now." Hearing the girl's answer, "Who can lift the curse?" Se-ah asked in surprise, "Elves are supernatural, really. But aren't you an elf yourself?" At that time, Song-ji thought elves mean yes. Continuing to recall moments from his past life, the boy mentally said the alliance of the elves alliance of the world tree. "In my past life, they were ready to do anything to ensure that their species survived, and with the rest of us, they would take the top 5 in the Space League." At the same time, continuing the dialogue, Se-ah said something unexpected. Usually in books and movies, they are shown as friendly, to which Ariel replied that they are really kind to each other. After this remark, recalling the true face of the elves, the girl added, however, "When it comes to other times, they become ruthless." Looking down at the mention of the elf race, the girl sadly added, "A very cruel and truly unjust people." After hearing the story of the elf race, Yoon Se-e asked who the only god was, and when the spirit of the Shadow Queen heard the question, she said this. Starting to recall another story, she said that there is a tree that gives life to all living things, which is called the World Tree for the Elves. It is their entire world and their only deity. Continuing to talk about the elf race, Ariel added that the World Tree can return the body to its original state, so your father needs to eat a leaf of the World Tree. After announcing the way to return the man to his consciousness, the spirit added or otherwise needed to touch its branches to get rid of hypnosis. Hearing the way Se-jin returned to normal, Se-ah asked if her father would be able to return home, to which he replied yes, but it would not be easy. After listening to the ways to regain a clear mind, Jihan mentally said, "Stop. Is this why Yoon Se-jin was so diligent in my past life?" At the same time, looking down, Yoon Se-ah mentally said, "Very well, now there is at least some hope." A short time after the end of the dialogue, a joyful cry of welcome was heard in the building of the Sword King's palace. Continuing to smile happily as I summarized the live broadcast on Lee Hae-young's channel, I happily exclaimed, "How are you doing there, Lee Hae-young, the head of the Great Arc Guild?" Continuing to rejoice at the event, she added that the last stream shocked you, PGC, but you shouldn't worry. The Ministry of Hunters has promised to pay more attention to player safety. Seeing the viewers' comments, she added happily, "I was thinking about informing you about Mr. Jihan and doing something else on today's broadcast." Not understanding what I was talking about, the audience was confused at first, but then remembered at that very moment Lee Ha-yeon joyfully exclaimed exactly what I said about the promise of showing Sung Ji-han's status window in honor of 1 million followers. Continuing to broadcast live while Ga-yoon was sweeping up, she said unhappily, "Why I was doing this at all?" Lee Ha-yeon happily informed him that he was actually in line right now, but we'll show you everything during the game, so don't switch. When she saw that the game had already started and Song Ji-han's stream was still going on, she added that it seemed like the right time. Looking at the guy who was standing surrounded by other players in the recreation area, the girl added that it looked like Mr. Song Ji-han had just entered the lobby. Watching Song Ji-han's live broadcast, a girl said on the air, "This is a map with a tower capture type. It looks like Song Ji-han is on the Angel team this time. Let's see how he does." As soon as she said this, she noticed that absolutely no one was listening to her. The audience continued to write in the chat that he had already turned his status window up, and another person added that he could actually see him. Angry that her advice was not heeded, the girl jumped up and shouted out to Mr. Sung Ji-han, "I told you to wait for more viewers at the broadcast." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, she added that if you show everything from the beginning, the audience will simply turn off. At the same time, the audience froze in place and looked at the guy's characteristics in confusion. The next moment, having fallen into a stupor along with the other spectators, the girl exclaimed in surprise a few seconds later that she was a third-degree martial artist and a subclass of a warrior. While Song Ji-han's friends were trying to collect their thoughts, Lee Ha-young added to Ji-han's question, "How can you be a wizard and an archer and a support person at the same time, and why do you have two titles?" Continuing to bombard the guy with questions, she added, "What did you do?" After which one of the viewers of the broadcast wrote that I don't think anyone will leave the stream after seeing what they saw. After receiving quite a few different questions about his status window, Sung-ji mentally recalled the recent times after Shizuru's disclosure. Song Ji-han held a huge amount of achievement points at the moment after the broadcast was over. He was bombarded with system notifications that said, "You have reached the mark of 5 million viewers in 24 hours. As a reward, you get 20,000 achievement points for 10 million, 30,000, and 50,000 achievement points for 1 million subscribers." Then a question appeared in Sung Ji-han's mind as he thought about how to use these points. He currently had the support player and wizard classes, but if he chose the archer and warrior classes to have all of them, what would happen then? Continuing to be the center of attention and being questioned, Ji-han said, "That's right. Martial artist of the 3rd rank is a subclass of warrior. I was able to get it because I fulfilled all the requirements," and then heard, "But weren't you a support player? Wow, please tell us how you did it." At the same time, being in complete confusion like everyone else, Lee Ha-yeon shouted out to Mr. Song Ji-han in confusion, after which one of the viewers wrote, "LOL, she knows no more than we do." After seeing a 1,000,001 donation and being asked how he managed to achieve it, Sung-ji said, "Thank you very much for the donation, but please understand that I won't be able to answer all your questions as I'm playing a game here." When one of the viewers wrote this, he purposely showed his status window during the game to avoid unnecessary questions. Immediately after this comment, quickly heading to the forest to clear out all the monsters in it, the boy exclaimed, "Oh, it looks like the game will start soon." "Well then I started to see the ally moving away from them," exclaimed confusedly, looking at him in the wake of Mr. Ji-han. After a while, when he found himself in front of the main tower of the opposing team and dealt with one of them, the guy heard why Song Ji-han became our opponent. It was a violation of the Silver League ecosystem. In fact, he is an invasive species, to which he replied, "Thank you for your kind words." Looking at the enemy in front of them, one of the players of the demon team thought for 5 minutes from the beginning of the game, 10 kills and 0 deaths, and then said it was too early to give up. Continuing to prepare for the battle with a strong opponent, the male warrior said in a stern tone to Song Ji-han, "I have heard a lot about you." Taking a fighting stance and grabbing his katana, releasing the aura of a dragon, the man added about the beautiful and powerful sword skills. "Every time I encountered the memory of you, a black dragon raged inside me." Trying to keep his emotions in check, the man nevertheless broke down and shouted, "Come on, let's attack and determine here and now who is the best swordsman of the Silver League." In response to the man's provocation, Sung-ji waved his sword and exclaimed, "You talk too much for someone who is now on the battlefield." Before losing his head from Song Ji-han's punch, the swordsman exclaimed, "Hey, where are all your manners?" After destroying the last of the opponents who still had the will to resist, Sung-ji received a system notification informing him that the Reaper was wary of an aura that was approaching the tower. It all started happening after Sung Ji-han's attack reached the barrier of the demon safe zone, and then another system notification appeared announcing the summoning of the Reaper. Seeing that the main representative of the enemy team revealed himself to be Song Ji-han, he smiled slyly and said, "Well, it's only a matter of time before the task is completed." Seeing her master's self-confident actions, Ariel appeared behind him and worriedly told Sung Ji-han to be careful in this situation. Looking at the Reaper who appeared above the barrier of the safe zone of the enemies, she added the element that controls this demon is darkness. Using an ellipse against it is not the best idea, and the dark spirit will not help much. Hearing that he could not defeat the enemy with conventional attacks, Song-ji smiled and said, "Really? Then I have an idea," to which the spirit of the Shadow Queen replied in surprise, "What are you talking about?" After receiving a question from his subject, Seong-ji summoned lightning with the help of a phoenix arrow and said that darkness begins to weaken before light. After calling down thunder and lightning while using his spear and taking a throwing stance, he said, "Well, let's see if the flames of hell can roast him." After these words, Having completed the preparations for the attack, the guy shouted out the technique of the god of lightning, lightning flash, lightning strike. After launching a powerful attack on the safe zone of the demons, Sungji received a system notification that said, "You have destroyed a holy relic and have taken possession of a fragment of the Reaper's scythe." Seeing that he had managed to complete all the mission points, the boy raised his head and looked at the place of the hit, after which another notification appeared. "You have completed the task." Immediately after noticing that after completing the task, he was informed that he had received a new quest path of Student 2, Sungji said, "Well then, let's move on to the second phase." At the same time, she was also watching the live broadcast of Song Ji-han, who had just destroyed the enemy base, and holding the phone in her hands, she said happily, "I'm finally going to meet him." Holding a suitcase in her other hand, she was heading to her original destination, America, ahead. Sophia arrived in South Korea. Continuing to worry about meeting a famous personality, the girl exclaimed, "I'm so nervous. Since I'm a representative of American leaders, I need to make a good impression on him, and we're finally going to meet." As soon as she said this, she suddenly heard a strange noise behind her, and looking back, she noticed that the plane she had arrived on was spontaneously rising. After rising several tens of meters into the air, the vehicle began to fall rapidly to the ground and landed right next to the girl, frightening her. This situation took place with the participation of Baron Williams, who stood nearby and muttered to Song Ji-han, "Just wait." Radiating a powerful hatred for the guy, he added in a menacing tone, "I will show you what real power is." American leaders Sophia and Baron arrived in South Korea. Some time after completing the mission to capture the base, Ji-han showed his window to the girl personally and asked her, "Well, do you believe me now?" Looking at the characteristics that her friend had, Lee Hae-young was surprised to hear that they were real, and he replied that the status window could not be faked, and then she added a third-ranked martial art, which was why. In response to the girl's question about the choice of the skill, the third-ranked martial artist Ji-han said that it does not give bonuses to characteristics, but increases the experience gained and allows you to grow faster with guild boosts. After telling the girl everything she wanted to know, Sungji reached for a cup of coffee and thought, "If you add to this the amplification that only I have, you will have a better experience." Imagining an approximate picture of his future, the boy said in his head, "At the very moment when I would have all 4 classes at my disposal, then I will have to make some difficult choices that I will have to make. The first way is a real master where attention is paid to all classes, and the other option is the all-in-one skill where all the time will be paid to one class. The wizard and support player classes were only needed to gain combat power, and that is why I will choose all of them all at once. Disable all classes except the selected one and strengthen it. The characteristics and skills gained so far will disappear. While gaining skills of disabled classes is impossible to strengthen the selected class 4 times. Thinking about the description of one of the proposed skills, the guy mentally said, "Thanks to all the effects of the third-ranked martial arts skill also multiplied, I will soon reach gold." Having turned off this demonstration of his status window after reviewing the characteristics, the guy mentally said, "But before that, I need to complete the task, so what did I need to do there?" Looking at the description of the task he was about to perform, Ji-han said thoughtfully, and Lee Ha-young asked him what happened. Then, without taking his eyes off the task description, Sung-ji said Se-ah and Diego Macide are members of the guild with bronze ranks, which is correct, and he heard back that everyone else was already in the bronze league. When he heard that he would still be able to realize his plan, the boy smiled slyly and said, "There is something they need to see, and I think your skills will be useful." Feeling a certain pressure from Ji-han's words, the girl exhaled nervously and said, "Well, okay then, but first let's say hello to our guests. They have traveled a long way." In his excited state, Baron Williams of the Great Art Guild exclaimed in frustration, slamming his cup on the table, "What the hell is wrong with this coffee?" Chewing on his words to express his displeasure, he exclaimed irritably, "So this is how they treat their guests. They poured us some kind of dirt and made us drink it." Hearing this, Sophia, who was also supposed to become a member of the Guild of the Great Arc, thought you hadn't even tasted it and then said, "What's wrong with you?" When Baron heard his friend's remark, he exclaimed in displeasure that "I didn't ask for anything. I was asked for it." And then Diego said, "It's fine coffee. I can clarify what exactly you didn't like about the rented participant." And the man exclaimed in anger. As Diego Macide from the Guild of the Great Arc continued to stuff the ball on his foot, he said how rude it was for a guest to complain about the treats. And Sia was next to him, who was also hosting. Hearing the remarks in his direction about his complaints, Baron Williams said unhappily that he was defending his guild, after which Sophia nervously exclaimed, "Baron, please stop it." Ignoring his friend's words, the man continued to rant and rave, pressing on, "Yoon Se-ah, this girl is lucky to be here because she is Song Ji-han's niece." Immediately after turning his gaze to the former footballer, he added, But what have you forgotten here? The rumors that you started from scratch as a magician are true. Snatching the ball out of Diego's hands with the power skill, Baron said haughtily, "You'll still be a burden if you're only good at throwing balls, but I'm sure you'll be the strongest magician in the Silver League." Not receiving a single remark or objection to his words, Baron smiled slyly and said in his head, confident he had nothing to say to me. In response to the words of the guest who tried to make him feel bad, Diego said, "I let him into the toilet this morning." Hearing the words of the football player, Baron threw the ball back into Diego's hands and exclaimed, "Why the hell did you bring it here?" And when he got his ball back, Masid said it was a joke. After a while of waiting, Lee Hae-young entered the room and said thank you very much for coming all the way to see us. As she entered the waiting room with Jihan, she happily added, "Welcome to the Great Art Guild, Baron and Sophia." Seeing her favorite, the girl stood up from her seat and joyfully exclaimed to the player, "Sun Jihan," while Baron just turned his head to the other side and blinked in displeasure. Continuing to enjoy meeting the guy, Sophia exclaimed, "Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan of yours." Before she could finish speaking, Baron interrupted her, saying, "Who needs these introductions? Let's finish the registration as soon as possible." Hearing the words of his guests who had come from America to join their guild, Jihan said that they should not be in such a hurry. Looking at the girl sitting in front of him at the table, Jihan said in his head how long it had been since I had seen Sophia. Recalling his past life, in which she was the only one who supported him, he mentally added that he had not expected to meet her like this before the regression. After he finished recalling his past life and Sophia in it, the guy said confidently, "Before you join our guild, I wanted to offer you something." When Baron heard the words of the guy who created the Great Art Guild, he was surprised to hear the proposal. Walking over to the TV and turning on the image of the monster, Sung Ji-han asked if you would like to join me in a nest seed hunt. Upon hearing Sung Ji-han's proposal, everyone in the room froze in shock and watched him with confused looks. Thinking about Ji-han's suggestion, Baron mentally said, "Nessid is a giant snake-like monster that appears on the Platinum League maps. It is the strongest forest boss." Having finished his thoughts, Baron looked at the boy and exclaimed, "This is just crazy." Continuing to prove his point, he added that it was beyond our capabilities and that Nessid did not appear on silver, to which Jihan replied, "Don't worry, I know how to get him there." Immediately after the announcement of the ability to summon the monster, Jihan turned his gaze to his comrades and said, "I was going to take only Seiya and Masida. I thought that with you we would have a better chance." Hearing this, my niece asked me scared, and then Diego added, "You mean we can finish this thing?" After thinking about the boy's suggestion about hunting the monster, Sophia said, "If we succeed, it will be great, but it will be a bit of a mess." Looking at the guy with a confused look, she added, "We won't be able to form a team because we have different citizenship, and we are here only on a temporary contract." In response to the girl's remark, who mentioned some important aspects, Sung Ji confidently said that you don't have to worry about it either. Opening the status window of his guild, Song Ji demonstrated additional features and said we have several ways to do this. After Jihan's announcement of the possibility of solving the problem, Lee Ha-yeon confidently added this exclusive guild effect: we can form a team regardless of the nationality or league of the participants. Continuing to discuss all aspects of this agreement, she added that there are some limitations, but in our case it does not matter. After the announcement of the opportunity thanks to the guild, Lee Ha-young mentally recited the Akashi page that Jihan had recently given me after using it gave such a unique effect on my gift, and then remembered the time when the boy handed it to her and said a gift from Takeda. Once at home with the expensive item, she thought for a minute, and if we sell it and use the proceeds for millions? Lim Ga-young heard the girl's plans and said to the lady in surprise. When he heard that there was a way to create a team, even though they had different nationalities, Baron said, "Okay, that's possible, but not with 2 bronze medals if we had a full roster of top players." Hearing Baron's dissatisfied words, who decided to say something against the Broncos, Sun Ji-han replied that if you don't like something, you can stay. After an easy decision that he could do without Baron, Ji-han added, "Then I'll suggest someone else, like Wang Lin from China or Mikhail from Russia." Continuing to list the people who could take the vacant seat, the guy added, or Scarlet, they asked to beep if a place suddenly became available. Continuing his sermons, Sunji confidently added, "Then I will contact them soon." Before he could finish, Baron interrupted him, exclaiming, "I didn't say anything." Continuing to behave like a superior person, Baron said, "I know you really need me to balance the team with 2 bronzes. How can I refuse without being grateful?" Hearing that he had finally agreed despite all his superfluous speeches and remarks, Jihan said, "Well, then there were 5 of us on the team." After hearing the words, he looked at Sung Ji-han Baron with a displeased look and thought, "What an upstart. He won that battle only because of that object, but this time I will show him who is better." After a while, the whole team gathered and went on a mission, and after only 15 minutes, the opposing team's tower was already destroyed. Seeing that the last structure had fallen under the onslaught of the enemy, one of the opposing teams nervously exclaimed, "It's a disaster!" Appearing from behind his comrade, the archer shouted out that all the towers were destroyed and was told that we needed to somehow throw them back. After the fall, he looked at Baron, who was now in the air, and exclaimed how they had managed to assemble such a team. In addition to Baron, who was very strong in his own right, their opponents also included Sung Ji Han Diego, Masid Yoon Se-ah, and Sophia from the American leaders. Continuing to stay in the air and look down on his opponents, Baron Williams said, "Jesus, what kind of a bunch of lowlifes is the Silver League now? Only good for warming up." Looking at his enemies who were not in the best position, he added, "I must admit that you held your own well for worms who are not capable of anything." Preparing to destroy the remaining enemies on the battlefield, Baron said menacingly, "It's been a pleasure playing with you." And now, sliding into the words of his comrade, Ji-han said, "We surrender." And then he repeated, "We surrender." After hearing Song Ji-han's statement, which was duplicated by Baron Williams, the entire team of enemies froze in confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. However, not only his enemies were surprised, but also his comrades, for whom it was also a shock to see him suddenly surrender his positions. Raising his hands in front of him to demonstrate the sincerity of his intentions, Ji-han said, smiling awkwardly, "We surrender. And now, we will move 5 minutes back in time to the place where the top line was located." Letting the enemy get close, one of the players shouted out, "Oh, trouble!" The tower fell. Watching the enemy break through to them, one of the players muttered, "Diego, you son of a bitch. I heard he was demoted to level 1 because of the mockery of what the hell he was doing on silver." Noticing that the man who had just made the attack had put up his shield to deflect the ball, Masita shouted ahead. The next moment, a flaming ball that the former footballer had just thrown at them flew straight at the enemies. After contact with the surface of the backboard, the ball made a powerful explosion that simply had no chance of survival. As soon as the enemies were hit, the man's ball immediately returned to its owner, after which the top line of Masita and Sophia's team just smiled and sighed. Watching the man who had just destroyed the enemy team, the girl thought to herself, "Oh my god, what kind of terrible control I have, of course, put some reinforcements on him. But this is clearly not the level of the Bronze League." As soon as she finished saying this in her head, another loud thud sounded nearby, and a column of dust rose in the forest. Evaluating the scale of what was happening not far from her, Sophia nervously spoke up right there. Continuing to observe in the direction of her ally's location, she added the location of Song Ji-han to the lower front line. In this location was the team of Song Ji-han and Yoon Se-ah. Having dealt with the enemies who stood in their way, the boy confidently spoke to his niece, this time much easier. Immediately after this message, pointing his finger at the immobilized enemy, the boy said, "Now you can finish them off." To which she nervously replied, "Yes." As soon as he gave the go-ahead to finish off the enemies, he heard a noise behind him and menacing shouts from the center where Byron was, shouting, "Die, die, die!" After hearing what he heard, Jihan said that everything was probably fine there as well. After this remark, opening the system status window, the guy heard the words of his niece who said, "Well, uncle," and thoughtfully asked how much time was left. Looking at Sung Ji-han, who was estimating the time, the girl added, "We still need to summon Count Nessid, or the game will end if we continue like this." In response to his niece's worried words, the guy confidently said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." And now, let's go back to the present, where Sung Ji-han, raising his hands in front of him, decided to surrender in a situation where they almost won. After hearing that, looking at Jin's dream, Diego said, "I'm sorry to ask, but did you hit your head by accident?" And then Baron exclaimed angrily, "The game is ours, what's wrong with you?" While Sophia wondered what it all meant. Seeing that his comrades were no less worried than the enemies, the boy turned to his team and said, "Hey, quiet down. Let's all calm down." Interrupting the excitement of his comrades and the bewilderment of his enemies, Ji-han added, "I'm not going to give up just like that, I have one condition." Immediately after these words, looking back at the enemy team, Sung Ji said, "Hey guys, do you want to join us in the battle against the Nessid?" Hearing what Sung Ji-han had just suggested to his enemies, Baron Williams grabbed him by the collar and angrily exclaimed, "What a stupid thing to say." Pulling Ji-han to him by the collar, he added menacingly, "You said we'd be enough, and now you're asking for help from these nerds?" Thus lowering the self-esteem of your enemies below the baseboard. Having beaten the man's hands away from his clothes to free himself from the Sungji prom vod, we just might not be in time. Starting to explain his position, he added, "Even if the opposing team dies and is resurrected in 1 minute, what do you propose to do if they go to finish the game while we are busy with the boss?" The next moment, after hearing Ji-han's words, Sophia said, "That makes sense. I think our opponents will capture the map before we can deal with Nessid." And then Yoon Se-ah added, "If you say so." Realizing that all his comrades agreed with his words that the enemies could end the game early, Baron stepped back and cycled unhappily. At the same moment, after considering Jihan's proposal, one of his opponents said, "But Nesid doesn't appear on the silver." Before he could finish, Sung-ji interrupted him and said, "Everything will be fine, just follow my plan." Continuing to convince the enemies that they should help, the boy promised that if you help us, we will give you the game. So what do you think? After thinking a bit about the favorable offer from the opponents, one of the demon team members mumbled what was required of us. After discussing all aspects of the summoning plan, Jihan and the rest of the players arrived at the lake where the summoning was to take place. And when Sophia saw it, she was surprised to see how big it was, and Sei-Ah added that it was like a vault. Looking at the pond with a dark blue liquid, the girl added thoughtfully, "And that means its point of origin. I'm right." After arriving at the right place, Sung-ji decided to head to the lake to start the mission and said, "Well then, I'm starting the recruitment." Hearing the boy's intentions, Sophia grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Just a minute, son. Let me put an amplification effect on you." To which he replied, "Of course." Staying in the same place and waiting for the ritual of reinforcement to be completed, the guy said thank you to Sophia. Watching the girl's actions, Sung-ji said in his head that the power Sophia was using was simply unrivaled. As if it were a Trinity-ranked SS gift, she could cast 3 effects at once. After receiving the reinforcement, Jihan looked at his niece and said, "By the way, Sia will be quite dangerous, so you better stay away. I'll call you when he's on the verge." To which she replied, "Okay, I understand." After completing all the preparations and handing out warnings, Sun-ji confidently walked to the pond and said, "Well, now I can definitely start the draft." Approaching the lake where the desired boss monster, Sung-ji, lived, he took out 2 pieces of equipment from his inventory that he had obtained during the previous mission. After completing all the preparatory processes, the boy threw 2 fragments into the reservoir, after which a strong earthquake began and stones with markings began to appear nearby. As soon as all the stones took their positions, the monster of the Platinum League appeared from the pond. Because he suddenly appeared, everyone could see him, but his presence sowed a little fear among the players. Once free after a long time of imprisonment in a pond, the summoned final boss of the dungeon, Nesid, shouted out that it was my time. After examining the appearance of the monster that appeared before them, one of the players of the demon team exclaimed in fright, "Oh my god, how disgusting he is!" At the same moment, Jihan said, "Let's go according to plan." Pointing to 4 stone steles near the battlefield, the boy added that he saw stones with inscriptions that if they were destroyed, the Nesid would be weakened, and they were the source of his power. Continuing to hand out instructions, Jihan said, "But the stones will recover over time, so we will need to maintain them in their destroyed state. Divide into 4 teams of 2 people each," to which Sophia replied, "Excuse me." Looking at the guy who had just given the command, the girl added confusedly, "But there are only 9 of us and the stones alone require 8 people," to which Jihan replied, "You got it right, I'll fight alone." Hearing Sophia and Sung Jihan talking, Baron, who was not happy with this development, exclaimed, "No, I can't let this happen." Approaching from behind the guy who had to fight the monster himself, he added, "So you want to take all the credit, right?" Walking up to Sung Jihan and waving his hand, Baron added, "But I don't care about those losers, but you seriously want to make someone like me hit pebbles." Continuing to distract the boy with his chatter, the man added, "Isn't this a waste of potential? Then don't ask me to help you." And before he could finish, Sophia accidentally noticed the danger. Watching the actions of the summoned monster that aimed at them, the girl trying to push a couple of players out of the area of damage, shouted Baron's son to the side immediately. Before they could escape from the enemy's attack, the girl put her hand over her head and prepared to die, but their lives were saved at the last moment. He barricaded his comrades who had just been attacked by a Nesid and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Looking at the man with a supercilious look, Jihan sternly added, "Stop whining and follow my orders and everything will be fine." At that very moment, when Sophia saw that they were saved thanks to Jihan's barrier, she joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, son." After thanking the guy for saving her, she turned her eyes to Baron Williams and said, "Just follow Jihan's plan." And at that moment, the man was shaking from what had happened. Trying to reach her countrymen, she called out several times to Byron, "Can you hear me?" But he didn't hear her. In his head, it seemed that Sungji was mocking him and trying to subdue him. In Baron's eyes, the boy's words sounded like a boogeyman, and then he gritted his teeth in anger and said in his head, "Fuck." While Baron continued to rage at his own fantasies, Sung Ji-han had already entered the battle against the Nesid and dodged his first attack. After successfully avoiding the enemy's attack, Ariel appeared behind the guy and said, "Hey man." Having attracted the boy's attention to herself, the girl added an impressive supply of dark mana to this monster. Just fighting with it increases your dark spirit. After hearing some information that would undoubtedly be useful to him, Sung Ji-han was surprised to hear that I would really squeeze everything out of him. After saying this, Sonji noticed the enemy attacking him again and quickly retreated from the area of attack. At the end of the enemy's attack, the guy counterattacked the enemy, making a deep cut on his body. After completing his attack, the guy jumped back and said in his head, of course, a little uneasy. The next moment, looking around and noticing that his comrades were doing their job, he added, but they're keeping a good eye on the stones, so it will be even easier than I thought. After being inspired by the fact that his comrades were doing a great job, Ji-han was able to go on the offensive, and at that time one of the demon team who was with Byron was just destroying the stone. While doing her job of monitoring the stone's recovery, the mage girl said, wow, it's really strong. At this rate, we'll be done in 5 minutes. At the end of the assessment of Ji-han's strength, the girl watching the fight against the boss added Baron, you should give up your goal of becoming #1 in the world. Hearing his friend's words, the man asked in surprise what she meant by that, and looking back, she added, what do you mean? Don't you agree with me? Evaluating the man by his characteristics, she added, you definitely give everyone a run for their money when it comes to brute force, but everyone says that you're not very good at anything else, and apparently Song Ji-han is on your heels. After telling him that he had no chance of achieving the goal he wanted to realize, the magician added, however, there is no need to be upset. You are still the top one in the United States. After listening to the girl's remarks, Baron, suppressing his emotions, silently reached out with his hand to her face. The next moment, when he almost touched her, he used his strength characteristic, thus finishing off his ally. Seeing what had just happened on the other side of the gorge to the girl who was on the team with him, Diego and Sophia immediately turned their attention to him. At that very moment, having finished with the girl who had offended him with her words, the man said in a menacing tone, shut up already. Not understanding what had just happened between the girl and him, Sophia exclaimed to Baron in confusion, after which Diego Macide added what was wrong with him. At the same time, seeing that his friend had just been killed, another member of the opposing team shouted out, hey Baron, what are you doing? And then his body was covered with a light discharge. The next moment, a bolt of lightning flew toward the same man, which was William's second cataclysm. Hearing a strange noise coming from outside the battlefield, Sung-ji looked up to see what was happening. Having dealt with some of the players, Baron showed Ji-han an unfriendly gesture and ominously said that he should have done this from the very beginning. The man, who had been lifted into the air with the help of force, said, I can handle this monster with amplification on my own. Immediately after this statement, the man received a system notification saying that you have finished the 5 of them and your performance has been upgraded. Trying to calm Baron down, Sung-gi said, you're a mess. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sung-gi. Han, you rascal, decided to put us on a boat and take all the credit for himself. And the boy asked if you were completely shaken up. And he replied, I immediately realized what you were up to. You think I'm just going to sit down and fold my legs. After finishing his discussion with Song Ji-han, Baron went to the monster and called out, hey worm. Stopping in front of the Nessid, he confidently said, are you tired of fighting this disgrace? Immediately after his words, the man began to prepare for the attack, and now I spoke confidently. By using his Hellfire skill on a platinum-ranked monster boss, the man added a single hit to finish you off. Despite everything that has happened and the self-confidence of a fool, Barons blew a few important points before throwing around loud statements and acting on his own. Watching the foolish actions of the man who was putting himself in danger, Sung-ji mentally said, first of all, long-range attacks cannot harm the Nessid. Secondly, in order to continue to restrain the monster's onslaught, it was necessary to destroy the stones with seals that weakened the monster. When he had finished mentioning 2 points, he looked at the stones that were already piled up and mentally added the 3rd point, and because of his actions, the stones managed to recover. After Baron Williams's unsuccessful attack on an enemy he knew little about, Sung Ji-han watched him approach the man and said in his head, well, what was most important? Watching the arrogant man who had just been swallowed by a sack, Sung Ji-han added in his head that in a team game, the fate of traitors is predictable. Seeing what had just happened to her friend, Sophia put her hand over her mouth in fright to keep from screaming, and the next moment a system notification appeared saying that the player Baron had died. After defeating one of his enemies, the monster regained his strength by restoring his stones with seals and spoke menacingly to the miserable humans. Preparing to launch a powerful attack in response to the Nessid I had already experienced, I added, I will return everything to you in 3 times the amount, after which a system notification appeared that said the paralysis skill was activated. After the skill was activated, all the players were struck by lightning, which caused them to lose their strength and fall to the ground due to the inability to control their bodies. At the same time, when Ariel saw her master, she asked him, hey, are you okay? And he angrily replied, Baron, you idiot, we almost got him. and the spirit added, "Not really." Trying to somehow overcome the paralysis imposed by the monster, Oniji looked up at the monster and said, "It's a shame that no team will cooperate with us after this, so what should we try next time?" Having put forward the idea of postponing the battle with the enemy, he mentally added, "No, I'm due for a promotion soon. I need to give it my all." Suddenly, during the guy's hard thoughts, a forgotten player entered the battle, an archer who shot 2 arrows into the monster's head and diverted attention to himself. Seeing that someone had just attacked the monster, Sungji began to look around to see who it was and who dared to confront the Nesid in such a state. Looking toward the arrow's trajectory, he noticed his niece on the rock, who was drawing her aunt's bow again and preparing for the next shot, and he was surprised to hear her say the same thing. Looking at the girl who was kept away from the rest of the team by her uncle's order to avoid getting into danger, Jihan exclaimed in surprise. But her courage did not last long. Noticing another enemy who could move after using paralysis, the monster immediately headed for her and tried to swallow her, but she managed to escape from the area of damage. While the monster was concentrating on the girl who dared to shoot at him, Jihan, lying on the floor, felt that he could move his arm a little and was surprised to think that the paralysis was subsiding. When the effect of immobilization completely disappeared, the guy slowly got up from the ground and exclaimed, "Hey, Seiya, what are you doing? I told you to stand as far away as possible." Continuing to reprimand the girl, he added, "There is no point in such attacks. Run away. I will deal with everything myself." Hearing her uncle's words, the girl became visibly angry. Unable to tolerate her uncle's reprimands and constant overprotection for long, her niece shouted out, "Shut up already!" Continuing to draw the monster's attention to herself to help her comrades, she added, "I was following the chat room. You all almost got killed there. They should have called someone more useful instead." Expressing her dissatisfaction at the right opportunity, she added, "I hate that I'm considered useless just because I'm your niece, and that's why Baron doesn't take me seriously. Only recently I was able to get rid of the tag of the daughter of the Sword King, and immediately after that, I got a new one called Song Ji-han's niece." Recalling all her hard training to become better, she added that I actually have a gift too, and I literally squeeze everything out of myself in training. After expressing everything that had been bothering her for so long, she looked back and exclaimed, "That's why you just tell me how I can help you." After completing her glorious speech, the girl almost came under enemy attack again, but at the last moment she reacted and ran away. At the same time, after hearing everything Jihan said, he said in his head, "Sophia and Masid will not be able to help now thanks to the reinforcement imposed by Sophia. I will recover in a minute." Realizing that now he had to think of something to defeat the monster, the boy said in his head, "Well, what if everything happened that way then?" Bringing his palms to his mouth, the boy exclaimed to his niece, "Say from now on you are an autumn mosquito." Hearing what Sungji had just shouted at her, the girl looked in confusion at her uncle, but the Nesid himself was also surprised, not understanding what it was all about. As soon as it's autumn, mosquitoes become much bolder and more determined to do all sorts of things. Compared to the summer season, there are not so many of them, but don't relax when you think they've disappeared. You can get a sudden message from them when you decide to sleep and open a part of your body, and an insect is very likely to want to eat it. And this news will be a sudden unpleasant bite, and all because of your overconfidence. Finally realizing what her uncle meant, Yoon Seiya continued to fire at the monster like a mosquito that bugs people and stings them as soon as it gets a chance. Feeling the pain of the arrows lodged in his flesh, Nasid looked back at Seiya and said, "You are." Finding the girl who still did not want to let go of him, the monster boss added menacingly, "A small gnat, it is this behavior of the mosquito that makes people furious." Aiming at the girl again, Nesid forgot about the rest and controlling the paralysis effect while feeling slightly relieved by the effect. Sophia said in surprise, "Wow, she's quite good at sprinting too," which Diego added the monster's screams don't remind you of Baron. At the same time, almost recovering from the effect of paralysis, Seongji leaned on his sword and said in his head, "Thanks to Seiya distracting the Nasida, I'll be able to fight again soon." Immediately after these thoughts, Jihan accidentally paid attention to his shadow sword and noticed some changes. Not understanding what exactly was happening, he mentally said what was wrong with this ellipse. The next moment, also noticing the changes in the boy's skill and his surprise, Ariel confidently said he was getting stronger. While the monster was concentrated on Zia, the spirit of the Shadow Queen added, "Your dark spirit increases. This should help you in the battle with the enemy. I'll tell you again, once you level up, be sure to throw points into the dark spirit. Hey, can you hear me at all?" But Jihan's attention was riveted on the skill. Ignoring the girl, he thought, "If the shadow power has increased so much, then I can use the shadow goddess technique." At the same time, the Nesid, angry at the girl who had been annoying him all along, even left his hiding place to finish her off. After leaving his hiding place to deal with an annoying gnat, the monster hovering over the girl spoke menacingly to the pathetic man, coming closer and closer with each passing second and sowing fear in Yoon-sea's body. Nasid said, "Stop playing catch-up." And at the same time, seeing the enemy approaching, the girl accidentally stood on the edge of the cliff without controlling it and flew down. The girl fell from a height of several meters and thudded to the ground. When she saw this, Sungji exclaimed in confusion, "Seiya, you're okay." At the same time, being on the verge of her capabilities, the girl breathing heavily said in her head, "I need to continue, but I'm already at the end of my rope." Jia is Adas. Remembering her uncle and the friends who had pinned their hopes on her, she confidently added in her head, "I can only help my uncle now." Getting to her feet to continue to distract the monster, she thought it was just an execution. On her shaky legs from the stoma, Seiya confidently added in her head and continued on, after which a system notification appeared next to her, saying you have gained a rare characteristic of perseverance. At the same time, seeing that the girl was still continuing to climb and get on his nerves, the monster was preparing to finish with her once and for all. So much noise was made from you. Immediately after firing a deadly beam in the direction of the opponent, the monster added a simple dodge. After completing his attack on the girl's location, the Nessid exhaled a sigh of relief and confidently said, "Well, that's it. There's finally been silence." Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly heard Jihan's voice from behind him, confidently saying, "Hey, don't relax before the time is up." Looking back to the source of the sound, he saw a guy holding his niece, whom he thought he had just dealt with. Using his lightning-fast skill of the shimmering sky to make it in time, Sungji smiled and promised it was quite dangerous. Immediately after these words, looking at his niece, whom he had just saved from danger, Sungji added, "You are really quite a fighter." As soon as the girl was on the ground, she noticed the new status and said in surprise that I was so lucky to get it, and her uncle told her to move away from here. Standing behind her uncle, the girl looked at the monster in confusion and asked him, "Are you sure you can handle it? We don't have enough people to break the stones." In response to the girl's words, Sungji pulled out his shadow sword and said confidently, "You don't have to worry about it." Having prepared for the confrontation with the enemy that was targeting him, Sungji confidently added, "I am well aware of what I am doing now." Immediately after his sit-down, the boy threw his shadow sword not far in front of him, which surprised the monster. However, that was not all. After this action, Jihan raised his hands in front of him, smiled happily and said, "I give up." Hearing the boy's words, Sophia and Diego Masid, who had just recovered from paralysis, said in confusion that he had repeated it again. At the same time, being completely confused by what had just happened, the girl asked her uncle what the joke was, and at the same moment, a loud laugh from the monster was heard. After making sure that his enemy did not want to continue fighting, Nessid became too safe and confidently exclaimed, "Well, then these will be your last words." Standing behind her uncle, who continued to hold his hands up in the air, Seiya, visibly nervous, heard the monster speak quite well for a mortal. The next moment, starting to crawl along the ground towards Jihan, opening his mouth to eat him, the level boss exclaimed, "Then I will swallow you all at once in just one go." However, he failed. A few meters away, a trap was set and he fell into it as soon as he was in the right place. Watching the monster struggle in agony, Sungji smiled slyly and said, "I really wanted to tell you about this." Watching the shadows from the trap piercing his entire body, Sung Ji-han confidently added, "These shadows will not stop until you die." This skill is the second technique of the Shadow God, and it goes against all laws and common sense, and all because it can absorb even darkness. Having been hit by a powerful pillar of black magic, Nessid finally heard the technique of the Shadow Goddess of the Heavens of the Dark Shadow Ascension. While Sung Ji-han was fighting with Nessid, Baren was standing near the safe zone of his team and thoughtfully said, "If I hadn't let my guard down, when would they have shown up here?" As soon as he said this, he saw a newly appeared system notification and exclaimed in surprise what the hell was going on. In this notification, the Angel team defeated the boss of the Nisil level. The Angel team received the Blessing of the Void. Grabbing the system plate with his hands, Baron Williams exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell do you mean they defeated the Nessid without me?" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, he angrily shouted out what a fool he was, after which the players of the Demon team began to approach him from afar, shouting out to Baron. Wanting to repay the man in the same coin, the player of the Demon team angrily said to the piece of shit, "How dare you betray us?" After which the mage girl added why only he was revived. Walking closer and closer to Baron Williams, the man added, "This game is still ours to play. Get lost, you sneaky coward." The next moment, noticing something strange in Baron's behavior, The mage girl nervously said, "Hey, don't you think he's a little bit..." Enraged that the Nisidians had won without him and that his enemies had come to accuse him, Baron released the energy he had accumulated from his rage and shouted, "No way!" Starting to rage for directing hellfire at his opponents, he repeatedly shouted, "Get lost! Die, Sun Ji-han!" At the same time, a girl mage running away from the fire screamed out in fright, "Why are you snapping at us?" Continuing to show my sincere emotions by destroying everything around Baron, "I am the strongest player," said in a crazy voice. And with the rest, Baron managed to break his own record for kills and thus led the team to victory. Sometime later, after the competition, Sei-Ah was sitting in her apartment looking at the window of the mill and exclaimed, "Uncle, look! I'm now at level 20. It's really cool." Continuing to rejoice at her achievement, she added, "Actually, I only had level 5, so in just one battle, I got 15 levels," to which Songji replied, "Well, you got tenacity before you got level 10. Having reached a certain key point in her development, Sei-Ah said thoughtfully, "So I need to decide on a class. I'm not sure what I should choose." When Songji heard this, he asked in surprise, "You didn't do that." Immediately after his question, recalling the last battle, he asked if she wanted to become an archer. "You were good with a bow and arrow," and she replied, "Well, that sounds logical." Continuing to think about what class she would choose, the girl added, "I want to choose a class so that I can become the best, and there are many good archers in our country." Hearing his niece's words, Sungji thought in his head, "And she is quite ambitious. We really are of the same blood." And then he said, "I still think that an archer is the best option." And she answered in surprise, "Why?" In response to the girl's question, Songji confidently said, "Well, I'm going to be the best warrior after all." But then he got hit in the chest and Seiya happily replied, "Oh, uncle, you're so arrogant." Feeling a tremor in his body after the blow, Sungji heard the girl's phone ring, and then picking it up, Seiya said, "I need to answer it." And then Jihan thought, "I think she'd be a good fit for the warrior class." Picking up the phone and heading to the other room, the niece said, "Hello, I'm listening to you." At the same time, the boy decided to look at his status window after the battle. Seeing that his level is now 50th, Sungji mentally said, "The challenge of the Nesid has paid off, and now I can participate in promotional matches." He also began to consider what he had been given as a reward for his victory, and mentally added, "I was given quite a few achievement points as a reward." However, there was an interesting S-rank item that came with the awards. Looking at this cloak of emptiness, the guy wondered what it was. Throwing his arm behind his neck, the guy thought confusedly, "I was certainly happy when I received a gift of S rank, but the isolation from the outside world, what kind of effect is this, is somehow suspicious." Deciding to find out the information from a reliable source, the guy said to Ariel, "You can come over." As soon as the spirit of the Shadow Queen appeared in front of him, Sungji asked, "Do you know anything about this plan?" Before he could finish, he noticed that the girl looked too depressed. Not understanding the reason for the strange appearance of the spirit, the boy suddenly asked what had happened, and in response he heard only a heavy groan. In response to her master's question, a dejected Ariel replied, "The skill you used to win that worm or who it was is not my concern." Hearing the girl's answer, the boy was surprised to ask if she meant the Paradise of Shadows, and she replied that it was his P, and Sungji asked what was wrong. In response to the girl's question, the spirit of the Shadow Queen answered by mentioning this skill, "No matter what I think." By turning her gaze to the confused boy who did not realize the whole situation, she added a complete form of power. Hearing this, Jihan threw his arm around his neck and thought about how the technique of the Shadow God and the Queen were connected, and then asked me again, saying that I didn't know anything about it, because I had already explained everything last time. Immediately after the boyfriend's excuses, Ariel said to Sung Ji-han, "I'm going to tell you everything straight." Approaching the boy almost closely, the girl said, "Now we will talk about the constellation that gave you your gift, the traveling god of war." Hearing the girl name the person who had stolen his gift, Sungji mentally wondered how she knew, and then Ariel added without even trying to understand. Having attracted the boy's full attention, the girl said the reason why the original sent me to you was this, that she felt his energy coming from you, and hearing the reason for the spirit's presence, Sungji was surprised. The next moment, remembering the queen's reaction to him, Sungji said in surprise, "I thought I was just unlucky to be in her strange perverted taste," to which Ariel angrily replied, "Shut up." Immediately afterwards, Sungji breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "I don't think it's any big secret, you're right." Continuing to observe the girl in front of him, the boy added, "But is the traveling god of war so skilled if the Shadow Queen decided to send her clone?" When Ariel heard the question from the boy, she bowed her head down and spoke to us the constellations of the traveling god of war. Remembering that person who does not follow clear rules, she added, is the true embodiment of disaster. Starting her story about the constellations, the girl said that usually constellations refer to the star on which they were born as their own mother. Continuing her story, she added that they also protect her. But as soon as she said this, Song Ji-han interrupted her saying, "Yes, and now please stop, please." Raising his hand up after stopping, the boy added that it meant born. I thought that constellations were gods. Then Ariel added that they were beings who went beyond their species and became gods. Continuing her story, the girl added that when you reach the 777th level, you will also be able to become a constellation. Hearing the possibility of becoming a constellation at a high level, Sungji was surprised to hear me say in my head that the 500th level was the ceiling, and then I asked what was really going on. In response to the boy's question, Ariel said, "Well, right now I can't explain everything to you directly, but at the end of the training you will be told everything." The spirit of the Shadow Queen added, "But let's get back to where we left off." Remembering the wandering god of shadows again, the girl said he created his own star and called it the Star of War. As he began to visualize that terrible picture in his mind, Ariel added, he tracked the constellations himself. Observing the picture of other constellations that were hung on chains on the columns before her eyes, Ariel added and imprisoned them on the Star of War. Recalling the fate of those who fell into the yogi's hands, the spirit of the Shadow Queen added to the constellation, they lost their strength and were trapped between life and death, which is why they fear the traveling god. And that is why the original, as soon as she felt its energy in you, immediately sent me here to follow you. Continuing her story, Ariel added, it's perfectly normal for you to use the power given by the god of war. He could have just shared with you one of the powers he stole from another constellation somehow. The next moment, remembering that Sung-ji still possessed some skills that shouldn't have been available to him, she added that the Shadow Queen had never fallen victim to him. After she finished her story about the traveling god of war, she began to bombard Sung Ji-han with questions, saying, "You could use her power. Where did it come from? How should I react to it?" After listening to Ariel's story from beginning to end, the boy looked ahead of him with a stern look and said in his head, "Now I finally understand everything." Starting to equalize his lives, he mentally recited in his past life while in the Diamond League, "I learned the technique of the Shadow God. The god of wars must have absorbed the Shadow Queen and created the technique of the Shadow God." Imagining a not-so-great picture of a traveling war god and the Shadow Queen in his head, Sung-ji said in his head that meant. Realizing that the girl was in danger, he mentally added that the god of war might soon get to the Queen of Shadows. After telling the story of the traveling god of war, Ariel said, "So, to summarize, I understand that your strongest skill is from the god of war." In response to the girl's question about the skill, Sung-ji confidently replied, "No, I have something else that will be more effective." Having received the answer to the question, the girl was surprised and asked what you could demonstrate, to which he replied that it would not work right now because there was not enough level, and I could use the Shadow Paradise only thanks to the amplification. Starting to think about what kind of skill Sung-ji was talking about, Ariel thought to herself, if I can find out his strongest skill, the original will be able to strengthen his power. The next moment, Yoon Se-ah interrupted their conversation. After finishing the phone call, she ran into the room and exclaimed joyfully to her uncle. Approaching Sung Ji-han, the girl happily asked him if he had any free time tonight, since he had no plans, and he replied in surprise. In response to the boy's question, the niece happily replied that your fans wanted to meet you today. When he heard the reason for these inquiries from his niece for the evening, Sung-ji was surprised to hear that my fans were. After a while, when Sophia arrived at the meeting place, she was nervous about the meeting and said, I hope I didn't rush into it too much, or should I order drinks? I think I used too much perfume. As she began to check her general appearance, she saw that the meeting time was approaching and reached for her makeup bag and nervously exclaimed, No, I forgot to take my lipstick, and at the same time, Lee Ha-young was also going to go to a meeting with a certain person and was getting ready. Looking at herself in the reflection of her phone before the meeting, she mentally said, I hope my makeup didn't get ruined, and I was also wearing it in a hurry. How exciting! After a while, when she arrived at the meeting place, she heard a question from the person for whom she had been waiting for me for a long time. Right in front of Sophia's eyes was Song Ji-han, who arrived just in time at the designated meeting place. Still visibly nervous about the guy's presence, she stood up and nervously exclaimed, No, I'm not. When she saw the guy who had come to the meeting at her invitation, she spoke happily for a short time. At the same time, when she saw who came to meet her, Lee Ha-young heard her husband say, You're even prettier in person, she thought. Why are the guys I go on blind dates with always like this? Sitting at the table with the girl and cutting the steak that was served, Sung-ji must have been very surprised by the sudden proposal to meet. Continuing to set the pace of the conversation, Sophia added, As you know, I'm a fan of yours, but let me introduce myself properly, to which Ji-han replied, All right, I think it would be nice to have dinner with the temporary members of our guild. Immediately afterwards, he added, By the way, since when did you and Sia start talking? Then recalling the moment after the first game together when she approached Sia and nervously asked you, "You must have been offended by Baron's words, just ignore this asshole." To which she replied, "I'm an asshole." After this mention, Sophia said we exchanged numbers after talking about Count Nessid, and I was glad to see her because there are no American leaders of my age. After telling me about the meeting and making friends with her niece, she added awkwardly that at my request she immediately arranged to meet you. In response to the girl's words, Jihan, trying to diffuse the atmosphere, said not to worry, even if it is temporary, but we are all in the same guild, to which she replied that she was. Feeling somewhat relieved in the calm atmosphere, the girl said happily, "I've heard that Korean girls call guys older than me, so I can call you that." Hearing the girl's request, Sungji asked the oppa in surprise and then mentally said, "She's always been like this. I remember her less bright." Feeling a little difficulty in this situation, Sungji thought to himself, "Oh right, in that life she was a little older. What should I do now? She's more like a girl, so obviously younger." The next moment, deciding to find out more about his interlocutor, the guy asked Sophia how old you are now, and she asked me in surprise. Smiling happily at Jihan, the girl said, "Say and I are the same age. I'm 20, I'm an adult." And the guy said, in confusion. Holding back his emotions with the help of willpower, the boy smiled happily and casually said, "Call me Jihan." Immediately afterwards, he added, "I'll pay for dinner, eat more, you're still growing." Hearing this, the girl asked in confusion, "I'm sorry," and then thought about why he suddenly started treating me like a child. Deciding not to focus on the guy's behavior, the girl said, "By the way, Jihan, what level are you at now?" When he received Sophia's question, he was surprised to hear her answer, and she said, "I've almost reached the promotion games in the Silver League, so I was wondering if you would be there now. I'm in the top 100. Hearing Sophia's question, Sungjae thought, "By the way, I forgot to check my notifications about this," and then heard the girl mutter, "Oh wait, does that mean I have to fight you?" "No, I know that love only grows stronger after a trial, but still." After listening to the girls mumbling and worrying about their relationship, Sungji said, "Wait, let me check it out quickly." Opening the system window, he saw that you have reached the first place in the Silver League. You have received the title of Silver League Ruler, and now you have the right to participate in the game for the promotion of the Silver League among the top 100 players. And then he thought, yes, and I knew I was easily among the best. Immediately after that, he received another system notification informing him that your level was higher than the allowed level in the Silver League. The next moment, a window appeared in front of him with a choice that said, "Now you have the right to participate in the promotion game of the Kanama Zone 1 Gold League, in which game you want to participate in the promotion game of the Gold League promotion game of the Gold League." Seeing this large window, he was surprised to see what this was. Not understanding what he was seeing in front of him, Sungji wondered if it was possible, and noticing the boy's surprise, Sophia asked what it was. Continuing to look at the sign, "Attention, if you rotate the Silver League, you will have restrictions to balance the game." Songji thought, if I have more restrictions, then I am really different from other Silver League players, and if I pass the Silver League promotion game, I will be the fastest person to ever enter the Platinum League. Continuing his thoughts about choosing which league he wanted to participate in for promotion, Sungji thoughtfully said in his head, what if he did? After a while, when Lee Ha-young returned home from the blind date, she exclaimed in displeasure that you were joking. Recalling the meeting where a man handed her an engagement ring and said, "I feel like fate brought us together," she added, "It's crazy who proposes on the first date." Hearing Lim Ga-yoon's words, she asked why you didn't refuse the date, and I heard that it was easier said than done. Although you know what kind of lecture I would have had to listen to if I said I didn't want to go on a blind date, it's easier to go. Looking at her phone where the competition was taking place, Lee Ha-young added, "The only thing that calms me down is a busy schedule of ambition and excitement from betting," to which her subject replied, "I think you need one thing." The next moment, when Lee Ha-young noticed the pop-up window, she was surprised to hear that the betting site had a notification. After looking at the message, the girl exclaimed in confusion, and seeing the surprise of Ms. Lim Ga-yoon, asked what it was. Looking at the notification that said that due to Sung Ji-han's choice of players, the map of the Silver League promotion game had been changed. The game would be held on September 24th at 18 o'clock, and bets already placed would be cancelled. Ga-yoon was surprised to hear that the rules of the promotion game had changed. Not realizing that this was happening, Lee Ha-young nervously exclaimed and wondered what he was doing. At the same time, after making his choice, Sung-ji looked at the phone and said, "I will win." And with the restrictions, Sung Ji-han chose to participate in the Silver League promotion game. His choice was quite reasonable. If he had made a different choice, he would have had to miss the Golden League. And if he had missed the Golden League, he would not have been able to complete the exclusive task there either. Among other things, Song Ji-han also needed to control his growth and progression in the leagues because he was very different from ordinary players. After watching all the news after the choice was made, Sung-ji said in his head, "The promotion game will be held at the end of September. In 3 months, the training will be over, and Earth will join the Space League." Starting to think about what would happen to them in the near future, he closed his eyes and thought about preventing the disaster that would happen that day. Then he began to recall the moment of a live broadcast in which many strong and ordinary players simply fell victim, shouting, "I don't want to die," and their deaths were broadcast everywhere. Feeling a chill run through his body, the boy opened his eyes and nervously said in his head, "I have to stay in the Platinum League by all means." The next moment, looking at the restrictions on advancement, which said the game map would be changed to a map with a defense type, the team ratio would change from 50-50 to 10 to 90 player. Song Ji-han would be with the 9 strongest players. Ji-han would face stronger monsters. He said these restrictions were a little crazy. All players who also took part in the promotion game were warned in advance about the changes in the game conditions. When he saw what happened to the balance after participating in Sung Ji-han's game, Baron exclaimed that why didn't they give me such restrictions? At the same time, while placing her bet on this game, Lee Ha-yeon nervously said, "I'm going to have to bet on Sung Ji-han's loss this time, I'm sorry." After seeing the changes, a bunch of players started writing, "Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. I'm betting on Sung Ji-han seriously. Even a Diamond League player will have a hard time with this. If Sung Ji-han loses, you need to choose between Baron and Wang Lin because of the big balancing changes that were released because of one player." In this game, the number of bets that were placed was the largest. Continuing to discuss this event, players wrote that he defeated a Diamond League player. "Bro, there is nothing hard here," to which he was answered by all the pros who bet on his loss. And after some time, the moment finally came when the game for promotion in the Silver League began. Moving to the wall of one of the towers and seeing his enemies, he was surprised to hear a notification that the game for the promotion of the Silver League was about to begin. Continuing to comment on the course of events on the battlefield, the presenter said the enemies from whom the players had to fight back at the same moment the army leader shouted out the king. The enemies who attacked the towers of the strongest 10 players were members of the Association of the Dead, who fought for the equality of different creatures. As the crowd chewed their way up the tower where Song Ji-han was, the dead shouted one by one to destroy the king. The king! There was also one interesting person in the crowd who did not look like a dead person. He was the only person wearing a dark cloak that hid his face. When the mysterious figure saw Song Ji-han on top of the tower they were to storm, he smiled ominously and said, "So you found me."